snowflakes adding up. It's in Laytonsville, 5 inches of snow there already and adding on. Clarksburg, Maryland, 4.7 inches. Potomac, 4.1 inches there. Woodbridge, 3.5 inches. And the Warrenton area, right around 3 inches. We'll continue to get these snow totals as National Weather Service releases it. And so we'll continue to let you know what's happening. Let me walk you through the next few hours. This is at 9:30 this morning. All this purple right here represents some sleet beginning to work its way into the area. By 11 a.m., we definitely see it on top of Metro DC. And then by 12 o'clock, essentially all of the region, except for a few spots along Cumberland and Hagerstown that will still be on all snow. The rest of us will begin to see that sleet transition in. We are watching in southern Maryland. This looks like rain, but that's actually going to be freezing rain. So we'll be watching for that to occur. Freezing rain looks just like regular rain, but as soon as it hits something that is at or below freezing, it could be the lights, it could be your car, it's going to start to form a glaze of ice on top of it. So more than 2,000 miles of warnings here, and we are included in that. After about 8 o'clock tonight, we'll see this system push over to the east, but we'll keep the winter storm warning until at least 4 a.m. on Monday. So again, we're still looking at as a total picking up anywhere from 6 to 10 inches around the Beltway. We've already seen 5 in most areas, and so we will continue to see those drops add up. So quickly, if you look and see that this is all cold in your atmosphere, you get all snow. But if you get a snowflake to run through a little bit of a warming area in the atmosphere, it's going to partially melt, and then as it goes back into cold air, it will refreeze, and that is what we are going to see happen today as far as that sleet forming. So again, between now and 8 a.m. and 9 a.m., we'll begin to see the mix happening, a wintry mix for all by noon, ending after 8 p.m. Outside right now, it's 16 degrees in D.C., and we are going to see those temperatures in the 20s today across most of the area. But the big chill definitely comes by Tuesday morning. If you're waking up early Tuesday morning and trying to thaw out, that's not going to be a good day to do it because it's going to feel even colder. By Tuesday at 7 a.m., it's going to feel like 5 degrees below zero. 7-day forecast, deep freeze this week. Temperatures staying in the 20s for at least the next 7 days. So around the clock temperatures at freezing. Look at these overnight lows. We're going to be getting down to 9 and 8 degrees in the district. Very cold out there. That ice terry is certainly going to be sticking to the roads.
All right, we're taking a live look right now outside in Montgomery County. This is University Boulevard and Connecticut, and you can see how tough it is to actually see here. Visibility not so good. These roadways just absolutely covered. I have seen some of those snow plows out there this morning. I've also seen a lot of broken down vehicles as well. So if you can't stay off the roads, we've been saying it all morning, that is the best advice we can give you. Now, if you do have to head out, if you are an essential worker, you do have to head out this morning and you do spin out, the best advice is to turn into this spin. Do not pump on your brakes. You're taking another look. This is it's Sully Road. This is right near Dulles. Again, you can just see those roadways are covered in snow, and you can see that snow continuing to come down. Just be careful if you do have to head out this morning. All right, stay with us right here on WUSA9 Mornings. We'll be right back.
All right, at 7:53, we wanted to give you a live look here at Reagan National Airport, where this winter storm has basically shut down air travel. Nearly all departures here have been canceled as crews are working to de-ice planes, clear runways, and many arriving flights are being delayed or diverted.
All right, taking a look at FlightAware's this morning, you can see that there have been over 5,000 delays and over 10,000 cancellations. Over 800 of those are at Reagan National alone, and major airlines say disruptions at many local hubs, including Dulles and BWI, could last into Monday. Travelers are urged to stay home, check your flight status if you are scheduled to leave today or go anywhere today. But it's best to just avoid the airports unless absolutely necessary.
We know this stretches across the southern portion of the country, so think of major hubs in Atlanta, in Dallas, and other places.
Chicago,
yes.
Oh,
Heads
man.
up on all of that. All right. Right now, our Marcella Robertson has been driving around in the weather commander for us. And
Wait
now,
a minute. Wait a minute.
Change of
Simone.
scene here. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
What's happening?
So just to be clear, she just made a stop at a familiar spot, which is her parents' house. That's why she's out here doing. Now, Marcella, is this by your own doing, or when you showed up, did your parents say, okay, since you're here,
You're going to earn your breakfast.
you earn your breakfast? So which one is it?
This is not what I had in mind, right? I'm thinking like hot coffee, some breakfast. No, this is on my own doing, it really is. But we are at my parents' house. My dad just stepped outside. He said, no. But I wanted to show you guys, so we're in Spotsylvania here, really easy to shovel. So I do want to help them out a little bit because the sleet has really been coming down here. And so obviously we've been hearing you want to kind of get that snow out of the way before all that sleet comes in and kind of packs it all together. But what we noticed coming down here, it took us about an hour 15 to come down here from Alexandria. I want to show you that the accumulation is a lot less than what we've seen even leaving Alexandria this morning. So let's see, we're just about a little over 3 inches here. And that sleet really started coming in pretty heavy. I would say even in the 6 o'clock hour as we started making our way further south. And to give you an example of just how it's not really as much as we've seen in the northern areas, you can see still pieces of their grass sticking out just a little bit over here. So again, that's kind of the situation in Spotsylvania, one of the side neighborhoods of what we're dealing with here. Very thick, very fluffy, or light and very fluffy. That's kind of what we're dealing with here in Spotsylvania. These roads, side streets, neighborhoods, they haven't really been touched. So just keep that in mind. A lot of essential workers, if you do have to head out, that, you know, the primary roads is really a priority right now.
You know, the side streets were so important to mention. Thank you for that perspective. Also, give your parents a big squeeze, a little bit of a hug, you know, to see them.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
yes.
get some breakfast. We'll see you soon, Marcella. Thank you. We've got much more ahead on WUSA9 News at 7 a.m. Our live team coverage continues. D.C., Maryland, and Fairfax counties.
photographer like for
he must be so
40,
happy right
40
now.
years
Yeah.
over there. He just texted me. He was like, y'all, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He said, y'all are doing a
Check, check,
nice
check.
job
1, 2,
this
3,
morning.
check.
Yeah, sorry, I turned it off. Beep.
Happening right now at 8 o'clock, we are tracking what could be the biggest winter storm the DMV has seen in a decade. An Arctic blast bringing in everything from snow to sleet.
This is a live look at what many people across the area are waking up to this morning. The latest map coming from our weather team showing a wide range of accumulation. We're expecting anywhere from 4 to 14 inches. It all depends on where you live.
That's right. Good morning. I'm Simone D'Alba.
And I'm Wisdom Martin. Officials across the DMV have issued a state of emergency over the high impact of the storm. And that is why we have issued a weather impact alert.
In fact, this morning's alert is for conditions that can be a nuisance, life-threatening, and that are constantly changing. And this morning we have team coverage on the impact across the region. But first, let's time out this storm with meteorologists Mary Marshall and Caitlin McGrath. Ladies, good morning. A lot of people waking up to a few inches of snow.
Yeah, that's right. And we'll continue to see that snow pile on at least for the next several hours here until we make that transition over to sleet. But like we've been checking in with our crews in the field, for some that is already occurring. So here's Doppler radar right now, and you can see down into Charlottesville clearly starting to mix in some of that sleet. Elsewhere, it just looks like heavy snow. But I want to show you something here, a radar product that we really rely on when it comes to situations like this that can give us a better idea of what is actually falling from the sky. It's called correlation coefficient. And what you see here down near Leonardtown, La Plata, Fredericksburg, even over toward Culpeper, where you see that brighter shade of orange, that's where we actually have melting snowflakes. And in this case, it is refreezing and into those pingy sleet pellets that Marcella's been showing us throughout the morning down into Spotsylvania. And that's what we'll be tracking as we head through the remainder of the day today, that transition from some heavy, steady snow to sleet. And that's why our totals are lower, farther off to the south and east. You see the sleet move in a little bit earlier, and most of these totals probably will end up on the lower side, say 4 to 5 inches down through southern Maryland, 6 to 7, maybe 8 for areas you see highlighted there in pink, especially as you get back into Frederick County, upper Loudoun County, far northern Virginia. And then areas in purple, we're still forecasting 10 to 14 inches because where that snow is coming down, it's piling on at about an inch per hour. So you only need several more hours before you get into that range. But we'll time it out here on Futurecast when we start to see that change, because again, already happening in some of our southernmost counties. By 10 o'clock, we've got sleet falling around the Beltway along and south of I-66. Still snowing though off to the north, but then eventually we'll mix in that sleet even for areas back into our north and western counties. We're also going to be watching the potential for a little freezing rain. That light icy glaze down into Calvert and St. Mary's County does not look like enough to cause any power issues, but don't be surprised if you do eventually see a flip over to freezing rain. This is 4 o'clock, still sleeting across the area. And then as we head through the evening, by 8 o'clock, this storm is almost out of here. 11 o'clock, the last of it will be done. And it's already piling on really quickly this morning. For more on just how much snow we've seen so far, I want to check in now with meteorologist Mary Marshall.
Hey, good morning, Caitlin. Yes, we're seeing some reports of 5 inches of snow in areas such as Laytonsville. We've also had some over 4 inches in areas such as Clarksburg, Maryland, Potomac, Maryland, picked up on about 4.1 inches. And in Woodbridge, we've seen 3.5 inches of snowfall there. For the Warrenton, Virginia area, about 3 inches falling for you there as well. So definitely picked up on some snow amounts across the area with more to go. Even though we're seeing that transition, if you're further north, you still have more time on the clock to get that in. But we're not the only ones dealing with this. 2,000 miles of winter storm alerts from Texas and even parts of New Mexico all the way up to our area, up through New York and the Boston area. So we're going to be under this until at least tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. Even though Caitlin just showed you that most of this will start to clear out after 8 p.m., the impacts will be lasting for travel, for all those things on the roads. And so we will keep that warning going until then. So just a little idea of what's happening in the atmosphere. When we have a snowflake at the top of the cloud and it's all cold and it's cold all the way down to the ground, it remains a snowflake. But on its little journey down to the ground. If it runs into any pockets of warm air, it could partially melt, and then if it gets cold again, it will refreeze, and that is what we are going to be seeing today. So again, we're already starting to see that happening in our southernmost areas, Fredericksburg, up through Spotsylvania County, already beginning to see that transition over to sleet, and we'll continue to see that over the next hour or two spread into the rest of the DMV. Well, coming up, we'll continue to track this for you and talk about the cold that's going to be sticking around this week, and maybe another chance to pick up on just a few light flurries this week.
All right, Mary, thank you. At 8:04, look, as we've been saying, we have crews spread out all across the DMV monitoring conditions for you.
Now, earlier this morning, our Kelly Vaughn spoke to a snowplow driver, a snowplow truck driver, that was up bright and early clearing the roads.
The roads is nasty, everyone. Please do not come out here. If you can prevent it, do not come out here. Stay home today, please. Allow us to get the roads together and plow, because this is going to take time. You know, as fast as I might clear a street, and it's getting bad again. So please, everyone, stay off the road.
Listen, she earned that crown, every bit of it this morning. Yes. Now Kelly is at the National Mall, keeping up our weather impact alert.
All right, Kelly, good morning to you. You've moved on from inside the truck to outside in the elements this morning.
Yes, good morning. I'm kind of missing that assignment inside the truck. It's cold out here, if we haven't told you already. The snow's coming down. Luckily, I'm here by the National Mall. Most people are staying off the roads. Not many drivers out here. Surprisingly, I've seen some people out here walking. I saw one guy running. He was like, yeah, the weather's not going to keep me from getting my run in. I asked him if he could do an interview with us about it, but he's like, no, I have to run. So people are still out here walking around, but we're at the mall because there might be a big snowball fight here. You might remember this from past snowstorms in DC. There's a group of people that like to gather and do a big snowball fight. Now, initially, you might have heard about the snowball fight scheduled for 11 o'clock today, but the organizers moved it up to potentially to 9 o'clock because they're trying to avoid the sleet. Now, we're waiting for an update. Let me just double check and see if they've updated anything, because they said they were going to update around 8 o'clock if the snowball battle was actually going to happen. All right, we're still waiting for that update, but I was also checking out the snow conditions, and I just don't think it's good for a snowball fight. I'll show you. Hold on. Stand by. Yeah, look. You can't make a snowball at all. I'm really trying. Hold on. Let's try again. It's just not packable snow. It's just powdery. I heard saying it makes it easy to shovel. It makes it really hard to make a snowball. So if you were thinking about coming out here for the snowball fight, just know your ammunition is going to be pretty weak if they end up doing it. But of course, we'll keep you posted. If the snowball fight happens, we'll be here. We'll be getting involved. If not, we'll let you know. But for now, I'll send it back to you all inside the studio.
I was raised in Colorado, Kelly, and we call this snow conditions for wiffle balls.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, you can't make a real snowball, so you'll kind of whiff them in the air.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
All right. Kelly, we'll see you soon. Thank you, friend. Let's get a check on our snow conditions out in northern Virginia.
Matthew Torres live in Fairfax County this morning. Matthew, I see right behind you somebody's stuck.
Yeah, we're outside the Spring Hill Metro. He has been trying to really pivot and make a turn here. He's been stuck for maybe within the last 5 minutes. As obviously plow trucks are making their way and clearing the snow, all of the snow is starting to accumulate on the side. And so now you have him pretty much stalled out. This is actually maybe the third driver that we saw stalled out here at Spring Hill Road and Leesburg Pike. We don't have a shovel, and I wish we did. And I wish we could help him, because essentially it seems like it's just all front wheel drive. Let me see if I can talk to this individual. Okay, I know you're in the middle of trying to get out here, and hopefully we can help you out and maybe push this van back. Just explain what you're experiencing on the road. When you turn here, obviously it stalled you out.
No, I ain't trying to be on the news.
He's not trying to be on the news. No, I get it. But just to give you an example, we'll try to help you out a little bit later, okay? Because it seems like we got to push you back. I didn't know my photographer, Mark Boss, says that's probably what we're going to have to do. But you could see where this is all the snow is really accumulated. I get it. He doesn't want to be in front of the camera. It's, you're kind of in the middle of on air, trying to make this turn. But anyways, he's been really pressing the gear here for the past few minutes. I'm really hoping he can get out because it's obviously quite stressful during this time. Another reason why, if you don't have to be outdoors, don't be outdoors. You can see people trying to even pivot and make a U-turn over here. You just never know what the conditions are going to be like. I really feel for this individual as essentially he's stuck, and I wish we had more of equipment to help him out, but we'll try to push the van, hopefully help him out as soon as we wrap things up here. But if you need an example to really stay indoors, this is a really good example. Not trying to call out this individual driver, but he is not the only one that we've seen stalled out, where other people have really had to help. And in fact, a group of guys earlier tried to help him out, but they're trying to go to work, so essentially they kind of let him be here as we'll see what will happen in the next moment. So back to you guys.
So the roads are treacherous. Again, he's not the only one that'll be out here, unfortunately. So yeah.
On a tough day. All right. Okay.
All right. Time right now is 8:10. As we've been saying, we have crews spread out all across the DMV monitoring the conditions for you. And we're going to start in Maryland right now, where crews have been getting ready for the big snow.
Our Lionel Donovan is live at the Salt Barn in Rockville this morning. Lionel, look, this is what crews have been prepping for. We've been seeing them preparing for a few days. You were showing us the Salt Dome before. How are conditions where you are?
Good morning, Simone. Like you said, I'm here at the Salt Barn right now. We've been watching trucks get loaded with salt all morning. I want to show you what's going on. Just across the way over there, we have 2 front loaders that are filled with salt. They're waiting for the next truck to come in. And what happens is, as soon as that truck comes in, they'll put the salt in their truck bed, and then they'll go off to drop that salt wherever it's needed throughout the county. Now, just to give you an idea of how much resources are on hand right now, the barn that we're in holds 15,000 tons of salt and around 100,000 gallons of salt brine. I've been watching these trucks getting loaded up all morning, but the county's Department of Transportation tells me this work began before the first snowflake fell. Crews first started yesterday afternoon laying down salt on roads throughout the county, including in residential areas. Danny King of the Department of Transportation says that first layer goes a long way in keeping the snow from bonding onto the street, making it much easier to plow. King went on to say that crews are working to keep more than 5,000 miles of lane roads clear and functional, and is asking folks to stay home so his crews can work.
If you can limit your travel and stay home today, it would definitely be beneficial. The roads are in pretty rough condition in places, and give us the space to work and clear the roads and do what we need to do.
All right, now if you have to be outside, it's really cold out here, so it's really important for you to layer up and wear a hat. Around half of your body heat actually leaves through your head. And also, don't ignore shivering. That's usually a very early sign that the body is losing too much heat. So as much as you want to play in the snow, or if you have errands, once you start to shiver, that means it's time to go back inside. Back to you.
Something we've always appreciated is your beanie game is strong. Your hat game is on point, Lionel, and we appreciate, hey, he walks the talk.
This is vital.
All right.
Yeah, he's got a different color for every single day. I don't think I've ever seen him wear the same one twice, but that's a good thing.
Lionel, thank you. Right now, our snow coverage is just getting started, and we will be with you all day as the snow is falling. We have extended storm coverage all throughout the day.
Just scan the QR code and download the WUSA9 app on your phone and WUSA9 Plus on your TV so you can stream our coverage anytime for free. We'll be right back. 8:15 is the time right now. The storm is also, it's making an ugly situation for drivers this morning.
That's right. Our Terry Hornstein is in the newsroom with a closer look. Terry, a lot of the road conditions around the region are dangerous, treacherous. I mean, stay off the roads.
Yeah, that's the message this morning, right? To stay off the roads. Conditions look like this. Unfortunately, there are people who have to get where they have to go, to those essential workers and things like that. So you're taking a live look right now at 270. This is right near Montrose Road. You can see some cars out there this morning, but I'm starting to see some of those crashes on our major roadways. I'm also starting to see a lot of stalled vehicles. I mean, you saw there in Matthew Torres's live shot, he saw at least 3 this morning so far. He's seen. So let's take another look here. I have another camera angle where you can see a stalled out vehicle. I also saw people walking around. If we can pull that up there, I can show you. If not, we'll get it to you in just a few minutes. But here we go. Okay, so this stalled out vehicle has been out here for quite a while. I saw people walking out here trying to get this car started. I also saw another vehicle on this side that did get stuck in the snow this morning. So starting to see that. Also starting to see some intersections shut down because the conditions have deteriorated. So again, as we've been saying all morning long, best advice is stay off the road. But if you do need to be on the roadways this morning, just use a lot of caution, patience, and just drive very slowly out there this morning.
This WUSA9 Weather Impact Alert is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
Great advice there from Terry, because we still have several more hours to go before we start to see the storm wind down. It's really not until 6, 7 o'clock tonight when we start to clear out the last of this wintry weather. And I say wintry weather because it's not all snow. We are starting to mix in more and more sleet. I know Doppler radar looks a little misleading, looks like all snow, but especially for areas along and south of I-66, you're starting to mix in some of those icy sleet pellets. That's going to not only compress the snow that's fallen so far today, but it's also going to not accumulate, of course, as readily as that light, fluffy snow that we have seen so far. So here's what we've got kind of big picture wise. And this is really only a small portion of this storm that is impacting a large swath of the country. But what we're carefully watching for is that transition over to some ice and sleet. So let's talk about some of the totals we've seen so far, because what is falling is piling on quickly. We've seen snowfall rates between about 3/4 of an inch to an inch per hour. Just got in a new report from Ashburn, Virginia at 5.1 inches. Olney's up to 5 inches as well. Alexandria at 4.8, just over 4 at Dulles, and Reagan National so far has picked up 3.5 inches of snow. So I do ultimately think we're going to end up on the lower end of these totals. The sleet is moving in a little bit earlier than forecast, so that will keep us closer to 4, 6, and maybe 10 for areas farther off to the north and west. So let's time out the rest of the storm for you here today, and when you start to see that flip over to sleet, although even Futurecast isn't picking up on this super well. Looks like it's still snowing for areas along I-66, but we know that some sleet is starting to mix in with those snowflakes. Now by 10 o'clock, everyone closer to the Beltway, back into parts of Loudoun County, even Montgomery County, going to be more of a pure sleet event. So for the next several hours, you might mix in some sleet with some snow, but then eventually it all becomes that icy sleet. Now farther off to the north and west, you've got longer to go until you two eventually do mix in with sleet. Now we'll also be watching really carefully parts of southern Maryland this afternoon. Notice where those temperatures get just a little bit warmer. We could see a brief period of freezing rain. Now that is what creates that icy glaze on tree branches, power lines. It can cause power outages. Thankfully, I do not think we'll see that much freezing rain to cause any major power outage issues, but just know that if you're in that area, you do have the potential to see some freezing rain in addition to those pingy ice pellets. Now this is 4 o'clock, still sleeting just about everywhere, and then as we head toward 7, 8 o'clock, the storm does start to wind down. The last of the wintry weather will be clearing out of here, and then by the time you check back in with the team at 11 tonight, the storm is gone, and it'll all be about the cleanup and the cold. This snow is not going anywhere anytime soon. The Arctic air is already here, and it's sticking around for the entire week plus. So for our weather impact alert today, it is in effect all day long for that heavy snow that eventually changes to sleet. Like we've been saying all morning long, our best advice is to just stay home if you can. Thankfully, this storm is on a weekend, so a lot of folks can be off the road, but we also know there are a lot of essential workers out there. So give yourself extra time, take it easy, and plan for travel impacts for days to come. We're going to see school and business impacts here well into next week, because with these cold temperatures, the snow is not going to melt. It is going to stick with us at least until we get to February. We've got temperatures in the 20s all of this week. We bottom out on Thursday, where many areas will stay in the teens for high temperatures. And keep in mind, these are the high temperatures. Low temperatures will be in the single digits and teens. We're talking about potentially dangerous cold for the week ahead. As we flip the calendar, though, to February, temperatures do finally look to climb above freezing for the first time in over a week. So we've extended the weather impact alert to account for some of that extreme cold. Might need to push it even later this week. Thursday will be our coldest day. Could also see a few flurries early Thursday morning, but trust me, it looks like just that. Flurries, not another major storm system on the way, but that will be our next brush with some winter weather once we get past today.
All right, Caitlin, thank you. Bringing you a live look out at the White House. We will be right back with team coverage. We've got you covered all morning long, and we'll have an update on the snowball fight on the National Mall. Stick with us.
Us.
Oh, mic check 1 2 3 4. Check 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 testing. Hey, mic check 1 2 3 4. Check 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 testing testing.
Hey, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Thanks. There might be some kids over there. Can you see what they're doing? Are they playing?
Just
Can you zoom in and see what they're doing?
which can
No,
help.
just to tell me.
I mean, I can.
All right, at 8:24, as we've been saying, we have crews spread all across the DMV monitoring conditions for you.
All right, just in, we just learned that the snowball fight that we've been talking about on the National Mall, not happening. It has been canceled. So let's get right over to and figure out what's going on right here with Kelly. So no snowball fight. What's happening?
No snowball fight. I was thinking maybe they saw my report saying this is not good snowball snow. I'm kind of bummed. I was excited to see what was going to happen. But the organizers, were saying they were going to wait and see how the snow, when it turns to sleet, if it's going to be good conditions for a snowball fight. They came out here, checked the conditions, and said, nah, this year it's not going to happen. Or for this storm, it's not going to happen. As I showed you before, what did Simone call it? Wiffle ball snow? It's just very sandy. I'm wondering if this is good sledding snow. She'd probably know. Let me know, because people got to be out sledding here later today. As the sun's coming up, I am seeing more people out and about, walking around. Luckily, most staying off the roads, but I cannot believe the number of runners I've seen this morning. Probably like 6 or 7 already. And if this was ever a great excuse to skip your run, I can't think of a better one. But good for those people. We've got a number of people out on the mall here, maybe taking pictures, playing. I think it's a family out there. So people are coming out and enjoying the snow. But again, not going to be your best for snowball fights, not going to really work for snowmen, at least not the snow here. But, you know, it's exciting just to enjoy this beautiful winter wonderland here on the National Mall. It's also nice to enjoy it inside the warm car, so I'll probably go ahead there, but I'll send it back to you guys.
You know what? You said it, Kelly, that DC snowball fight, it's a staple of a snow day here in DC, right?
Right.
But it was a safety concern, right? So once the sleet comes down, it's going to get dangerous.
Right. Now, you're our Colorado snow expert.
Oh, yeah, Kelly, I got to teach you the...
So is this good snowboarding weather?
Oh, it's powdery, you could say. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know, but I'm with you, Kelly. I don't know that sledding, it's okay sledding.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't know. It's just kind of a weird wintry mix of weather that we've got here.
All right.
Huge bummer
Not
about
yet.
the snowball fight. Kelly, keep us posted. We'll check in with you for more updates. Thank you, friend.
All right, 8:26 is the time right now. Let's take a live look at US 50 in Annapolis, where drivers are trying to steer through some dangerous. It's actually clear right now. There's
not a
nobody
soul
out
on the
there.
road. Okay.
Well, at some point, maybe they will be trying to steer through those dangerous conditions brought on by the snowstorm. We'll have more team coverage on the impact of this storm, and that's going to be coming up at 8:30. Right now, it's clear out there, and people are heeding the warning. They're staying at home.
Did you hear that? Okay.
Right now at 8:30, it is a winter wonderland outside your window. Take a live look outside right now and at radar. We are under a weather impact alert as snow moves through the DMV. Good morning to you. I'm Wisdom Martin.
All right, I'm Simone D'Alba, and it's not just us. Take a look at this video we're getting from Tulsa, Oklahoma. We're going to show you, see if we can pop it up here. Drivers stranded on city streets, highways. Just a mess all across the South. We are bringing you extended team coverage all day long from around the DMV. Our crews are checking out what's happening in your backyard.
But first, we want to check in with our weather impact alert team. Meteorologists Mary Marshall and Caitlin McGrath are both here tirelessly tracking the impact. So we want to start with Mary. Mary, what should we know right now?
Well, what you should know is that transition has already started. Despite what radar is showing, it's showing snow, but we have reports of sleet. So whatever you've got is essentially what you're going to get. We are seeing that transition happen all the way as far north as DC, and it's only going to continue to spread. So we've actually adjusted our numbers. We call this nowcasting, if you will. We forecast as we go because the situation is just so dynamic and constantly changing. So that's what Caitlin and I have been up to. Now, we definitely only see the transition around Charlottesville and Richmond, but also around DC. This looks like snow. We are definitely starting to see that sleet mix in just a little bit more around the area, and that trend is going to continue throughout the rest of the morning. So we've adjusted the numbers 4 to 8 now around the Beltway, and a lot of you have already seen a good chunk of that. We've had reports of over 5 inches already, 2 to 6 south of the Beltway as you go toward Charles and St. Mary's, and we've already seen those areas pick up close to those amounts as well. And then where we can still get those bigger numbers is around Oakland and Cumberland and Hagerstown, 8 to 10 there, because we know that those areas will hold on to that cold air just a little bit longer, and we can still see some higher numbers happen in those areas. Here's Futurecast. This is the next hour. We continue to see that transition happen. That's this purple color indicating that we now have some sleet, that partially melted snowflake that is frozen again once it tapped into some colder air. That trend will continue throughout the rest of the afternoon. So once the sleet starts to come in, we're not going to really be going back to snow. It's going to be a mainly sleet event with maybe, a little bit mixing in, but mainly sleet going forward. This is at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and this is at 5:30 p.m. Now, after 8 o'clock, that's when this is going to start to move over to the east, but the hazards and the danger is still going to be left over as we have cold air in place, and whatever fell on the ground with cold sticking around, it's going to stick. Now, to properly show you how to measure the snow and more, I'm going to send it over to Caitlin McGrath, who's outside right now, just tracking everything for us outdoors.
Yeah, and Miri, we encourage folks to get outside now and measure, because this sleet is only going to compress that snow down. I do not like what I am seeing and hearing out here on the terrace. If you can hear it too, we have very much transitioned over to all sleet here in the DC area. You can even see what was once a beautiful blanket of snow now has pocks of ice in it. So let's talk about what you need to know when it comes to measuring that snow. You need to find a location away from blowing or drifting snow. Think away from any tall buildings, your house, or trees. You can kind of tell where the snow looks nice and level, and always try and measure on a hard surface instead of grass. And then I want you to take that yardstick or that ruler and push it straight into the stone. No slant sticking. That can make it look like a higher total or a lower total. So straight down, and then take a few measurements and calculate. So let's see what we've got going on here on the terrace. At last measurement, we were just up to about 3.9 inches. But again, we have now switched over to that sleet. So right now, looks like we're clocking in just a little over 4 inches here in Tenleytown. Now, we also encourage you to get outside now and start that cleanup, because the sleet is only going to make the snow that much heavier and that much more difficult to clean up. So always try and get out there, as early and often as you can, especially with a prolonged period of sleet. You get sleet piling on maybe 1 to 2 inches of ice. That's going to be hard to clear out. So always push instead of lift. Your back will thank you. If you need a little help from the neighborhood kid, chances are they'd love to make an extra buck or two, because it is going to be a heavy cleanup, especially now that we've made the flip over to sleet. And my biggest ask is that you always use the proper amount of ice melt. I have a nice visual here for you. I brought out a 12-ounce mug. Chances are you probably have a mug in your house. This is all you need to clear a 20-foot driveway or 10 sidewalk blocks. Just fill up a mug with some ice melt, and that is all you need. A lot of people tend to over ice melt, but that can be really harmful for the environment. It is dangerous for pets. Always start light, and you can add more later if you need to, especially in the days to come, because this snow and this ice is not going anywhere.
You can hear it. Wisdom was just saying, you can hear the little pebbling.
Pellets. Yeah.
I just got a text from my husband. He said it's definitely sleeting. We're on the DC Bethesda line, and he said some lady just went skiing down the street and waved.
Nice. Okay, taking advantage of an opportunity.
Why not?
Why not? Yeah. All right. 8:34 is the time right now. We're staying on top of a major winter storm that's slamming the region as the snow continues to fall. We have crews spread out all across the region monitoring these conditions.
Let's get a check-in with Marcella Robertson, who is in Spotsylvania. Marcella, I hear you're making friends this morning.
We are making friends, and I had to get in some help because the shoveling, it's just, it's not my thing, okay? So we found a snowblower, but I got to tell you, again, we're here in Spotsylvania, my parents' neighborhood. It's beautiful, but it really doesn't feel great outside right now. That sleet is really coming down. The wind kind of blowing against your face doesn't sound great, doesn't feel great outside either. So we are here. This is my parents' neighbor, Mr. Ben. He's got his snowblower out. I would imagine he's probably a very popular person come later today, but a lot of the neighbors have now started to wake up this morning. As you heard Caitlin say, really clearing that out of the way before all that sleet comes down is probably going to be your best bet. So my parents' lovely neighbor, Mr. Ben, good morning. How you feeling?
How you doing? I'm good.
Yeah. How you feel about all this snow?
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's a lighter snow. It doesn't take much to get it out of the way, as long as you get the right equipment.
Yeah.
You know, makes it easy.
Yeah, and I would imagine you're pretty popular once people hear that snow blower.
Yeah.
How many driveways are you gonna have to hit today?
I think we got about 4. We got about 4. I'm doing mine, your dad's,
Okay.
neighbor across the street, and a neighbor down the street.
Okay. And how much easier does the snow blower make things for you?
Makes it so much easier.
Okay.
You know, you ain't got to be bending your back.
Yeah.
Everything is controlled. You know, all you got to do is press the levers.
There you go.
You know, and it makes it real easy.
Keeps everybody safe. All right. Well, thank you so much, and thanks for doing my parents' driveway too.
I got them. As long as the empanadas keep coming, we're good.
Thank you. Good to see you. All right, guys. So there you have it. Obviously, there you have it. You know, just a lot of people trying to get out here, clear the snow before all that sleet really moves into the area here. And it doesn't feel great outside. So if you can get out there, clear it all, you know, before all this sleet moves in, it's probably going to be your best bet. But stay inside if you can.
Mr. Ben is Neighbor of the Year.
Right,
Big
right.
fan of him. And he knew, he said, empanadas, and then
Yes.
I'll get to business.
Right, and the other thing, all right, Marcella, you can go inside. You can go inside right now because I know it's hitting you in the face. But I like the fact that you said this whole shoveling thing, not my ministry.
Nope.
Even if it's my parents.
I feel that.
You know, it's not my thing.
Yeah.
Not my thing.
Hey,
we
girl.
did get some coffee and cookies too. So
Yes.
wasn't all bad.
Love it. Okay.
It's worth it. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll see you soon. I was funny. She was saying Mr. Ben for hire, and then we're sitting here. Wisdom goes, I have one of those. Wisdom might be for hire at this rate.
But you have to crank it. I have to crank it up and make sure it's still running. Yeah, I'm sure it is.
You're going to be
But you got
Mr.
it.
Ben in your neighborhood. Very
Right.
popular.
Well, now, Simone, remember I have kids.
They'll be running
So
that
they'll
thing.
be
There you
running
go.
that thing. There you go. Put it in the work, making me some extra money. All right, 8:37 is the time right now. Well, look, as the snow continues to come down across the region, Maryland residents, well, they're feeling it in a big way as well. The state is under a state of emergency, and officials are warning of some big impacts.
That's right. We're watching those developments. Our Melissa Kim is live now with conditions on the ground. You've been keeping us posted all morning, and really how crews are trying to keep up with some of this. We can see them working behind you, Melissa. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Robertson fan, P.S. I would also love some empanadas, just for the record. I can't offer any services, though. But anyways, I can offer entertainment. We are here at the Salt Dome, the facilities at the Department of Public Works in Prince George's County. The most active area that you've seen. Sorry, I just slipped a little bit here. The most active area so far in Prince George's County this morning. We've been pretty much all around. We've been in Suitland, we've been in District Heights, we've been to a lot of neighborhoods. Not a whole lot of people out and about since we last checked in with you guys, which is good news. That means people are listening to us, they're listening to the officials, and staying at home and not coming out on the roads. But again, we've seen at least a dozen or so, more than a dozen, trucks come in, plow trucks come in, salt trucks come in, reload, and then head back out on the roads. We've seen quite a few of them while we were driving here as well. And you know, we've been hearing from some of the other reporters out in the field today. This wind is very unpleasant. You know what I mean? Like you feel the particles definitely hitting your face. It's not the most pleasant. So again, keep on taking the advice from us as well as some of the officials that have said don't come out if you don't need to. As you see, again, like we said, the most active area in Prince George's County this morning as we see more plow trucks coming in. But again, stay safe. That's all that we're asking for this morning. So you can let these guys be out on the roads and do their jobs, do the work that they need to do to keep us all safe, guys. It really does hurt.
Yeah, no, you can, I mean, it's getting more intense throughout the morning. You can really hear it coming down. All right, we got a lot of people hard at work out there trying to keep the roads together. Melissa Kim reporting for us this morning. Thank you.
All right, let's take a live look right now at the roads in Reston on Reston Parkway. Officials are warning residents, as we've been telling you all morning long, stay off the roads. Now, Simone, as we also have said, it's Sunday, so it's obviously lighter volume that will be out there than on a normal weekday.
We appreciate that when it's on the weekend and also that people are listening. You can see pretty lonely road for the most part out there. Virginia Department of Transportation says, look, they're seeing slick, hazardous roads all across the area. Our team in Virginia is checking out the conditions there. Our Jacqueline Quinn is in Prince William County. Let's get a check on what you're seeing out there. Jackie, good morning.
Hey, you know what? I also just checked in with VDOT about 5 minutes ago, and one thing they did say is that they're seeing more people than they would like out there on the roads. But, you know, I'm out here now in Manassas in a residential neighborhood. We were in Sudley Road earlier, but at this point now, I want to measure the snow with, like, I guess the things that we are used to seeing every day. So a pizza box from Slice and Pie, probably what I had for breakfast this morning. But if you push it all the way down, I would say maybe a quarter of a large pizza box. You know how that has accumulated out here, probably 3-4 inches it feels like. And I'm going to walk over here to Miss Ruby Carter, who is already getting the shoveling underway here. Yeah. And we're talking about the snow out here, but you actually remember even bigger events. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Well, yes, I am a native Virginian. I grew up in Culpeper County. And then my grandmother, who lived there with all her 11 kids and my 10 siblings, we used to hide in the snow, and we actually lost somebody in the snow one time because my brothers, I had 7 of them, and they would hide us and then leave us there. Oh, wow. So, you know, we kind of grew up here, and we love the snow when it comes, and we love it when it goes.
You're kind of gritty. Well, you're out here early with us. Tell me a little bit about what you did to prep and maybe what you're doing now to help some folks.
Well, my husband and my son put down salt yesterday, and then this morning he came out and tried to dig a little path for us, and it covered back over. So I knew you were coming, so I figured I'd come out here and make a new path.
Yeah, that's right. We've been watching this neighborhood. I mean, maybe 1 or 2 plows have been out here. So, you know, in the residential roads, you have to wait a little bit longer, but she's got some nice neighbors.
Yes, I do.
I think a gentleman over there has a plow, so they might come over and help you.
Oh, yeah. Matt, every year. Yeah. Sometimes we're laying in bed, didn't even know the snow was on the ground, and he's out here blowing out our driveway. So he's a great guy. Love him, love Bill. Great neighborhood. We're happy to be here.
All right, I might talk to some of them here in just a little bit, but again, VDOT, just warning folks, you know, when you're headed out here, you can see how much snow is accumulated on the ground, to be careful and don't go out there if you don't have to. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
I mean, and she's doing this in commander's gear. Do we love her or what? She's amazing.
She's ready. She's ready for whatever comes her way.
And the pizza box, Jackie, chef's kiss.
Yes.
Thank you. Our snow coverage is just getting started, and we will be with you all day as the snow is falling. We have extended storm coverage all throughout the day.
Just scan that QR code to download the WUSA9 app on your phone and WUSA9 Plus on your TV so you can stream our coverage for free anytime. See Miss Mooney. Hello, Mr. Mooney.
Hold on, we got programming in our ears. Can you?
Yes. Hello.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Good to see you.
How you doing?
Good to see you.
Okay, so
and it's Seamus, right?
Seamus.
Seamus.
Mooney.
Yep.
Wonderful.
Seamus.
How's the morning been? Busy?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Wonderful. We've been pretty quiet, thankfully.
Okay, let me get a check on production. How is he? Right, center. We're trying to get you looking at. Are you looking? Look to the left. Yep. Yes. Perfect. Yep.
Okay.
Can you move? Can you physically move to the left as well? Just take a little step, little baby step. That's good.
That way.
Perfect. Yeah, you look great. Okay. Anything specific that you want to make sure we touch on?
Again, I think just the safety message stuff of encouraging people to stay home and help one another and check on friends and family. I think that, you know, take your time shoveling. Those would be the most important things.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Anything else that we can adjust with him, guys? Okay. We'll see you shortly, Mr. Mooney.
Okay.
Thank you.
8:45 is the time right now. As snow moves through the area today, crews in Virginia are working to keep the roads clear and the drivers safe.
That's right. Joining us today is Seamus Mooney, the Emergency Management Coordinator for Fairfax County, with the very latest on road conditions, treatment efforts, and really what drivers should expect all throughout the day. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, let's start with the big picture here. What are road conditions looking like right now, just generally across the county?
Yeah, so right now we're seeing anywhere between 4 and 6 inches across the county. We have started to transition to sleet through most of the county. Road conditions, VDOT is out, really focusing on the interstates and the main roads. They are snow covered.
Oh, looks like we've
seen about 1 to 2 inches per hour.
Okay.
All right. So what are the areas that you're most concerned about this morning? I know it's a Sunday. A lot of people don't actually go to work on Sundays, but what areas are you concerned about?
So the areas, again, I think it's just because the neighborhood streets are going to be pretty much not touched at this point, encouraging people that if they don't have to be out, to just stay home. We aren't into the neighborhoods yet. We're still on our major thoroughfares. So, we got a long way to go.
Yeah, we were talking in the break. You were saying, listen, those side streets are going to take a minute to get to. And what advice would you give people, in terms of maybe looking out for each other, keeping an eye on their neighbors, things like that?
Sure. So, again, as people start to go outside and try to clean up today, take your time. Once you've cleaned your stuff, if you have a neighbor or, someone in your neighborhood who is elderly that you can help them kind of get the snow moved, that would be immensely helpful for everybody. And just have a lot of patience, knowing that, these crews are out. They've been out all night. They're going to be at it all day today. We're expecting some freezing rain later tonight. So, this is going to take a while for us to get cleaned up.
All right. So you're talking about trying to get this under control. We talked about trouble spots, bridges, ramps, and you're talking about snow and sleet and all these other elements there. What about crews? You mobilize, how many crews do you have mobilized to deal with all of those different things and all these different elements?
Yeah, so in Virginia, the VDOT handles the roads. They have over 1,800 pieces of equipment out doing snow clearing. For the county, we have upstaffed all of our public safety agencies to provide support. We have our internal plows running for fire stations and county facilities. So we've taken an all hands on deck here in Fairfax County, and we have all of our crews out working and just providing support to the community.
This storm is so multifaceted, right? We've gone from snow, we're going to have the sleet, and then, as you mentioned, the freezing rain coming our way. Does that kind of complicate the job for your plow drivers?
Definitely. So the sleet is going to be interesting. It's really the freezing rain that we're worried about, because not only will it create a kind of encapsulate the snow and make everything more slippery, any surface that we have cleared is going to stick right to the surface because we're going to be so low in temperature. So that could really provide a lot of issues. We're also expecting power outages to come along with that. So we're just, being hopeful that we don't get that much freezing rain later this afternoon, evening.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Seamus Mooney. Certainly appreciate your time this morning. I know a lot of people, we want them to stay home. That is the goal. So it's good to hear from you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
WUSA9 Weather Impact is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
All right, we're spotting some big changes right now. That flip to sleet is happening. You can probably hear it before you see it. The ping, ping, ping on your window. If you're outside, sadly, on your face. Yes, we're starting to see the sleet occur across the area. Now, radar is a bit deceptive because by looking at it, you'd think it's, well, that's all snow. But we do look at multiple layers of the atmosphere. We look at it at different levels. And what we can see is that we do not have uniform precipitation falling out there. We do have that sleet mixing in, and we've got ground confirmation. Many of our reporters who are out on the streets are saying, oh, it's absolutely sleeting out here. So we've seen that transition happen early. What that means is that you're likely not going to get much more snow out of this. Look at this, big time transitions across West Virginia and Elkins, Charlottesville, up through Norfolk and through Richmond, and that is spreading into DC as well. That warm nose right in the middle of the atmosphere is where we have that happening. So this is going to continue throughout the day until at least 8 o'clock tonight. This is the second phase that we we were talking about. Now, since that sleet is coming in just a smidge earlier, we have lowered the totals just a bit because essentially whatever snow you've got is what you're getting. 4 to 8 across the Beltway, 2 to 6 south of it, and then 8 to 10 as you head toward the Oakland and Cumberland areas, and they may even be more toward that 8-ish side of it as well, as they will also soon begin to see some transitioning happening in those areas. Let me walk you through the next few hours. 10 a.m. we'll continue to see the transition happening. That's this purple color indicating there's going to be some sleet mixing in. Watch it in southern Maryland. You may pick up on a light glaze of ice. This looks like rain, but that's going to be freezing rain, falling as regular rain, but freezing on those objects that are at or below freezing. This is at 12 o'clock. We still have that wintry mix going. 3 p.m. same at 5:30. After 7 o'clock, this is kind of the tail end as this begins to scoot out of here and go further over to the east. And then by 8 o'clock, most areas will start to see some relief. But my concern is that once it starts to just sleet and not snow, then you're going to think, it's over. I can go outside. No. You got ice on top of snow. Roads are still going to be a mess. Please stay in and let the crews do their work. Ashburn, Virginia, got some totals for you. 5.1 inches there. Only Maryland, 5 inches there. 4.8 in Alexandria. Dulles, 4.2. National Airport, 3.4 inches. We are a part of a 2,000-mile stretch of winter storm alerts, and so we still have our winter storm warning. That's going to go on until 4 a.m. Again, most of this will push out after 8 o'clock tonight, but we know the hazards will still be there, and that's why the National Weather Service has this until 4 o'clock in the morning. So what's happening in the atmosphere is that here at the top, you've got all this cold air, and so you get the snow to form, but on its way down to our area, it's going to run into some warmer air in the atmosphere, and then it'll run into another pocket of cold air. So what will happen is this little snowflake will partially melt, and then it's going to refreeze, and that's when it hits us. It's a solid little pellet of ice. So that is what's happening in the atmosphere. Again, so from now until about the rest of the day, we are seeing that sleet happen now. The transition is occurring. The wintry mix, it'll be everywhere by noon for all if you're still in snow, and then ending gradually after 8 o'clock. After 8 o'clock, things will get lighter. So again, we do still have some cold days to go. By Tuesday morning, it's going to feel like we're 5 degrees below zero, and we're going to keep the freezing temperatures throughout the week with highs only in the 20s.
All right, 8:55 is the time right now. Check this out. We are not the only ones feeling the chill. Over 200 million people across the U.S. are in the path of the storm.
Okay, that includes residents in Oklahoma. Officials there have arrested the individual responsible for this incoming winter weather. You bet she's not going to let this one go. In a post on social media, thank you for that. I know, they identified the culprit as Queen Elsa, telling community members there's a storm brewing and she clearly is to blame. She's not going to be building any snowmen.
Like you said, let it go.
Do you want to build a snowman? Okay, here's how to join in on the fun. Scan the QR code by, we're talking weather watchers here. Poor Elsa.
I know.
Elsa in handcuffs. Mary, I don't know how you follow this one.
Yes, we feel sorry for Elsa, but we are definitely dealing with the transition right now. We're already flipping over to sleet. That is the big weather story right now. You've probably heard it pinging up against your window, and we're seeing that just across this particular storm. So for the next few hours, we're going to transition from all snow over to sleet, and things are still going to pile up. So that is what is new and next. That sleet mix is happening right now. If you're still in snow, it should be a wintry mix for everyone by noon. You'll have that sleet in, and this should begin to push out after 8 o'clock this evening. Futurecast at 12 o'clock still shows that mix. That's its purple color, so we're indicating some sleet here. Look for a light glaze of ice around southern Maryland. You could see some freezing rain happening there. This is at 3 o'clock. We're still into this winter storm, but it has transitioned to have that sleet there. This is at 7 p.m. The tail end of this will push out, and we will begin to see some clearing after this, but it will still remain very, very cold.
Time is 8:57. Thanks again for joining us. We're going to continue our team coverage. We'll bring you the very latest.
All right, we'll be back.
Right now at 9 o'clock, we are tracking what could be the biggest winter storm the DMV has seen in a decade. An Arctic blast bringing in everything from snow to sleet.
Now, this is a live look at what many people across the area are waking up to this morning.
It is good to be with you today. I'm Simone D'Alba.
And I'm Wisdom Martin. Officials across the DMV have issued a state of emergency over the high impact storm.
And this morning we have team coverage on the impact all across the region. But first, let's time out this storm with meteorologists Miri Marshall and Caitlin McGrath. Ladies, how's the radar looking? What are you guys seeing? Good morning.
Oh, it's looking super misleading, Simone. That's what it is looking like. Doppler radar looks like it's snowing everywhere, but most of our area is in fact mixing with sleet. We saw that transition here in the DC area shortly after 8 o'clock, and that's really going to kind of skew what we see here over the next several hours. So Doppler radar, not a super helpful tool right now, but all of our weather watchers, all of our viewers writing in, calling in and letting us know what's going on in your area, that is what is super helpful. So thank you so much. We want to see your reports throughout the day today because this is a changing forecast. But right now, yes, sleet is what's falling across most of our area. And because of that, we did lower some of our snowfall totals. That sleet is not only going to compress the snow that's already fallen, but it just doesn't accumulate, of course, as readily as snow. So we're going 2 to 6 for parts of southern Maryland. Most of that region has already picked up about 4 inches of snow. Areas off to the north and west, 4 to 8. And again, many areas already up to that 4-inch mark, but you'll tack on a little bit of sleet. There could be another inch or 2 of sleet here over the next several hours. This storm isn't out of here until around 7, 8 o'clock tonight, and areas even farther off to the north and west where you will still see a little bit more snow. We're going 8 to 10 inches plus just to cover it in case anyone does stay snow a little bit longer, especially closer to the Mason-Dixon line. But as we head through the next several hours, most of the region will continue to mix with sleet. But notice where those temperatures warm up a bit, especially down into southern Maryland, there is the potential for a period of freezing rain. Freezing rain is what coats tree branches, power lines, and can lead to power outages. Now, I'm not anticipating enough ice accretion or ice accumulation for widespread power issues, but if we were to run into some trouble today, it would be in those far southeastern areas. And by 8 o'clock tonight, the last of this storm is out of here, and it will be all about the cleanup as we head through the next several days, because with Arctic air in place, this snow is not going anywhere anytime soon. With more on how much snow we've seen so far, let's check in with Miri.
Hey there, Caitlin. Just getting in some pictures from our weather watchers, which is great for people to sign up for. Danny Farkas out of Annandale says he got 5 inches of snow and now some heavy sleet happening there. So we know that these totals are going to be coming in areas such as Ashburn. We also got a little bit more than 5 inches of snow there. Only Maryland, you picked up on 5 inches. Alexandria, 4.8 inches, Dulles 4.2, and National Airport 3.4 inches. And we'll likely still get an update on those totals. But yes, as Caitlin has been mentioning, once we get that sleet on top, it is going to compact it. But we are a part of a 2,000-mile stretch of winter storm alerts. That is going from areas such as New Mexico through Texas, Louisiana, Atlanta, all the way up to the New York and Boston areas as well. And because we will continue to see that winter storm watch until at least 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. Now, the second part of the story, yes, we're getting the sleet, but we're also still seeing the bone-chilling cold. And with this cold air in place, as the winds pick up between late Monday and Tuesday, it's going to feel much colder. By Monday at 7:30 a.m., it feels like 14 degrees. By Monday at 10:30, it feels like 5 degrees outside. And are you ready for this Tuesday morning at 7 a.m.? Oh, I feel sorry for people who have to walk the dogs. It feels like 5 degrees below zero outside Tuesday morning, 7 a.m. So get ready for that. Now, this is not going to be our only chance to pick up on some snow this week. We're also looking at another chance by Thursday, but little to no accumulation with that. The big weather story moving forward is going to be that continued cold, a deep freeze, highs in the 20s the next 7 days.
I like that you brought up the pets. Please be mindful of your pets if you're choosing to walk them. All right, 9:04 is your time. As the snow continues to fall across the region, we're talking to officials from Maryland about the very latest road conditions, cleanup, and warnings in our area.
Joining us now with the very latest is Charlie Gisler, who is the Deputy Director of MDOT's Office of Communications. Good morning to you, Charlie. Always good to see you, and it's always under these circumstances, but we got to do what we got to do, and you have to do what you have to do. So we want to know, what is the latest that you're hearing from your crews on the ground?
I just spoke with a bunch of them. In fact, our videographer just went out with one of our plow drivers, and it's coming down at such a clip right now where we have more than 3,000 pieces of equipment in operation at this point throughout the entire state. This is a statewide storm from western Maryland to the eastern shore and everywhere in between. It takes them about 90 minutes to do their route. Each driver has their own route. And, you know, they clear a path, and then as soon as they come back, it is back again. So that's what we're going to be dealing with. We were able to pre-treat the roadways that we maintain, the state-numbered non-tolled highways. That really helped us out in the beginning. But, now it's just hitting it head on. And like your meteorologist said, these bitter cold temperatures are not going to help us any. So we're going to have to continue to treat. Once we push all the snow off the ground, we're going to have to go ahead and treat the roads with salt, but adding liquid magnesium to it because of the cold pavement temperatures. So that'll help us out a lot. And hopefully that sun will help us dry us off so we can get back to normal.
Boy, we could really use some of that, right? I wanted to ask you, what's significant about the storm? You touched on this a little bit, but in terms of scale, right? Because in terms of adjusting your response plan, it's a massive storm with different types of precipitation. Can you speak to that?
Absolutely. I mean, we're prepared for anything, but this storm is very complicated. We've been tracking it since like last week early, and it's changed daily by the hour almost. And, now you're adding an ice component to it. So that does change our tactics along with that Arctic freeze that's coming with it. So again, like I alluded to with the salt treated with the liquid magnesium, that's going to help extract the moisture off the roadway once we push the snow off. But then it's going to be patrolling for any possible icy spots. That when the sun does come out, even if it's cold, it could melt a little bit of the snow, and that could then refreeze. So we're going to be cognizant of that. But I do have something for your viewers. Obviously, don't go out today if you don't have to. If you do, but before you go out, when things start to get back to normal, clear your entire vehicle off, not just the windows, but also the hood and the roof as well, because that becomes very dangerous in the days after a storm like this.
All right, Charlie, we always appreciate your time. We'll let you get back to it, and good luck with the crews and the roads out there. Thank you, Charlie Gisler from MDOT Communications. Take care, sir.
It's my pleasure. Right. Yeah, be safe.
All right,
Thank
you too.
Friend. 9:07 is your time, and as we've been saying, we have crews spread all across the DMV monitoring conditions for you.
All right, let's check in with Rafael Sanchez Cruz in D.C. And Rafael, how are the conditions from where you are right now?
Yeah, Wiz and Simone, we've been driving around the district for about an hour now. I want to show you, so right now we're actually on H Street in Northeast D.C. The good news is that the main roadways, we drove down from Wisconsin, took North Capitol. The main roadways are pretty clear. I want to show you what H Street actually looks like right now. Let me just shift this over. There you go. You're seeing, this is H Street in Northeast DC. Look, I can tell you the only big concern that I've been seeing is that there are some cars still parked along the snow emergency routes. Of course, when DC declares a snow emergency, that means those roadways need to be completely cleared out so that emergency crews can make their way through. We have been seeing some tow trucks on standby. And look, essentially what's going to happen is your car is going to get relocated to another place, which to make room for the plows to make their way through, and you're going to get a fine. So let's avoid all that. You can see parking enforcement is still working, but you know what? Like I do want to say, the buses have also been working despite all the cancellations that have been happening. We have at least 100 bus routes which have been canceled. So this is now one of the side streets that we're driving. This is Street Northeast. You can see it's a little bit different, right? Some of the side streets have been a little aren't as clear as the main routes, but we are seeing people having fun a little bit further up. We're going to drive a little bit towards them. People taking advantage of the of the snow that we're seeing. You can see there. We're zooming in. All right. But yeah, look, what I was saying earlier about transportation, we understand people shouldn't be out, but if they are out, or they have to come out, the buses are running, people are still waiting for them. We're also seeing the Metro Access, which is a pivotal service here in the district for a lot of our neighbors, is also still working. We know a lot of people want to stay indoors, but if there's an emergency, we completely understand why some people are waiting out at these bus stops. So this is what you're seeing right now here in Northeast DC. We're gonna continue on and see if we can chat with some people, and maybe you can touch back a little bit later with us. You can see some people here, look, having a little fun on the sleds. How's it going?
Very good. How are you?
You having fun out there?
Oh yeah, you know it.
Taking advantage of it?
Exactly.
Yeah? How's the snow?
It's good.
Yeah?
It's fun, yeah.
What about you? You liking it? Yeah? That's a good nod, right? That's a good nod. All right. You want to wave to Channel 9 viewers? Hi. All right.
Enjoy.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. All right, guys, there you see it. it's a little some fun and games here in the district too.
That was the best view we've seen so far. People walking down the streets, they got their sleds.
Right.
She's bundled up, ready to go.
Yeah, you know what? Staying in the moment.
It's a
I know.
snow day, right? Yeah, go ahead.
We're gonna show a lot more of that. We're gonna show a lot more of that. People, also just having fun. But we get it. If you avoid being out here, especially as crews are working their way through the district.
All right, Rafa. Thank you. That was fun to see that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Go enjoy your snow day. Stay off the roads, though. All right, let's send things over to Matt Gregory. He is continuing our team coverage this morning for us.
Yeah, he's roaming around the DMV right now. Matt, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, guys. Sorry, we just narrowly avoided a little collision. There was a car that just in the middle of, we're on our way to Rockville Pike up Montgomery County. They were just trying to turn around in the middle of Rockville Pike. Not wise. Anyway, we're gonna have dash cam, so at least we're protected there. I want to show you something though, real quick. I want to actually let you listen to it. This is what it sounds like out there. If you can hear that, it's not snow anymore. That's the sleet coming down, and you can see just how that's affecting the roadway here. Take a look. You got this car coming up right in front of us here. So basically, it's hard to tell, right, because it all looks like white snow right from here. But if you're looking to the side, to the right is sort of this bank created by the recent plow areas. This is important to recognize because as you're headed up major roadways, if you are going out, which by the way, I wouldn't do it. As you're headed up there, you'll see as we're coming up to a stop sign here in Rockville, or a stoplight at Rockville Pike. Any of the cross streets, this is where the snow is piling up on the side. So as you're sitting there and you're looking at sort of all the different things, as you're looking at the roadway, remember that that's another thing you have to contend with. Not only getting on the roadways here, but if you're trying to cross any intersection, you're going to hit a snowbank. Looking at the back to give you an idea behind you of what the roads are. So basically at this point, this is Rockville Pike and it has been plowed. But as you can see, there's still ruts being created, and it looks to me like even in the middle, about 2 to 3 inches of snow. So everything is a bit slippery. Like I said, someone stopped in the middle of this and tried to do a U-turn right in the middle of the road, and that was just very difficult. So anyway, we're heading up. Our goal is to get over to Frederick, get an idea of what everything looks like, but you can actually hear the sleet kind of changing over as we've been going. So again, like everyone's been saying, I don't want to be the last one to say it, but I'll be in the middle. We have got an entire, sort of bad road situation all across the area. It's just going to get worse. Stay in if you don't have to go out, and we'll keep monitoring and giving you an idea of what you're seeing outside from the weather vehicle right here for Channel 9. Anyway, that's where I'm at. We'll check in with you soon, let you know what's going on.
We appreciate that perspective, Matt, because it's that easy to get into an accident if you chance it.
Right.
Good to know. All right, stay safe out there.
Yeah.
See, exactly.
Right.
Take his word. You heard it straight from Matt. All right, thank you, friend. We'll see you soon.
All right, 9:13 is the time right now. The storm also making an ugly situation for drivers this morning.
Our Terry Hornstein is in the newsroom with a closer look for us. Terry, what do you got?
Yeah, so, we've talked about keeping drivers off the roads, but for those drivers who have actually ventured out, I mean, this is what they're dealing with. I've seen several stalled vehicles. This is on Sully Road through the Sterling area north of Dulles, and you can see some of those road crews out there. They're working to get these cars towed because they get stuck in the snow. I've seen several of these cars just broken down out here, stuck trying to get out of the snow and just not able to do so. And you don't want that to be a situation you're stuck in. And I mean, take a look at all of these slowdown, speeds very slow throughout the district this morning and just across the DMV. So again, you saw those stalled vehicles out here, down here. This is a picture of the mixing bowl. You can see all that snow on the roadway here. And this is the Beltway just south of Route 50 here. Snow all over the place. I've seen lots of those plows out there as well. If you can avoid the roads, again, we'll say it one more time, you should do so this morning.
All right. Boy, good perspective to see the map lit up like that. My goodness, Terry, thank you. Our snow coverage is just getting started, and we will be with you all day as the snow is falling. We will have extended storm coverage throughout the day.
Just scan the QR code to download the WUSA9 app on your phone and WUSA9 Plus on your TV so we can stream our coverage for free anytime. We'll be right back.
This WUSA9 Weather Impact Alert is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
I'm meteorologist Caitlin McGrath. Hopefully you can stay home and stay cozy today because it is just a mess outside. And Doppler radar looks super misleading. Looks like it's snowing everywhere, but we're getting reports across pretty much our entire area now that we have transitioned to sleet, and that is going to make a big difference in the forecast here over the next several hours. So since we saw that earlier switch over to those icy sleet pellets, we did lower our snowfall totals. Now, many areas in southern Maryland have already seen around 4 inches of snow, and you'll continue to see some sleet pile on. I mean, we could see an inch, maybe 2 of sleet before this storm is over. We still have a little under 10 hours to go of sleet that will continue to accumulate. So we're going 4 to 8 inches for areas along 95, along the Beltway, up to 70, and 8 to 10 for areas farther off to the north and west where you saw a little heavier snow this morning. You're still mixing in some snow with that sleet now. So ultimately, you'll get the jackpot totals from this storm. Now, as we head throughout the rest of the day, we'll continue to see this sleet pile on. Those tiny little pingy ice pellets will continue to accumulate here as we head throughout the day. For some of us, we will be watching the potential for some light freezing rain. That threat is really down into far southern Maryland, where temperatures will get just warm enough that we could see that light icy glaze. Now, sleet does not accumulate on tree branches and power lines. Freezing rain, however, does. So if there were to be any power issues today, it would be in far southern Maryland where you could see that icy glaze, but I'm not anticipating that much ice accumulation that there will be widespread issues. Now, this is 4 o'clock. Temperatures still well below freezing. You might be saying, well, how is it sleeting then? As we've been talking about all morning long, it's all about what's going on throughout the entire atmospheric profile. And then as we head through late afternoon, early evening, this storm clears out of here and it is all about the cleanup. So for today, we've got the weather impact alert all day long. We've already made that transition to sleet. And again, keep in mind, the sleet will accumulate. You'll ultimately have to shovel off some ice later today. That's why we encourage you to get out early, get the snow out of the way before it gets too heavy with all of that sleet. But our best advice is, if you can, stay home. We know there are a lot of essential workers who do have to be on the road, so give yourself plenty of time and expect travel delays for days. Our temperatures are below freezing for the rest of the month. How about that? It's not until February where our temperatures finally climb near, if not above, the freezing mark. Over the next several days, we're going to see high temperatures only in the 20s, low temperatures in the single digits and teens. We have some really cold weather heading our way, and you add on the wind, it's going to feel sub-zero for a stretch, especially Tuesday and through Thursday when the coldest air moves in. But I mean, waking up Tuesday morning, those temperatures are in the single digits. That is potentially dangerous cold, so you need to make sure you're taking all of those cold weather precautions here over the next several days. We'll have much more on our weather impact alert coming up at 9:30.
9:21 is the time right now. We're staying on top of a major winter storm that's slamming the region as the snow continues to fall. We have crews spread out all across the region monitoring the conditions. Let's check in now with Marcella Robertson, who is live from the Weather Commander this morning with the story. Marcella, how are you?
Yeah, good morning. We are now in downtown Fredericksburg. We were in Spotsylvania a little bit earlier and, kind of got a glimpse of what the neighborhoods are looking like. So I want to show you the roads now here in downtown Fredericksburg. It's beautiful. It looks like a Hallmark movie, just a winter wonderland. The streets really haven't been touched too much. You can see that maybe a snowplow came through here earlier, but still very much snow covered. And now that sleet is really coming down, makes it very difficult. Thankfully, we have good windshield wipers, but we've talked about if you don't have great tires, not to come out here, but the windshield wipers, also something to think about is if you don't have good windshield wipers and that sleet is coming at you, it's not going to be very easy to see at all. We actually had to pull over for a moment a couple of minutes ago, so just keep that in mind too. Again, we came from Spotsylvania, some of the neighborhoods on the way down here. We did see a car pulled off to the side. They were stuck. Thankfully, there was somebody there to kind of help them and dig them out of that, but just really not great conditions out here. Obviously, it didn't snow as much as it did in Northern Virginia as down here, but still that sleet on top of everything, it doesn't make for great conditions. We know VDOT has asked people to stay off the roads. We know Virginia State Police have asked people to stay off the roads as well, and thankfully that is what we're really seeing across the board. VDOT has thousands, up to 7,000 plows ready to be deployed throughout this winter storm, throughout the entire area, throughout the entire Commonwealth. So the crews are out there working. We saw them, as we were coming down to downtown Fredericksburg. They are on standby, they are working, and really important for, everyone to kind of just stay home if you can, stay out of their way. We do know that there are a lot of essential workers that do have to get out. So here's, a good idea and glimpse of what you're looking at if you are in the downtown area here in Fredericksburg or in Spotsylvania. Back to you.
All right, Marcella, thank you very much for the update. We appreciate it. Let's take a live look right now on US 50 in Annapolis. Drivers are, a couple of drivers out there on the road right now. For the most part, looks like everybody is steering clear of the dangerous conditions that are brought on by this storm. We'll have more team coverage of the impact of this storm. That's coming up at 8:30.
For you, thank you.
All right, right now at 9:30, it is, or coming up on 9:30, it is a winter wonderland outside your window. Take a live look outside at the what's happening right now at the radar. we are under a weather impact alert as snow moves through the DMV.
And we're tracking it for you. I'm Simone D'Alba. This storm checks off all 3 of our criteria. It's going to be a nuisance, potentially life-threatening, and it's a dynamically changing forecast. And it's not just us. Take a look at this video from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Drivers stranded on city streets and highways. We're bringing you extended team coverage all day long from around the DMV. You can see what a mess this was all across the country.
Right.
Our crews are checking out what's happening, though, in your backyard.
But first, we want to check in with our Weather Impact Alert team, meteorologist Mary Marshall and Caitlin McGrath. They are here tirelessly tracking the impact. We want to start with you, Mary.
Hey, good morning. The big weather story now is that Mother Nature has flipped the switch. We're now switching from snow to sleet area wide. We can see already around the Elkins area, Charlottesville, Richmond. It is showing that purple and pink color, indicating that we have some sleet mixing in. Around D.C., it still looks like all snow on radar, but as trained meteorologists, we look at multiple layers and we know that this precipitation is not uniform. We know it's not just snow, that it is indeed some sleet mixing in, and we also have had some ground reports from our crews who are all over covering this for you. So what's going to be happening right now with that flipping to sleet is that you could get another 1 or 2 inches or so of sleet on top of the snow that you already got. If you haven't received some sleet yet, get ready. By noon, everybody's going to be in the wintry mix. This should begin to end after 8 o'clock this evening. So we still have several hours to go of this winter mess. Now, I know a lot of people would think, well, the snow is gone. I can go outside now. The roads are a mess, as our crews have been tracking. Plus, we're getting ice on top of that. And so road officials are asking that you still continue to stay off of the roads. This is at 11 a.m. All this purple represents some sleet mixing in along southern Maryland. That looks like rain. That's going to be freezing rain. So you're going to get a glaze of ice on some surfaces that are at and below freezing, including lights, trees, your car. This is at 3 o'clock. We still see that mixing. Same at 5:30. 7 o'clock, tail end of this wintry mix. And then by 8 o'clock, this begins to push over to the east and we begin to see a little bit of relief. Now, we have already received reports of snow totals at more than 5 inches in some area. Ashburn, Virginia, 5.1 inches there. Only Maryland, 5 inches. Alexandria, 4.8. Dulles, 4.2. And at National Airport, 3.4 inches. And someone who's been outside off and on throughout the morning measuring that snow is Caitlin McGrath. Caitlin, I hope the sleet is not hurting your face, friend.
No, thankfully it is pretty light, Miri, but I'll tell you what, I sure preferred being out here earlier this morning when we had that beautiful snow. I'm sure you can hear it now. We are full on sleet here in Northwest DC, out here on the Weather Terrace in Tenleytown. I did just take a fresh measurement and we're still a little over 4 inches here, and I recommend you get outside, measure now so that we can see how much snow has fallen, because the sleet will continue to compress that light fluffy snow that fell overnight and throughout the morning. So here are a few tips to get an accurate measurement. Of course, you're going to need a ruler or a yardstick and find a location away from drifting snow. Think away from buildings, your house, trees. You'll be able to pretty clearly see where there is a level amount of snow, and always try and measure on a hard surface. Grass can sometimes skew those numbers, and the yardstick can get pushed down a little farther than there's actually snow. And I always recommend you push that yardstick or ruler straight into the ground. Do not what I call slant stick. That can make numbers look a little higher, maybe look a little lower. Straight down into the snow and take several measurements and calculate the average. You'll see that every time you stick that yardstick into the snow, it comes up a little bit different, and we want to get the most accurate measurement of what's fallen so far in your neighborhood. Now, as far as clearing this goes, get out there now before the sleet continues to pile in, because we could end up with an inch or 2 of ice on top of this snow, and the snow itself is super light and fluffy, easy to clean. The snow is only going to weigh it down, and always remember, try and push instead of lift. Your back will thank you, and consider hiring help if you need it. I'm sure the neighborhood kid would love to make an extra buck and help you clear your sidewalk or your driveway. And my biggest tip is to please, please, please use the proper amount of ice melt. This 12-ounce mug, chances are you've got a mug at home, filled with ice melt is enough ice melt to treat a 20-foot driveway or 10 sidewalk blocks. You really don't need as much as you think. And you know what? If it ends up you need a little bit more, sprinkle a little bit more, but less is more. To start, too much ice melt is just bad for the environment. It's harmful to pets. So always err on the side of caution and sprinkle on a little bit extra if you need it.
Neighborhood kids probably take Venmo too. They're trying to make a buck, and there's no excuse not to use it. Love
definitely.
it. All right, Caitlin, thank you.
All right. Well, as the snow continues to come down across the region, Maryland residents are feeling it in a big way. The state is under a state of emergency, and officials warning of some big impacts.
That's right. Our Sarah Robinson is live right now in Bowie, Maryland, with conditions on the ground there and how crews are trying to keep up with this. There's a big mix of precipitation coming down. Sarah, what are you seeing?
Well, right now we are at Bowie Town Center, which on a typical Sunday is pretty crowded. Obviously, that is not the case today. I want to show you what snow measurements we're getting here. I just listened to Caitlin's advice, so I'm going to take a few different measurements here. All right, this one says about 4, 4.5, 5, but then when I measured over here, it said about 7, I think. Okay, that's about 6. So we'll take the average and call it 5. But yes, it is sleeting here. We did run into some crews earlier. Obviously, there's really nobody on the roads right now, maybe a few people here and there, but the roads really haven't been plowed in this area. But crews in the shopping center are trying their best to get it plowed as much as possible. They told me that they've been here since 11 p.m. last night, and they've been working around the clock doing what they can. They've been starting on the sidewalk to try to get that open. They were hoping maybe that this shopping center would be open today, but then told me that it really doesn't look like it because the sleet is coming down, which is making their work much more complicated. It is also really slick out here. Just a couple moments before you guys came to me, we saw someone pull out of this shopping center and completely drifted, basically did a donut, which is not what you're supposed to be doing. It is dangerous out here, so please keep that in mind. But yes, this shopping center looks completely different today than it normally would on a typical Sunday. That's probably for the best though, because as I was saying, the conditions here in PG County are pretty dangerous right now. We have seen a couple of plows come by, but this is the main road. This is Collingston Road that leads to Bowie Town Center, and it is pretty much entirely covered with snow. It doesn't really even look like there's been a plow, even though we've seen the plow. So they're going to have to come through this area several more times before it's even really going to be remotely safe to come this way, guys. But yeah, pretty slick out here, and we can feel the sleet. It's definitely changed kind of the texture. It was really light and fluffy when we were starting our journey this morning out here, and now it's a little bit more difficult. It doesn't feel as nice, and that's definitely going to impact the road. So I'll send it back to you guys live in Bowie. I'm Sarah Robinson, WUSA9.
You know, Wisdom and I were talking about our friends in Prince George's County who are dealing with, remember, the residential side streets not getting plowed?
That was a huge issue.
Right.
Huge. Yeah.
So it's good to see plows at least trying to do something out there this morning. Sarah, thank you for that perspective, again, out of Prince George's County in Bowie this morning.
Yes, all right. 9:34 is the time right now in Virginia. Officials are warning residents to stay off the roads.
Virginia Department of Transportation, VDOT, says they're seeing slick, hazardous roads already. Our team is in Virginia right now. They are checking out conditions there for you.
All right, Jacqueline Quinn in Prince William County. Let's check in with her this morning. Good morning to you.
Hey, good morning. You know, we have been making the rounds here. We started near I-66 off of Sudley Road there, and then we went through the residential neighborhood. Some people say that they're still waiting for a little bit more plowing, but they've seen at least 1 or 2 trucks come through. And as we're making way out of that neighborhood, we're in Signal Hill now in Manassas. We see some people out at the park here, kids actually taking the sleds out and going down this hill here. And I'm trying to do the same thing, but I got to tell you, with all the snow out here, it really requires like a powder board. So you can go do this if you want to. Obviously when it is safe, but I'm just letting you know that this is a park. People come out here, their homes are around this area, but some kids having fun, taking advantage of this day. But even so, you can see how deep the snow is. So if you aren't like us traveling out here and getting out of the neighborhood, I would say this is not the best place. But once again, we're seeing the 4 or 5 inches. And so neighbors have been working quickly to shovel their sidewalks. And we talked with some neighbors earlier who talked to us about just waking up and having to sort out all of this.
I'm stocked up, stay at home, got a couple of dogs, take the dogs out for some walks. And that's pretty much it, really. I'm all been prepared for it. I was an emergency manager for 20 years, so I kind of prepare for these things.
Well aware that this is something that could turn over to that icy, slick mess out on the road. So many of them tell me they're just going to stay home. They have enough food. They're stocked up for the next couple of days, but they do want to get out in their backyard and their local parks where they can walk safely too. So this is just an example of that. But we're going to continue to make our way around Prince William County. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
Wait, I missed the part where the snowboard materialized. Where the heck did you get that, Jackie?
Just borrowed it.
Okay, wait a minute. I know you've got, are you skiing or snowboarding? Because I know you've got some snow chops.
Yeah, no, I am a snowboarder. I know you're a skier, so
I am a snowboarder. No slander towards our skiing.
Yeah, you don't have to drive. Yeah, after the snow passes, it's probably going to be good for the mountains because we have a couple of local resorts here, Virginia, Maryland, and so on. But you know, again, when it is safe, probably in a couple more days or a week or so.
By all metrics, that is a bunny slope, but please don't hurt yourself.
You know the lingo, so that means you're an expert.
I love it. We know she's going to catch,
Right.
what is it, catch 10, hang 10, or is that surfing?
I
Oh,
think
boy.
that's surfing.
All right.
Yeah.
Jackie, you look great out there. Thank you. She's got her yardstick and everything.
Yeah.
All right, friend, thank you. Taking a live look now at Reagan National. It's not just the roads being impacted, right? Take a look at this. At last check, over 10,000 flights have been canceled nationwide. At Reagan, over 800 flights have been canceled already. You can barely see the airport there. You see the wind gusting, though. At Dulles, over 400 flights canceled. At BWI, just over 400. Some of the heavily impacted airports include the two in Dallas, Oklahoma City, and Little Rock, Arkansas. Many major airlines are giving travelers the option to avoid or try to get around the winter storm. United, Delta, American, and Southwest are among those airlines letting passengers change or even cancel their plans without penalty. Be sure to stay with WUSA9 for our continued live coverage this morning. We will have the very latest updates on the forecast, plus where the storm is really packing the most punch right now. Our special extended coverage will last through the day. Just scan the QR code to download the WUSA9 app on your phone and WUSA9 Plus on your TV so you can stream our coverage for free. We'll be right back.
Yeah. Hey, do you hear me? Okay. It's an Arlington County government truck, too. Can you guys still hear me? My phone dropped in the snow. Okay, 30 seconds. Okay. On Glebe Road and 17th Vertical. Okay. 10 seconds. Okay.
At 9:40, giving you a live look from our tower cam. You can see the airport here barely.
Man.
You can make out the tails of those planes. Everything is parked. Everything has come to a complete standstill at the airports. Cancellations, delays, you name it. We're not really functioning from an airline perspective at this point.
You know what's interesting, Simone, is that I was having a conversation with some of my friends from the West Coast who were in town working.
Sure.
And they saw our weather report and they were like, are we going to be good for Sunday when we get out of here? And I said, no.
No.
Based on our weather team, what our weather team has been saying, you're going to be here Sunday. You probably will be able to get out at some point Monday, but I would just go ahead and make arrangements for that. And they were like, okay, good to know.
When you think of the size and scope of this storm, right, it's not just us, it's the entire southern portion of the United States, southeastern portion, and all of those hubs that come with it. So that's the mess we're finding ourselves in right now.
Yes.
All right, let's get out to our Matthew Torres. He is live in Arlington.
Yeah, good morning to you, Matthew.
It was no one is immune from slipping and sliding. That includes truck driver for the Arlington County government. This right here is a pickup. We're just along Glebe Road and 17th Road South, not too far from Pentagon City. And according to Arlington County Fire and EMS, this truck right here slid off and then hit a part of this house just behind me. You can kind of see where it really dipped into that house, some damage to that window. Thankfully, it doesn't appear to be truly extensive damage. But I just tried talking to the homeowner. I rang her Ring camera, and then she wasn't home. She's actually down in Florida, escaping the winter to be somewhere warm. And she answered her Ring camera, and I was the one who broke the news to her. And she says, "What?" Literally, that was her reaction, because she's like, "News to me." And then I told her, maybe she's watching right now, I told her to kind of watch WUSA9.com so she herself could see the actual damage. And so if we get closer, you see the police tapes out here. The bottom portion of this house, obviously the window kind of has caved in because of this pickup truck. It is still here. We don't know how long the truck will be here. No one was hurt, thankfully, but it appears no one was even home at this time. And so really, all we know is it slid, and it's interesting because it went backwards into this house. So don't know exactly what route this Arlington County government truck was heading towards. So it just gives you an idea. With all of the conditions changing throughout the day, we have this sleet. You're probably hearing it. Things are starting to get icy. That really no one is safe, and you just really got to be careful out there. So again, this homeowner, until we broke the news, did not know that her house was damaged because of this, guys.
Wow.
Yeah. You feel for the homeowner, but you also feel for, the person who was just trying to do their job, clearly in the government vehicle.
Yeah.
And the roads are that dangerous. Matthew, you did a good job showing us exactly what we're working with.
And it just goes to show you that, as he mentioned in his live report, at any point, at any time, if you're out and about, something like this could happen. It doesn't matter how experienced you are, it doesn't matter who you are. The roads are dangerous.
Matthew,
thankfully, no one was walking around. So
exactly.
You got to keep that in mind. You may be walking around, but you don't know what might happen as people are making a turn or simply just driving down the road.
Wait, I got a question. Wisdom and I were wondering, what happened last time we saw you? You were with the van who was stuck. Was it just outside of Tyson's? How did that end up?
Okay, so I think we have the video. So as soon as we wrapped up our live shot about more than an hour ago, my photographer, Mark Boss, who's with me, we ended up having to just kick away the snow from the front tires, and then we don't see it because we ended up pushing the van out of the way, and eventually that van was freed. Yeah,
we're looking at the
at
video.
the very end there, you may not hear me, but you hear me sighing like hallelujah, because I was really nervous for this guy. Clearly, he was panicking because he just didn't know what to do. He didn't want to go on camera, understandably so, because it was very stressful at that time. But Mark and I were able to just help push and nudge that van out of the way of that snow that built up there at the corner.
We love the happy ending. Also,
That is
you're
awesome.
seeing, again, the footage on camera. We saw the photographer, Mark. Listen, I have no doubt that he stepped up and tried to help, just like you did, Matt. So it's good to see that.
That is great. Doing community.
WUSA9 for the people.
Right, exactly.
WUSA9 for the people.
For the people
in
this
Arlington. So if anyone needs help, we're here.
Well, all right, Matthew, don't get carried away now. I think you've done enough in regards to that for today. So good job for you and Mark out there helping someone get out of trouble in this storm.
All right, Matt, we'll see you soon. Thank you. Stay safe out there. In the meantime, let's get a check on the forecast, see how things are.
WUSA9 Weather Impact is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
Hey, good morning. Yes, always good to be a good neighbor out there. We're happy to help where we can. And we are looking at the transition happen right before our very eyes. This is where things are so deceiving because radar and maybe even your weather app is also showing that this is all snow, but that's not what's happening. We're seeing the sleet work its way in. That's the big new twist to this forecast right now. That sleet is starting to work its way in. It's going to pile on top of the inches of snow that we've already received outside. So we're seeing that transition occur just as we knew that it would. So you see it very clearly here along Elkins, Charlottesville, up through Richmond and Norfolk. All these areas, that pink and purple color represents not a uniform precipitation type. Instead of all snow, you're getting that sleet to mix in. And in some spots around Norfolk, we're going to be watching out here for a little bit of freezing rain, and that's also going to impact southern Maryland in the coming hours. Here's a look at this entire system. You can see it stretches down from the New Orleans area all the way up through New York. Huge system, huge impacts out of this, bringing just a winter mess with snow, sleet, even some freezing rain in some areas in the country. So for us, moving forward, the next few hours will feature continued flipping over to sleet, and we could very well see that sleet accumulate right on top of the snow that's already fell. If you're still seeing snow right now, be prepared for that wintry mix for everyone by noon. And then this is going to begin to end after 8 o'clock this evening. Now, once you see the snow on your ground, you're wondering, okay, when does the snow machine turn off, or the winter weather machine? And that's going to be after 8 p.m. So we got all day to go here. Walking you through Futurecast at 11 a.m., we continue to see that sleet mixing in. That's that purple color indicating that this is not all snow. And then you can see southern Maryland. You're looking at a glaze of ice there, especially from Easton over to Salisbury. So do be careful of that. That's where you could get that ice on power lines and things of that nature. This is at 3 o'clock. All sleet mixing in here, and we'll continue to see that through the evening. By 7 p.m., this begins to move over to the east. There's still going to be some a winter mix going on, but after 8 o'clock, you'll notice that scooting further out of the area. Now, I know a lot of people, you don't see snow anymore and you think it's over. No, sleet is something you also need to pause for. It's slippery. It's loud. It doesn't feel good slapping you in the face. So by all means, please stay in. Don't think that it's over just because the snow is starting to wrap up. Ashburn, Virginia, 5.1 inches for you, only 5 inches. Alexandria, over 4 inches. Same at Dulles, more than 4 inches, and more than 3 inches at Reagan National Airport. Clarksburg, of course, picking up 6.5 inches. Laytonville, 6 inches there. Tacoma Park, more than 5 inches, and Potomac picking up more than 4 inches as well. So we're within a 2,000-mile stretch of winter storm warnings across the area. We will be in ours until 4 a.m. on Monday, and that is what we are dealing with. Behind that comes the cold. 17 now in D.C. We are topping out in the 20s, and by Tuesday morning, it is going to feel like 5 degrees below zero. So big time cold on the way. Highs are in the 20s this week. 7 days of freezing around the clock.
All right, taking a live look right now at Times Square in New York City. Wow. That is courtesy of EarthCam.
This is incredible. You're getting a feel for the effort. Look, they've got buses going.
Right.
The city that never sleeps. You're seeing the effort it takes to keep that up. New York City, by the way, expecting 8 to 12 inches of snow today, and so getting a feel for what this looks like.
That is a lot of workers out there in Times Square, and I believe the looks like there are regular people over there as well.
Yeah.
Just walking around because, as you said, that people are always busy in New York.
And it's beautiful.
And it's beautiful, yes.
All right, we'll have more on our weather impact alert after the break. Of course, the snow is impacting all of us across the DMV. Road conditions are just changing by the hour.
Prince George's County Executive Aisha Braveboy joins us now to talk about how she's helping keep the county safe during this storm. Good morning to you. Thank you for talking with us. You there?
All right, look, Prince George's County was, excuse us, we're having some technical difficulties. We're going to sort it out.
Right.
Prince George's County was a big deal in terms of trying to get the streets organized, trying to get, okay, let's see if we can get some interviews going.
All right. Are you there? Can you hear us?
Hear us?
I can hear you.
All right, great. Excellent, excellent. We had a little difficulty off the top now, but we want to get to what's going on in Prince George's County right now with this storm. So what is the plan at this moment as the storm continues? Because we know in the past, there have been some issues with how long those streets and those side roads remain frozen and people were angry. So what's the plan this time around?
Absolutely. Well, this is the first storm under my administration. We've taken a unified government approach, working not only with our crews from the Department of Public Works, but also from the Prince George's County Public School System, as well as the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission. So we went from having about 260 pieces of equipment on the road to over 380. So we have really increased the number of, pieces of equipment that's responding to the snowstorm. It's not just a snowstorm, it's going to be sleet and ice too. So we're asking people to stay off the roads. But what we did was we pre-treated the roads, and we're really happy about that because we think that that will help us as we go to, remove the snow from the roadways. But we do need patience because it does take a lot of time. We're going to work on the primary roads first, then the secondary roads, and then the residential streets. So when you look outside, you might not see snow moving, you might not see trucks, but that's because we're focusing on those primary roadways so that people can move throughout our county, especially our public safety vehicles like fire, EMS, police vehicles. So those primary roads are our first priority, then the secondary roads, and then the residential streets. So it's going to take a little time because of the weather conditions, but we are working around the clock.
County Executive, I did want to press you here just slightly because I know you've addressed that, listen, it's going to take a minute to get to those side streets. There is so much anxiety when we were speaking with people, even leading up to this storm, about the situation they found themselves in last year, which was not getting a response for sometimes longer than a week. What would you say directly to them, just ease some of that anxiety?
Well, let me tell you, last year I was one of those people, so I understand their concerns, and that is why we have taken this unified approach that we have not only myself, but we have members of our county council here at this unified command center so that we can take constituent calls in real time and respond to issues as quickly as possible. Look, this is a natural occurrence. There's nothing that we can do about it. We can't stop it from snowing if it's going to snow, but what we can do is we can respond, we can communicate, and we can have more pieces of equipment out on the roadways, which we have. We can have a better communication system, which we absolutely have now. And so I think that our residents will experience something very different than they experienced last year. And I'm very confident in the work that we've done to prepare ourselves for this.
All right. So at this point, are there any road closures, warming centers, anything like that that residents should know about right now?
Yes, we have warming centers. We have 6 warming centers. 3 are at area hotels. And those warming centers will be 24-hour, 7-day-a-week warming centers. And if people need to shelter overnight, they can shelter there overnight as well. So all of that information is provided on our website. So please, we ask all residents to absolutely go to our website to get information. I can also, I think I have the number here for our shelter hotline. It's 1-888-731-0999. That's 1-888-731-0999 if you need some assistance with shelter or warming stations, please contact us, and we have resources available for you. We have a really well thought out plan. We are focused on serving our most vulnerable residents, and we look forward to continuing to update the community.
All right, Prince George's County Executive Aisha Braveboy. Look, we certainly appreciate you taking the time to talk with us today, to put some people's nerves, calm them down a little bit, and let us know that what we're dealing with, essentially, the deck of cards. Certainly appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
All right, stick with us. We are back with more on our Weather Impact Alert in just a few minutes. We'll be streaming on WUSA9 Plus as well.
Okay. Mic check 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Hi, check. 1, 2, 3, check. We got Scott too.
Scott. When I go out on the terrace at the half hours,
Thank you for that.
can I
We've not
box with
seen
graphics instead of graphics full? Okay. What are you starting with?
Hey, mic check 1, 2, 3, 4.
See how I like that picture? You remember how dark it was? Yeah. That's better. Yeah, that's much better.
Millions of views viral.
Yeah.
And it's just people lip syncing.
Right.
Really?
Mic check 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check.
WUSA 9 at 10 a.m. begins with a massive weather impact alert. The snow is here and it's coming down fast. This is a live look at some of our cameras that are spread out all across the DMV. This is just the beginning.
That's right. Here's a look at the storm system moving its way across the region. For perspective here, the biggest concern right now is when the snow can just transition over to sleet. We've been seeing that happen already in our area.
Right now, a state of emergency is in effect in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, allowing more crews and resources to mobilize quickly. And as you can count on us to make sure that you have all the information you need every step of the way. Thank you for joining us on Wisdom Martin.
And I'm Simone D'Alba. We got you covered. We have teams spread across the region this morning, and they're monitoring conditions as the storm is unfolding in real time. And part of that team coverage includes 2 meteorologists, Caitlin McGrath and Mary Marshall, tracking every detail of the forecast for you. Busy morning for you 2 ladies.
It is, and you know, mostly what we're doing is deciphering what radar is showing because it looks like it's snowing on radar, but we have seen sleet for hours now.
Yeah, it can be really deceptive, which is why we look at all the layers to see exactly what's happening in the atmosphere. And Caitlin, we've even trimmed back numbers some, but we know we're raising them for sleet.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the snow might be done, but sleet piles on too. Those pingy little ice pellets could add on another inch, maybe even 2, but also keep in mind it'll weigh down the snow a bit. So it is a tough day to get an accurate measurement of exactly how much has fallen. It's also a difficult day when you look at radar and it looks so promising that we're still seeing this snow, but trust me, everywhere is now switched over to sleet. Some areas closer to the Mason-Dixon line are seeing sleet mixing with snow, but everyone is seeing some form of ice right now, and that's why we did lower the snowfall totals just a bit. We went 2 to 6 for areas in southern Maryland and the northern neck. Most of this region has already picked up about 4 inches. We're going 4 to 8 for areas north and west. We've seen a lot of 5-6 inch totals, but again, want to account for that sleet that will continue to accumulate. And farther off in parts of northern and western Maryland, West Virginia, even up by Winchester, could still squeak out 8 to maybe 10 inches of snow. So we'll take you through Futurecast here, though really the rest of the day is going to look very similar. This light icy mix piling on all of the light fluffy snow we had this morning. But what we will be watching really carefully throughout the afternoon is the potential for a little freezing rain for most of our region. This will be sleet. Again, those tiny little ice pellets that can sting your face. You hear them outside. But where we do see some freezing rain possible in southern Maryland, parts of St. Mary's County, Calvert County, that is what creates that icy glaze on tree branches and power lines and can cause power outage issues. Now, we do think the areas that do potentially see freezing rain will be very isolated, really confined to far southern Maryland, and it does not look like enough freezing rain to cause widespread issues, but keep in mind there is a power loss threat off to the south and east of 95. This is 4 o'clock, still sleeting across the area, and then this winter weather winds down as we head toward about 7-8 p.m. But doing a check-in now with Miri. She's got an updated look at some of those snowfall totals, and we have seen some pretty impressive numbers.
Yeah, definitely more than 5 inches in some neighborhoods, some even upwards of 6 inches of snow. So we've definitely seen those numbers come up. So just taking a look at some of them, Ashburn, Virginia, 5.1 inches in your neighborhood. Olney, Maryland, 5 inches there. Alexandria, 4.8 inches. Dulles, 4.2. And at a national airport, right around 3.4 inches of snow. And just a couple other areas, Clarksburg, Maryland, and Montgomery County, 6.5 inches. Laytonsville, 6 inches here. Tacoma Park, 5.5 inches. Potomac, Maryland, 5.4 inches. And in Poolsville, Maryland, we picked up 4.8 inches of snow. So we are under a 2,000-mile stretch of winter storm alerts across the U.S. D.C., of course, included in that. We're going to keep our winter storm warning from now until Monday at 4 a.m. Just to recap everything that's happening, what's new and what's happening now, we are flipping to sleet area wide. So right now it's happening. Everybody will see that flip by noon if you haven't seen it already in your neighborhood. We could see 1 to 2 inches of sleet on top of all that snow that I just showed you. So we are certainly not done with the impacts of this. I know a lot of people will look outside, see the snow is gone and think, oh, it's over, we can go outside. No. We have more to go. This is just the next phase of it. Now, this is going to begin to wrap up after 8 p.m., but the roads are still likely going to be highly impacted. It may be just a good idea just to kind of stay off of them for the rest of the day. Quick look at your 7-day forecast. Does show that once we get beyond this snow, we're not out of the winter danger just yet, which is why we've extended our weather impact alert. We're going to see high temperatures in the 20s for the next 7 days. So we're talking around the clock freezing temperatures for 7 days straight, and overnight lows will be in the single digits. Monday night we're down to 9 degrees. Tuesday night down to 8 degrees. So big impacts coming as this winter storm works its way across the area.
All right, Mary, thank you. At 10:05, let's head over to Arlington, where we are following some breaking news there. A vehicle has slid off the road and it hit a home right at the intersection of South Glebe Road and Walter Reed Drive.
Matthew Torres is on the scene right now. Matthew, this was a very bizarre situation, and even more bizarre when you consider you've actually talked to the homeowner.
Yeah, so I knocked on her door. Nobody answered. I rang the Ring doorbell camera. This homeowner is down in Florida, as you might imagine, escaping the cold. Only for me to be the one breaking the news to her that this truck belonging to the Arlington government slid off this road on Glebe Road. We're just off of 17th Road South, and then the back part then kind of smashed its way here to the bottom part of this house. You can see where the windows sort of caved in there. Thankfully, no one was around from what we can tell, but the question now is exactly what happened here. Of course, this truck kind of went backwards, and so this was earlier this morning. Arlington County Fire and EMS also putting on X some of the photos whenever this scene was active. So it just gives you an idea that these road conditions can still be very slick. And I want to show you what it looks like here right now. We have seen plow trucks making their way here, but the sleet is coming down. It's compounding on this road. So when we say stay indoors, if you can, do so, because you just never know. People, for all we know, could have been walking around here when this truck went backwards, or at least slipped and went into this house. So it can be dangerous, and certainly as we're seeing plow trucks moving up and down this road with the conditions changing so quickly, you just never know, guys.
Matt, I'm noticing too, just over your shoulder, looking at the grill of the car. Last time we saw you, it was mostly just covered in snow, and you can see the icicles kind of from the rain. The freezing rain has just kind of formed off the front of that grill.
Yeah, exactly. And it just shows you how long the truck may have been here this time. But yeah, it's already freezing and accumulating. So that is the nerve-wracking part about this whole day.
All right, Matthew, I know it's going to be hard to figure this out, but have given you any idea of when they will come and get that truck out of the yard at this point? I know it's still early, but...
Yeah, we'll make sure to follow up with Arlington County Fire EMS and really anyone with the county to find out. And yeah, hopefully this can be removed soon. But clearly the tape being out here signifies it's going to be here for a while.
Right, and they probably do have, their hands full with other things too, to be honest with you.
Two people who had a bad day, the person driving the car and the person who owns the home. So we're feeling for both of them. Matthew, thank you.
All right, 10:07 is the time right now. Now let's check in on Montgomery County, where crews are already hard at work cleaning the roads.
Our Lionel Donovan is driving around with crews as we speak. He's at Shady Grove Hospital. Lionel, good morning. How's your vantage point? What are you seeing?
Good morning. Like you said, I've been out here on the roads trying to get a better look at what the roads are looking like right now. And right now I'm joined by Anthony Curry, Workforce Leader 4 with the Department of Transportation. And so I wanted to get your thoughts as someone who's been out here since 8 p.m. last night. What are the roads looking like right now?
The roads are very, very messy right now. We are in our primary snow removal phase. We are keeping the roads open, heading towards hospitals and grocery stores and the main inlets in Montgomery County.
Okay, and so when you're in a situation like this, what's the priority for the county right now?
Priority right now is to take care of the family. The family being the fire department, being schools, being ride-on buses. We want to keep everybody moving as much as possible and as safe as possible. So to keep the primaries open keeps the fire department moving, ride-on buses moving, and things like that.
Okay, and so given the conditions of the roads right now, have you been seeing people trying to drive on these roads? Have you seen people trying to go out? And when you do, what do you see?
Saw plenty of cars out. A lot of them maybe were at work late last night trying to get home. Very small two-wheel drive cars that really had a hard time getting home. If you can, stay where you are. Please give us some time, give us a little courtesy. We promise you we are trying our hardest to get it clean for you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Curry. We do appreciate all the work that you're doing here trying to keep these roads clean. And as he was saying earlier, it's strongly encouraged right now to stay home, because while you're home, the crews can be out and they can do their work and they can clear these roads as quickly as possible. So we're going to keep monitoring, seeing how things are. I'm going to continue enjoying the soft life as a passenger prince. I'm going to throw it back to y'all.
Hey, you spoke that into existence this morning. Getting to his passenger prince.
Into existence.
Right. He found a car quick. He was like, enough of this being outside in this cold, wet, windy weather. So yes. All right, Lionel, thank you very much for the update. I appreciate it. All right, we want to check in on snow in the district right now. Rafael Sanchez Cruz live in Southeast D.C. this morning.
All right, let's get a check on what you're seeing, Rafa. Last time we saw you, you were making friends with people who were going sledding. You were showing us some of the side streets. How are you doing out there?
look, I can tell you that most people in DC are staying inside. We have been seeing some people kind of, navigating, trying to walk through the weather. Look, I keep saying if you have to go outside for something, right, an emergency or something. So here are the places that so far seem to be open. We're seeing gas stations are open, mini marts, and look, we're on Alabama Avenue in Southeast DC, and the actual Safeway right over here is actually open. So again, this is for emergencies. This is if you really need it. We've been listening to the scanner, just kind of getting a gauge of what our first responders are those calls that they're getting, that they're responding to. And look, they're still working. Obviously, medical emergencies are still happening. If you need to pick up some medicine or something, we completely understand you got to make your way out here. But this is kind of what the roadways look like right now on Alabama Avenue in Southeast. Main roadways, they've been plowed. This one hasn't seen a plow in a while now, but we are still able to navigate it. Again, some of the smaller streets, some of the neighborhood streets are still, pretty covered up. So again, look, this is a kind of situation that we're talking about. I'm sure these people with a wheelchair and stuff like that don't necessarily, want to be out here, but maybe an emergency that needs that they're experiencing or have to get to. So we completely understand, but again, the sidewalks are completely covered. But again, we understand that people need to make their way in some kind of scenarios. We are seeing some people clearing their driveways ahead of before the sleet comes and hits our area. So they're trying to make the best out of the situation that we're dealing with right now.
Interesting to see the Safeway open, but to some extent, I would argue they're essential workers in some regards.
Absolutely.
So,
yeah, because you never know what people may need
right.
During this time period as well. So yes. All right.
Rafa, thank you.
Well, our snow coverage is just getting started, and it will be with you all day as the snow falls. We'll have extended storm coverage throughout the day.
Just scan the QR code to download the WUSA9 app on your phone and WUSA9 Plus on your TV. It's really handy, and you can stream our coverage for free anytime. We'll be right back.
Yeah, of course I'm getting on the sled. And I haven't practiced at all, so we'll see.
This WUSA9 Weather Impact Alert is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
Welcome back. I'm meteorologist Caitlin McGrath. Well, now that we're a little bit later in the morning, a lot of folks are getting outside, getting the cleanup underway, and sending in some great photos. Check out this. These are Scout and Hazel. Scout prefers the shoveled path that their owner graciously shoveled for them there over the grass. Hazel, though, venturing out into the snow. Hazel wants nothing to do with the grass and is a big snow lover. So thanks so much for sending in this photo. We'd love to see what is going on in your neighborhood as well. Please upload your photos to the Near Me section of our WUSA9 app, or you can post them on our Weather Watchers Facebook page. We'd love to see how you are hopefully enjoying this snow/sleet day. Unfortunately, this is not a perfect winter storm by any means, and Doppler radar still looks super misleading. Still looks like it's snowing across most of the area, just now starting to pick up on some sleet on radar in some of our southernmost counties, but we know that everyone is seeing that sleet right now. Still mixing with some snowflakes for areas closer to the Mason-Dixon line, but for most everyone, we've got those pingy little sleet pellets falling and compressing the beautiful white snow that already fell earlier this morning. So these are our storm totals, and I say storm totals because this accounts for the snow and sleet. Sleet accumulates too, just not as nicely as snow. So that's why we're encouraging everyone to get out, get that cleanup underway, because you could have to shovel another inch or two of ice throughout the afternoon. We still have hours of this storm to go. Now, we did lower the totals to account for that earlier flip over to sleet than what we were anticipating and hoping for. So 2 to 6 inches covers areas off to our south and east, though many areas in that range have picked up closer to 4, maybe 5 inches. We've seen a lot of 5 and 6 inch totals in and around the Beltway, especially back through Loudoun County and Montgomery County, but could still tack on more of that ice. And we're going 8 to 10 for areas farther off to the north and west, where we are still seeing some snowflakes mixing in with that sleet. So throughout the rest of the day today, this is pretty much a sleet event for most of our area. We are watching the potential to mix in some freezing rain for parts of southern Maryland, down into southern Calvert County, St. Mary's County. There is a chance that you do see some of that freezing rain, that icy glaze that can accumulate on tree branches and power lines. If we were to have power issues today, that is my area of most concern. However, I don't think there's going to be enough freezing rain to really cause widespread issues. Now, as we head through the late afternoon and early evening hours, the storm finally starts to taper off, and it likely will end as sleet for most of our area, flipping to some snow back into parts of far western Maryland. And then it is all about the cleanup as we head through the overnight and throughout the day on Monday. This storm is going to be with us for days in terms of the impact from that storm. So our weather impact alert is all day today for that snow that has already switched over to sleet. And by the way, you know this if you've spent time outside today, maybe doing a little shoveling or snow blowing. It is frigid outside, and that Arctic cold is sticking around all the way through next weekend. It is not until February when we see temperatures climb above freezing. We are below freezing over the next 7+ days. I'm talking high temperatures in the 20s, even a few days with high temperatures for most of the area only in the teens. These are our DC temperatures, and our low temperatures in the single digits as well. That is potentially dangerous cold. You really need to take those cold weather precautions here over the next week, and keep in mind that also means we're really not going to see much melting. The sun might melt a little bit over the next week, and yes, you see a snowflake there on Thursday. Could see a few flakes early Thursday morning, but nothing like the storm we're seeing now.
All right, Caitlin, thank you. At 10:18, we start our team coverage. Look, with the fun stuff. People are also enjoying this snow day in a big way on Capitol Hill.
And that's where we find our Kelly Vaughn. She joins us live this morning. And Kelly, you found some sledders out there. Where are you?
Yeah, I found some sledders.
And you're one of them.
I'm on Capitol Hill, and we're going to try it. I didn't practice this at all, so here we go. Woo, we're making the most of the hill on Capitol Hill here. Woo! Okay, watch out, I can't steer. Whoa, okay, that was good.
Hey, that was great.
All right,
nice job,
impressed? Okay, but don't worry. Thank you guys. I was learning from the best. I got some kids up here who want to show you their skills. All right, guys, let's go.
Oh, look at them all. Oh, we got the tubes out. Wipe out.
There's one wipe out. There's two wipe outs. And then somebody that just said, forget it, I'm just going to drag it down the hill.
One's backwards. Look at the waving. Man,
great job, guys. All right, they're all excited to make it on TV. How was that? Did you have fun?
Definitely.
What was your favorite part of a snow day?
Well, I like to sled and build snowman.
Oh, that is the best part. How about you? What did you think of that sledding?
I really liked it.
What's your favorite part of a snow day?
Sledding.
Sledding? Are you guys staying warm? Did you have fun on that hill?
Yes.
Okay.
My toes are freezing though.
Your toes are freezing? Mine too. It is chilly. My mouth's getting frozen. Did you have fun?
Yeah, my dad forgot hand warmers though.
Oh no. She says her dad forgot the hand warmers. Oh man. All right, the best way to stay warm is to keep moving. Why don't you guys get back up there and come back down? Okay, it's picturesque out here. The Capitol looking beautiful in the snow. This is the perfect sort of hill not too steep. Why don't we show some more of these kids here? Now, we were talking about how the snowball fight was canceled on the mall because this isn't great snowball material, and I was asking you guys if you thought it was good sledding snow. Turns out it's perfect. This nice soft snow makes a perfect sledding material. So we've gotten people here out all day. I don't know how they're not frozen solid because my face, I can barely talk. My lips are frozen. There's actually people I've seen with skis out here as well. And there's a snowboarder coming up. So, this is as good as it gets in the DC area for skiing and snowboarding, I guess. Oh, here they come.
Look, it doesn't get more iconic than sledding on Capitol Hill in the middle of a snowstorm, Kelly, and you did it 10 out of 10.
Thank you, guys. But yeah, we've got the snowboarders and skiers walking up. But yeah, I'm going to maybe see if I can get another turn on the sled. It was hard to get my hands on one. But I'm going to go try to take another turn. I'll send it back to you all inside.
Hopefully Dad remembers the hand
warmers
next time.
I was going to say, do we have to throw Dad under the bus? We got to throw the guy under the bus. I mean, really? Okay, no, it's all good. It's all good. Do better. Do better, Dad. Do better.
Kelly, we can't wait to see your next turn down Capitol Hill. We love it. Bye. Okay, that was fun. Was that not fantastic?
Absolutely. That's the best way to do it right there.
And here's your postcard picture. Capitol Hill during the snowstorm of the decade. Here we go. We'll be right back after the break. At 10:23, just a heads up here, if you rely on Metro or maybe you're thinking about using it amid the storm, right now Metro is still offering both their bus and their rail service.
However, only 19 bus routes are running at the moment, and some of those routes are on detours. Metro says they hope to ramp up service throughout the day if the road conditions improve.
As for Metro Rail, Metro says all scheduled trains will run, but expect delays and longer rides because trains will be operating at slower speeds. Metro says they will update us this afternoon on their plan for the next few days.
10:24 is the time right now. Now let's get a check on the road conditions with Terry Hornstein. Terry, good morning.
Yeah, Wisdom and Simone, the roads are actually not looking so bad as far as crashes are concerned. The weather, well, that's a different story. You are looking right now. This is 495 and it's looking good out here. This is right near Good Luck Road. I did see a vehicle fire out here earlier. It was kind of backing things up, but because there aren't that many drivers on the roads right now, we weren't seeing very heavy delays and it was actually cleared pretty quickly. But this is what our area looks like. You can see all of these slowdowns and that's because of all the snow covered roads out there. So I wanted to give you some different angles here and you can kind of see what's going on. So this is off of 66 and you can see a broken down vehicle off to the side of the road here. You can also see a plow out there down here. This is also 95. There's a broken down vehicle as well and some road crews out there. That's a lot of what we're seeing, a lot of these stalled vehicles. vehicles. A lot of vehicles kind of stuck in the snow out there. So again, just use caution. We are urging everyone to stay inside. But if you can't stay inside today, these are the tips you should use. Go slowly, increase your distance between other vehicles, be smooth on the accelerator, the brakes, and while steering, and maintain steady momentum for hills. And the biggest advice here, do not slam on your brakes.
All right, you know what, just to see the maps like that, there's not many cars out there, but it's a good perspective. The roads are not in good shape.
Right. Thank goodness it's Sunday. I keep saying that.
Yeah.
Thank goodness it's Sunday.
All right, we're going to continue to follow the very latest with this storm. We'll be right back after the break.
Right now at 10:30, a dangerous and potentially catastrophic winter storm continues unfolding across the DMV and much of the country, impacting over 250 million people nationwide.
And the storm is part of a massive system stretching from Texas to New England, triggering states of emergency in at least 20 states, with some of the worst expected across the Mid-South, from Arkansas all the way up to Virginia. It's already knocked out power for tens of thousands of people across the South and leading to travel chaos, with thousands of flights being grounded.
Good morning to you, and thank you for joining us. I'm Wisdom Martin.
And I'm Simone D'Alba. We are under a weather impact alert this morning as emergency crews continue dealing with a major winter storm and a significant threat for ice as the day goes on.
Mary Marshall and Caitlin McGrath are leading our coverage this morning, our weather coverage this morning, with the latest updates to the forecast as they come in, including when we'll see the transition from snow to ice. And we've got teams spread out all across the DMV as well. D.C., Maryland, Virginia, bringing you every angle of the storm as that snow continues to fall this morning.
All right, let's go ahead and start with Mary Marshall. Mary, the changes we're starting to see right now as we see the transition out of snow into this sleet. You know what, we're going to get back to Mary in just a moment. We are following some breaking news. This is out of Minneapolis. Again, another deadly shooting involving ICE agents is sparking outrage.
All right, we're going to show you this chilling video. Federal agents shooting and killing a 37-year-old man now identified as Alex Preddy, a Minneapolis resident and American citizen. Cell phone video shows the moments leading up to that shooting. You can see a federal agent pushes a person to the ground and then pepper sprays him. And then more officers converge and wrestle that man to the ground, appearing to hit him, before at least one agent opens fire and kills the man. And the response has been swift.
Protesters once again clashed with federal law enforcement after this, the third high-profile federal agent shooting in Minneapolis. And those protests stretch from Los Angeles to here in the district, with hundreds marching to ICE headquarters in protest of federal immigration operations across the county and to protest the Trump administration.
Now, in response to the shooting, Senate Democrats are vowing to block funding for the Department of Homeland Security, including agencies like ICE and Border Patrol, unless significant reforms are added. The opposition has drastically increased and because critics fear Congress is now headed for a major spending fight over DHS funding, with the risk of a partial government shutdown looming. The deadline for a deal is Friday. We'll be sure to keep you updated on this.
Cell phone videos captured the moments leading up to the shooting death of 37-year-old U.S. citizen Alex Preddy after an encounter between protesters and federal officers. A Border Patrol agent pushes a woman who is a protester. Preddy gets in between the woman and the agent, who then appears to deploy pepper spray. As Preddy is being taken to the ground by a group of federal officers, one of them discovers he is armed with a handgun. Another officer opens fire.
The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Fearing for his life and for the lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots.
The Department of Homeland Security released this photo of a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. Minnesota officials say Preddy, an ICU nurse, had a valid permit to carry and was legally allowed to have the handgun in Minnesota, which is an open carry state.
I just saw a video of more than 6 masked agents pummeling one of our constituents and shooting him to death. How many more residents, how many more Americans need to die or get badly hurt for this operation to end?
Protests have escalated following the incident, which comes just 2 weeks after the death of Renee Good, also at the hands of a federal officer who said he fired in self-defense.
We don't disagree that there is an issue with criminal immigrants. We all agree that there is an issue with how it's being addressed right now, with complete lack of regard for human life and dignity.
In response to the shooting, more than 1,000 protesters took to the streets in Minneapolis in sub-zero temperatures, with other protests being held in solidarity nationwide. Cristian Benavides, CBS News.
You know, the other thing that we're watching here is really this conversation around cruelty. So I think the conversation has been, we don't have an issue with, you know, illegal immigrants being deported if they have a criminal record, if they have done something wrong, but this appetite for the cruelty that we're watching unfold, and then the conflict of messaging, right? The clear discrepancies between what DHS is saying to you, saying, hey, this was self-defense, versus what video is clearly showing, which is, again, you see this interaction. You see Preddy being disarmed moments before he is shot in the back multiple times. And then again, you have government leaders, you have Governor Tim Walz, you have Mayor Jacob Frey saying things like, you cannot trust what DHS is telling you.
Right. In fact, they're concerned in Minnesota about the follow-ups to this, the investigations that will take place after this. Attorney General Keith Ellison has sued the administration, trying to stop them from interfering with their investigations and what they're calling a cover-up of evidence as well. So that is going on. In fact, a federal judge has issued an order blocking the Trump administration from what they said was interfering with the investigation and by covering up evidence in these incidents, because as you just heard Christian Benavides there in that report, 2 weeks ago, Renee Good was also shot and killed by an ICE agent. And to your point, there's a lot of conversations about these are not immigrants, these are American citizens who are out there protesting, and this is the end result. And that's also led to conversations around the country as well, because here in Montgomery County in Maryland, in our area, one of our council members, Will Jawando in Montgomery County, has sponsored some legislation saying that these ICE agents should not be able to come into Montgomery County with these masks on, because you don't know who they are, you don't know what they're doing, what their purpose is, and it creates situations like this.
And there's been this movement too that, you know, if you are going to work for ICE in the state, then you potentially cannot work in law enforcement down the way. So there is push locally wisdom, as you were talking about, hey, if you're going to participate in this kind of activity, you need to have your mask taken off. You need to follow certain protocol. None of that has been successful as of yet. And also, you pointed out something very important. The restraining order is the newest development in this story today. So again, the state is suing the federal government over access to basically be allowed to investigate the shooting, because with Renee Good, they were barred from that. They were not given the privilege of doing their own investigation. And with this massive discrepancy between state and federal, I mean, we need as much transparency as possible.
Right. And as we said, we've seen that the chaos with the follow-up after this shooting and after the shooting of Renee Good, people in the streets, and then more of the law enforcement coming into the streets as well, creating a difficult situation, the batons, the pepper spray, and it's a dangerous situation. It's volatile. All the way around.
All right, and still unfolding as we speak today. So we'll follow those developments, and of course, we'll keep you updated. In the meantime, we're tracking the radar and the very latest coming down. Mary, what are you seeing?
Well, I'm starting to see that transition more from snow over to sleet mixing in. It's been happening now for the last half an hour to hour, and it's becoming more prevalent now. As we look at Doppler radar, you can see that pinkish purple color representing where we're seeing it mix in, but really it's all over. Even in the areas in blue, we know that just by looking at the several layers of the atmosphere that this is occurring, and not just for us, for Richmond, Charlottesville, Elkins, we're all seeing that transition. Now do watch it over southern Maryland. You could see some freezing rain there, perhaps a light glaze, but any amount of ice does call for caution. This is a look at the entire system, stretching from rain in New Orleans and freezing rain all the way up to snow along New York and Boston as this system just grips the country. Here's what's going to be happening over the next few hours. We're going to continue to see this mixing of sleet coming in with the snow. This is at 12 o'clock. At 3 p.m. we continue to see it, same at 5:30. So we still have several hours to go. Just because you're not seeing as much snow outside doesn't mean that this event is over. And then 7 o'clock is kind of the tail end push of this. Once we get past 8 p.m., most areas will begin to clear out, and this will gradually just kick out of the area later on tonight. So bottom line, sleet is flipping right now. We're seeing that flip from snow to sleet. It's happening now. 1 to 2 inches of sleet on top of the snow that you already got will be possible. This is going to be ending for us after 8 o'clock. And it's one of the reasons why Caitlin has been outside all morning trying to help you measure that before we see the flip completely take hold, Caitlin.
Yeah, that's right, Mary. So if you haven't done so already, now is a good time to get outside and get that measurement. And let's go over a few tips and tricks when it comes to getting an accurate measurement. First thing you're going to need today, you're probably okay with a ruler. I wish we needed our yardsticks, but just not that much snow. And I always encourage you to take an even measurement. And what I mean by that is find an area that's not really impacted by drifting snow up against a building, your house, or trees. You can kind of see where the snow builds up a little bit more. So find a nice flat area like we have here on the weather terrace and take that ruler, push it directly into the snow. Oh, we're getting quite a bit more here on the weather terrace, and push it straight down, because when you tilt it back or forward, that can kind of skew the number. And then take several measurements to see. You'll notice that every time you kind of push it down, the number's a little different, and then find the average. We're just under 4.5 here in DC, and we did have about 3.5 of snow, but that sleet is continuing to pile on. So let's talk about the best way to clear this snow, and I encourage you to clear it now before this sleet continues to pile on, because it's the sleet that's going to make it a difficult cleanup. The snow has been light and fluffy. It's easy to push around, and you should do just that, push and not lift the snow. Your back will very much thank you, but unfortunately with some of this sleet, it is on the heavier side, so you might need to do a little bit of lifting, but use your legs, not your back. Trust me, it will pay off. And you know what? If you need a little help from the neighborhood kid, go ahead and ask, because this is going to be a hard cleanup, especially with all of that sleet. And I really encourage you as well to use the proper amount of ice melt. That is my biggest ask here, especially as we head through the next several days where those temperatures are going to stay below freezing. So I've got a little helpful tip here. I brought a mug out with me. This is a 12-ounce mug. Chances are you've got a mug at home. I hope you fill it with some tea, coffee, or hot chocolate today. But this is all the salt you need. Fill it up with ice melt. That is enough to cover a 20-foot driveway or 10 sidewalk blocks. You really need much less ice melt than you actually think. So just fill up a mug, sprinkle it lightly. It's gonna get to work for you. And if you need to add a little bit more later, go ahead and do so. But less is always more when it comes to that initial layer.
A salt glutton. Like I've just, until you told me this, Caitlin,
Right.
I feel like it's okay. Good to know.
I'm the same way. We're on the same page.
Now we know. We'd do better. All right, at 10:39, our weather coverage continues. The live look over the district here. Boy, the roads are quiet. We're happy to see this again out over Maryland. Emergency crews have been hard at work all across the DMV, treating and clearing the roads as storms get ready to transition, as we're seeing from snow to ice.
All right, let's get out to Matt Gregory right now. He is on the road on our Weather Explorer. Matt, how's it going?
Hey, listen, the roads are bad and the drivers are worse. That's my headline for today, but let's give you a look at what we're taking. This is the road less traveled, if you will. We're taking Urbana Pike up to Frederick. Give you an idea, because this is the area that was seeing most of the snowfall. A reminder as we go over this historic bridge here. Bridges and overpasses are the first to freeze, and we're at about 12 degrees now, so the freezing is already here. If you've been able to hear from some of my other colleagues, what we're seeing as we're heading up Urbana Pike, by the way, is we've completely, even in Frederick, which is kind of north of that line originally, we're just seeing sleet coming down. So everything that has been turning over for, say, the last hour or 2 hours or so, it feels like all sleet up here. At least that's what it sounds like. I want to point something out as we're coming over, by the way. You see the power lines there. That's actually a beautiful shot of the power lines. Number one, visibility low. Number two, looking at the power lines, we're not seeing a lot of snow sitting on them. Matt, why is that important? Glad you asked. One of the things that we are worried about when it comes to this ice is that the ice will coat on the power lines. And if the snow lays on the power lines, then the ice comes around it and that weighs down. That's when we can start to see power outages. And we're in a rural area of Maryland right now to give you an idea of what they would deal with. Usually sort of the municipalities, the cities, those higher populated areas, those don't have as big an issue, but the power can go out in a place like here, north of Urbana, and it could be out for days if we see the ice like we're kind of predicting at this point. So that's the one thing we're keeping track of. Show you behind us what the road looks like. This one was probably plowed, I would say, Urbana Pike a couple hours ago or so. You can see a new layer has kind of sat there, but again, like I've said before, like look, it looks like just a winter wonderland behind you, but I promise you, it looks pretty. It ain't great to drive. But looking back forward, that's the one car we've seen on Urbana Pike in the last 45 minutes or so. So that's what we're kind of looking at out this way. Again, like I said, the roads are bad, all right? And a lot of the drivers we've seen, not great decision makers. So if you don't have to go out, please don't go out unless it's an emergency. It looks pretty bad, but we're going to keep going to Frederick, then work our way back down. But we wanted to show you what those back roads look like at this hour. Anyway, in or outside of Urbana, I'm Matt Gregory. Back to you.
Hey, we also appreciated the power line perspective, Matt. I thought that was really important you brought that up.
Yeah, because we know how the issues that could crop up in this kind of weather with power lines being snapped and then power going out. So yes, we appreciate that.
Well, stay safe out there, Matt. We'll see you soon. Thank you.
All right, 10:42 is the time right now. On a typical Sunday, Bowie Town Center is busy with shoppers and diners, but today it's a completely different story.
Yeah, that's right. That's where we find Sarah Robinson. She is in Bowie. Sarah, we want to go live to Prince George's County, and can you tell me what you're seeing out there? We can see all the white blanketing the ground behind you.
I know, yeah, there's definitely a lot of snow here. We're actually on an overpass right now. This is 50 headed east towards Annapolis, Route 50. Take a look at this, you guys. This is not your ideal driving conditions. As you can see, there are some cars out here. I know Matt Gregory was saying the drivers, they're not doing too great today, and that is exactly what we have seen. We have seen drivers slipping and sliding all over the roads. Thankfully, right this second, we're not seeing that, but I did get some video. We did get some video of that earlier today. If we could show that, that would be great, because it just really highlights how dangerous these conditions are. We saw someone trying to pull out and basically did a donut. It was pretty scary. He rolled down his window and said, "Oh my goodness, I didn't mean to do that." So just take it easy. It's really important to note that if you can avoid being out here today, I definitely would avoid it, just because of what we have seen. We've also seen a lot of people on the roads, as I'm sure you're aware, trying their best to get the snow off. There's a shopping center, Bowie Town Center, that we stopped at this morning. They've been shoveling, get this, since 11 p.m. last night. And they've gone pretty much the whole way through, trying to get that shopping center as clear as possible with the goal of opening, but I don't think that's going to be happening today.
Been here since 11 pretty much last night. Hopefully by tomorrow we'll get everything cleaned up, but we're here working pretty much. So
shoveling is hard. Yeah, that snow is really heavy, and I'm sure it's going to be even worse now that we have this sleet that is coming down. It's kind of hurting my face a little bit, I'm not going to lie to you guys. It's not that pleasant to be out here, but you probably could have fun out here for about 15 minutes or so, and then it's going to get really, really cold. I should note, though, because we have seen some cars getting stuck, if you do need to head out today, make sure the tread on your tire is at least 5/32 of an inch of tread. That's the ideal. That's the lowest you could go. It ideally should be higher. You can also bring kitty litter with you if your car gets stuck for some extra traction. We did see some people, our car is pulled over here, that they already tried to help us. Thankfully, we're not stuck. We're just out here reporting, but that was really kind of them to do. So I'll send it back to you guys. But yeah, keep a careful eye on your neighbors today, guys.
All right, good reminders there.
Yeah, out
Sarah?
there in Bowie Town Center. Again, usually lots of people out there, but obviously because of the conditions, a lot of people staying at home.
You know what? They went shopping, they got their books and their hot
Right.
cocoa, and
Yeah,
they're hanging
and
out.
all their food, they're
We
good
like
to go.
that. You're watching us. That's what we
Yeah.
like. All right, be sure to stay with WUSA9 for our continued live coverage this morning. Look, we have got you covered. We've got the latest updates on the forecast, plus where the storm is really packing the most punch. Our special extended coverage will last through the day. Just scan the QR code to download the WUSA9 app on your phone and WUSA9 Plus on your TV so you can stream our coverage for free. We'll be right back. Beautiful.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Uh-oh. She can't hear me. She's frozen. All right, she's frozen. What do I need to tell her to do?
This WUSA9 Weather Impact Alert is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
All right, here we go. Snow totals and storm totals, we should say, are coming in because we're counting for snow with sleet on top. Clarksburg, Maryland picked up more than 6.5 inches of snow with some sleet on top. Laytonsville, Maryland, 6 inches there. Tacoma Park picking up on 5.5 inches. Potomac, Maryland, 5.4 inches, and Poolesville, Maryland, right about 4.8 inches. So here's a quick look at some of the snow totals that came in around the region. We'll look at more of them in just a moment, but right now you're still seeing something falling from the sky, and it looks white, but you can hear it, right? That's going to be the sleet. So sleet, snow falls softly and quietly. Sleet makes some noise. It announces itself as it's about to come in. And if you're out walking with it, it can sting you in the face, and we're already seeing that signature pop up on Doppler radar. So all this blue looks like snow, but what we can tell you is that for the last hour or so, sleet has been mixing in. We don't just look at this, what we see on Doppler radar. We look at all the layers and different tools to find out exactly what's happening in the atmosphere. This purplish color does represent a little better signature of that sleet beginning to mix in. This transition has been happening, and it will continue to happen. It's a winter mess now outside. We can see that transition from Charlottesville to Richmond, and it's continuing as this system makes its trek up. Look at the entire stretch of this storm. Still some snow in New York, but mixing around D.C. all the way up through areas like New Orleans and Memphis and Cincinnati. So a good chunk of the country is experiencing this. Here's what's going to be happening next. We will continue to see this mix until about 8 o'clock this evening. This is at noon. Everybody's still getting a mix over southern Maryland. Watch out for getting some freezing rain over there. This is not regular rain. As it falls down, it looks like rain, but then anything that it comes in contact with that's at or below freezing, it's going to form a thin glaze of ice. So do be careful of that. This is at 3 p.m. We still have mixing, and same at 5:30. By 7 o'clock, things begin to lighten up and wind down just a bit, and then after 8 p.m., this mainly pushes over to our east, and we begin to see some relief from what's falling from the sky, but we're still dealing with those impacts. So flipping to sleet, that's the big weather story. It's happening now. We could see another 1 to 2 inches of sleet on top of the snow that you already got. And this is going to be ending for us after 8 p.m. Now from here, the other big weather story is the cold that's coming. A whole week of temperatures in the 20s. And by early Tuesday morning, it's going to feel like we are 5 degrees below zero at 7 o'clock in the morning. So again, Ashburn, Virginia picked up on 5 inches, Dulles more than 4.2 inches. And we already showed you those storm totals. Winter storm warning until about 4 a.m. on Monday with highs in the 20s this week.
Is the time right now. All morning we've been tracking road conditions as crews work to clear the streets, and right now we're focusing on the district. And joining us now is the director of the D.C. Department of Transportation. This is Sharon Kirschbaum. Good morning to you, Sharon. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning. Happy to be here.
Yeah, good. Good to see you. All right. So which areas are we seeing the biggest impacts on this morning? All right, so we are clearly having some technical difficulties. Go ahead, answer that. If you heard the question, go ahead and answer, Sharon. We're sorry about this. We know how technology works in these storms, but go ahead.
Sorry about that. Yeah,
that's okay.
So we're in the midst of a shift change. So our third shift's coming in. Our trucks have really plowed through all of our major arterials. And so while the plows went through, we cleared, it's still snowing. So you're not going to see blacktop for a bit. We've done one run through all of the residential and local roads at least. But again, until the precipitation stops, you're not going to see blacktop for some time.
All right. So we've been saying it all morning long, but what is your message? Because you actually are, doing the work out here or in charge of doing the work. So what is your message to drivers who are about to head out on this Sunday?
Well, okay. If you don't have to drive, don't, because you are compacting the snow. You're making our job harder. So if you don't have to drive, please don't. Please go slow. There are icy conditions. And I would say for those of you who are home, start shoveling now. As this freezing rain and sleet comes, it actually gets heavier and heavier. So the sooner you start shoveling, the better. And please don't shovel it into the road.
All right. Sharon, thank you much. We'll let you get back to work because we know you got a lot of work to do. This is only the start of this. So thank you for your time this morning. We apologize again for the technical issues. But again, we know how it is with the phones and technology and storms when they all combine together. Thank you very much, Sharon. Take care.
All right, it's 10:52. We are taking a live look at Reagan. Looking at the White House right now. We'll be right back after the break. At 10:55, we are taking a live look over Reagan National Airport. You can kind of see it through the snow coming down. Look, this winter storm has essentially shut down air travel. Nearly all departures here have been canceled as crews are working to de-ice planes, trying to clear the runways, and many arriving flights have been delayed, diverted, or just canceled entirely. Taking a look at FlightAware this morning, you can see there have been over 5,000 delays, over 10,000 cancellations, over 800 of those at Reagan National alone. And major airlines say disruptions are happening at many local hubs, including Dulles and BWI. These disruptions could last into Monday. Travelers are being urged to please stay home, check your flight status if you were scheduled today. But look, it is just best to avoid the airport unless it is absolutely necessary. All right, take a look at this. One of our viewers sent us this video showing teens seizing the snow day. If you look closely here, you can see them sledding down the road in DC's Woodley Park. All right, this is what you're supposed to do on a snow day. Love to see it. Looks like they might have been out there early too. Again, this happened around 5:30 this morning as millions across the DMV enjoyed a snow day. All right, we've seen this from Woodley Park. We saw some kids having a good time at Capitol Hill. Listen, send us your photos, send us your videos. We'd love to see how you are enjoying the snow day as well. All right, we've got much more ahead on WUSA9 News at 11 a.m. Our live team coverage continues in D.C., Montgomery, and Fairfax counties. Coming up, what we're seeing as winter weather continues to pound the DMV this morning. Back after the break.
WUSA9 at 11 a.m. begins with a massive winter weather impact alert. Snow is here and it's coming down fast. It's a live look at some of our cameras spread out across the DMV, and this is just the beginning.
I wanted to give you a look at the storm system moving across the region. For context here, the biggest concern right now is the transition we've been watching from snow into sleet.
Now, right now, a state of emergency is in effect for D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, allowing more crews and resources to mobilize quickly. And you can count on us to make sure that you have all the information that you need every step of the way. So thank you for joining us. I'm Wisdom Martin.
We got you. I'm Simone D'Alba. We have teams spread across the region this morning monitoring conditions as the storm is unfolding. And part of that team coverage includes two meteorologists, Caitlin McGrath and Mary Marshall, tracking the forecast for you every step of the way.
All right, ladies, it's been a very busy morning and things are consistently changing.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, our focus really is now away from the snow and onto the sleet.
Yeah, Caitlin, we've had to adjust numbers. We saw the transition happening, and now it's becoming even more prevalent across the area.
Yeah, that's right. But Doppler radar still looks super misleading. I know it looks like it's snowing, but we're starting to mix in a little bit more of that purple, indicating that sleet. And for some, especially closer to the Mason-Dixon line, you are still seeing some snow mixed with sleet. But for just about everyone, what's falling from the sky are those pingy little ice pellets. They are a real pain. They make it harder to clean. That's why we've been saying get outside, shovel now if you haven't started doing so already. The snow this morning was super light and fluffy, but the sleet, it is weighing it down. And we did adjust our numbers as a result of that transition over to sleet a little bit earlier in the morning. So we're down to 2 to 6 for parts of southern Maryland, though most of this region has already picked up 4. But notice this is for Sunday storm totals because sleet accumulates too. We could end up with an additional inch to 2 inches of those ice pellets on top of that snow. So ultimate storm totals about 6 to 8 inches, up and down 95, up 270, back into most of northern Virginia, but far northern Virginia, really northern and western Maryland into parts of West Virginia could squeak out 8 to 10 inches. So most of us, again, already seeing a pure sleet event. Still a little bit of snow mixing in closer to the Pennsylvania border. But as we head through the afternoon, we're just going to continue to see that ice pile on. Now notice down into parts of southern Maryland, southern St. Mary's, southern Calvert County, where temperatures could get warm enough, there may be a brief period of freezing rain. Now thankfully, I do not think it's going to be enough ice accretion or ice accumulation to really weigh down tree branches and power lines substantially. But if we had a freezing rain threat today, it is going to be for areas farther off to the south and east. Elsewhere, this really is just going to be sleet as we head throughout the afternoon and even into the early evening. It's not until 8 o'clock when the last of this storm starts to clear out of here and we shift our focus to the cleanup. And it will be a bear of a cleanup with all of the sleet piling on right now. But want to send things over to Miri. She's an update on some of those snow and sleet totals that we're starting to see come in.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough to clean up too because once we get past the snow and sleet, the big weather story is going to be the cold, that deep freeze that's going to stick around for at least the next 7 days. Let's talk some snow totals. Ashburn, Virginia, more than 5 inches for you there. And then we even have some sleet adding in on top of that. Only Maryland, 5 inches there. Alexandria, 4.8 inches. Dulles, 4.2. National Airport, 3.4 inches. So we have certainly seen those numbers add up around the area. And then you're getting sleet on top of this as well. Clarksburg, Maryland, one of the higher totals, 6.5 inches. Laytonsville, right around 6 inches there. Tacoma Park, 5.5 inches. Potomac, Maryland, 5.4. And Poolesville, Maryland, 4.8 inches of snow and some sleet on top. So that's the big story, flipping to sleet. Once again, just to recap, we're flipping. It's happening right now. We're starting to see that sleet mix in and take over the snow. A possible 1 to 2 inches of sleet on top of the snow you already got is on the way, and that's going to help compact that snow so it may look like a smaller pile, but that's what fell. And then as Caitlin's been mentioning, this is going to end after about 8 o'clock. We are one of many 2,000-mile stretch of winter storm alerts from Louisiana and Texas all the way up toward New York and Boston and beyond. We do still have our winter storm warning until at least 4 a.m. on Monday. Now let's talk about the cold because that's what's going to be coming next. once we get those feels like temperatures in with the winds combined with these bitter cold temperatures, by Tuesday morning at about 7 a.m., it's going to feel like 5 degrees below zero. So again, looking at how we're going to see those temperatures come in and how the sleet plays out. We'll explain how the sleet forms coming up. But for now, let's send it back to our anchors.
All right, Mary, we'll see you soon. Thank you. At 11:04, let's go ahead and send things over to Falls Church.
Matthew Torres is there, and what are you into right now, Matthew?
Oh, he's got the yardstick.
I'm into trying to you know, you guys mentioned earlier this morning that I didn't have the proper beanie on, and I had this long scarf. So this is now my Leonardo DiCaprio The Revenant look, if you guys remember that movie. So this is me just weathering out the elements today. So covering my head, but yeah, we're here just outside of Eden Center along Wilson Boulevard off of Arlington Boulevard. Selfishly, guys, I came here in hopes that one of the restaurants would be open to get, you know, one of the good pho, Vietnamese food, Asian food, as this neighborhood is very known for. Unfortunately, so far no luck. What we are seeing though, as you can tell, is just a lot of work behind the scenes in the parking lot areas to obviously clear it out. We understand the main roads having to be a priority for the crews out here, but also when you have such a busy shopping center such as the Eden Center, the idea is to also make sure that it doesn't get so slick to the point when they do reopen that it would be a problem. So I do have the yardstick, as you guys mentioned. So let's go over this way because the idea is to have more of a flat surface. So I'm not sure how accurate it is based on what Mary has said earlier as far as the snow totals that they've seen, but at least right here, let me go all the way down. Okay, so this is showing 5 inches. About 5 inches over here in Falls Church. So, you know what? This isn't working out. I have to get my beanie from the hotel. But guys, you hear that?
Yes, we hear it.
Pellet noise.
The hair, though.
Yeah, I'm in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what?
I know, right? We're not gonna be like killing a wolf and taking warmth in the skin the way the movie did.
I was gonna tell you, I wish you a boba latte instead of a bear jump scare, right? There's some good boba in that.
Yeah. At this point, Matthew,
I agree.
You spend a lot of time for the perfectly coiffed hair, as you mentioned this morning. You should just go with it. Just take it off and just go with the hair. And is that Planet Fitness open behind you?
Wait, hold on. I gotta take your picture while we're at this. Matt, this will live on forever, my friend. We got you. We got a selfie coming your way.
If I find a place open, guaranteed next time you see me, I'm gonna be indoors.
Understandable.
Right, very smart man. He's like, I've had enough of this. All right, so no pho, no Planet Fitness, and the hair needs to be taken care of. So there you go.
I like the improv, though. I like the, hey, do what you can with what you got.
That's right.
I try.
All right, Leonardo DiCaprio, we will see you later. 11:08 is the time right now. All right, so we want to continue to talk about this. Let's go to Montgomery County now, where the crews are already hard at work cleaning up the roads as well.
Yeah, people have been working around the clock. Some of them up to 12 hours. Our Lionel Donovan is driving around with road crews as we speak and is live on the highway. And Lionel, tell me what you're seeing out there. I know the person you're driving with has been working really hard today.
That's right, Simone. I've been with Anthony Curry, workforce leader with the Department of Transportation for Montgomery County. He tells me he's been out here since 8 o'clock last night, and he's still here working, trying to get the county's roads clean as much as he can. But as you can see, there's been quite a bit of snow that's still falling. So I want to bring you in right now, Anthony. You've been here. We've been driving around for a few hours now. What are you seeing?
I'm seeing messy roads. I'm seeing roads are getting better. Roads are getting peeled back, but still messy. As we work, it's still coming down.
And I think it might have been maybe 30 minutes ago, we came across a ride-on bus that was actually stuck trying to get off of the overpass, trying to get onto I-370. Seeing a bus get stuck like that, what does that say to you as far as motorists trying to drive on these roads right now?
anybody driving a bus is a CDL professional driver. If he can get stuck, anybody can get stuck. Stay home, give us time, please give us grace. We're fighting Mother Nature here.
All right, I think that's it. I can't say it any better than that. Really, when it comes to these roads, I can understand that, some people might need to be out. They feel like they have to be out, but if you don't, it's very important that you stay home right now. It's very important that these roads are clear so that crews can try to get this snow out as best they can. So if you can stay home, make sure to do that. However, if you have to be out, make sure to limit your time outside as much as possible and make sure these roads are clear so the crews can do what they have to do. Back to you guys.
People risking their own safety to make sure that those roads are going to be okay.
Right.
Thank you for that perspective, Lionel.
All right. Appreciate it. All right, 11:10 is the time right now. Now let's check in on the snow in the district. Rafael Sanchez Cruz live at Lincoln Park on Capitol Hill.
Oh, what a beautiful shot behind you,
that's
Rafa.
right. I know, Wisdom Simone, look, I know we're talking serious stuff and those are, all the tips that we're giving, they're super important. But look, it's also just a moment to enjoy. We're at Lincoln Park. Look at all these families enjoying the snow, sledding. We've got like a little hill going on for like the smaller DC neighbors, people just having fun. And I was actually just chatting with this family over here. So first, what are your names?
Hey, I'm Adam.
Adam, what's your name?
Annie.
And Adam and Annie, and y'all are enjoying this. So how's it been so far?
It's been fun. It's icy, but it's great.
It's super fun and it's sometimes funny.
Yeah, you've been pretty brave because I saw you even went backwards.
Yeah, it actually makes the sled go faster.
Yeah. And you were asking about schools.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like we're probably not going to have school at least tomorrow, but I mean, how are you just enjoying overall just having the big, we haven't had a storm like this in a while.
No, yeah, it's a nice excuse to stay home and be warm and put on movies and, make our favorite snacks and then come out here and get icy and snowy and go back inside again.
Yeah,
it's a good time.
Let's be honest. Do you want to go to school tomorrow?
Not really.
Not really? I don't blame you. Look, it's getting to school. We are seeing that they are clearing the pathways. Roadways are clear. I mean, overall, how do you rate the snowfall? Because everyone's comparing it to 2016 and everyone has a point of comparison. What do you think?
This is up there with some of the better storms we've been since we've lived on the hill for almost 20 years, and it's great. But, the sleet is very icy.
Yeah.
But that's all right. It's fun.
Yeah, well, we appreciate it. Keep having fun. Keep being brave. I saw you. Yeah, so, yeah, like I said, some lighthearted in all of this. Again, we've been driving around for a couple hours now. Roads are fairly clear here in the district, which is the good news. People are staying home, but we're also seeing people have fun, which is also a huge part of a snow day. Now, coming up in the next hour, I also want to talk about all the cleaning efforts that people are doing to kind of get their driveways prepared and all the work that they're doing ahead of that sleet that's heading our way. So that's me live here at Lincoln Park, heading it back to you in the studio.
Look, snow days are where you make your best memories.
Simone,
What do you have?
Guess what?
What is it?
Rafael, I will give you this bag of candy if you go get on one of those sleds right now and slide down the hill.
Wisdom, look, this is the thing, Wisdom. I think I'm like bigger than the slope, essentially.
That's all right. It doesn't matter. No, you can do it.
Yeah.
You can do it and do it anyway. It doesn't matter.
Annie, can I borrow your sled real quick? If I break it, Channel 9 will buy you a new one. All right?
Okay, go ahead.
And if I break a bone, Wisdom will also buy me a new body, I guess.
Okay, here we go.
All right, y'all.
Here we go.
There we go. You ready?
Yeah, ready. Here we go. Go.
Woo!
You know what?
That was
Good
pretty
enough.
good.
Bravo.
Channel 9, back to you.
Bravo. Here, your candy will be.
Thank you.
Your candy will be waiting on you when you get back. Bravo. Bravo.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank y'all. Thank you, Annie. You did it way better than I did.
She did do it better than you, but you did it. So it's all good. It's all good. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I can't believe the Skittles worked. I was like, that's not going to work.
I didn't think it was going to work either, but it did. So it's all good. I was going to go to money next, but he took the candy instead. All right. 11:13 is the time right now. Our snow coverage is just getting started, and we're gonna be here all day as this snow continues to fall. We have extended storm coverage throughout the day.
That's right. Just scan the QR code to download the WUSA9 app on your phone and WUSA9 Plus on your TV. You don't want to miss any of this. We're having a lot of fun, and we got you covered for all the important stuff. We'll be right back after the break.
This WUSA9 Weather Impact Alert is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
We are continuing to get more storm totals in, and I say storm, not snow, because some of these do now include sleet. The sleet will pile on top of that beautiful light fluffy snow we saw earlier this morning and make it a real bear to clean up. So if you haven't started shoveling already, I suggest you do so now. That sleet is only going to make it heavier and harder. Now, we did just get a report in from Hancock at 6.7 inches. Manassas Park hit the 6-inch mark as well. Mount Airy at 5.5, though one of our weather watchers in Mount Airy also said they counted 6, and he's a pretty good weather spotter, so somewhere between 5.5 and 6. Luckett's, Virginia clocked in 5 inches, just under that in College Park, Maryland. Thank you to all of our weather watchers who've been sending in your reports and sending in your photos. This is what we love to see on a snow day. This is Scout and Hazel. Scout prefers to stay on the grass. Their owner graciously shoveled them a little path, but Hazel likes to go off path there. Both of them having a great time there in Gaithersburg. Love to see how you guys and your furry friends are enjoying the snow day. So feel free to upload your photos to the Near Me section of our WUSA9 app. You can also post them in our Weather Watchers Facebook page. We would love to see what's going on in your neighborhood. Now, Doppler radar is still looking very misleading. Still looks like it's snowing across most of the area, but all of these areas shaded there in blue are mixing with sleet or are entirely sleet. These tiny little ice pellets that kind of sting your face when you go outside. You can hear it as well. It is noisy. So unfortunately, we have made that transition from pure snow over into sleet. Now, we are still getting some reports of a mix with snow closer to the Mason-Dixon line, but through much of the day, we're talking about sleet. And keep in mind, it will pile on. We could see an inch or two of sleet to add to our snow that we already saw this morning. But with that earlier transition to sleet this morning, we did bump the totals down a bit. Unfortunately, it's always been a close call. If we saw another hour of snow, we'd get another inch or two of snow, but unfortunately we've got sleet now that'll keep those totals a little bit higher. So we changed it to 2 to 6 for parts of southern Maryland, though most of this region has at least 4 inches. 2's on the way lower end. 4 to 8 for areas north and west, where we saw a little bit more snow last a little bit longer, especially back into parts of Frederick County, Loudoun County, where we are getting closer to that 7 to 8 inch mark, and 8 to 10 inches for areas even farther off to the north and west. So as we head throughout really the rest of the day, I would plan on a sleet event. It's not the greatest to get outside and play in, but we have seen a lot of folks still enjoying the day. We will be watching really carefully for the atmospheric profile down into parts of southern Maryland to potentially support a period of freezing rain. I do think it would be brief, and I do not think there would be enough ice accretion to really weigh down tree branches and power lines, but if we were to see power issues because of ice, it really would be down through parts of southern Maryland. Elsewhere, temperatures and the atmospheric profile is still just too cold to support that freezing rain threat. This is 4 o'clock, still sleeting across most of the area, but snow for areas back into far western Maryland and toward the Alleghenies. And then by 8 o'clock, the storm is winding down. The last of the winter weather clearing out of here, and we'll shift our focus to the cleanup. So we do still have our weather impact alert throughout the day today. If you can, just stay home. Now, we know there are a lot of essential workers, including everyone here at WUSA9, holding it down. So just make sure you give yourself plenty of time to get to your destination safely and plan on these travel delays for days. This snow is not melting anytime soon. We have Arctic air that is staying locked in place throughout the next week. I'm talking high temperatures in the 20s at least into the start of February, and low temperatures in the single digits and teens. This is bitter, potentially dangerously cold, especially once we add in some wind as we head into Tuesday and into next week. And keep in mind, yes, there's a little snowflake there on Thursday. Could see some flurries in the morning. No major storms, but could see a few flakes as we head toward Thursday morning.
All right, Caitlin, thank you. At 11:20, as the snow continues to fall, we have crews spread all across the region monitoring conditions. But let's check in with our Kelly Vaughn. She's at the iconic Capitol Hill to do some sledding. Kelly, I hear you had to improvise a little bit with your sled.
Yeah, we're leveling up the difficulty. You already saw me attempt it with the sled. Now we're getting creative. Will is showing me the way. Okay, so what's the strategy for cardboard sledding?
Certainly. So I'm from farther south, didn't have any proper snow sled gear. We thought a couple of moving boxes would work. Essentially just take the front, you're gonna roll it in, so it sort of forms that front like a traditional sled, and you gotta get a good running start, and it's not too bad.
Okay, let's see it. I'll try after you. All right. You got this, Will. I'm ready, go. Oh!
Hey,
Oh,
good
man.
form.
All right.
That was good.
Hold
All right,
on,
Kelly,
wait.
you're up to bat, sister. How we doing?
Wait, you guys, hold on. I just realized my
She's
phone's
got
on zip. Hold
she's
on,
got the phone. She has the microphone. And she's juggling
Hey,
all of
hold
those
this
things.
for a second.
Okay,
I'll be back.
that could be a
All right.
questionable decision.
Hold on.
And now she's gonna get on
Yeah,
her
if
sled.
I break my face. Hold on, guys. Oh, dang.
Okay, Kelly, you got this.
Okay, hold on. Okay, you ready? Here
Yes.
we go.
Go, team, go. Okay. Okay, we're gonna work on your form. We're gonna work on. Okay, 10 out of 10 finish. It's like the bow. The bow.
All right,
at the
I need
end.
to practice. Okay, come over here. Okay, wow. The mic, I lost the mic. I was scared about, getting that lost in the snow. Grace, Will, I'm going to practice. These are the ones that were trying to show me the way. We thought it was risky not attempting it once before doing it live, and that proved accurate.
It takes more technique than you think.
Yeah, and so you guys were saying you didn't have sleds that you didn't want to move down in the snow?
No, we did not have storage to buy them and use them and then not use them for the rest of the year. And we had cardboard boxes and thought we would come out and give it a go.
Hey, you looked incredible, Will.
I've done it at least a few times. I definitely ate some snow earlier in the day, but after a few tries, you get some good momentum and you're all the way at the bottom.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. I want to see, can you guys see behind them? We've got people with actual snowboards. And where's the woman? She's sledding on a cookie sheet.
Oh.
She was on a cookie sheet doing this. People on trash bags. Where is she?
I have never heard of that. That's a new
Oh,
one.
she might have left. Yeah, so everyone's getting creative. I'm gonna practice again.
Yeah.
Because that was a little embarrassing. but,
Listen, okay,
you gotta go for it.
Listen, I'm just the peanut gallery here. I thought you did your best. It was nicely done. Maybe less belly flop next time, but you're finished at the end with the arms up and it was graceful.
Finish with confidence, right?
Oh.
Okay, less belly flop. I'll work on it.
Hey, you're great. That was so much fun. And you get to go sledding at Capitol Hill. Iconic. All right, sister. We'll see you soon. Thank you. We'll be right back after the break. At 11:25, just a heads up here, if you rely on Metro or maybe you're thinking about using it in the middle of the storm, right now Metro is still offering both their bus and rail service.
However, only 19 bus routes are running right now, and some of those routes are on detours. Metro says they hope to ramp up service throughout the day if the road conditions improve.
As for Metro Rail, Metro says all scheduled trains will run, but do expect, some delays and longer rides because they say trains will be operating at slower speeds. Metro says they'll update us this afternoon on their plan for the next few days. All right, stick with us. More of our weather impact alert coverage is ahead at 11:30.
Right now at 11:30, we're tracking a high-impact winter storm across the DMV and much of the country, impacting over 250 million people nationwide.
This storm is part of a massive system stretching from Texas to New England, triggering states of emergency in at least 20 states, with the worst expected across the Mid-South from Arkansas to Virginia. And we're here to help keep you safe and informed. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Simone D'Alba.
And I'm Wisdom Martin. Now, when weather becomes a threat, WUSA9 becomes your lifeline for information and safety, which is why we have issued a weather impact alert.
That's right. Mary Marshall and Caitlin McGrath are leading our weather coverage this morning with the very latest updates to the forecast as they come in real time, including when we'll see the transition from snow to ice. We've been watching that steadily all morning, ladies. Hi. And we'll get to weather in just a moment, but we do start with some breaking news that we are following out of Minneapolis. Another deadly shooting involving ICE agents is sparking outrage.
Let's take a look at this, some chilling video that shows federal agents shooting and killing a 37-year-old man now identified as Alex Preddy, a Minneapolis resident and American citizen. Cell phone video shows the moments leading up to that shooting, and you can see a federal agent pushes a person to the ground and then pepper sprays him. Then more officers converge and wrestle a man to the ground, appearing to hit him before at least one agent opens fire and kills the man, and the response has been swift.
Protesters once again clashed with federal law enforcement. After this, the third high-profile federal agent shooting in Minneapolis. And those protests stretch from Los Angeles to here in the district, with hundreds marching to ICE headquarters in protest of federal immigration operations across the county and to protest the Trump administration.
Now, in response to the shooting, Senate Democrats are vowing to block funding for the Department of Homeland Security, including agencies like ICE and Border Patrol, unless significant reforms are added. The opposition has drastically increased critics' fears that Congress is now heading for a major spending fight over DHS funding, with the risk of a partial government shutdown looming. The deadline for a deal is Friday. Christian Benavidez has the latest.
Cell phone videos captured the moments leading up to the shooting death of 37-year-old U.S. citizen Alex Preddy after an encounter between protesters and federal officers. A Border Patrol agent pushes a woman who is a protester. Preddy gets in between the woman and the agent, who then appears to deploy pepper spray. As Preddy is being taken to the ground by a group of federal officers, one of them discovers he is armed with a handgun. Another officer opens fire.
The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Fearing for his life and for the lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots.
The Department of Homeland Security released this photo of a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. Minnesota officials say Preddy, an ICU nurse, had a valid permit to carry and was legally allowed to have the handgun in Minnesota, which is an open carry state.
I just saw a video of more than 6 masked agents pummeling one of our constituents and shooting him to death. How many more residents, how many more Americans need to die or get badly hurt for this operation to end?
Protests have escalated following the incident, which comes just 2 weeks after the death of Renee Good, also at the hands of a federal officer who said he fired in self-defense.
We don't disagree that there is an issue with criminal immigrants. We all agree that there is an issue with how it's being addressed right now, with complete lack of regard for human life and dignity.
In response to the shooting, more than 1,000 protesters took to the streets in Minneapolis in sub-zero temperatures, with other protests being held in solidarity nationwide. Christian Benavidez, CBS News.
All right, that was Christian Benavidez reporting. Again, we're in this moment where you can't trust what you're hearing out of DHS. And so you're seeing video that directly contradicts what exactly they're saying. So they're saying that this was a self-defense move from the ICE officers. And then at the same time, you watch this video unfold where they disarm the man on the ground here, Alex, the ICU nurse, and then they proceed to shoot him repeatedly in the back. And so we're in this moment again where the conversation is now coming to cruelty. How much cruelty can Americans stomach?
Right.
And the conversation around that.
And the other part of that is there's lots of questions about immunity. These officers are operating, right now, they're operating with complete immunity because we saw in the previous shooting, the Department of Justice intervened in this, and we heard what the president had to say about it. So, and thinks that they should operate with complete immunity, which people are concerned that gives them the right to do whatever they want. They're already walking around with masks. That's a big concern for different communities. And then when the Department of Justice gets involved in Minnesota affairs, you have Governor Tim Walz, you have the Mayor Jacob Fry, and you have the Attorney General Keith Ellison saying this is political retribution for other things that the administration did not like that were going on in Minnesota.
Certainly. And you're going to start watching this play out. You know, coming up, we've seen Senate Democrats vowing to blocking funding, you know, for agencies like ICE and Border Patrol. They want significant reform. And what this means, we have a Friday deadline for a potential partial government shutdown. All of that funding has to go through. And if it's not voted on, we could see that, you know, really cause some more ripple effects down the road.
All right. And we'll have more on this breaking news story throughout the day. In the meantime, we want to get back to weather, Simone.
Let's do it. We're tracking the storm. How's it looking?
Yeah, we are seeing that transition over to sleet. We've been seeing it for the last few hours now. And even though radar is still trying to show some snow, we know that that's not what's happening under the hood. We can already see these areas where the pinks and the purples are, where it's beginning to show on radar that we are seeing that mix occur. And this is going to continue for the rest of the day, essentially. At 12 o'clock, within less than 30 minutes, there'll still be some sleet mixing in there. At southern Maryland and the eastern shore, look out for some freezing rain. I know that green looks like regular rain, but this is going to be freezing on surfaces that are at and below freezing. So be careful of that thin glaze of ice that may form there. 5:30 in the afternoon, still some mixing going on across the region. By 7 o'clock, we're getting toward the tail end. You actually see some clearing toward Winchester and along the Romney area. And then by 8 p.m., we see this moving out of the immediate D.C. metro area with still some mixing along Delaware and the eastern shore. But the dangers will not be over then. Take a look at some of the storm totals around the Hancock, Maryland area. 6.7 inches. Manassas Park, Virginia, 6 inches, more than 5.5 inches in Mount Airy, Luckett's, Virginia, 5 inches, and College Park, Maryland, 4.9 inches. Now, we are still seeing some sleet coming down on top of the snow that we got, so these totals will be accounting for both of those. But our Caitlin McGrath has also been outside tracking the transition in the atmosphere. And Caitlin, you've already been out there in that sleet for quite some time.
Yeah, Miri, and we are still seeing quite the sleet event here in Northwest DC. I'm certain that you can hear it, these little sleet pellets bouncing off of my jacket, but it is still accumulating. So let's go over some snow and sleet measurement tips. First, you're going to need one of these. And unfortunately today, a ruler will probably do it. You don't need the yardstick. But what I want you to do is take that ruler or yardstick if you've got it, and you're going to push it directly into the snow. I don't want to see any slant sticking. What I mean by that is sometimes when you put it in an angle, it can read a measurement that's too low or too high. So take it, push it right down. And then what I want you to do is take several measurements. You'll see that every time you take a measurement, it might be a little bit different, and that's why you really want to get away from blowing snow. But out here on the weather terrace, we're up to 4.5 inches of this snow and sleet. And let me tell you, if you haven't started clearing the snow and sleet, now is the time to do so. The cleanup rather, is only going to be more of a mess as we head throughout the rest of the day today. That sleet is ice. It continues to pile on. So try and clear it as much as you can throughout the day. We always say shovel early and shovel often. Always try and push if you can instead of lifting. Oop, I dropped my prop there. But here you have it. Most importantly, do not overdo the ice melt. I brought out this 12-ounce mug because chances are you do have one of these at home, and this is all the ice melt you need. You fill it up with ice melt and cover your driveway. It will cover a 20-foot driveway or 10 sidewalk blocks. So please try and not use more salt than you really need to. It's bad for the environment. It's bad for pets. You can always add more if you need it, but err on the side of less is more.
All right. Appreciate the perspective, Caitlin. Thank you. At 11:37, our weather team coverage continues with a live look out at the roads in Maryland. This is Virginia, excuse me, but take a look. I mean, you can see snow plows off to the side. There's something going on we don't have a clear view of, but it gives you an idea for just how treacherous the roads are. Emergency crews have been hard at work all across the DMV trying to clear the roads as the storm, you know, has been transitioning to ice.
Yeah, it's quite a mess out there already. Let's get out live right now to Matt Gregory. He is on the roads. He's gotten out of the car now. He is in Frederick.
Got out of the car. Got out of the car now.
Near Urbana. Yeah.
No, we're in Frederick right now at the old West Patrick Street, not far from 40, all right? But I want to give you an idea of just how much snow has fallen because now we've seen this kind of turnover to sleet. So we got this here ruler, and we're going to put it in right there. We're doing as well as Caitlin told us to do, and I think we're going to come up to about almost 6 inches here in Frederick, right? But like I said, it's really turned over at this point to a mix of sleet, it feels like. But I want to give you an idea of, number one, these gloves are not that warm. It's pretty cold, about 12 degrees. My fingers are getting chilly right now, but I want to give you an idea of what these secondary roads look like, because that's what Patrick is, right? It's not a highway, it's a secondary road. You can see a couple of plow trucks coming through in this way, but that was just plowed a little bit ago, and now, yep, again, it's starting to cover back up. Two-wheel drive, not great, not easy, and that's been one of the tougher ones. Let's see if I can get over here and show you this, just kind of what this looks like. So right here you have like a light layer. This just got plowed, right? But underneath of all this, right here where the pavement is, there's a little slick layer here. Earlier we were in downtown Frederick talking to folks, and they said they weren't putting down any chemicals yet until they were able to get this stuff cleared. Here's a car coming in, give you an idea of what it looks like trying to get through. You know, there's ridges right there and like a little ruts made by the snow. I'm gonna get out of the road before I get into a tough situation with these trucks. This is the Wawa here in Frederick, but you can see that's what we're looking at, right? Like that's the clearest the road is going to be right now, and that's not even that much right here. Hey, where are we headed? You've been checking. Hey, thanks for watching. What's your name? Hey, where are you headed to?
I live around here. I'm bored today.
You're bored today? Yeah. How are the roads looking so far?
Terrible.
Terrible?
Not for four-wheel drives, but regular cars.
Yeah.
I helped push like 3 people out today.
What's your name?
Tim.
Tim?
Tim Lyles.
How do I spell the last name?
Lyles.
So Tim Lyles. Tim, tell me what you've seen driving around Frederick. What do the roads look like?
The road crews are, working on them, getting them straight and everything, but it's just, it's the weather. It's bad.
Bad.
It's bad right now.
Appreciate it. Hey, Tim, thanks for your time. Be safe, man. You too. So that's what you see right there. We had Tim Lyles. He's out in his four-wheel drive. That's about, like you heard him say, that's the only way you're going to get around today. And yeah, so that's what Frederick looks like. We're going to be working our way back down 270 later on throughout the afternoon to give you an idea of what conditions look like, what we want to start up here in Frederick, give you an idea of where some of the worst winter weather is so far this season.
You know
back
what?
to you guys.
We're not encouraging people to be out there, but to have a neighbor like that who cares enough to be helpful, and it's nice to see, that positive.
And speaking of being helpful, I'm going to lighten the mood here. Matt, since you're on your way back down, past Upper County, past my area, stop if you want and hit that driveway for me.
Oh!
I'm just saying.
That's like,
oh, you want me to help you out there?
No.
Yeah, can you help me out? Be a good neighbor.
The minimum wage is going up right now, Wisdom, in Maryland, so I hope you can pay that.
Oh, now they want some money. Now both of them
17
want
an hour now.
You know what? We're done with both of you guys for now.
Wisdom's got Venmo.
See ya.
Bye, guys.
Thank you. All right.
Shows a good effort.
It was a good effort there, and then they start talking about money, and then I had to move on. All right. 11:41 is the time right now. On a typical Sunday in Bowie over at the town center, it's busy because people are out shopping. They're out trying to find something to eat. But today, as we've seen throughout the morning, it's a completely different story.
A bit of a ghost town today. That's where we find our Sarah Robinson in Bowie. Sarah, I know you're in Prince George's County right now. You've been showing us the roads. How are things going out there?
Well, it's not looking too great here. We stopped at a Safeway. We were just curious if it's open. It is open. You see these two gentlemen here. They have been plowing this area. They told me they have 5 jobs to do today, 5 different locations. So as soon as they wrap up here, they're going to go somewhere else. Now, I was curious if the Safeway had milk and bread and water, those items that we have seen flying off the shelves today. I did see some. So if you are in need and you feel like you can make it here safely, this is Bowie Town Center, the Safeway here, then you could come here. So I'm here. We have some shoppers here.
Hey, how you doing?
How are you? Sir, what's your name?
I'm Raymond.
Okay, hi Raymond. I'm Sarah. What brings you out here today?
To grab a few things out of a Safeway because it's cold and people don't want to come out, so I figured the store wasn't going to be crowded today.
How are the roads?
The roads they're pretty bad. If you can't drive or not used to driving in the snow, I say stay home.
Okay. And you were mentioning you've plowed snow here before.
Not here, but the main roads. School board be having a contract with county where we push snow for the school and their road. So the kids can go to school.
Okay, so you know what the roads are like then. Okay, got it. So yeah, you heard it here first. It's not the best conditions. Well, be safe, get warm, get what you need. Thanks for chatting with me. Yeah, take care. Yeah, so yeah, the roads here they really haven't improved since we got here. Still pretty bad conditions. We've seen people drifting along the road. So we'll be sure to follow it. But for now, reporting live in Bowie, I'm Sarah Robinson, WUSA9.
You were saying there's a Macy's right over there.
There's a Macy's over there. There's a lot of different shopping areas and eateries. There's a LA Fitness over there. I'm sure none of those places will be full today. There'd be nobody out there, but there could be some people over at Safeway.
Yeah, well, you know, all right, Sarah, thank you. If they're out at Safeway, they need something,
Yes,
right? It's
exactly,
that point where.
exactly.
All right. Be sure to stay with WUSA9 for our continued live coverage this morning. Look, we got you covered. We have the latest updates on the forecast, plus where the storm is still packing the most punch. Our extended special coverage will last through the day. Just scan the QR code to download the WUSA9 app on your phone and WUSA9 Plus on your TV so you can stream our coverage for free. Leaving you with this shot of the White House. We'll be right back. Hi.
Hello again.
Did we miss
Sorry.
anything last time?
Here.
Hi, you doing okay?
Yeah.
Did we miss anything last time that you want to make sure we get in?
No, I mean, not a whole lot has changed.
Okay.
No power outages at the moment. Okay. Keeping an eye on that. But not any big changes.
Okay, I'll bring that up because that's huge that there's no power outages right now.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. We'll see you shortly.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, at 11:45, as the snow continues to fall all across the region, one of the biggest concerns for many of you is whether the power will stay on. Joining us now to talk about their system is Aisha Khan with Dominion Energy. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Hey, thank you. Thanks for having me.
I wanted to start with just, the most important thing on people's minds. Are you seeing any power outages at this point?
So far, nothing. We've been keeping an eye on our outage map, keeping an eye on any reports that may come in. But that's not to say that, this can't potentially happen. The greatest concern for power outages is the ice accumulation, right? Severe damage to trees and power lines and difficult travel conditions that could prolong the actual power restoration effort over multiple days, meaning that we do want our customers to be prepared because this could be a gradual restoration due to extensive damage, the icy road conditions, blocked roads from fallen trees. Mm-hmm. So those challenges may make it a little bit difficult for some areas to be treated and potentially reach within the 24 or 48 hours.
I think people hear gradual restoration and they kind of panic. They get some anxiety. And so for people who do lose power, what can they expect in terms of maybe restoration time or just general expectations that would be helpful to them?
So keep in mind, we don't actually give an estimated time of restoration until our crews are on the scene. They're assessing the damage because, that sort of stuff, that takes time. And that's the only way we can tell, what the estimated restoration time may be until they can get to the scene, they can get to the spot and make that assessment. And as I said, that's something that takes time.
Let's talk about the crews that you've deployed, because I know you guys have really, really tried to put forth a big effort here. And so, again, to put people's minds at ease just a little bit in terms of if they do lose power, there are quite a few crews out there working around the clock, yes?
listen, those are the real MVPs. Those are the real heroes out there, braving the cold elements, working to get your power back. But yes, we've been working on this for a whole week, if not before then, knowing that this event was coming. We have nearly 8,000 of our resources, our contractors, our peer utilities, and support personnel who are fully mobilized and they're fully prepared to respond. We also have coordination with state and local emergency management for any necessary road clearing. Now, following the storm, there will be several days of extreme cold weather, but just keep in mind, though, rest assured that our system is fully prepared to reliably serve that increased demand. We have inspected our equipment, we have tested critical facilities, and completed planned maintenance to make sure that all parts of our system are fully operational.
Look, we certainly appreciate you just taking the time. You were with us earlier this morning, and so thank you for helping us understand the power dynamics going on right now, and we certainly appreciate it. All right.
No problem.
Be well out there, and we'll talk to you soon. We're going to send it over to the Weather Center.
This WUSA9 Weather Impact Alert is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
Yeah, we continue to see the transition, and cold is going to be the big weather story for the next few days. Outside right now, radar telling part of the story. Now, we're starting to see what looks like rain around Ocean City. This is going to be freezing rain. So whatever it comes in contact with, the rain as it falls, that's at or below freezing, it is going to freeze. So you'll get a glaze of ice on things like light post and your car, your all parts of your vehicle, tree branches. And this is where those power outages really come into play. Right now in DC, we're mainly in a sleet situation. We do have some sleet working its way in across the area, and that's going to be the big story moving ahead. We're not going to be getting as much snow. We are flipping over to sleet for most areas. So that flip is happening right now. On top of the snow that you already received in your neighborhood, you can get another 1 to 2 inches of sleet on top. This is going to start to come to an end after 8 o'clock, so we still have several hours to go, more than 8 hours before this is done, and we're going to continue to see the impacts from this. This is today at 3 o'clock. Still some mixing and still some freezing rain, especially to our areas south and east along the lower eastern shore and into southern Maryland. This is at 5:30 this evening. Still the mixing going on. This is at 7 p.m. Some areas around Winchester and Cumberland begin to get a break from the sleet and the snow that they saw mixing in, and then by 8 o'clock we see most of this pushes into Delaware. There could be a few flakes left over the eastern shore, but aside from that, we are definitely looking at the system kicking out of the area and moving out. But once that moves out, the cold moves in. So here's a look at snow totals with a little bit of sleet on top of it. Hancock, Maryland, 6.7 inches. Manassas Park, 6 inches, 5.5 in Mount Airy. Lucas, Virginia, 5 inches, and more than 4 inches in College Park, Maryland, and Clarksburg, 6.5 inches, 6 inches in Laytonsville, Tacoma Park, 5.5, Potomac, Maryland, 5.4, and Poolesville, Maryland, more than 4 inches. We are a part of a roughly 2,000-mile stretch of winter alert. So we'll continue to be under that winter storm warning until about 4 a.m. on your Monday. Now, once, as I mentioned, once the snow, sleet, and freezing rain begin to end, the big weather story is going to be on the cold temperatures. Monday at 8 a.m., it feels like 10 degrees. By Monday at 10:30, it feels like 6 degrees. If you're up early Tuesday morning and have to walk your dog, this is what it's going to feel like. At 7 a.m., it feels like 3 degrees below zero on your Tuesday morning. So this is one of the reasons why we've extended our weather impact alert to get you through the next few cold days, because for the next 7 days, temperatures are going to be below freezing. So around the clock freezing for 7 days. By Monday night, a low of 9 degrees. By Tuesday night, a low of 8 degrees outside.
All right, Mary, thank you. At 11:51, look, we've been seeing a lot of flight cancellations across the country and even here at our local airports.
Our Marcella Robertson is at Reagan National Airport this morning with what looks to be an eerie scene because you don't see many people at the airport.
Yeah, good morning to you both. Very eerie. In fact, 100% of the flights here at Reagan have been canceled. Take a look at the board here behind me. Obviously never a good sign when you see all of this red, but every single airline that flies out of here, all of the departures, all of the arrivals, they have been canceled. And so you can take a look down Reagan National here. It is very quiet. You have a couple of staff members here. I did find one sole passenger. He did not want to go on camera, but he said he is just hanging out at the airport. He's trying to get to Kansas City, and he said that right now his flight has been rescheduled to tomorrow, so he's hoping, fingers crossed, that he's able to get out of here. But obviously just have to check in with your airlines as you know these conditions, they try to work around them and figure out exactly how bad everything is once the storm is completely out of here. A lot of activity though on the runway. I want you to take a look at this. So a lot of the crews, they have been out here overnight, pretty much all morning, and they're going to be working all day trying to get the snow and icy conditions out of here, off the runway, hopefully so that things can kind of go back to normal and we can get those flights back up and running again. Again, at this point, airport officials very quiet out here. Just urging people that if you do have a flight that has been canceled, just check in with your airline ahead of time. But again, it is very empty. I think a lot of passengers have either tried to get a hotel, trying to, camp out somewhere, but again, did find that one guy who's hoping he can get out of here at some point tomorrow. Back to you.
Oh my goodness, have you ever seen that?
Never seen an airport anywhere look like that. Even a small airport doesn't look like that, so yeah.
My goodness.
All right, good perspective, Marcella.
Yeah, thank you. All right, stick with us. We'll have continued weather coverage after the break.
All right, 11:55 is the time. We aren't the only ones having fun in the snow. Check out the National Zoo's Panda Cam, of course, this morning around 10 a.m. And it looked like one of our pandas, either Ching Bao or Bao Li, took a lap outside before returning to the indoor habitat. Before they said, "There's enough of this. This is fun, but I got to go back inside." The zoo will remain closed until Tuesday. All right, now for a final check of the winter storm. Here's Miri.
Oh, they look like they're having so much fun. All right, we continue to see our winter mix now across the area. To the north, some snow, some sleet around the D.C. area, and even some freezing rain as you head towards southern Maryland. This will go on until about 8 o'clock this evening, so you will see more sleet pile up on top of the snow that you already got. From here, the big weather story becomes the cold that's heading our way. We've extended our weather impact alert. Highs in the 20s on Monday and Tuesday morning, and Tuesday is going to be the coldest day of the week. You're looking at the wind chill Tuesday morning. It's going to feel like 3 degrees below zero at 7 a.m. on Tuesday. So we definitely want to be aware of that.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We're back with more on our weather impact alert in just a few minutes, streaming live WUSA9 Plus.
Oh, I hate when nobody answers me. Hey, Chrissy, this is Allison, and these fluorescents are on over the desk. Okay, thank you so much. We do not need.
Hey, mic check, mic check.
It's fluorescent.
Mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10.
Yep.
By zone.
Perfect.
And then I have Futurecast wind chill.
Okay.
If you need to come back and set up yours.
Radar or something? Hey.
Get to the 7-day at the end.
WUSA9 News at noon starts right now with snow. Of course, our weather impact alert team all over it, and we are tracking this snowstorm moving across the D.C. area.
Giving you a live look at some of our cameras spread across the DMV. Right now, a state of emergency is in effect in the DMV. I'm talking the District, Maryland, and Virginia.
Here's a look at where that storm system is right now. The biggest concern right now, of course, the transition that we have been seeing from snow to sleet. Maybe we'll get to that live shot in just a moment, but you can count on us.
Yeah, I think what we're looking at is CBS right there, but yes, count on us indeed, Annie.
To make sure that you get the information you need. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Annie Yu.
Sometimes you got to call an audible, right?
Yeah.
I'm Allison Seymour. Good afternoon to you. We have team coverage spread across the region this morning. We're monitoring conditions as this storm continues to unfold. And we'll be speaking live with Maryland Governor Wes Moore in the next 10 minutes. But first, let's start with our meteorologist, Mary Marshall. She's been working since it was dark outside.
It was very dark.
Absolutely. and Carl Lamb, good to see you. Busy morning for the two of you.
Absolutely. I mean, the transition really has been very quick. It was earlier than we were expecting too, and that just kind of snuck up in terms of getting some warm air injected into the system, and that's hard to predict, right? And so we've kind of been living by the weather watchers posting their photos and just what we've been hearing too as well.
Yeah, field crews. Carl, it's not our first rodeo. We've certainly seen these types of setups, and we know how tricky it can be. We know it can come down to just the very last wire before you're like, oh, time to cut these snow totals, which is what we actually had to do this morning because we did see that sleet, as Carl mentioned, coming in just a smidge earlier, but that's all it takes to really force you to have to change those snow totals. Right now, you've already gotten anywhere from 4 to 5 inches of snow in your neighborhood, and now you've got sleet coming up on top of that. This purple right here just kind of represents what we're seeing in terms of that transition. It's been happening now for the past few hours, and that is what we've been looking at for the rest of the region. So let's take a look at what's happening around the area, and that is that we're continuing to see that sleet come down, and that is one of the reasons why we also have that sleet mixing in and why it impacts the freezing rain, it impacts rather the snow totals that we'll see around the area. So here's a look at the widened shot of what's happening. This is from Elkins to Charlottesville to Richmond. These areas have been transitioning for quite a while, and they're essentially almost done with the biggest chunk of some of their winter precipitation. But now we're beginning to see this around Ocean City. Now this looks like rain, but it's not. It's freezing rain. So what happens is this falls as regular rain, and as it comes into contact with things that are, at or below freezing, it begins to freeze on them. So this is where you start to get ice on light poles and power lines and trees and your car. So we're watching out for that over Ocean City and southern Maryland. We could also see that spreading further into areas such as Charles and St. Mary's County. So we're watching at it very closely. I know Carl has been keeping a particular close eye on that because ice is just the worst. It's one thing to have it in sleet, but even worse to have it in the form of freezing rain. It's not just us being impacted by this system. Take a look. We can see the line of precipitation going now from New Orleans all the way up through Memphis, parts of Georgia, Cincinnati, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Jersey, New York, Boston, all getting in on this huge system as we have that Arctic air in place, and then this low pressure just kind of tapping into that, helping to get that winter precipitation going around the area. So that's what we're seeing now. This is going to continue until at least about, I'd say, 8 o'clock tonight before it begins to push out of the area. You've already got some snow, and Carl, you're getting some sleet on top of that snow. Just an icy mess out there overall.
Yeah, we have some pretty impressive storm totals from this, and we're not just calling it snow totals at this point, just because we are getting some more sleet mixing in. So it's really the whole scope of what we're tracking at this point, and we'll show you those numbers. It's 6.6. Just over 5 inches, and College Park just trying to sneak in at 5 inches there. But again, we are really keeping an eye on these situations, and more storm totals for you at 7 inches in Westminster and 7 in Wheaton, and also 6 in Herndon and Gaithersburg and Forestville as well. So definitely keeping an eye on that. In terms of the true weather impact alert that we're going back with, this is going to be an all-day situation with the snow changing to sleet, and then we are also keeping an eye on that snow total that we have kind of bumped down a little bit, but it's the Arctic cold that comes in afterwards, and you definitely want to stay home and just know that those travel impacts are going to be with us for multiple days. So we're going to keep you posted throughout the rest of the afternoon and into the evening on this rapidly evolving situation. We'll send it back to Annie and Allison.
Carl, thank you. Let's get a check on Montgomery County now, where crews are already hard at work clearing the roads.
Our Lionel Donovan is at the Salt Barn in Montgomery County. How are you doing out there, Lionel?
Good afternoon, Allison. Simone, you want to give you an idea of how much snow is being seen here at the Salt Barn right now. I have my yardstick right here. We're going to stick it in. And it's just at 5 inches, right here at the Salt Barn. This has been coming down all day. Now, 5 inches doesn't sound like a lot, but we've been seeing this same amount of snow all around Montgomery County. So that's quite a bit of snow that's been coming down throughout the morning. Now, if you want to take a look over here, it's going to come into you right now. We have some of this salt. Some of the front loaders right over here have salt on standby. We've been seeing trucks coming in and out all throughout the day. The front loaders load up the truck beds with salt, and then the trucks go out and they take that salt to wherever it needs to go throughout Montgomery County. Now, we've been here in the county all morning. We've been watching snow plows crisscross the roads all morning, trying to get these roads as clear as possible. But officials with the Department of Transportation tell me that this work actually started last night and yesterday afternoon. They said that they've been laying down salt on roads all around the county, including residential areas. They say that having that foundational salt layer on the roads actually helps prevent the snow from bonding onto the road, so it's easier for all that snow to be plowed away. And we spoke with a plow truck driver earlier today, and he says that the roads are still very treacherous right now. He says he's been at work since 8 p.m. last night, and he is going to be working through the duration. And so he's encouraging people to stay off the roads as much as they can. They say it's critical that the roads are clear so crews can get this snow off the roads quickly and safely. However, if you do have to be out today, it's encouraged that you limit your time outside as much as possible, because as you can see, it is very, very cold out here. So you are going to want to limit your time outside. But if you're outside, make sure you wear a lot of layers. Make sure you have a hat on like this beautiful beanie right here, because a lot of your body heat actually leaves from your head. Also, if you start to shiver, that's not something you should ignore. Shivering is usually an early sign that the body is losing a lot of heat. So once you start to shiver, that means it's time to go back inside. Back to you.
Dr. Donovan. Yes. Thank you so much. Great tips right there. And I like your beanie. All right. Try to stay warm.
He looks nice and warm out there. But no, seriously, you got to take this very seriously.
Absolutely. It can get turned dangerous very quickly. And we have crews, as we mentioned at the top of the hour, spread across the region, monitoring those conditions.
All right, let's check in with our Kelly Vaughn right now on Capitol Hill. Kelly, there you are, all bundled up. Okay, have you been able to chat with people out there having some fun in the snow?
Oh yeah, I heard Lionel saying if you're shivering, it's a bad sign, and let me tell you, I'm shivering. It's freezing out here, but it hasn't stopped the fun. Before I show you these sledders, I got some kids that want to say hi. Okay, so I've been out here sledding, and I crashed and burned last time, so we're leaving it to the professionals. Here they go. These boys up here are going to show us how it's done. Let's go. Woohoo.
Shout out to Highland School.
Great job, guys. I've sledded a couple times and I failed a couple times, so I need to let the snow dry out of my boots before I try again. Okay, bring it in, bring it in. Okay, so what are you guys enjoying most about this snow day?
We played a lot of football, which was fun, and the sledding was a lot of fun as well.
How about you?
Just hang out with my friends. Hopefully we'll get a few bucks shoveling some sidewalks and stuff.
Oh, all right. Shout out is small business. I love it. All right, you guys go back, have some fun. Thank you so much for showing us how it's done. Yeah. It's been a lot of fun out here. There's people of all ages, the young to adults, having fun out here. And you guys have seen before, people are getting creative. You'll see some sleds out here, but you'll also see, can you see up here, they've got the cardboard boxes that I tried the last time I was live, but they've tied ropes to it to help give them some steering. And then earlier there was a woman sledding on a cookie sheet. So, and we've got some snowboarders over there. So it's just been a lot of fun out here, kind of a snow day tradition in DC. And everyone having a lot of fun. Only me really crashing and burning. They're all pretty successful sledders. But I'm going to maybe try to get one more run in before I completely freeze solid. But I'll send it back to you guys inside.
I'm convinced, Kelly, that it's just an age thing. The younger you are, the better you are for the most of us doing this. So, yeah, give yourself some grace.
Yeah, but get out there and have fun, Kelly. We want to see you go down that hill.
Okay.
I did a few times. I'll go back. All
right.
Thank you.
Okay, well, there is sure plenty of snow out there for them to enjoy.
And my big question is, when will this start to maybe tamper down a bit? Carl, can you answer that question for us? Like, how long of an event are we going to brace ourselves for?
Yeah, I mean, this will start to kind of wrap up as we go into the evening, but it's about 7 or 8 o'clock before it really does start to kind of wind down across the DMV. So we're keeping an eye on that. But at this point, radar has not been having its best day in terms of performance, because it is still trying to show up as snow at this point, but we know and audibly hear that it is sleet pinging. It's kind of noisy. I mean, it is not really all that, it's not really all that quiet. You know, snow just falls and you don't hear it, but sleet is just dang noisy. So it is working its way all across the DMV at this point, and that purple is showing that it is completely sleet, and radar can pick that up, but as it just kind of takes a beam and tries to figure out what's falling, it is struggling. It's not having, again, its best day, but you do see that around DC, in Georgetown, Alexandria, over towards areas as you go out towards Noma, it is more sleet than anything else at this point, but even up towards Chevy Chase, Silver Spring, Rockville, Olney, it is continuing to be that mixed precipitation, those little ice pellets that if you hear them on trees or on awnings, you're probably thinking, what is going on outside? So that is kind of the kind of situation that we're dealing with. And continuing out towards Reston, Sterling, Chantilly as well, that is all sleet. Now, as you get up towards Frederick, we're already seeing some of that warm air kind of mixing into the system. So it is turning into a mix of snow and sleet, especially the further north you go up towards Hagerstown and Martinsburg and Charlestown as well. So that's where you have more snow falling at this point. But again, we would not be surprised to see that mix in and change over at this point. Let's slide you down to the southeast, because this is where things start to get pretty interesting. I think out towards Easton, Madison, over towards Salisbury, that's where you could have the potential for some of that freezing rain. You see that with the pink there, and that is your bigger concern for icing, because warm air kind of gets wrapped into this system, but the surface is still very cold. So anything that falls as rain hits the surface like a cold surface, like a garbage tote or a car or your roof, and it has the potential to ice over once it hits the surface. That's the danger with freezing rain there. And then sleet out towards Dunkirk, La Plata into Leonardtown, and back towards Fredericksburg and Ladysmith as well. So this is not over in terms of what we're dealing with, but again, we're seeing that mix of snow and sleet as you head out towards Luray, Winchester, and over towards Culpeper and Harrisonburg as well. So again, how radar performs really has kind of been a toss-up pretty much all day, but we are confirming that sleet has been part of the picture and part of the equation as we've gone through most of the day so far. So in terms of the snowfall totals, just think about sleet as kind of like a weight in terms of what's falling from the sky, because ice is heavy inherently. So it has kind of knocked down our snow totals a bit. So any of that snow that fell, it was super light and fluffy, and then you put a weight on top of it and it gets compressed, of course, with 4 to 8 inches kind of as our target here in terms of totals by the time the storm is done. And that's for Gaithersburg, DC, down towards Luray, Culpeper, Orange as well. Higher totals still for areas up north where it is still cold enough that it is going to be a mix of snow and sleet, but we did cut down on the totals there as well. And then for snow lovers, as you get out towards the coast there, 2 to 6 inches it really is going to be highly variable depending on what type of precipitation you get. It could be freezing rain, it could be sleet, it could be just liquid rain as well, but I think that's really out closer towards Delaware and maybe even Salisbury where you do get any potential rain, but again, it's still cold enough. So in terms of Futurecast, what we're tracking at this point, Futurecast does do a pretty good job at picking up on the fact that it is mainly a sleet event now at this point, and then temperatures, I mean, they're still incredibly cold. And we're talking about temperatures that are 20 degrees below average. We'll take you to the next little window here of 2 o'clock, and even areas up north, that's where we still have the potential for sleet to mix in through the afternoon. But again, I do think that most of this is going to stay sleet. Any potential for freezing rain does remain out towards Cambridge and over towards Patuxent River, just because it is still cool at the surface, but warm in the upper levels of the atmosphere. And that is going to be a concern as we go through the rest of the day. We'll show you that 7-day forecast coming up in a little bit. Allison and Annie, back to you.
Thanks, Carl. Okay, let's check in with our John Duran, who has been in Fairfax County all morning long.
John, good morning or afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Hanging out in eastern Fairfax County. This is the Lansdowne neighborhood. See a car behind me, but there's really not been too many drivers out on the road except for plow trucks. People just parking to go sledding. We're going to show you that in a second. This is really a dusty snow. It's kind of like you're playing in the sandbox, but it is tough to get. I mean, it's tough to get down to the asphalt. I can't even do it anymore. A couple hours ago I could. So this snow is packed tight, not good for driving. So these guys listen to the experts, stay off the roads. But this is some good sledding weather, right? What's your name?
Adelaide.
Adelaide? What are you doing today?
I'm sledding.
How many times have you gone down the hill so far?
I don't know, like 10?
10 times. Wow, you look cold. Are you cold? You look cold.
Yeah, I'm cold.
Is this fun?
Yeah.
You got school tomorrow?
I don't know. I don't think we will have school.
Yeah, live it up, right? Let's go sledding on this snow day. You want to show us some sledding? All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. All right. A race. Oh. Making the most of the snow day out here, guys. This has been, we've been out here since about 9:30 this morning. There was a couple of sledders. We were told stick around, wait till about noon. It's going to get crowded. They weren't lying. This bunch of kids, neighborhoods out, having fun. We're staying off the roads for the most part. Again, got some plow trucks behind us. That's mainly what I've seen on the roads out here, again, in Fairfax County. Having fun so far. Maybe one of these times I'll follow Kelly's lead, get on a sled.
Yeah.
Try not to wipe out, though.
We got to get something out of you, John, today. I mean, a snow angel, a snowman, something. We need something.
Just getting warmed up.
Okay, don't let the kids outshine you now. and tell our little girlfriend that I think it's safe. There's going to be no school tomorrow. I'm going to put money on it. Yeah.
Wow, she's coming after you.
No worries. We're just enjoying the snow day. We're sledding and
that's what it is.
No school tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully, right, for these kids? Yeah.
John, stay warm.
Nice job, Adelaide.
Yay!
Yep. Bye, John. That's John Duran for us this afternoon.
A big kid himself.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to switch gears now, and joining us right now is Maryland Governor Wes Moore. Governor, how are you this afternoon? I know you're super busy, but thanks so much for taking some time out for us. It's Annie and Allison.
Yeah.
Hey, Annie. Hey, Allison. Hey. It's great to be with you both. We're doing well. I'm here at the Emergency Operations Center in Maryland, and the work that these men and women have been doing for days now, both in preparation and also in response to this storm, has been remarkable. Yeah. And I think people have seen this storm is not only real. We're not out of the woods yet because we are watching the temperatures have continued to drop and they will stay low for a while. That this snow is not done yet and it will turn into sleet and freezing rain. And so it's just important that people continue to stay vigilant as they're going about their days.
We know that you call that state of emergency pretty early, looking at all the guidance there. Are you seeing any trouble spots? I know we have beautiful waterways in the state of Maryland, so those bridges are especially dangerous. What are you seeing from your purview?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, one of the things that we're asking people to do is to stay off of the roads. And part of the reason is because we want to be able to get these roads cleared as quickly as possible. And the only way that can happen is if people are not on the roads. And so allow our emergency personnel to be able to go out and do the salt and the ice breaking and everything that's going to be necessary and required to get us back up on our feet. I do think it's important because when people see the snow starting to wane and then turn into freezing, starting to turn into freezing rain, people might think, oh, that's great, it's going to help to melt it. No, what's going to happen is because the temperatures are so low, it actually turns into sheets of ice. And that is going to be equally as dangerous, if not more, both for roads and also for power lines. And so we just ask people to, continue getting their updates, from us in the state of Maryland. It's, mdready.maryland.gov, and you can get your updates. But we will continue to stay in consistent communication with our people.
I think that's so important to get out there, Governor. There's that false sense of security when you look outside and you think, oh, the snow has stopped, but it's that sleet and the icy mix that is very treacherous for roadways. So the message being, if you don't have to go out, don't go out. But Governor, a quick question for you. If you could give your residents one tip through this snowstorm, what is that?
I'd say there's some really good football on today that you should check out. We're going to find out who's going to the Super Bowl today. I'd say Netflix has some great shows that you should be checking out. If you have some old board games or if you have some cards, I'm saying we're going to get into a game of spades in our household. So I would say come up with all fun activities. The only consistent activity you should come up with is indoors. Just keep it indoors.
Yes.
And again, if you have hills around you, go sled. There is some beautiful sledding, as we saw, even though I believe that Maryland still has the best hills. But just make sure they're in walking distance. Don't get in your car to go sledding. Go find a hill near your home that you can walk to and go enjoy that.
I love that even in the midst of snow, in the snowstorm, our governor is still very, very Maryland. We got the best hills. I love that.
And we do. While we have you here, we know that you had spent some time on the morning shows talking about what's going on in Minnesota. Just wanted to switch gears. And while we have you, you've said that you've called it a reckless pattern of violence carried out by DHS, endangering our communities, not protecting them. It must stop. Can you just expand on that a little bit? As a governor of a major state here, your thoughts about what's going on in Minnesota and specifically Minneapolis?
Yeah, I believe that we should spend our time and our resources and actually having trained, accountable, and actually police forces that make our communities safer and not less safe. The problem, what we're seeing right now with Donald Trump and J.D. Vance ICE is it's not doing any of those things. That we are literally deploying people who weeks ago were sitting on their couch. Weeks ago were playing video games, and they're now armed and in communities. And for many of these people, they are untrained. For many of these people, they are unqualified. And for many of these people, they are unaccountable. And I serve as the vice chair of the National Governors Association. So I work with Democratic and Republican governors all across the country. And the thing that we can say in a unified voice is this lack of respect for local jurisdiction or state rights, this lack of respect for both the First Amendment and the Second Amendment that we are seeing from some of these agents is just it's intolerable, it's unconscionable. And while it's Minnesota today, who knows where it is tomorrow? And when you have ICE that is the 13th largest funded military force in the world, we have to make sure that our taxpayer dollars are going into a force that is well trained, that is accountable, and a force that actually aligns with de-escalation and not with escalation, like we have seen with their usages in Minnesota.
We've seen thousands come out, not just in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, but also across the country. I just have to ask you, what do you think it will take for the people to be heard here if they believe that ICE is overreaching? Is there anything, as I think a lot of people look at it and feel rather helpless, what do you think that's going to take?
Well, I think that the Trump-Vance administration needs to hear us. And when I say hear us, it's not just governors, it's the people. They need to hear us. And they need to understand that if you look at us and if you look at what we do in the state of Maryland, I give record funding for local law enforcement. I believe in that, but I believe that we can have a law enforcement that moves with appropriate intensity, absolute integrity, and full accountability. I believe that we can have, if you look at our state forces, that they are well trained and there's accountability for them. But we are not seeing that with what we're seeing in Minnesota, or what we're seeing with this growth of ICE inside of neighborhoods. And so I believe in people's First Amendment rights. I believe in people's Second Amendment rights. But I believe that we are now looking at a force in ICE that doesn't seem to care about public safety, that doesn't seem to care about piling crime, and doesn't seem to care about following the Constitution. So this has to stop.
Governor Moore, the mayor in Minnesota has expressed frustration about what it's been like working as a local official with members of Homeland Security and ICE. What has it been like for you, and also working with the mayor of Baltimore? And what do you say to the people who feel so hopeless in Maryland?
I would say that the frustration that we're seeing both with Mayor Fry and also my colleague Governor Walz it's a shared frustration. And it's not just a shared frustration amongst Democratic governors. As vice chair of the NGA, I actually stayed in partnership with the chair of the NGA, Kevin Stitt, the governor of Oklahoma, the Republican governor of Oklahoma, we both stood together with our other governors and saying this type of brutish behavior, this type of unaccountable behavior, the fact that we are having people who are not well trained yet armed inside of our society and in lack of accountability. And frankly, where you're watching the Secretary of Homeland Security, the first thing she does when she gets on television is start gaslighting and start talking about how this person was there to inspire violence. It's this type of thing that leads to a real frustration that for a lot of us as governors that we have when we are talking about a nurse for the VA who the first thing you start doing is gaslighting before you even do any type of investigation as to what happens. And so for Democratic governors and Republican governors, we stand together in saying that we believe in the support of the First Amendment. We believe that if you want to best understand what's going on inside of our neighborhoods, you should actually work with us instead of working against us. And you should actually work in partnership with us and not trying to dictate to us what type of forces and what type of supports are needed inside of our neighborhoods to de-escalate instead of escalate.
We appreciate you sharing your thoughts on this as it's like we have a big snow story that we're covering, but you can't forget about what's also going on in our nation. So we appreciate you weighing in on that.
We sure do.
Yeah. But let's end with the weather now and the plan here. So you're asking Marylanders to just, if you can, stay off the roads. You guys have it covered, right?
If you are not essential, if this is not an emergency, enjoy the day indoors.
Yes, indoors. Yes.
If you want to go sledding and walk to get there.
Yeah.
But watch some good football, have some good food, play some board games and some cards. Just do it indoors and let us go out and do what we need to do to get these roads clear so we can get people back as quick as possible.
And no reneging today.
And no
reneging today in spades. I'm going to be calling. I'm going to be watching.
And before we let you go, Governor, what's on the snack list today for you and the family?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. because when we've actually been preparing for this. As soon as I called a state of preparedness for the state, we called a state of preparedness for our household. And so we're like, all right, what are we doing to prepare for this storm? And so, as you know, we're here at the Emergency Operations Command now, but finally at some point soon I will get back home. And when I do, we got some Caribbean food coming.
Oh, that sounds good.
Okay,
last question, we promise.
Yeah,
it's
we
so fun to
promise.
talk to the governor. But
this is great.
Is Tucker a snow dog or in the house when it snows dog?
Tucker's so soft. We opened up the door to go think about. He took one look and turned right back around.
Oh, he's after my own heart.
He said, "I'm no fool."
All right.
Okay.
Governor Westmore, thank you so much for spending some time with us, and you guys stay safe as well. Okay.
Thank you,
Please
Governor.
stay safe. Thank you.
Alrighty. He's a lot of fun to talk.
Yes, it's nice to know he is just like everybody else in the DMV, hunkering down, but doing his important work, but also planning for.
And dogs won't go out in the snow.
Snacks. And dogs won't go out in the snow, yeah.
Alrighty, let's check in now in the district to see how folks are faring in this snowstorm.
All right, Rafael Sanchez Cruz live at LaFont Plaza now. Rafael, how is it looking where you are? It looks like a ghost town behind you.
Look, you know what? There are people still taking the metro system, so let's talk public transportation. We heard Governor Westmore talking that if you're not an essential worker, stay home, but there are essential workers still relying on the area's public transportation system. There are people, as you can see, that just stepped away, and you can see they're clearing out all the sidewalks here. So Metro is running. There are some delays. We saw some delays earlier along the Green Line. Now Metro has suspended about 100 bus routes across the district. They're saying they're keeping about 33 of those pivotal routes in DC so that people can get around. We've been seeing people wait around, waiting for those buses. We've been seeing the buses actually moving around. It's so important. I can't tell you enough. If you have to step out, please check the app before coming out. And we're seeing, there you go. See, some Metro riders. How was the ride in? Good? Great? Yeah? All right, see, so people are getting around still. But earlier today we were talking about how it's going to be one of those storms that's going to be harder to clean up. And we are seeing some people getting ahead and clearing some of their driveways. And actually, I spoke to a man earlier, Mr. Fraser, over in Southeast, who was getting ahead. Interestingly enough, he said, look, I'm timing myself. I have 1 hour to clear as much as I can before I go inside, obviously keeping in mind his health. Let's listen to why he says it's so important to get ahead before we start seeing those temperatures drop even more and seeing the ice cover the ground. Let's listen.
Thought it might be a little bit deeper, nice light snow, so you can just push it. Tried my blower to kind of take some of the off the top.
Yeah.
In the lower areas, it wasn't too bad. So.
And you thought you'd get a little ahead and do a little clearing before and come out a little later?
Yeah, that's the idea. And maybe put a little salt down. I'm not a big fan of salt because it kind of eats away, but I'll see what it does in a couple of hours and see how much more accumulation that we have and see if I shovel it again. I just don't, when it starts to ice, that's when I'll put salt down.
Yeah, Mr. Fraser there was getting some support from inside the house from his wife. I will say, look, we have ice pellets already, so we're already seeing that ice really come down here, and that's what he was talking about, that concern when we start seeing the ice and that black ice that can turn really dangerous. I will say Metro is saying as you're getting in and out of the transportation system, please be careful when you're leaving the escalator area. You can see it can get a little slick in this area here. They are warning people just to walk very carefully. Again, this is key for all those essential workers that are relying on the Metro system, and there was concerns whether the system would keep running. There you go. It's still running, and we are expecting an update from WMATA CEO and General Manager Randy Clark later today to get an update on how Metro across the region is still functioning and getting people to and from. So I'm live in LaFont. I'll throw it back to you in the studio.
Now, Rafa, I know those little babies with the pom-poms on their hats were not essential workers coming off the Metro.
Right.
They were about to play.
They are. They're essentially cute.
Yes!
No, they're essentially cute, and we also need them to be out here because when it's a ghost town, you need to see little rosy cheeks and pom-poms.
Yeah,
sometimes.
the little red nose.
Oh, but it's good to know that the trains are still running.
Yes.
We had a couple of folks get in the office that way, so. Okay.
And we are grateful for all the crews working hard right now. Raphael, thank you. That includes you. Be safe out there. Okay, before we go on, I just want to mention as a parent of Fairfax County Public Schools, we just got the word closed Monday.
Okay.
So all the kiddos get to play outside all day. Essential personnel should follow supervisor direction. Central offices are also closed, so it looks like a snow day for those of you in Fairfax County at least.
All right,
tomorrow.
and you called it because John Duran, I believe, was in Fairfax, and you.
I think having grown up
Oh,
in
yeah.
this area, you just
Right.
know it doesn't take a lot for us to close. But even in like this moment, I mean, we're talking sleet, the wintry mix
Right.
with extremely cold temperatures. It's just a recipe for disaster, and we cannot
goodness.
take any chances, especially with our little ones.
Not at all. And those two words that we hate to hear, black ice. Well, you know, Miri and Carl are talking about that too. So I get it. It's not even out of an abundance of caution.
Right.
It's not going to be safe.
It's
so
just not
I think
safe.
that's the
We
first
can't
of
take chances.
many that we're going to hear. But that's some good news you got to impart for the teachers also. Stay at home.
You know, they're like, yeah.
All
right.
Let's check in now on the conditions in Prince George's County. We're going to go to Prince George's County or Miri, who's standing by? Okay. Okay. We're heading to Prince George's County. Sarah Robinson is there in Bowie. Hey, Sarah.
Well, hey, good afternoon, guys. I have to say, I'm a little sad. Maybe sad isn't the right word. Maybe it's jealous because I feel like everybody is finding sledders to talk to, like kids sledding. And we went to this really beautiful neighborhood out here in Bowie, and we're hoping to find some sledders. I cannot find a single one. If you are in Bowie and you have a child who is sledding and they want to talk to us, please let me know, because that seems like so much fun. That's exactly what the kiddos should be doing today, because this is the perfect kind of snow conditions for it. But we have seen quite a few people shoveling their snow or using a snow blower. And we were able to talk to a doctor yesterday about the risks associated with that, because if you are above the age of 65, you are at an elevated risk for having a heart attack if you are shoveling snow. And that's because when you're shoveling the snow, it can be pretty heavy, especially if you're not used to intense exercise. And just 10 minutes of shoveling snow can push your heart rate to 97% of its maximum. And if you are above the age of 45 and you have other health conditions, you are also at an elevated risk of heart attack. We were able to go just drive by an emergency center. We didn't see it crowded. We didn't see a lot of people there. So that is the good news. But yeah, just a reminder that that is a possibility today. So take it slow. You're allowed to be lazy with shoveling snow. You can be a little apathetic, just get it out of the way, and that'll do the trick. So we are seeing people shoveling. We are seeing the snow blowers, but guys, where are the sledders in Bowie? Can someone let me know? That sounds like so much fun.
Oh,
I'll send it back to you guys.
Well, it's certainly enough snow. It is like a winter wonderland where you are, Sarah. Yeah, you got to follow the tracks of the sleds. All right.
Maybe they're in having a lunch break. Right. Okay, Sarah, let us know if you find anyone. No signs of life out there.
Right.
in Prince George's County neighborhood. Okay, like we're not going to go outside.
And that's some good advice. Mary Marshall, you've been telling folks all day, if you don't have to go out, stay indoors.
Yeah, I know where I would be if I were working here. I'd be inside with a cup of hot cocoa, looking out of the window at all that snow. I'm like, hey, it's lovely to see you there. But, you know, it's not all snow anymore, and that's the transition that we've been watching for the last few hours. We're seeing that sleet mix in, even some freezing rain is going to be along Ocean City and southern Maryland. This system stretches from New Orleans all the way up to New York and Boston. We're all seeing precipitation out of this. So that purple and pink color, telltale sign of the mix. And then this looks like rain over Ocean City. It's actually going to be a glaze of ice that is going to be forming over things like light poles and trees. And so this is going to continue this wintry mix of sleet, freezing rain. A few spots could still see a few snow flurries pop out in the mix, but mainly it's going to be sleet and freezing rain. Going to go all the way until about 8 o'clock this evening. This is at 5:30 p.m. We can still see that wintry mix along the area. This is at 7 o'clock. Things gradually begin to wind down after this. And then once we get to about 8 p.m., most of this begins to push toward Delaware and the eastern shore, but we still have a lot left behind in terms of what we are dealing with in terms of the impact. So you've got snow right now. You could see anywhere from another inch or two or so of sleet on top of it. And then, as I mentioned, this will start to end after 8 p.m. Now, I'm not alone here tracking this weather. I have Carl Lamb also joining me. He's out on our weather terrace, and Carl is really braving the cold out there. He says, being from Buffalo, this didn't feel cold enough to him, he says.
Yeah, it could be, you know, here's my freezing cold take. It could be colder out here. And, you know, Sarah Robinson did make a good point. The snow is pretty heavy. With this, I mean, it is light, fluffy snow on the bottom, but on top of it, you're adding ice to the mix. And so it does get pretty heavy once you're kind of shoveling. So that's why we recommend clearing it often and early. I'm just going to toss this shovel out of the picture so we can get to the storm headlines that we have pulled up for you in terms of what to expect. It is something that you want to take care of if you can. Clearing it often makes it seem a little less daunting when you're out there in the elements and push snow instead of lifting it. That's certainly something that we would advise you to take care of at this point, and consider professional services. If it is too much for you, that would be a good sign. And then also
just use the proper amount of ice melt. You don't want to overdo it, especially with how much salt you need. You really don't need that much. 12-ounce mug is really all you need. Now, there's decent sleet accumulation as we go through this here, as we go into the afternoon, because right now, you probably hear it through my microphone. It's loud, it's noisy, it's hitting all the trees and, our deck here, and it is, again, on the noisier side, and don't drive if you can avoid it. We heard Governor Moore saying this is not the type of weather that you want to be out in, and those turns, especially as you're making left or right turns onto secondary streets, they are very, very dense in terms of the snow, and that's where you could easily get stuck and stall out. And then also icy conditions with the sleet on top of it makes for poor traction if your tires are bald. So again, certainly something to keep in mind. And extreme cold lingers after this. We're not done. The cold is here, but it is going to be sticking around for quite some time. So here's the weather impact alert for today. It is consistent as we go to heavy sleet. And again, it's consistent out here right now. Stay home. There is really, unless you're an essential worker or it is an emergency, you definitely want to make sure that you are heeding the warnings, staying inside. And again, these storm totals anywhere between 5 to 6 to even 7 inches so far. We're going to keep getting these from the National Weather Service as we go throughout the day. But numbers have been impressive in terms of snow and sleet totals so far, and we're going to keep an eye on it. But all in all, this has been really something that we've been watching very closely. And again, this is one of the bigger snowfall events that we've had in the last decade, but lots to keep track of here. We'll have more on the full forecast for you coming up in a little bit. We'll send it back to you, Allison and Annie.
Boy, that upstate New York upbringing.
Really
yeah, me too. Now come on inside.
All right,
Maybe cold a little bit.
Maybe.
All right.
Oh, goodness.
Thanks. That's Carl Lamb. Thank you,
I
Carl.
think he called us soft. I think he
Yeah,
called
and
the
hey,
DMV as weak.
And I agree. I feel
We
the
feel
same way
attacked,
because that
Carl.
upstate New York blood is much thicker. Okay, let's check in now with DDOT Director Sharon Kirschbaum to see how roads are in the district. Hello, good afternoon. How's everything going operations-wise in our nation's capital?
Well, we are actually right on our plan. Our third shift just changed over, and I'm standing at the W Street Yard in front of our salt dome. We have plenty of salt. A bunch of trucks have been coming to load up, and we're actually doing what we should be. Our major and minor arterials have had a number of runs through, and they're getting down. Precipitation's still coming down, but we're starting to see patches of blacktop. And when you see the slushy dark material, it means the snow is mixed with the chemicals. So that's easier to push. So we're feeling very good about it.
Sharon, what's the plan of attack here? Do you all work the major thoroughfares first and then get to the side streets and the blocks, or are you doing all of it just repeatedly?
So while we do focus on all of the major arterials, we need to keep those clear for emergency vehicles. We do have plows that are getting through on the residential roads too. They may have only made 1 or 2 runs so far. And again, during the night, if they came through, snow would then come and backfill some of it. So it might not be as apparent. But yes, we're getting to all the residential roads. We will turn our focus there when we clear the arterials. And I'm hopeful that tomorrow we're going to see some sun, believe it or not, and that's really going to help the process.
What are you saying to folks as far as, not a lot of people are out when we came in today, not a lot of people are out in the district, at least on the major thoroughfares that we traveled, but don't park on these streets at all, right? So let the plows do their work. What's the word to residents of the district as far as that, their responsibilities?
Sure. So as you said, our snow emergency routes, we really want no parking. We want to clear those roads curb to curb. For the residents, please, as you've been messaging and really appreciate it, stay home. The sidewalks are your responsibility. And as you've also shared, it is going to get heavier and heavier. So start now, we just come back to finish, but this material is much harder to shovel. So do it as quickly as you can. And then the only other thing that I would remind people, don't walk in the street. I've seen a bunch of folks that are walking the street. The sidewalks, they still have some ways to go. But even if you're visible, cars are going to be sliding around. So just stay on the sidewalk.
Sharon, does the same rule apply to businesses and commercial property? We know there's a lot of businesses and restaurants in D.C. Are they responsible for also doing their share of shoveling?
That's correct. Sidewalks are the responsibility of the property owner. And whether that's a commercial business or a residence, that is on you. And if for some reason, as a resident, you are having difficulty shoveling for seniors or folks who are maybe infirmed at the moment, we do have a Snow Heroes program that our Serve DC agency operates. If you go to snowteam.dc.gov, you can learn more to either request shoveling or to sign up to do it yourself if you're able.
I love that program, the Snow Heroes. Now, okay, so I happen to live in Maryland, right? And coming in, I work in the district. Coming into the district, Annie and I were speaking about sorry, Montgomery County, but there seems to be a clear line. I know, we love you. Between when we're coming off of, that major thoroughfare, happened to be River Road, coming onto Wisconsin Avenue. Now, I think that it's because of the secret beet juice you guys use to clear the roads, because you can see it being slushy, the slush that you talked about, saying the chemicals are working. But what is the secret? Because I'm hoping that my friends in Maryland hear you when you say how you treat these roads, because it really has made a difference.
Right. Well, I can't speak for our partners across the city line, but I would say I think the pre-treatment focus that we did has been exactly what we needed. And I just need to do a shout out to the snow team. They've been doing this since Friday, and these are grueling shifts, and they are working so hard. And I'm so grateful. We need to keep their energy up because we're not done. But so I really appreciate the positive words. I'm going to pass it along.
That's wonderful to hear. Sharon's absolutely right. Coming in, I mean, we see that small army of plows just replowing the same roads. And that's going to go on, I assume, for 12 hours on, off. I mean, we know in times past, that's been sort of the schedule for a lot of these crews.
That's correct. I mean, we could do 6-7 shifts. It could go on for a few days. And so we just need to keep the energy up. They work 12 hours. We have some hotels for those that live farther afield so that they can rest up quickly and get back to it. And again, even as we start to remove the top layers of snow, we're going to then continue to salt, and then we start pushing the slushy stuff. So it's going to be a few iterations.
Sharon Kirschbaum with DDOT, the DDOT director, of course, out of the nation's capital. We appreciate your time. We know you're busy, and job well done. Thank you. I know it's not over, but so far you helped us get in today, and we do appreciate you. Thank you.
Many thanks.
All righty.
Let's head over to Prince George's County again. This time, though, inside the county's emergency command center, where our Melissa Kim is standing by, getting a real inside look at the operations there getting underway. Melissa.
We're here at the Command Center in Prince George's County at the Department of Public Works. I'm joined now by the Deputy Director, Oluseyi Olabenle. Thank you so much for being here today, and thank you for all the work that you guys are doing. What are we looking at here right now?
Well, thank you for having us. So where we are is the PGC Trip Center, and what you're looking at right here is PGC Track Snow. We wanted to make sure that our residents can see exactly what we're seeing. So when you look at this map, the good news is that most of it is in green, and exactly what you're looking at are the number of passes that our trucks are servicing Prince George's County roads. So green means that it's been serviced within the last 8 hours. You'll see blue and red throughout. The red areas are showing more of our residential streets because we want to make sure we're prioritizing our primary roads. So this is looking really great.
So when you see like the number, let's walk over here, but when you see the number 17, that means that street has been passed over 17 times?
Exactly.
Oh, wow. Okay. So then we're looking at it live right here now then, what's happening on the street, right?
And what's great about this is that we're looking at the region as a whole. So this includes not just county roadways, but it also includes our state highway administration because they're our partners. As you can see, they're servicing more of the interstate highways, and then that connects to our primary roadways. So we're all working together there, making sure the exit ramps are taken care of through the state, and then we focus on the primary roadways.
So residents right now, if they're here watching this at home and they're like, why hasn't my street been cleaned up yet? What are you going to tell them?
So we want them to exercise patience, as you can see on all of these maps. And they actually can go to pgctripcenter.com to look at all of the county road maps. And you'll see that it's snow covered. The snow is still falling, so we want people to stay safe. Be at home. We don't want them to drive out if it's not necessary. Of course, emergency personnel, we want them to get out. But we want most of our residents in Prince George's County to stay at home because what's going to happen tonight, it's going to freeze again, and once you get that snow compacted, it's really hard to plow, and so we want to make sure that people stay off the roads as much as possible.
Be honest, do you like snow?
Well, I really liked snow before, but honestly, I have the opportunity to work with dedicated staff, and so it's back at a 10 out of 10, to be honest, in terms of how much I love snow. So great to work with the awesome team.
I agree. They've offered us like coffee like 25 times since we've been here. So back to you guys.
And that is
awesome.
essential. And
Yes,
how
it is.
friendly is that office?
Yes, it is. All righty. Now, we saw John Duran earlier. We basically bullied him into trying to do a little sledding. So let's check in back now with
sisterly
the snow.
love.
Yes, in
Not
Fairfax County. John Duran is in Alexandria. Still no sled. Oh, wait a minute.
How's it going, guys? Yeah, in Alexandria, eastern Fairfax County, some of these sledders, they're coming in like shifts because this is an uncomfortable precipitation. It like hurts. You can hear it falling on my jacket, feel it hitting your face. Island Creek Elementary School just down the street. No school tomorrow. These kids taking advantage of it on the sledding hill. Logan, how long have you been out here, man? You've been out here a couple hours.
Yeah.
How many times you gone down the hill?
Like 20.
You excited to have a snow day, maybe carefree, hit the sledding hill all day and no school tomorrow?
Yes.
Do you want to maybe show us? We could race, we go down the hill. So this is what I promised you guys. I was following Kelly's lead. You ready, Logan? Anybody else want to join? How about hop on? So it's nice and fluffy on the surface here. You're going to fly down this hill because it's not real packy. Logan, what do you say, man? Ready? We're going to race. On your marks, get set. Yeah, if you give me a push, go. Oh, this is like the Cadillac of sleds. Oh, no. Oh. I think everybody's okay.
Oh my goodness.
Right?
Logan,
You good?
that was a very...
Oh, Logan got me. That one.
Yeah, that was an exciting race. We had 2 wipeouts. Then you bumped into Logan.
We were flying down.
Yeah, you were.
That's funny.
Well,
we're
the most of this day, right, guys? No school tomorrow. Let's have some fun.
Okay, John. Yes,
That
thank
toasty
you, John.
studio.
Sport, John.
You did it, John. Thank you. You tried. Okay.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
This is what the snow does, though. It brings out the kid in you.
Absolutely.
You're never
Absolutely.
too old to get into that snow.
Okay. Well, Matt Gregory is in Frederick, Maryland now. He's checking out conditions there. Matt, old friend, how are you? Okay, you're in the car. I love it.
Oh, I said it earlier, and I'm going to keep saying it all day. The roads are bad. Drivers are worse. Sorry if that is offensive, but it is true. Take a look at the roads right here. This is what we've got going on as we've headed down from Frederick. We're headed towards Urbana on our way to Clarksburg. Check out the empty outlets. But you can see right now this road has been pretty well cleared pretty often. This is 270 heading south, but you can still see the little ruts of snow from the different plows as they've come through. So it's not an ideal road. I mean, we're probably going about 40 miles an hour. Normally 45, Kurt, our photographer, says. You know, this is the kind of road where you see people going 60 most days. For the most part, though, what I want to point out, because I just slipped on my way out of the Wawa, so there's like a low level of snow, right, even once it gets through plowing here. And you can see some of the, if you're looking at the browner spots here, that's like the sand that's on the roadway. It's a bit slippery out there. And underneath this layer of light, fluffy snow that now has sleet, if you can hear that on top of it, there's another little kind of slick area underneath of that. So it's not great. Uphill's the worst. We're climbing for traction here, but we also went into downtown Frederick earlier just to get an idea of what people were up to. We found folks clearing roadways, people giving it, going out for a drive because they had 4-wheel drive, and one man experiencing his first big snow in America. Take a listen.
It's gotten a little hard at the bottom now since it's sleeting and freezing rain a little bit. Don't put any chemicals down till it's all done. Yeah, because it'll freeze back up and you're wasting it. It's a shortage of materials now anyway.
Tim, tell me what you've seen driving around Frederick. What do the roads look like?
The road crews are, working on them, getting them straight and everything, but it's just, it's the weather. It's bad.
This is your first big snow?
The first big snow. I'm only a year in the States.
Oh my gosh. Where are you from?
Ireland.
Ireland? And have you ever seen snow like this in Ireland?
Once or twice before in my lifetime, but it's very rare.
All right, so you woke up today, you saw this going on. What were you thinking?
I was thinking, it looks beautiful. Let's go for a walk.
Go for a walk. That man's name is Giovanni, the Irishman. Again, I want to give you a look at the roadways because I think it's very important. A lot of you aren't coming out here. The road is closed up here on 270. It looks like we've got some emergency crews. You may not be able to see it on the camera, but we got red lights stopped right here. We just came up on this, so this is not something we knew about on our way down. I want to point out this is kind of what you're seeing on the roadways. You're seeing that, like, even though plow crews are constantly coming through, and you heard our friend Tim Lyles back there talking about it, you're seeing cars get stopped, road crews are showing up to help, and even though, you know, everything seems to be getting plowed, this is still a treacherous, slippery roadway. It's not ideal. It's hard to see from here, but I guess if you're looking off to the side, this is an interesting note that I think, you know, bears repeating. It's obvious once you see it. You notice how there's not a whole lot of snow kind of laying in the trees here, right? Which is positive, right? One of the biggest issues with this storm that we've been hearing about is the propensity, right, for snow to lay in the trees, then ice come in behind that. That makes the trees heavier. If it gets on the power lines, makes those heavier, and that's what causes power outages because the trees will fall over. They'll take down power lines. The power lines themselves could have ice on them. They could be pulled down. So that's something that we're, at least as we're monitoring throughout the day, like obviously the roads aren't great. Keeping an eye on what's happening in the trees and the power lines has been very important because this storm, as it has turned over, if you can hear it now, and I'll hold my microphone, sorry if that hurts your ears, hold my microphone up to the window, you can hear it, it's all sleet right now. So that's what's coming down. So you have this low layer of snow that came down, very light, very fluffy, not great for packing, and now it has this sleet on top of that. When you're outside, you heard John say it hurt his face. It's bouncing on and off of people's cars right there, and
we're not even using the wipers.
Hey, Kurt's pointing this out right now. We don't even need the wipers. We're just driving, not even needing to wipe because it's just little ice pellets bouncing off as we go over the Monocacy River. And another reminder, as we go over the Monocacy, we are headed over a bridge. Bridges and overpasses, if you're on the roadways, those have the quickest and the most likely ability to freeze because they're getting cold air above and below. So that's something to keep in mind. Now here comes someone who's heading by pretty fast clip, must be four-wheel drive in a very heavy truck, but we are seeing mostly people in plow crews that are out there trying their best to sort of get parking lots clear. The gentleman we talked to in Frederick, he was telling me, you know, we want to make sure we get the sidewalks clear, but we're not going to put anything down chemical-wise until this stops. It makes sense, right? Because you're just dealing with layer after layer. So even though the snow has come down, now there's a layer of sleet, and we're looking at all sorts of, you know, issues that are starting to come up. But again, I wouldn't advise going as fast as this gentleman. I see he's got a full pickup truck right there, but you know, we're just trying to make sure as we go as cautious as we can. We're trying to make sure that other folks are doing that as well. If you are forced to be out today, not an ideal time to be out on the roadways. Anywho, that's what I'm seeing. It's like I said, the roads are bad, and at times, and I hope it's not too offensive, the drivers are worse. It's just what you're seeing today in Frederick County on our way down to Montgomery County. I'm in the Weather Explorer. Oh. Yeah, Allison, what's up?
Yeah, I just have to say this. I'm glad you heard me. Okay, I happen to think, and you probably agree, having been in many news vehicles over the decades, the videographers are the best drivers in this weather. Amen. Period. So shout out to Kurt. They know how to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I need to know the one
Kurt
tip.
And I had this discussion.
Okay.
Kurt, I've talked to this with to name our photographers, and I don't like naming names, but James Hash, Kurt Brooks, these guys are professionals. And when you're in the car with them and you're driving, you're like, you're safe because they're like, listen, you don't go too fast.
Yeah.
You're safe. Don't hit any of the snowbanks. I mean, I think one of the many issues people make in a snowstorm that these guys who've been doing this for a long time will tell you is, like, you take your time, right? And it sounds obvious, but when you hit a snowbank and then you accelerate because you're stuck, that's when you get in trouble. That's when the car starts to fishtail.
Yeah.
So Kurt and I have been seeing all sorts of things today, but we just had this discussion 2 hours ago. I was like, Kurt, I don't know what we're going to do when you retire one day. I'm going to be so depressed.
Oh, right.
Great driver. Kurt Brooks.
Absolutely. Shout out to Kurt.
I paid him to say that.
Yes,
Oh boy! All right, team, we appreciate it. We'll check in with you shortly.
See you guys.
Be
All
safe.
right, thank you guys.
Okay. Sounds good.
Well, our snow coverage is just getting started. We will be with you all day as the snow continues to fall, the sleet coming down as well. We have extended storm coverage throughout the day.
All righty, just scan the QR code to download the WUSA app for your phone and WUSA9 Plus on your smart TV so that you can stream our coverage. We're here for you all day. It is free anytime. We'll be right back. and we are on again still. We told you we weren't going anywhere.
Just kidding. We just had to make sure that you were there.
Oh boy, yeah. Okay. Okay.
I think we're still on.
We are. So let me ask you, how was your drive-in this morning?
You know, having driven in this type of snow before,
right.
I sort of felt like, okay, as long as we go slow, we can do this.
I think we missed it, but hey, are we doing this cut-in?
Well, I think we're almost at the top of the one.
Okay, gotcha.
WUSA9 News at 1 o'clock starts right now, or with the snow coming down, with our latest on our weather impact alert. We are tracking this snowstorm moving across the DC area.
Giving you some pictures here, what we call a quad box in the business of our cameras spread across the DMV right now. A state of emergency is in effect in the district, Maryland, and Virginia.
That's right. Here's a look at where that storm system is right now. The biggest concern right now is the transition that we've been seeing from snow to sleet. You can count on us to keep you informed every step of the way. Here's a live look at radar. You can see that system moving and all the different colors, which Caitlin and Carl will explain in just a moment. But first, we welcome you in to the News at 1. I'm Annie Yu.
I'm Allison Seymour. We again have teams spread all across the region this morning, monitoring conditions as this storm unfolds. First, though, we want to start with our meteorologists, Caitlin McGrath and Carl Lamb. Hi guys.
Hey there, guys. I mean, this has not been the most fun storm to forecast for.
Yeah.
I think we were both pulling for a more snow event, but we've got some sleet.
Yeah, and you know, it's just because that warm air snuck in and it kind of overlaid some of that colder air, and so it just kind of transitioned all the snow into, you know, kind of different forms in the life cycle of what like a raindrop, a snowflake can go through.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, radar still looks super deceiving. It's been doing this for hours, where it looks like it's mostly snow. You can see a little bit more of that purple mixing in. That's what typically shows up on radar as sleet. But trust me, everyone is seeing sleet right now, and it is still piling on. So just keep that in mind as you're gearing up to maybe start your shoveling. It is going to be heavier than it was earlier this morning when it was just that light, fluffy snow. Now we've got a layer of ice on top, and that ice is also kind of compressing that light, fluffy snow. So we did lower our totals earlier this morning once we saw that quick transition from snow to sleet. So still a big storm for us here in the DC area, just a little bit on the lower end as far as those storm totals go. We've got about 2 to 6 inches that will ultimately fall for areas off to the south and east, areas in purple. So that's along 95 up to 74 to 8 of snow and sleet. Keep that in mind. We still have hours of this sleet to go, and it will pile on top of that snow. Ice will accumulate, and it's going to make for a nice crusty layer on top of snow as we head throughout the day today. And even farther off to the north and west, 8 to 10 inches is what we're looking at when this storm clears out of here. So as we head throughout the next really several, say 6 to 7 hours, we still have this prolonged period of sleet. But what we will be watching really carefully for, especially in southeastern Maryland, is where we could potentially see a mix with some freezing rain, where it gets warm enough in the atmosphere that the precipitation falls as rain but still freezes on contact. However, we have a really deep cold layer well above our heads, so most of what falls through the remainder of the day will be sleet. Even if we do see that brief period of freezing rain, I do not think it's going to be enough to accrete or accumulate significantly on tree branches or power lines, so the risk for power outages really does remain quite low. But as we head through the remainder of the day, we will continue to track this sleet piling on. This is 6 o'clock. We start to see the back edge of this storm clearing out of our westernmost counties, and by 8 o'clock the bulk of this precipitation is out of here. And I say precipitation because you could end as a little bit of light snow, especially off to the north and west, but likely going to taper off that icy mess as we head through later Sunday night. And then it just turns to the cleanup as we head through the next several days. And it is going to be days worth of cleanup because this snow and ice is not going anywhere anytime soon. We have frigid air that is sticking around for at least the next week. So I want to talk more about our storm coverage for today and send things over to Carl Lamb. He's got more on our Sunday storm.
Absolutely. So again, it is going to be anywhere between 2 to 10 inches in terms of how much snow falls from this. And it is that changeover to sleet. And again, when there's ice falling, it will just continue to weigh things down. It compresses any of the snow that's already fallen. So that's the major issue at this point in terms of what we're expecting as we go through the rest of this. And it is definitely going to be, again, what Caitlin just mentioned, travel impacts for many days. So if you can, and if it's absolutely necessary, stay home, because the biggest issue is you could get stuck, especially in those right and left turn lanes onto secondary streets. That's where most people will end up stalling out or getting stuck, because when plows push all that snow through, it only goes to the sides, right? Even with the best plows, it will just kind of on the edges and fringes push it off to the side streets. And then when you make those turns, that's where you oftentimes will get stuck. So allow the plow crews to do what they can and do what they need to clear it, so that it is going to be a little bit easier for you to get to where you need to go. In terms of how much winter weather there is, it's all across the U.S., really, from Texas all the way to Rhode Island and Maine. And so this will go into effect in terms of the impacts through 4 a.m. So now we're transitioning again to a mainly sleet event across the region. And we have seen some of those storm totals come in for Westminster at 7 inches, Wheaton also at 7 inches, Herndon at 6, Gaithersburg at 6, and Forestville at 6 inches as well. We will continue to get these from the National Weather Service as they issue new statements. We will continue to put new communities on here, so many people will send us an email and ask, well, how much did we get in either Haymarket or Leesburg? We will have some changing totals as we go throughout the day, but just know that these numbers are not just snow at this point, because we have mixed in sleet into this whole conversation. And here's again that big, massive system extending all the way from Mississippi and Louisiana all the way up to Pennsylvania and New York at this point. And again, there's the concern for icing in some areas, especially through North Carolina, where they're dealing with the potential for some thick ice. But for us, again, Doppler has been kind of really struggling with this, but a lot of this is sleet up towards Bowie and in towards areas like Columbia. And as you head up towards Baltimore, it is going to be mainly sleet from this. And I think everything that you see here likely is falling as that noisy ice pellet type of precipitation that's all across the region. We zoom out a little bit and show you the whole scope of this. There could be the potential for some freezing rain, especially if you get closer to the coast, but ultimately more sleet than snow in this entire system. As you get up towards Cumberland and Hagerstown on the Pennsylvania border there, we could have some of that mixed precipitation with snow and sleet that would ultimately cut down on some of your totals too when we've bumped you down. But all in all, as we kind of watch this play out, again, the sleet is really the main story with this at this point. in terms of what to expect from Dunkirk down towards La Plata, Mechanicsburg as well, and over towards Leonardtown. You're starting to see, again, just that mixed bag of precipitation. Up north, again, mainly snow at this point, but wouldn't be surprised to see that sleet being part of the conversation, as it is just pretty steady in terms of what to expect. Germantown, Rockville, Brunswick, and over towards areas like Hagerstown as well. And right now, zooming back into D.C., everyone is dealing with that icy precipitation. We'll hear from our reporters out in the field. They'll be able to confirm it. John Duran and everyone has been telling us that it has been sleet that we've been dealing with for much of the morning and into the early afternoon. Alexandria, Fairfax, and over towards Georgetown as well, up towards Tenleytown. Here for us, it has been mainly sleet. So again, just kind of giving you a spin around town in terms of what to expect. Mainly sleet at this point. In terms of futurecast, this has been doing a pretty good job, especially through the afternoon, of what to expect. Sleet will be the dominant picture here for us across the region, all the way back to Warrenton, Culpeper, up towards Leesburg and Winchester as well. And that transition does, again, knock those snow totals down. Now, there is the potential for potentially a little bit of freezing rain in the conversation, but not widespread. It's just the potential for it, especially if you get out towards southern Maryland. But most areas will be dealing with ice, ice pellet buildup, and makes the snow heavier to clear. So that's certainly something we're going to be keeping an eye on. This is 5:30 tonight. As we watch this kind of wind down, it will start to kind of leave the area in terms of, any precipitation by about 7 to 8 o'clock. And then behind that is just the intense cold that is coming our way. It is going to be much, much colder as we go into tonight and then tomorrow. You're really going to feel how cold it is as we start to actually lose some of the cloud cover during the overnight, and it sets up for what is going to be a bright but really cold Monday on the way. And as we kind of bring back the sunshine, that's the phase where we kind of go into the cleanup of all of this. And it is going to be quite the cleanup, just because normally when we have snow in DC, it will just melt because we have some warmer air coming in very quickly behind it. That's not the case with this. We have an extended stretch of cold that takes us through the end of the month as well. And we are, again, just going to wrap up with some of these storm totals in terms of what to expect. So 4 to 8 inches from areas like Aberdeen and Elkton back towards areas like Warrenton, Luray, and over towards Harrisonburg, and then higher totals. But we even knocked those down for areas up north, and then 2 to 6 inches as you get out towards Easton, Lexington Park, and Patuxent River. So that's a look at what we're dealing with right now. We'll have more on the full 7-day forecast coming up in a little bit, but we'll send it back to Allison and Annie.
All right, Carl, thank you so much. Let's check back in on the snow in the district.
Rafael Sanchez Cruz is out on the roads in Columbia Heights. Rafael, how is it out there?
Yeah, look, there's a lot more people out here now. Let me show you what the roads look like right now. We can actually see a plow that's going to move its way through. Can you see that? There you go. These are the streets in Columbia Heights. We're right on 14th Street and Park Street. And you can see, look, the plows have been through, but it's been a while. We're seeing them go into the neighborhood streets more. But look, like I mentioned, there's a lot of people walking around now. I was just jumped back in the car because I did stop earlier. There are some restaurants that are still open. Workers say that they, it was harder to get to work, but they made it in, and people are definitely taking advantage of that, getting some warm food. We're actually going to try to jump out and try to talk to some of these business people, but a lot more people out and about. I'm also seeing a lot of businesses clearing out their the sidewalks, and I also saw some posts on social media saying, please don't be that business owner that leaves icy sidewalks so people can get through. So unfortunately, some of the sidewalks are still covered with snow, and people are walking on the roadways, which obviously is not recommended. We're actually, let me zoom in here. You can see this couple right here just walking in the middle of the street. Not the best idea, especially as drivers are trying to get through. But again, a lot more movement here in the streets of DC. And the good news is I have been seeing on social media in parts of Maryland and Virginia where we've seen some kind of cars struggling, kind of dangerous situations. Not a lot happening here in DC in terms of, dangerous situations, which is good. People are either not driving or they know how to drive in the streets. But again, I guess I would say, we've been saying it over and over again. If you don't have to venture out, please don't do it.
There's a car stuck up here about 100 yards up.
Yeah, we are seeing there might be a car stuck up here. I'm going to zoom in a little bit, and then we're going to drive a little bit closer once we can. But that's the majority of the issues that there we go. He's struggling to get out of there. Again, stuff is really piling up, and this is a warning that DC officials gave us. They said once it starts getting closer to, 8 to 10 inches of snow, what becomes the issue is where does the snow go, right? So we're seeing a lot of these large piles on the side of the roadways. Looks like the car made it out, which is the good news. But again, not ideal. That sidewalk is clear, as you can see right there, but people still deciding to walk in the middle of the roadway. And look, we even have a biker. There are still some brave people venturing out. I am not a bike expert. I would say the likeliness of slipping in these conditions is very high, but everyone, I guess, doesn't have the same expertise that I do. So we're gonna keep on driving here. This is a live look at 14th and Parkwood now. We're going to keep on, again, trying to talk to those businesses that have decided to stay open, especially to feed all the essential workers and those people that didn't excessively go to the grocery store and buy out all the shelves as we saw throughout the week. So that's what's happening here in the streets of the district. We'll send it back to you.
You know what? It is interesting, Rafa. I bet some of those eateries especially will be packed if you can walk. Plenty of homes over there and apartments and all that. Not a bad way if you can get there safely to get there and support businesses today, but just don't walk in the street.
I know.
Y'all want a quesadilla?
That's what we were.
I'll take some orders.
Okay, that's what we were hoping for. Thank you. We
Don't
love
play
you.
with our emotions. We're really serious.
Look, I'll text in the orders and we'll get it there. It might be a little icy. But,
that's okay.
Whatever.
We got microwaves. We're familiar with Columbia Heights and all the great restaurants. Rafa, thank you so much. Stay safe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, important reminder from Raphael too, but do not walk in the roadways. That was what our friend Sharon at DDOT was saying. The one thing, please do not walk in the road.
Because it's not only unsafe, of course, for the pedestrian, but for the driver too, trying to navigate it and
how that fishtailing or swerving.
Right.
Yeah,
okay.
Better safe to be safe than sorry.
Okay, Matt Gregory is he's riding around in Frederick, Maryland. Yep, you're on, friend. Where are you now? What do you see?
No, I heard you. All right, so we've decided to go to Clarksburg. We actually went up to go to the outlets, but I'm going to show you a little bit here. They got the circle before it. Let's take a look at what you're dealing with. So you can see where there's been, like the plows have pushed aside some of these snowbanks, but it's hard to get through. And if you're coming up to the outlets, guess what? You can't get in today. There's not even. Oh, Kurt's ready to go in. Now we're gonna go right for it, and over we go. So that's a little bit about what's happening over here. Not plowed yet. We're the first car into the outlets. Guys, sometimes this job is a blast. So as you can see, this is what you'd be dealing with if we had not actually hit, if there'd not been any sort of plows coming through. This is just how bad the roads are. I guess it's kind of hard to tell. It all looks just like white fluff here, but it's probably, I'd say, about 6 inches or so, maybe a bit more than that thick. And the other part is I can actually hear it scraping the bottom of the Weather Explorer. Again, like this is the parking lot of the Clarksburg outlets. They're not open today and no one is really here. I think actually looking at it, someone plowed earlier, but as you can tell right now, yeah, it's already recovered the road. That's how you're seeing some of these little snow banks, just to give you an idea. Take a look behind you there. Oh boy. Yeah, sorry. This is kind of a lesson in how to drive in the snow. Kurt's giving you right here, which is do not make huge mistakes. Don't go into snow banks. Certainly stay away from roads that haven't been plowed. We were both just curious. We were like, what is this going to look like here in the mall? There's one plow truck over there doing just about one parking lot. So you can see the roads out here, just not great. We wanted to get off the main road to show you what these secondary roads would look like. This is probably what most of your roads, if you're kind of north of Montgomery County or northern Montgomery County, are seeing. It's mostly covered. I would say on our way down here, some of the worst driving that we've seen is people stopping and backing up on major roadways. I guess right now I'm doing my what not to do in winter weather part, but yeah, that's the number one. Don't stop and try to back up because you missed your exit. Keep going. Number two, a snowbank created by plows at a cross street. I know you think you can get through it. You probably can't because it's going to be some time. First, all the main roads have to be plowed again and again before they can even think about getting to a snowbank. But we'll show you again this snowbank here as we head back out to the roads here. Clear to the left, clear. Yep, Kurt's going to go through it again. And there we go. You saw it jump there. He's getting an amount of joy out of this I've not seen since Christmas Day as a child. So as we head up this particular, guys, I'm sorry, I want to give you an idea there, though, of just sort of like what it's like to drive out here. And that was a better idea of some of the roads that got plowed this morning haven't been plowed since. That's what they look like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, hey, Matt, can you tell Kurt that our news director's on the phone for him? She's got some questions about the Weather Explorer.
I will.
Okay.
No habla inglés.
Okay.
Kurt's not gonna.
Okay.
Kurt's not gonna. All right, guys.
What
We're
not
gonna get
to
back
do.
to the roadway here.
Oh, boy.
Giving you a look at 270.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, guys. That's a lot
my.
of fun. All right.
Thanks,
Make sure
Kurt.
you're
Bye,
buckled
guys.
up.
Yes. We're living vicariously through them because that is what not to do.
What not to do.
What not to do. All that pretty snow, though. All right. That's Matt and Kurt in the Weather Explorer. Okay.
Something tells me Kurt's been itching to do that.
Oh, did you hear the joy? He said,
Not once, but twice.
Yeah. All righty.
Okay. All right, let's check in with Caitlin now. Caitlin McGrath, boy, been here all morning tracking this system. And Caitlin, is the snow sort of like transitioning to sleet now, or have we been in this state?
Yeah, unfortunately, we've been in this sleety stage for several hours now. We started to see the transition very early this morning, around 7 o'clock in our southernmost areas, around 8 a.m. here in the district, and it's just continued to kind of push off to the north. But all morning long, we've kind of been fighting with radar, which looks like it is still snowing, but looks can be deceiving, can't they? Trust me, this is all sleet. Now, we have seen some reports of some super light flakes mixing in, especially for areas closer to the Mason-Dixon line, but they're super fine snowflakes, really kind of poorly formed snowflakes that aren't accumulating much. But all of this sleet is piling on. Sleet accumulates just like snow, but it is much heavier than snow and a lot less fun to clean up. So if you haven't started your cleanup yet, get out now, start shoveling, because the sleet is only going to make it that much heavier and that much sloppier. The snow that fell this morning was super light, very fluffy, terrible for snowman making or snowball fights, but the sleet is just making that hard shell over everything that's already fallen. So as we head through the next several hours, we'll continue to see that sleet pile on, and we did adjust our snow and sleet numbers this morning. Once we saw that quicker transition over to sleet, it became pretty clear that unfortunately we wouldn't see the snow pile on. Instead, we'd add in sleet to the equation that would compress it and make it heavier. So when all is said and done with this storm, this is what you can expect to measure between the snow and sleet combination. 2 to 4 inches for areas off to our south and east, though many areas are kind of in that 4 to 6 inch range. Off to the north and west just a bit, up and down 95 through much of northern Virginia and the 270 corridor, 4 to 8 inches with about 4 to 5 inches of snow with some sleet continuing to pile on, though we have gotten some 6-inch totals back into parts of northern Montgomery County, Frederick County, out toward Loudoun County as well. And even farther off to the north and west, that's where we're going 8 to 10 inches, where we do still have a little bit of snow mixing in with those pingy ice pellets. So as we head through the next several hours, there's not really going to be a change to the way radar looks. What we'll really be looking out for over the next several hours is if we can warm up our temperatures just a little bit more in the south and east. Think parts of Calvert County, St. Mary's County. We have the potential to mix in some freezing rain, and keep in mind, freezing rain is what happens whenever precipitation falls through most of the atmospheric profile as rain, but then freezes on contact. The problem is we have such deep cold air well above our heads that we're really not seeing that prolonged period for all of that melting to get to freezing rain. But if we were to get there, it would be for areas south and east of 95. Elsewhere, we'll continue to see the sleet pile on throughout the afternoon. This is 2, 3 o'clock. No real change to the way radar is going to look, and it's really not until about 6 o'clock that we start to see the last of this storm clearing our westernmost counties along and west of I-81. And then by 8 o'clock, the storm really continuing to wind down. Most areas will be in the clear. We'll kind of see the last of that sleety mix working its way east of 95. Still a few flakes back into the mountains, but the cleanup will really continue as we head through Sunday night and into the day on Monday. Now, we've been talking talking about this storm for over a week now. We've been tracking it for several days because it first started to form right around Texas and Oklahoma later Friday night, and it has continued to work its way across the country. You can see the large swath of areas under these winter alerts. We still have winter storm warnings and advisories through parts of Texas all the way back into Maine. We are dealing with such a large part of the country under these winter weather conditions ranging from freezing rain to ice to snow. Our friends up in New England and upstate New York are getting a really nice snow event out of this one, but for us it is snow to now sleet. So the winter storm warning continues until 4 o'clock Monday morning, and even though the storm winds down, we're still going to be feeling the impacts for days to come here. So today is our weather impact alert for the storm. Over the next several days we've got alerts for the cold, but today it is just best if you can stay home. Now we know there are a lot of essential workers, including our entire team here at WUSA9, who did have to get out on the road this morning. And if you have to do so, take it easy, give yourself extra time. You know the drill, but just make sure you're heeding the warnings because as we've been showing you, the roads are treacherous, and plan on travel impacts for days. Again, not only are we going to see these cold temperatures around, but this is a pretty big storm for our area. It's going to take crews a little bit of time, and we're not getting any help from Mother Nature to help clear or melt any of this snow. We might get a little melting over the next couple of days if we bring out some nice sunshine. Even though it's plenty cold, the sun is enough to cause a little melting and refreezing, so we're not in great shape there. But temperatures will stay below freezing all the way into next week, all the way into next month. In fact, we'll see temperatures in the 20s, and by Monday night into Tuesday, we're going to add some wind to the equation as well, so it's going to feel even colder than it actually is. By Tuesday morning, we are feeling sub-zero just about everywhere. We'll see some more cold weather advisories, possibly even extreme cold warnings issued through the next week. By Tuesday afternoon, even though actual temperatures will be in the mid to upper 20s, still only going to feel like the teens, and we bottom out on Thursday. That's going to be our coldest day for the upcoming week, where many areas will stay in the teens for those high temperatures, low 20s for DC. And yes, you see a snowflake there on the map. It is not going to be a major storm, but we could see a few flurries early Thursday morning. Nothing that looks significant right now, but that's your heads up that we could pile on a little extra snow on top of the mess that we already have to clean up from here over the next several days.
Okay, Caitlin, thank you so much. Yeah, this sort of the precip has changed a little bit. I was hoping for like all fluffy snow. It feels like you can navigate that a little bit better, but when you're talking about icy conditions, it becomes so difficult.
It just adds another extra layer of something you don't need to be dealing with, right? Especially if you have to be on the roads. But that's the message today. You know, it's Sunday, we're going into the weekday, but schools are we're starting to see those closures coming in for Monday. The government, my neighbor actually told me the Pentagon was already calling it pre-system. Yeah, just because it affects so many families with kids, but also the transportation issue with metro buses. A lot of them take, metro bus to the Pentagon. So they had called that early on. But we'll see as the closures come in. But it's a Sunday. It's a good time to just stay at home. You all have prepared for this. We know you all were out there at the stores grabbing those snacks. I couldn't find much out there by the time we hit it. But yeah, just a good day to stay inside where it's nice and safe and warm, because that's another layer. It's just the
it's very cold
Arctic
outside.
Cold.
Yeah. 17 degrees in DC, but of course it feels much colder than that. And our meteorologists are saying those cold temperatures are going to stick around. So not much relief as far as melting goes. So just because you see the precip stop falling, it doesn't mean it's good to go with that. We're not in the clear. You talked about WMATA, and I know that we are going to get a check-in on what's going on with WMATA in just a second. But as for right now, do we want to check in with Prince George's County? Okay. All righty, we are waiting to get the latest from Metro. So, we've seen our crews all around, and the one story for the most part seems to be that young people are taking advantage of this right now. They're having a good time right now, and so thankfully we haven't seen many stories that really take that super serious turn during the snowstorm.
Because over the correct me if I'm wrong, Carl, but 2016 was the last time we saw some significant snow, right? So we're talking 10 years, and you're talking about the kids, Allison. You know, in my house, that is all the talk all week, every single day, texting me, any updates? You have the 411 with the meteorologist there. This is my little daughter, you know, texting me from a little friend group.
About getting out and playing in the snow?
About the snow coming because, you know, Ava was 4 in 2016, right? So that was, she doesn't really remember the significant snow that we got. Now, we have pictures to show just how high it was, but this was an exciting snowstorm for them.
And believe it or not, because my girls are all, the youngest is 21, there comes a time, it's like a switch when they're like, no, I'm good, not going outside because it's so cold.
And, there is a switch, and I say my switch is coming. I don't know about you, Al. I'll enjoy the snow once again when I retire.
When we don't have to come in and work. We are happy and grateful to be able to work for you, but when we can just relax with that cup of cocoa,
and just, you know, enjoy the snow like all of you are at home, because right now we are coming in to serve our community. But, you know, my commute, thankfully, the key, I think, was to go slow and not overdrive the conditions. Not the time to overdrive the conditions or get overly confident.
That's because, no matter what kind of car you have.
Right. You might see little peaks of pavement. You might see right here, you can kind of see the pavement and you think, oh, I'm good, let me just follow these tracks. But it's the treacherous, the slippery.
It's what you can't see.
It's what you can't see, the black ice and the freezing going on. And by the time you know it, you pick up that speed and then you just, and then now you're spinning out or doing something. But and not braking abruptly, you know, that's very
Giving
key
yourself,
as well.
a lot of space between the cars in front of you. This is our Matt Gregory's camera in Frederick. But right now, we do want to get to Randy Clark, of course, the chief there at WUSA, to see what is going on now. He's getting mic'd up. Can you hear me, Randy?
He might be.
Okay, not.
He might be addressing multiple agencies here. Metro, as far as Metro goes, when we checked in with them on Friday, it was business as usual for them. I know he mentioned they have hundreds of equipment on the railways to keep, you know, the snow clear, but was concerned that there would be some disruptions and hiccups along the way. I mean, it's a major transportation system, so looks like we'll be getting an update from Randy Clark shortly.
I know that some people were able to get into the studio via the trains today, and then I thought like how fortunate we are to have that mode of transportation to be able to get here safely. So he's getting all set.
And it's not just the railways, but of course the buses too.
Right.
You know, a lot of people rely on the buses to get to the grocery store, to get to work, and so if you are being called in, you got to check your routes before you head out the door. But hopefully we'll get some good news from Randy Clark as we stand by. But giving you a live look right now, I believe this is Frederick County via our Matt Gregory and Kurt Brooks out there. But it just keeps to come down, right? And it's that sleet that is making the roads dicey and treacherous, and not obviously a lot of sun or melting going on over the next couple of days. So something to really keep in mind and plan ahead for.
Switching through these cameras, showing you at home just how much we have spread out across the DMV as we see these different ones. Another shot here. Okay, Randy Clark with WUSA.
During this storm kind of preparation and response. So today at Metro, I'm here at our Metro Integrated Command and Communication Center. It's kind of the brain for Metro operations. We have about 2,800 personnel deployed fighting this storm and responding to the storm, and over 600 pieces of equipment. Just want to really first off thank the men and women here at Metro for all the hard work they're doing, including people like this in this room that are away from their families during this storm. I also want to thank our jurisdictional partners all across this region who are doing a great job getting out there on their streets, sidewalks, trying to keep the roads and conditions safe, not just for all motorists and for our buses and pedestrians as well. On the rail side, we are running a weekend service level. We've had some signal failures here and there, but basically anyone that is out, and I think we had over 10,000 people out on the rail system as of an hour ago, we are getting people safely around. But again, we'll be running weekend rail service for the rest of the day. On the bus side, we have 14 what we would call critical service routes, things like trying to get people to hospitals or things of that nature. No significant incidents to report on those 14. We are going to try to maintain those 14 routes throughout the entire day, but of course monitoring conditions to see if we have to make any adjustments. On Metro Access, we've actually provided 67 life-sustaining trips. So those are individuals who might have to go to a hospital or clinic for things like dialysis or cancer treatments or things of that nature. And we're going to fulfill the few more that we have the rest of the day. But as of 3 p.m., we're going to have no more new trips booked on Metro Access. So for tomorrow, Monday the 26th, our plan right now is to have rail open at 6 a.m. So repeat, tomorrow will be 6 a.m. instead of the regular 5 a.m. And we are planning on running again a weekend rail service tomorrow. So a little less frequency than you would get on a normal Monday, but obviously with the government shutdown and all the schools, we certainly will not have the demand for more frequency, but we will be running trains to keep the infrastructure warm and exercise, but also make sure we get people safely around. On the bus side, we are going to concentrate on our 4 critical routes again. Really important to get those as long as we can out there. And tonight at no later than 9 p.m. tonight, we will have another update on anticipated bus service tomorrow. So bus service is basically based on 2 things. Conditions of our roadway, and all across this region is different. From Loudon to New Carrollton, from Franconia to Shady Grove is a big area, and those conditions may vary. And second is the ability to get our staff in to operate these vehicles safely for our customers. So again, 9 p.m. tonight, we will give a further update on tomorrow on the 26 bus service. Same thing on Metro Access. We anticipate running all life-sustaining trips tomorrow. We are very much asking any customers that have the ability to rebook, especially if it is not a critical trip, to work with us and do so for later in the week. And again, at 9 p.m., we will provide additional updates on Metro Access tomorrow. So again, just thank all of our partners, all the Metro staff out there in these, conditions that luckily we have a little bit more sleet than freeze and rain, but we are very worried about the freeze and rain coming up. We just want people to be safe.
So as far as everything resuming back to normal, like you said, that all is incumbent on the road conditions.
That, road conditions, weather too. So our goal, listen, there's no chance of us running regular service tomorrow. Like I just said, that'd be weekend focus, and then we're going to build back on bus. We're going to do everything we can to run as close to normal service on Tuesday, but of course we'll provide updates tonight, and then again, probably multiple times tomorrow. So conditions are really important here. So far the rail system is operating very well from the kind of snow and ice point of view, and then on the bus side it's really street-based conditions.
With temperatures being a concern, especially tonight, remind people how that affects the rails in general.
Yeah, listen, this weather, and it's not today, we've had a really rough patch here of cold weather, and coming up I think it's going to be almost historic days. Like Tuesday we're very concerned about. So very cold weather could actually lead to potential rail breaks. So rail, like a piece of metal, obviously expand and contract, and this weather is very extreme, and so any little minor issue on a rail could snap, and we had a couple last week. So we are hopeful that we've kind of worked some of those out, but we have a lot of crews on ready to safely make sure to make some repairs and keep going. So same with door systems, they're air-based, and there's just bad weather like this just impacts everything. So we ask everyone, just be patient. You have our commitment. Everyone in Metro is fully engaged. Our Emergency Operations Center, all of our staff, we are here working hard to make sure we can get people safely around. Little patience, enjoy the football, some hot soup or something, stay home if you don't need to, and we're slowly but surely this week, just like everybody else, we'll get people back to some normalcy.
Is it the ice or the cold temps that affect the rail?
On the rails itself, it's actually the colder temperatures. The ice is really bad for escalators. It's bad for trip, slips, and falls, obviously, and stairs and all those types of things. Door systems on our trains and buses, really challenging. You got to get that seal to get that door. It's just bad too. We still have some older trains. Our 3000 series trains are from the early 80s. So, my body doesn't work as well today as it did 20 years ago, just like our trains, right? So again, working with our partners to make sure the roads are safe and making sure all of our equipment is safe as well.
For people relying on Metro, it's okay for them.
Sorry?
It's okay for them to use for those relying on Metro, especially the trains.
Yeah. If we're running service, it is safe, and we want people to know that. And our big ask is follow Metro Pulse, which is our real-time app. You can get all that type of information. Our social channels obviously cover that, and yourselves as media getting the word out. So, and all of our jurisdictions have our information too. So basically, the old saying is be weather aware, and just follow us for updates.
And last for me, we always like to compare from the last major winter event with how things are operating today and what you're anticipating tomorrow. Is it what you expected? Is it compared to even last time we saw something like this before, as far as the response?
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing snow and ice professionally for a long time, especially I did a lot in the Boston area. So my expectations is never think you actually know what's going to happen. We always say plan for the worst and hope for the best. I know that's kind of cliche. This forecast is pretty similar to what Weather Service and Capital Weather Gang said what would happen. There's a lot of people going to be, oh, we didn't get as much snow. I'd rather 5 more inches of snow than freezing rain. Like, that is the dangerous stuff. So the storm is far from over. Tonight is going to be very challenging in this region, and then tomorrow morning. And whatever is not cleaned up is going to be an ice block here for several days. So people need to have some serious patience around this region for the next few days. And, I think I was with the mayor at press conference. Look after yourself, but also go check on your neighbors, especially people that you might have senior neighbors or people that might need an extra hand. That's what we need to be doing right now the next few days.
For buses, do you use chains on the tires at all, or do you not?
No, the weather conditions will dictate where we can actually run. So these are big, heavy vehicles, which both sound like they're good in snow, but also then can be more dangerous. So things like hills are challenging, tight corners. So we're working, we have a staff member embedded in DC's DPW Storm Center as well. We talked to Montgomery County, Prince George's, all of Northern Virginia, Maryland DOT. We are highly integrated. Everyone is working very well together. I can't say enough. This region really knows how to manage kind of events and working well together, and this is another example. And it's the same message, just everyone, if you don't have to be out, stay home, let us clean up, all work together, and then hopefully by Tuesday we can have pretty decent service, both roads and transit, and then by Wednesday even better.
I don't recall seeing chains on buses ever. Do you use them?
I think maybe for like a rescue or something, but it's not certainly not standard operating procedure for us. So, okay, thank you all. Okay, thanks guys. Thanks for being here. Yeah, be safe when you're out there.
Okay. All right, Randy Clark, CEO of WUSA9 giving us an update here. I don't think it's any surprise that basically the schedule would be affected by the snowstorm that we're seeing. So it's on a Sunday schedule today, and he also said tomorrow. And they're looking at Tuesday because basically it's going to be so cold.
Right.
Yeah. And I know it's comical to look at me right now because my lash just came off, everybody.
Well,
that's the
how
snow.
cold it is.
That's the snow.
So
I appreciate you not laughing when you saw that. It's in my hand. But Randy Clark giving us an update with WUSA9. And he also suggested if you're a commuter and you rely on the rails and the buses, maybe download their app.
The Metro Pulse app.
Metro Pulse app, exactly. Yeah. So, all right.
Yeah, those are the key takeaways. I think, just limited service today and tomorrow to be expected, and then they will reevaluate and update us tonight at 9 p.m. We will keep you informed. I was actually surprised that he said 10,000 people had taken Metro up until an hour ago, which really, shows you that Metro is hard at work right now, trying to get essential people to work and wherever you need to go if you need to head out for whatever reason.
And we saw some of our colleagues came in on it, and from Rafael Sanchez Cruz Lafont Metro's, we saw some families coming in on it too. So it's one of the great things about living here in the DMV. We've got a safe way to get around when the roads are really bad. So, but just on a Sunday schedule. Well, we know that schools will be closed for many of you come tomorrow. Here's a reminder that the National Zoo and all Smithsonian museums, they will be closed Monday as well.
Now, when we get any guidance about Tuesday and the rest of the week, of course, we're going to pass that on to you. But again, the National Zoo and all Smithsonian museums will be closed Monday.
And we aren't the only ones trying to escape the cold. So we checked the National Zoo's panda cams this morning around 8 in the morning. And it looks like our giant pandas, Bao Li and Jingbao.
Yeah, they were out there,
They were out there because their natural habitat is the snow. So I'm sure they were having a good time.
They prefer the snow and cold weather.
Check out the Panda Cam if you can.
All right, let's check in with our Sarah Robinson right now, who is out in Prince George's County. It looks like she's made her way to Bowie, Maryland. Okay, Sarah, last time we checked in with you, I know you were a little saddened because you couldn't find any kiddos out there. Any luck now?
No luck. But we did find someone that got stuck. Yeah, not good news there. But they were able to get unstuck with the help of several people who stopped here to help. So this is the Bowie Shopping Center, Bowie Town Center, I believe it's called. And we were here early this morning. We started our day here around 8 o'clock. There was no progress made at that point. All of the roads were completely snowed over. There was no way to see the ground. You can see now that they have made some progress, but it's still not looking great. I want to show you some video that we got earlier of a car getting stuck. This was a sedan, and it just goes to show that if you can avoid being out here, you absolutely should avoid being out here. It took about 7 people, including a plow truck, to get that car unstuck. Take a listen.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
Have you seen a few people like this car get stuck?
Yeah, I've seen a couple out there on the roads. A couple of people.
Yeah.
It's tough for these small cars.
Any advice to people on the roads?
Yeah, if you don't have a truck or a small car, you know what I mean, just use a truck, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we have seen a couple people get stuck. This was the worst that we saw. As I was saying, it took several people to help get this person out. And it also is worth noting that the Bowie Town Center is not open today. So there's really no reason to be out here. You know, sometimes it does seem that people are just looking at the conditions. But as we've been saying, the conditions are not great. So unless you're sledding, which by the way, still looking for some sledders, but unless you are sledding, it's probably best to stay inside. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Right, Sarah Robinson, thank you so much for the update. Okay, let's check in with Matthew Torres now. He is with Randy Clark. He was covering the media presser there. Matthew, are you with us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Okay.
So you heard the current update as far as WUMATA operations in this region. And so with me is Mr. Randy Clark. And I wanted to talk to him because this is kind of a rare opportunity that we get to see really this control room of how things operate. We have a bunch of screens behind us, a bunch of people and computers obviously going. And as they communicate with folks using Metro as far as how things are going. Thanks again for the update just moments ago. Give us an idea of how this works. They've been working around the clock, I'm sure, but this different sections really taking care of different things here.
Yeah, this is our, again, Metro Integrated Command and Control Communication Center. What's unique about this center, we believe it's probably the most advanced one in the country on transit. It brings every part of Metro's operation together, and years ago that wasn't the case. So a good example, this is our bus area over on this side, and this is where individuals are dispatching and coordinating with bus in the field. Also kind of, this is supervision on the bus side, and we're looking at everything from street cameras to our own tracking device systems, weather, road conditions, all of that type of thing. Back here is our rail kind of area, and these are individuals that are looking after the different rail lines. And this is our screen that really monitors switches and heaters and where trains are. This middle section is our communications area. So they do internal and external communications, so everything from information digital screens in, say, a station or a bus stop to social media or internal alerts of what's going on. What's very advanced here is on this side, we actually have a command line. Very unique for transit. We have a head of rail, a head of bus, head of maintenance, head of communications, a lieutenant from our police department, and a captain from DC Fire, all together, and their job is to coordinate and manage any potential incident to get the most accurate information and then solve that problem expeditiously as possible. So this is how our center works, and it's all about coordination and bringing people together.
Yeah, and I love that you get to see the cameras. When you do know of a problem, you can see it really in live action.
We have over 30,000 cameras here at Metro, so those are in facilities, out in yards, but also on our rail vehicles, on our buses, and it gives us the quick ability to see truly what's going on, give response. So sometimes we might get a tweet from somebody that tells us something before an operator even tells us, so it allows us to get that information, get clarity, help customers with information, and resolve an issue.
And I just want to point out this lady over here, because I've learned she's one of the people, whenever you hear a message on Metro about an alert or something, she's the voice. Exactly. Yeah, she's the voice.
Yeah, and no, it's a great room. It's we did this 3 years ago when I got here, and the idea is one integrated Metro, and it allows us to coordinate with all of our first responder partners in a much more effective way than we ever did before. And I just really want to thank, these are individuals, some of the people we put up in hotels for storms like this, including the people out shoveling. We have a very dedicated team here that loves serving this community, and they're away from their families. So again, when people are at home watching this, just remember there's a lot of good public servants, whether they're a Metro, DPWs, police, fire, that are out there making sure we're keeping people safe. And I just want to always thank them for the work they do.
And so we get to see another example of a group of people really working around the clock to make sure everyone here is safe. So again, Mr. Clark, thank you so much for your time. I'm sure you have a busy day ahead still and tomorrow as well. So guys, we'll send things back over to you.
Matthew Torres for us. Maddie, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Good to hear directly from the CEO there of WMATA. Let's check back in on the conditions that we're looking at right now in real time.
Looks like we're going to check in with Caitlin McGrath now. All right, Caitlin, so it seems like we're far from this being over.
Yeah, we still have several more hours to go. We'll start to see the last of this storm clearing our westernmost counties around 6 o'clock, but it's not until really 8, 9 o'clock when this winds down for everyone. And I am a little concerned this evening that there's still going to be a pretty saturated atmosphere and we could continue to see a little drizzle, possibly freezing drizzle. So we'll be watching that really carefully as we head through the late evening and overnight hours. But I'm saying this all morning long, Doppler radar looks very deceiving. It looks like it's still snowing across a good chunk of our area with that ice for areas east of 95, but everyone is seeing ice right now in the form of that sleet. We are still carefully monitoring parts of southern Maryland for a freezing rain risk, but we have such deep cold air well above our heads that we're going to be hard pressed to see some of that freezing rain try and develop. So let's go over really what we're seeing right now and why. So this morning it was pure snow. It was beautiful. It was a winter wonderland. It was freezing through the entire atmospheric profile, but then we started to see a little warm air intrude in the middle layer of the atmosphere. So what happened was we had snowflakes that melted, but then they had plenty of deep cold air to refreeze into those little sleety ice pellets. So that's why we're getting sleet right now. Now, what we'll be watching for a little bit later this afternoon, especially south and east of 95, is if that warm layer grows a little bit and we see more rain fall, but then we still have cold air at the surface. Now, why I think this won't be a threat is because that's a scenario where you need shallow cold air. We have really deep cold air that I think it's going to be hard to overcome. But if we get more of a warm nose in here, it's possible. Really, again, for St. Mary's County, parts of Calvert County, and of course this is off the table today for us, a pure rain event where it's above freezing through the entire atmospheric profile. So with that earlier transition over to sleet, we started seeing sleet way earlier this morning than models predicted, than we forecasted, so we had to bump down our numbers 2 to 6 through southern Maryland. That will be your storm total, and I say storm because it's not just snow. Sleet is accumulating as well, and pretty significantly. That's what's making for such a bear of a cleanup. Sleet is much harder to shovel and plow away than that light fluffy snow that we saw earlier this morning. So we did bump down areas around the metro, up and down 95 through most of northern Virginia, up to 70 as well to 4 to 8 inches. So still a significant storm, but not as high as we initially forecasted. And even farther off to the north and west, 8 to 10 is looking how this storm will shape up for you. So let's take you through Futurecast, although there's really not much change to see here over the next several hours. We'll continue to see that sleet pile on. We'll be watching our friends down into southern Maryland very carefully for a freezing rain threat. And then as we head through the evening, we'll start to see that sleet pull away. This is 6 o'clock again, starting to clear along I-81, but it's not until around 8, 9 o'clock when the last of this storm is out of here. Ladies, I'll send things back to you.
All right, let's check in with Montgomery County Fire Chief right now, Corey Smedley, about just the response our first responders are responding to. Corey Smedley, Chief, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, sir, if you could just give us an idea of what you all are dealing with at this hour. I know first responders have been hard at work since Friday preparing for all of this.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. We have right now, due to the community adhering to our recommendations of staying off the streets, we've actually been faring pretty well. Yes, we've transitioned, so the sleet is a little bit more difficult. So we ask that people, because it stopped snowing, that doesn't mean it's over. Please continue to stay at home. If you're on the roadways, it makes it much more difficult for transportation to clear the streets, which makes it more difficult for us to respond to life-threatening emergencies.
Are there any major trouble spots here? We just heard about a car spinning out on River Road into a ditch here. And so I'm wondering, with the sleet, is there the complications of that? Are you seeing more cars in distress, or what's going on some of our major roadways at this hour?
Actually, we have been seeing some minor accidents, nothing major so far. And again, that's been because people have been paying attention to what we're asking them. The other thing I want to bring up to light is the fact that the snow and sleet is going to be heavier. So you need to make sure that you shovel in stages. Don't overexert yourself. Make sure you have a way out of your home, and we have a way into your home. Also, please help us with shoveling around the fire hydrants, because as soon as we see the fire hydrant, we can go into tactical operations.
Okay, but as far as rescues or anything like that, right now, you haven't seen many serious rescues or anything?
No, ma'am. Just please
Well,
check
that's
on
good. Yeah.
your neighbors.
Yeah, that is good news, because I was going to ask if you all had responded to any stranded drivers or any accident calls today. Give us a sense of what the day's been looking like.
So we're tracking pretty average on our call volume for a Sunday in a blue sky day. So it's been pretty easy for us to navigate around the roads. None of our vehicles have been getting stuck. We are partnering with and liaison with our public works, so they are with us in every battalion, so we can move around. We also have liaisons at our emergency operations center helping for us plan into the next operational period. I can't stress enough, please, community, stay off the roadways. If you see people that are unhoused, contact the crisis service line at 240-777-4000. Take care of your neighbors and just stay at home and enjoy the football games.
So, some of the things, first of all, that is some excellent advice.
Yeah.
And, but, some of the things that you all really look at now, because people are trying to stay warm as well. So the carbon monoxide safety, emergency access, you talked about that with the fire hydrants, also preventing the fire hazards with those space heaters or whatever. What are some of the bullet points that you want our audience to hear from the fire chief?
So your outside HVAC system, your AC unit, it can be bogged down with sleet and snow, and then it can overwork and cause a fire from the exterior. So make sure while you're out there shoveling, shovel around your AC unit. In addition to that, if I know people want to stay warm, it's still going to be below freezing levels. So please, if you are using a space heater, make sure it is a space heater that is in compliance with a company like Underwriters Laboratory. You plug it directly in the wall and don't use any extension cords. Space heaters need space, so make sure you have 3 feet around your space heater. Smoke alarms, smoke alarms, smoke alarms. Please make sure you have a working smoke alarm and carbon monoxide detector.
That UL label comes in handy to know what you can rely on.
And always a good reminder to avoid using your oven as a source of heat.
That's correct. That's correct. And make sure one simple thing: change your filter in your system, because if those get clogged up, that also makes your system work harder and it can cause a fire.
Okay. All right. Well, so really good tips. The one that really gets me, Chief, is the carbon monoxide, because it's that silent
killer.
That silent killer. So I'm sure that you'd like everybody to have those batteries changed if you have those carbon monoxide detectors in their house too.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. That's correct.
Fire Chief Corey Smedley, thank you so much for taking a few minutes out of your busy day to chat with us. We'll be right back.
Thanks.
Okay. All right.
You're clear. Okay. Hi.
Hi.
Some of this was written
WUSA9 News at 2 o'clock starts right now, giving you a live look outside of the nation's capital and all across the DMV. We have crews spread out right now covering what you don't have to deal with because we are out there doing it for you. We are giving you the road conditions, what it's feeling like, how Metro is running, and so on. So just stay home, stay comfy on the couch, eating your snacks and being cozy with your family, or maybe you're outside playing out in the snow. But be sure to bring it in every now and then so that you can get warmed up, because this is dangerous cold. We're hovering over 18 degrees right now, and it will only go downhill from here.
But this is what we do. It's a privilege to do this. We consider us your eyes to see what's going on in the community. Serving our community is what matters most. It might sound a little, should we say, corny, but we love it. We love it.
I mean, this is what we are here for you. Yes. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Annie Yu.
I'm Allison Seymour, and we do have teams spread across the region this morning monitoring conditions so that you can stay at home as this storm continues to unfold. First, though, we do want to start with the meteorologist, believe Caitlin McGrath. There you are. Caitlin has been on duty since 4 on the air at first and now here on WUSA9 Plus. What's the latest, friend?
Well, guys, we are continuing to track just what I'm calling a wintry mess. This is not a pretty quintessential winter storm. We've got snow this morning that quickly flipped to sleet, and that's what we're still tracking across the area. I know radar looks like we're seeing snow. Trust me, we are not. There are some super light crystally flakes mixing in for areas closer to the Mason-Dixon line, but pretty much everyone is just seeing these pingy sleet pellets continuing to pile on, and it has been piling on. We're talking about inches of sleet when all is said and done, and sleet not nearly as friendly as snow. The light snow this morning was fluffy. You could push it away. I saw people even using their snow blower to clear the snow. But this sleet, it is heavy. It is ice, and it is going to make for a bear of a cleanup because we still have hours to go. Radar filled in right now, and that's the way it's going to look all day long until about between, say, 6 and 8 o'clock. That's when the storm starts to clear out of here. So 4 to 8 inches is what you'll likely end up with between snow and sleet up and down 95. And on either side of that, a little less and a little more down into southern Maryland. 2 to 6 inches of that snowy, sleety combo with 8 to 10 for areas farther off to the north and west. So we'll take you hour by hour through Futurecast here, though there really isn't much to see. Again, radar is going to look very similar to how it does right now as we head through the next several hours. What we are carefully monitoring is the potential to mix some freezing rain for areas south and east of 95, where we could potentially get a warm enough air mass in here, a deep enough warm air mass, I should say, to promote more freezing rain versus sleet. But the problem right now, or lack of a problem, because I would take sleet over freezing rain any day, is that we have a super deep area of cold air well above our heads. That's what's promoting this sleet development instead of freezing rain. And freezing rain is, you know this, it's what coats trees, branches, power lines. It creates that icy glaze that can weigh down power lines and cause power outage issues. Sleet, though ice, does not accumulate on surfaces. It just piles on just like snow does. So it is nowhere near the threat to power as freezing rain is. So we're going to hope that we stay sleet here for the remainder of this storm. This is 4 o'clock this afternoon. Again, not a whole lot of change. Temperatures not as frigid as they are right now, but still well below freezing at the surface. And then by 6 o'clock, we start to see that storm pulling away along I-81. We'll start to see the last of this storm clearing out. And then as we head toward 8, 9 o'clock, a little bit of leftover sleet, maybe some snow, but most of this storm is out of here. I am a little bit concerned that it's a pretty saturated atmosphere, and we could continue to see a little bit of frozen precipitation, and that could be a concern for some freezing drizzle. But I think for the most part, we'll clear all of this storm out of here as we head through Sunday night, and our cleanup is what we'll really be talking about. Now, we've also been talking about what a massive storm this is for the country. Now, we have seen some of the winter weather alerts expire back through New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Texas, into parts of the southeast as well, but we still have winter weather advisories in Texas and winter storm warnings all the way back into Maine. Still a huge impact for such a large part of the country. And I do also want to point out, it doesn't show up on the map, but in the panhandle of Florida and parts of Georgia, there is a tornado watch. So while most of us are dealing with winter weather, they're dealing with severe weather. And I don't know about you, but I would take winter weather over severe weather. So closer to home, we've got the winter storm warning in effect now through Monday morning at 4 a.m. We're going to continue to see some really high impacts as this sleet continues to pile on. Now, coming up in just a few minutes, we're going to talk more about the cold, because the cold is not going anywhere anytime soon. And that means this snow isn't melting either. We'll talk about when we finally break this frigid stretch coming up in just a few minutes.
Caitlin McGrath, thank you so much, Caitlin. We want to check back in now, I believe, with John Duran in Fairfax County. Yes.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey, John.
Okay, so you did what we asked you to do. You got on that sled. You had a little bit of a crash out, but you tried your best. And now, what are you doing now?
Yeah, we had some fun earlier, but wanted to check something out. Kind of on the Fairfax County, Alexandria County lines. You're probably thinking, well, there's no sleet falling, you're kind of dark. Well, that's actually because we're under an overpass. I-495 directly above me. We're on South Van Dorn Street, and you might also be asking why you stand in the middle of the street. It's shut down. I'm going to show you why in just a second, because over and over this morning, this afternoon, we've heard, don't get on the roads. Don't drive if you don't need to. Police, county executives, governors have said it on this program today. And if this doesn't drive the point home, I don't know what will. That's a flipped plow truck on its side there. Virginia State Police blocking the roads for as they kind of try to clean this up. Dominion Energy here as well. It looks like that truck took out a power line. No injuries reported, but if the plow trucks aren't safe, you're not safe driving. And we took just a 3-mile drive across Fairfax County. We are also on the Beltway for a bit. These plow trucks are out here. They're working hard. They're removing snow, but it is a tough task because these roads are still very slick, still very hard to drive on. We saw plenty of cars stopped. Some stopped in the middle of the Beltway. We saw front-end loaders taking up 3-4 lanes of I-495, removing snow. These crews are working hard, but it is slick. Snowplow on its side right there, also knocking down a power line. So please listen to all the experts that we have been having on this morning, this afternoon. If you don't need to drive, don't drive, guys.
John, just to be clear, I'm familiar with that stretch of roadway. Was the truck coming off the ramp, exiting onto the Beltway, the inner loop of the Beltway when this happened?
So it looks like the truck was heading this way, so I believe north. And it doesn't look like where we're at. We're beyond where the on-ramp was. So this truck just looks like it was headed north on South Van Dorn Street. Again, it's closed for about a half mile as they got a pretty big mess to clean up today.
Oh boy,
My
and
goodness.
that will take a few hours, I'm sure, especially with the power line being down. Do we have a sense from crews just how long they'll be out there, but also the impact to neighboring homes?
It took us, like I said, we took about a 3-mile drive. It took us probably 40 minutes to get to this point, and we actually had to walk a little bit. So you're kind of getting us right as we're on scene. We saw Alexandria Police did put something out on social media about this closure. Again, no word of any injuries at this time, but Dominion Energy's out here, Virginia State Police out here. We have Alexandria Police blocking the roadways, but we can surely venture out and see what kind of an impact this is having. We already know it's blocking the road, and luckily, during our drive, we really didn't see many cars. A lot of cars that were on the road were having trouble. It was mainly plow trucks, salting trucks. These crews are working hard, but again, like I said, this is a tough task today because this snow is so compact and slippery and dusty on the surface level. So, this is going to be a lot of work.
That's a miracle.
No injuries, right, though, to the driver, because that's an incredible scene.
As far as I know.
Yeah.
We'll follow up with police, but as of right now, there's been no mention of any injuries.
Sounds good.
All right.
We hope that stays the same.
John is really close up to that scene there too. All right, John, thank you for that report. Let's head to Matt Gregory now, checking on the roads in Frederick, Maryland. Last time we checked in with you, Matt, you were inside the vehicle trying to, you know, challenge the snow.
He was out at the outlets.
At the
trying
outlets.
to get through. But
Yeah.
now you're back in Montgomery County, right?
Yeah.
Gaithersburg? Okay. What's going on?
Yeah, so we made our way down from Frederick. We made our way to Clarksburg, and now we're here in Old Town Gaithersburg. Give you an idea, all the way down, I'm going to use the ruler to gesticulate here, all the way down to the Old Town Center. You can see folks are walking around a little bit, but there's nothing open, not a single store. In fact, the only places we've really seen open today have been your Wawas and your Sheets competing for biggest stop during the winter storm. All right, let's give you an idea of what we're looking at weather-wise in terms of how much snow has fallen right now. I mean, that's a question. By the way, still sleet, right? But the sleet is starting to like lay on top of the layer of snow. Here we are in Gaithersburg. We're a little bit more than 6.5 inches here. I mean, that varies area to area. Here's where the real problem is, though. When the trucks come by and plow, they end up plowing, as you can see here, a little bank here that's about a foot or so. And that's what people seem to be getting stuck as they're trying to make their way with a two-wheel drive car through these snowbanks of this. This is Diamond Avenue right here, and there's no cars coming. That's why I'm doing this, by the way. But as you can see, this was recently plowed. But look, there's already another layer of snow on top of it. Some folks over there, we tried to say, hey, they weren't too interested in talking. They've been over there dusting off the vehicles. Take a look at this over here. This is Diamond Avenue, right? So it has a layer right now of about, 1/2 inch of snow on top. But underneath of that right here, this is the problem child, right? This is slick right here, and that is going to freeze overnight. And with those temperatures Carl's been talking about, Caitlin's been talking about, it's going to get to be slick roads across the area. Again, this is what they call in the biz a secondary road. Oh, here comes a car. We're going to get out of the road now. And there's one behind us too. Secondary roads have been getting plowed, but they're not getting them as much as like 270, which we were on earlier, or 50 in Prince George's County. So that's just kind of an idea of what the roadways look like. Let's have some cars come by. Well, you can see what kind of the traction looks like on the ground. There's a big old one with dualies on the back. They're making it through, but see, people are finding it's easier to walk on the streets rather than the sidewalks. Because, Kurt, while I got you over here, you stay where you are. Come over a little bit away from the road. But the sidewalks, the best they are is like this over here. I mean, this is probably the best sidewalk. Folks are going to have to come out and plow their way through here or shovel this, but they haven't right now. So people are finding it easier to walk on the streets right now. I wouldn't advise it, especially because it is a bit treacherous. Every time I try to hop over this thing, I almost plop right down. See, there it happened right there. But that's what we're seeing out here in Gaithersburg. We're going to keep working our way down through Montgomery County, trying to see who's out and about today, who's working. Spoiler right now, it looks like not many people other than what you've got in terms of your gas stations seem to be open. There's been a couple CVS's I've seen open. No coffee shops, no Starbucks open today. But that's about what we're seeing here in Old Town Gaithersburg. I was going to just, where are you guys headed to? Hey, sorry, where are you guys headed to?
I live right here, so I'm heading there. But we saw you standing out here in the snow, so we decided to bring you coffee.
Hey.
Yeah, we're working over there, and we saw you here.
Oh, you're working. Oh, thank you. Where are you guys working?
OTC Bar and Grill.
You're open today?
Yes, we're open.
Okay, so we've been looking around. We didn't see anything open. Thank you so much. Wait, all right, so how's business been today?
Honestly, it's very good, person.
Really?
It's not like that busy, but it's better to
It's walkable. People who could walk there have been walking there, so I just walked down here, went there for breakfast, watched the Arsenal game. And now they're getting ready for football, so.
So the bar's going to be open? Yeah. All right, so what's the big special today? I mean...
OTC Smash Burger. You have to try it. Yes, it's the most popular item, yes.
And wait, now how far down are you? Let's point it out.
Literally right at the corner.
Oh, okay, see, we came by, we couldn't even see anything open. Everything else is closed up here. You guys the only business open?
Yeah, we are the only one open today.
Give me that idea. What's the weather been like today for you? I mean, are you used to it? Do you hate it? Do you love it?
I like the weather. I love the cold. I love the snow. If it's going to be cold, it might as well snow.
Perfect time for the coffee and hot chocolate.
Yeah, right. All right, so the games are on tonight. How many? You expecting a lot of people?
I don't know. A lot of people already called for access. We're going to be open. So I guess for the 3:30 game and 6:30 game, we're going to be open.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So much. What's your name?
Laura.
Laura?
Stacy.
Stacy. And you said you're open down there. We appreciate it. We might stop by in a bit. Thank you so much for the coffee. We appreciate it. That's hot chocolate? Oh, I love it. Thank you. Oh, it's good. Anywho, so guys, Gaithersburg, Old Town Gaithersburg. There's one bar open, it looks like, right here on the street, and that's what we're seeing. I'm going to send it back to you at the station.
You talk about putting it out in the
we're
universe.
so glad you've got that.
You put it out, and look, you
Right on
received.
time.
That is amazing. Shout out to those young ladies.
I don't have $1 million. Will that work too?
Well, you got to say, man, I want $1 million, and then it rains down on you. But look,
No, I
don't
have to say,
don't
man,
be
I want $1
greedy.
million.
Yeah.
Right, don't be
Push
greedy.
it.
Just
The coffee's
enjoy
good.
your coffee. That is the coolest.
See, guys, it's neighborly affection here in Gaithersburg. You can appreciate. There you go. Thanks, Kurt.
Oh, got one for Kurt too.
Didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
That's
great.
Yeah.
I love it. Okay.
Great people. Great people.
You guys enjoy that hot coffee. Hopefully you can get inside the car and warm up. That is so
Yeah.
sweet.
And you know what? That's a small thing. I get it. They're watching and they see him there, but it just speaks to, like, sometimes in these situations, and this isn't bad. We haven't seen any really horror stories attached to this storm, but in the worst situations, the DMV pulls through.
Humanity
just pull
shows
through.
up.
That's
it
right.
prevails.
Yeah, I love it. Okay.
I do too.
All righty. Well, the snow isn't the only thing that we have to worry about getting back to the storm. It's also really, really cold.
Brutally cold.
Right.
Dangerously cold. And that means it's important to have safe ways to stay warm to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning. You heard Chief Smedley talking about that. Mandy Gaither explains how to protect yourself from the colorless, odorless gas.
Every year in the U.S., unintentional carbon monoxide poisoning sends more than 100,000 people to the emergency room, hospitalizes more than 14,000 patients, and kills more than 400 people.
A lot of the symptoms of the early start to carbon monoxide exposure can mimic some of the cold and flu-like symptoms.
Dr. Jason Milk with Cleveland Clinic says that adds to the challenge of identifying when carbon monoxide is making a person sick. The most common symptoms of poisoning are headache, dizziness, weakness, upset stomach, vomiting, chest pain, and confusion.
The emergency departments have ability of how to measure your carbon monoxide levels. And the antidote for carbon monoxide exposure is eliminating the source, meaning getting away from the risk, and then oxygen is the therapy.
Reduce risk of exposure by using a carbon monoxide detector that will alert when there's a danger. The CDC also says to never use a generator inside your home or garage, even if doors and windows are open. Only use them outside, more than 20 feet away from windows, doors, and vents, and never heat your home with a gas oven. Don't run your vehicle inside a garage that's attached to a house, even when the garage door is open. For a detached garage, open the door to let in fresh air when running a car.
If you have multiple family members, everyone in the home has all the same symptoms. It may be that carbon monoxide is the common denominator as to why everyone doesn't feel good.
Yeah, we did hear the chief talk about it. You know, just take those precautions now, what you can do, and just be aware. I think that's half of it with some of these, especially that silent killer too, right? We don't want to report on any tragedies reported after this storm. We know that schools will be closed for many of you tomorrow. Here's a reminder, the National Zoo and all the Smithsonian museums, they'll be closed as well tomorrow.
And when we get any more guidance about Tuesday and the remainder of the week, of course, we will pass that along to you. But again, the National Zoo and all Smithsonian museums making the call that they will be closed tomorrow.
Let's get a check on the conditions in Prince George's County now.
Our Sarah Robinson is out in Bowie, Maryland. Sarah, have you been able to chat with anybody while you're out there in that neighborhood?
I actually have. I was able to find someone who has been shoveling since 5 a.m. this morning. Everybody, meet Chris. I am sure people are really happy to have hired you, but this job seems really hard. How has it been out here?
It's really hard.
Yeah.
So, you know, cold, and you know it's hard work.
Yeah. Well, you were telling me off camera just a minute ago, this is your third house of the day.
Yeah,
How many more do you have to do?
I have to do like 3 more. Yeah. After that, I had to do 2 more. Yeah.
These are long driveways too.
Yeah.
What is?
The other one was long drive.
Oh, right down there. Okay. What's some advice if you had to give people who are doing this as well? What's some advice to give them?
No, I don't got supervise.
Oh, no, like advice, like tips, like you should do it this way.
How much the cost?
You know what? we'll let you get back to shoveling, my friend. Thank you so much. I don't want to interrupt your job here, but thank you so much for talking with us.
Okay.
And I appreciate your hard work, and I'm sure the people in this neighborhood really appreciate your hard work too.
Okay.
So I'll let you get back to it. But yeah, he said he's been out here since 5 in the morning, guys. That's a lot to do. That's really hard work. And as we were saying, shoveling does increase the risk of heart attacks in some folks. So he was telling me off camera too that some of the people are really trying to avoid that. They're elderly, so they hired him. So it's really hard out here. It's been really cold. We felt that shift kind of when the sleet started, and it's just continuing to come down. You can kind of hear that. It sounds like it's harder. It is harder. It's more slick out here. And we've seen a couple ambulances as well. So hopefully folks are staying safe and avoiding any risk or unnecessary danger. But yeah, please stay inside if you can. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, as the hours go on and we see what's happening outside, it really seems like the conditions are deteriorating.
And it becomes exhausting.
Yeah.
It does. So Sarah, we appreciate you as well being there serving the community. Thank you so much. Let's head over to Caitlin McGrath once again to see where we are now. And a lot of talk about the sleet. And I got to be honest, like the sleet and the ice, that's the one thing. And the cold, it's the combination that's really a little frightening when you have to think about getting on the roads.
Yeah, that's exactly right, you guys. This storm has been a tricky one since we first started tracking it. Storms like this can change quickly, and that's why the WUSA9 Weather Impact Team has been tracking it around the clock, and why we're now taking you minute by minute through those changes. Doppler radar is still looking like it's showing you snow, but it really is falling as sleet for most of this area. Closer to the Mason-Dixon line, we are still seeing some snow mixing in with this sleet, but for the most part, it is a sleety, icy mess out there. But thankfully, it is a Sunday. People are staying off the roads, and we've been preparing for this storm for days, and now it's the time to take you through it hour by hour as we get through the last of this wintry weather on this Sunday. So right now, again, looking like a sleety mess out there, and unfortunately, the snow this morning was so beautiful. It was light, it was fluffy, it was exactly what you want out of a winter storm. But as this storm has continued to progress to the north and east, we've gotten that little bit of warm air in here to make it more of a sleet event than snow. So we're continuing to get some of those sleet totals in addition to the snowfall totals. And ultimately, this is where we think you'll probably end up with that snow sleet combination. Areas off to the south and east forecasting 2 to 6 inches of snow and sleet, 4 to 8 for areas farther off to the north and west. And where we are still seeing a little bit of snow mixing in, that's where we'll ultimately see about 8 to 10 inches of snow when all is said and done. But hopefully you guys have heeded the warnings. You've been preparing for this storm for days so that you can stay home, stay safe, and get a little cleanup in here and there, because with all of this sleet, it is going to be a heavy cleanup. The snow was so nice and easy to just blow and brush around, but the sleet is going to be really difficult to shovel here as we head through the next several hours, because we do still have hours to go. This is right around 2 o'clock. We're again seeing sleet just about everywhere. By 4 o'clock, radar looks the same. We are still carefully going to be watching for that potential mix with some freezing rain for areas off to the south and east. Think southern Calvert County, St. Mary's County, but for the most part, we've got that super deep cold layer well above our heads. That's what's supporting this sleet development, and likely why we'll remain sleet as we head throughout the next several hours. But if we were to mix in some freezing rain, keep in mind the difference between sleet and freezing rain is that sleet are those pingy ice pellets. It does pile on just like snow, but it doesn't accumulate on things like tree branches and power lines the way freezing rain does. So that's why we're going to keep an eye on that freezing rain threat, because that could introduce a power outage concern for our most south and eastern areas. Though even if we do see freezing rain, I just don't think it's going to be enough to cause any substantial issues. Now later on this evening, once the storm clears out, and it will start to do so, say between about 6 and 7 o'clock in our westernmost areas, almost completely out of here by 8, 9 o'clock, the atmosphere to me still looks fairly saturated, so we could still see some drizzle, some light precipitation, and I would be a little concerned with the freezing drizzle threat, especially along the 95 corridor later tonight. So we're also going to monitor that very carefully. But then once we get past this storm, it is all about the cleanup. And it is a big cleanup for such a large part of the country. We have those winter weather advisories from Texas stretching all the way back into New England, including the winter storm warning here across our region that is technically in effect until Monday morning at 4 a.m., even though the storm ends well before then. This is for that significant snow and sleet accumulation that we are going to have a bear of a cleanup from, because our temperatures stay below freezing for the next several days. If we see some melting, it'll be from sun, not from warmer temperatures, but I would plan on really difficult travel here for the next several days. We'll see those school and business impacts rather well into the upcoming week. And again, when all is said and done, it will be a pretty big cleanup, with most areas getting anywhere between about 4 to 10 plus inches of this snowy, sleety mess. Now check out these temperatures as we head through the rest of the week and really the rest of the month. In case you forgot, February kicks off on Sunday and we might squeak up to the freezing mark as we head toward early February. But otherwise, we have Arctic cold that is staying locked in place. I'm talking high temperatures in the 20s, low temperatures in the single digits and teens. We bottom out on Thursday with high temperatures in many areas only in the teens. 21 degrees is what we're forecasting in D.C. You add some wind on top of this, there is going to be a nasty, dangerous wind chill factor to much of this upcoming week. So keep in mind that we're going to see a lot of refreezing if we get any of that melting from the sun. So you need to keep that ice melt handy as we head through at least the next week. We are in for a very long, very cold stretch. Now, I want to give you a look at some of those wind chill values, because it's really into early next week, even tomorrow, when we start to see that wind pick up. This is 9 o'clock Tuesday morning, feeling sub-zero for everyone. And again, that feels like temperature, that wind chill value, that's what it feels like to your exposed skin. That's why it's so important to cover up with hats, gloves, scarves to stay safe in cold temperatures like this, because even throughout the day on Tuesday, while we actually do climb back in the 20s, never feels warmer than the teens. And we've got even colder air on the way later this week. I mean, look at Tuesday morning, low temperatures. These are the actual temperatures are in the single digits, and you factor on that wind chill. That's why it's feeling sub-zero, and we really don't see any improvement to that until maybe the second half of next weekend. Otherwise, high temperatures stay in the 20s. And yes, you do see a little snowflake there on Thursday. I do think we could see some flurries early Tuesday morning. Does not look like much, does not look like a big storm system by any means. Might add a little bit of minor accumulation, but that's your heads up that that's our next chance for some winter weather beyond our storm today.
Caitlin, I have a question now. Please, this might be a uninformed question, but if we did get some fresh powder, would that help mitigate the sleet and ice?
Today or on Thursday?
On tomorrow, on the next snow event that you said that won't be major, but that we might see.
Yeah, so that wouldn't be until Thursday, and I really don't think we see enough snow to make any kind of meaningful difference. But I will say that cold powder, which is what that would be, has so much more grip to it than the sleet that we're seeing right now. And keep in mind, it's just going to be ice once we clean up here over the next several days. So we've got some really difficult travel to get through really over the next week. So, I mean, if we were to get enough snow, that could help. I don't really think we're going to get that much, but here's to hoping. I'll take it.
Yeah. Thank you for entertaining my uninformed.
That is not an uninformed question. Very reasonable.
Okay, thanks so much.
I'm thinking about all the flights too. I mean,
oh my gosh,
the de-icing that has to take place.
Absolutely.
I know we canceled a lot of flights, but if you're looking to get out of here in the next day too, you might be canceled or delayed, right? Let's check in with our Melissa Kim right now in Clinton, Maryland.
She's along Woodyard and Denton roads. We heard a lot about that Denton Road area. Melissa.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies. We are along Woodyard Road. Denton has not yet been plowed, so much for the fact that we actually did not drive our own car down this road because we did not want to get stuck. I did talk to DPW earlier, though. They said if you live in one of these residential neighborhoods, please be patient. They have about 300 plus trucks out plowing and salting the roads. But what we did find is this kind gentleman named John over here who was driving by and was like, hey, do you guys need help? But John has been pulling people out all day. John, how many cars have you pulled out today?
About 15 today.
15?
Yeah, about 15 cars today.
So how many, like, what are you doing to get these people out?
I got a chain back here in the back of my truck here that I use, hook to their car, and charge them a little fee and pull them out.
Why are you doing this?
Oh, just something to do. Help people out.
Were you getting a little stir crazy in the house?
Yeah, a little bored.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
How long are you going to be doing this for?
Probably until, I don't know, probably about, what time is it? Probably about 7.
7?
Yeah.
All right. Good Samaritan John, helping people get themselves pulled out of here. And are people just driving into areas that haven't been plowed yet, or what's going on?
Well, like the Beltway, when you try to take the exit ramps to like exit 15 or 16 when I was on 495, they haven't plowed that yet. So just be careful, with the exit ramp until you get stuck taking the exit ramp. So I usually just get right there and pull people back onto the main road so they can keep straight.
Overall, though, how would you describe the conditions of the road right now?
It's bad out here.
It's bad?
Yeah, it's bad out here.
All right, you heard it from the guy that's actually pulling people out of the snow, John from Largo. Thank you for your service. He says that the roads are terrible. We talked to officials earlier in Prince George's County. If you don't have to be out on the roads, do not be out on the... Oh, he's going to drive down Denton. That hasn't been plowed yet. Apparently he's showing off now. So he seems he's doing just fine. So if you happen to see a guy in that Jeep Wrangler and you need some help, flag him down. Or maybe he'll come over and help you guys. But again, as I mentioned before, in some of these small residential neighborhoods, DPW does say to just be patient with them as they make their way around the county. Guys, back to you.
So, Melissa, did we hear right? He is just going around trying to help people who are in a bit of distress, right? It's a good Samaritan, did I hear you say? Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Here he comes. He's behind you.
Selfie, he says.
He's behind
you. But again... Oh,
he's
right behind. He made it out.
Yeah.
So I guess this is a good endorsement for his car. Thank you. Yeah, we actually met him because we were pulled over on the side of the road here because we didn't want to drive down Denton. And so he stopped by and he was like, do you guys need help? Can I help pull you out or anything? So that's kind of how we met him. So in the midst of the winter storm, we're seeing a lot of good people, good-hearted souls too.
I know that on Denton, that's the neighborhood that the residents were waiting to get plowed out, right? They didn't see.
You mean last
Yeah, the last
snowstorm.
time around, right.
Yeah.
And we heard the relatively new Prince George's County executive saying that I was stuck too, and it's not going to happen this year. But so far, no plows that you can see there. Yeah. Okay.
No plows. It doesn't really. Here, I'm going to walk over actually, just to test it out, just to make sure, because it doesn't look like any plows have been through here. All I see are like some tire tread marks from some cars that looks like they have attempted to come down. Obviously, our good friend John now he has, and there was another truck that came out here too, like one of those big trucks that are able to. But yeah, it doesn't seem like this neighborhood has seen any sign of any plows at all. You can tell it's pretty deep actually stepping through this road. So hopefully they'll get someone out here soon. I think they're working through all the residential neighborhoods eventually.
Well,
It's early.
I like that we're there though, Melissa. I know it's cold and you're doing tremendous work, but I like that we're there in this particular neighborhood because we have seen issues with those, those roads in Denton Street before, and hopefully it doesn't happen again this year.
Thanks, Melissa. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, no, hopefully. Again, thank you.
Let's check back in now with DDOT Director Sharon Kirschbaum. Sharon, are you there? Okay.
I'm here.
All
I'm here.
right. Okay. Any changes since we checked in with you last? I guess that was over an hour ago. Right. How are you doing?
So we checked in. I was actually at our W Street yard. I am now at our Farragut yard. I have another salt dome behind me. It is filled with snow and trucks have been coming in and out and getting filled up. So the conditions are, not that different from when we spoke an hour ago. Our main arterials, you can see the plows have been coming through and the precipitation is getting a little bit less. So you're starting to see some blacktop, but you're also seeing a lot of slush, and slush is still good right now because that means the chemicals are working. It's not frozen. And we are now on our third shift and they are pushing the slush. Our goal is that when this shift is done around midnight, you're going to see a lot more blacktop, but we're going to keep salting in between.
And I think that's such promising news, right? Because you see the slush and you don't realize, oh, it's part of the process. So when you say slush is good and then they come around and plow that slush, that means everything is working the way it should. So is this the continual gradual process as we see the sleet coming down and no more snow?
Exactly. And this, I would say, we are doing our plan and the plan is working as we intended. So we want the chemical to keep melting the snow so it's not hard and it's easy to push. So that's what the plows are focused on now. We do know in the overnight hours, whatever's still out there will freeze. So we're going to then continue with applications of salt. And tomorrow we see some sun. And so when we've gotten the majority of the snow out of the way, the sun will really help us out. Even if it's freezing temperatures, it will warm up the pavement enough for us to be able to keep pushing.
You know, it's early, and our meteorologists have said that like 8 o'clock p.m., that's kind of the magic hour that we've heard as far as the precipitation, in whatever form, is going to really in earnest stop. So let me ask you this. If you're on a side street and it's Monday morning and by some chance you do have to go to work, what can you tell the viewers about those side streets? I know it's not necessarily the priority right now.
Well, our trucks are going through on the residential roads and local roads as well. Maybe they've only made 1 or 2 passes, but they are getting through. And so conditions aren't going to be great. You know, we'd prefer people stay in, but if you do have to go, you know, as soon as you can get to a major arterial, the better, because those are going to be looking much better tomorrow.
Yeah. A lot of folks making the call for Monday, maybe even into Tuesday, local governments and schools. Sharon, in your experience, when you're dealing with a multi-day event like this and just sort of where you all are right now in the process, can you give the residents a sense of when we might actually be back to business as usual? And I hate to say business as usual because I know we're at the mercy of the temperatures and that type of thing, but just a little sense, like how long are you seeing this play out?
Right. I wish I had a crystal ball. And as you said, really it's the weather. And we've had such good luck for many years where right after the snow event, the temperatures have gone up and that's helped. We're not going to have that luck. So I'm not going to project right now, but I'm telling you, our snow teams are amazing. They are so good. We're going to do this as fast as we can. But yeah, it's a bit of an uphill battle with the cold temperatures.
And we appreciate each and every one of you all working so hard to make sure that everybody stays safe.
Absolutely do. Thank you. And thank you for taking time to check in with us. What's your next stop?
So there we got another, our National Highway Service, those big trucks, they actually deploy from another site. So I'm heading down on M Street. So that's my next one.
You are busy, as we might imagine today. So really do appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Got to keep the team's energy up because it's grueling. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And, you know, we're here in the DMV. It's not just the DMV, though, dealing with this nasty blast of winter weather. Nearly 250 million people. I mean, how many Americans are there? 339 million, something like that. A lot of us are dealing with the impacts of this winter blast. In some way, the storm is making its way across the mid-Atlantic. More than 1 million people are without power.
Yeah, and also FlightAware shows some 11,500 flights canceled just today, and more than 15,000 flights are delayed. Let's check in with our sister station in Georgia with a look at the conditions in Atlanta.
You can hear the crackling of the ice in the trees in Midtown Atlanta. Check this out. These trees just coated in ice. Now, this is a little guy here. He's just got the little icicles, but the worry is that larger trees with a lot more ice on them could create a dangerous situation if those branches come down. Thankfully, the driving is not a dangerous situation right now. If you look at the roadway, it's just wet. There's no ice on it. Cars aren't slipping and sliding around, but GDOT is asking people to stay off the roads if possible. That's because we are just a couple degrees away from it being pretty bad out. You can see the ice on these signs just coated in ice up and down the sidewalks. And so with just a few degrees, it could become a dangerous situation.
The old saying goes before every Georgia Bulldogs home game, it's time to tee it up between the hedges. But today, it's time to freeze it up between the hedges. Take a look here at Dooley Field at Sanford Stadium in Athens, and you can see just what we're talking about here, this layer of ice coating Dooley Field. If you look closely, you can see that Power G at midfield, some of the block lettering in the end zone as well, and way off in the distance there, Uga's Doghouse. Well, this is what much of the scene looks like here in Athens, all over campus and downtown. We've had all sorts of winter weather falling for hours in the morning, making for this winter weather condition. The wind starting to pick up as well, with temperatures expected to plummet. We've had freezing rain, sleet, even some snow flurries flying around at points.
Good morning from Columbus, Bartholomew County, where we're seeing about 9.5 to 10 inches of snow here. And now that the sun is up, you'll see the blanket of white snow is still coming down, and it is coming down fast. And we've got State Police Stephen Wheelis with us this morning. You've been tracking more of the south side of the state. I mean, what have you seen, especially when you were coming up from Seymour up to here?
Yeah, really, we got hit hard overnight. Like you said, the snow is deep. It's covering every roadway. You're going to have rather deep snow. NDOT crews are out on our main roadways, hitting them hard. I've seen their trucks repeatedly, but it's just hard to keep up while the snow is still falling. And so they're doing their best, but the roads are just not in good shape right now. And so that's what we're stressing to people is really stay home this morning if you don't need to go out, and watch for those travel advisories in your area.
And we know you were talking just a little bit earlier that it's not the crashes really that you're seeing as many, it's people getting stuck. Can you just kind of talk on that, not just here on like these streets behind us, but on the interstates as well?
Yeah, you know, NDOT's, the crews are clearing, but a lot of times they're just clearing one lane is all they can really keep up with at this point. What that does is it kind of pushes the snow and makes a pretty deep, heavy snow bank. So it becomes difficult if cars get their tires in that deeper snow. They're just getting stuck, and not so much on the interstates, but on side roads we're seeing that a lot, where crews are, there's a lot of roads to travel and to keep up with, and it's just difficult to do at this point. So we are seeing a lot of cars stuck this morning because of how deep the snow is.
I mean, that just goes to show you how wide-reaching these impacts have been. And for us here in the D.C. area, it has been changing throughout the day. That's why you can check back in with us throughout the day on WUSA9 Plus. The Weather Impact team is going to be tracking this storm over the next several hours until the very last of this wintry mess is out of here. So Doppler radar right now still looking like a mix of snow and sleet, and we are still seeing some reports of those kind of light disorganized flakes mixing in some of our northernmost counties, but for most we are continuing to see that sleet pile on. Now let's talk a little bit more about why this has been such a tricky precipitation type forecast. This is what we want to see, or at least it's what I want to see. It's what we saw this morning, pure fluffy cold snow where the entire atmospheric profile is below 32 degrees. So from the clouds to the ground, you've got snow falling. But what we've seen between about 6 o'clock this morning and now is sleet, where we have this layer in the atmosphere that's above freezing, but then closer to the surface, a deep pool of cold air. So that snowflake melts into rain, but then has plenty of time to refreeze into those stingy sleet pellets, she tried to say on her 11th hour of coverage here. Stingy sleet pellets, that's what we have falling from the sky right now. Now, what we're watching as we head into the later afternoon and evening hours is the potential for some freezing rain, but here's why I don't think we're going to get it. Freezing rain is what occurs whenever you have precipitation falling as rain throughout almost the entire atmospheric profile, but then at the surface, there's shallow, cold air. But like I just said, we have really deep cold air, and I don't really see that changing a whole lot as we head through the next several hours. If it were to kind of shallow out a little bit, it would be for areas east of 95 down into southern St. Mary's County, Calvert County, but I really don't think that's going to be a threat for us as we head throughout the day today. And certainly not on the table for us is just plain cold rain, where throughout the entire atmospheric profile it is above 32 degrees and you just get rain falling at the surface. We've got temperatures that are just far too cold for that. Now, as we head throughout the rest of the day, here's what you can expect in terms of these storm totals. And I say storm because this accounts for snow and sleet, looking at about 4 to 8 inches across most of our area, slightly less off to the south and east, where we saw that sleet start mixing in around 6 o'clock this morning. Just didn't end up with really much of anything until we started adding that sleet into the equation. In areas north and west where we are still seeing some of those flakes mix in, that's where we're going with 8 to 10 inches for your storm totals, with a plus there because a few areas are, seeing a little bit more snow mix in. So throughout the next several hours, no significant significant changes. Lots of sleet on the table, possibly some freezing rain for areas farther off to the south and east, and off to the far north and west where we could continue to see snow. That's where, again, we'll get the bullseye of snow from this storm. But here we are around 6 o'clock. We start to see this storm system pulling out of our area. So along and west of I-81, you start to clear things out. Still sleeting across most of the area, potentially mixing with some freezing rain closer to I-95. And then by 8, 9 o'clock, the last of this storm is clearing out of here. And it is all about the cleanup over the next several days. And it will be quite the cleanup. We have that winter storm warning in effect until 4 o'clock Monday morning, but that is far from the last of our worries. We have this Arctic cold that is just staying locked in place well into next week. Coming up at 3 o'clock, Carl Lamb has some great stats for you on just how rare these really long cold stretches are. But as far as our Sunday storm goes, we've still got the weather impact alert all day long. If you can, just stay home. Now, we know there are so many essential workers that do have to be on the road, and you know the drill. You've got to give yourself extra time, take it easy on the roads, and expect these travel impacts for days. Again, this snow is not melting. We might see a little bit of melt here and there from the sun. Thankfully, we've got nice sun back over the next several days, but our temperatures are below freezing at least into the start of February. So what is ice? Will stay ice. A little bit of ice melt, that salt treatment is going to go a long way in making things a little bit safer here on your driveways, sidewalks, and roadways as we head through the next really frigid week. Temperatures bottom out on Thursday with many high temperatures staying in the teens, low 20s in DC. Probably gonna have to bump our Friday temperature down as well, but we're looking at 20s all week long, maybe getting up to the freezing mark by the time we get to the second half of next weekend, which is also the start of February. Now, if those temperatures aren't cold enough, think about the wind. Wind's going to start to kick up tomorrow, and that's going to add a nasty wind chill factor to the forecast. And keep in mind, these feels like temperatures are what it feels like to your exposed skin. That's why hats, gloves, and scarves are going to be crucial over the next several days. This is Tuesday morning, feeling sub-zero for many areas. Now, thankfully, I think the kids are still going to be out of school, so hopefully we don't have to worry about the bus stop. But if the kids are heading off to the bus stop, if you're gearing up to head back into the office, that's what you need to dress for come Tuesday morning. And throughout the afternoon, it still only feels like the teens, even though temperatures technically make it into the 20s. That's what you can expect here over the next several days. We're talking high temperatures in the teens and 20s, low temperatures in the single digits. Here's a look at those actual temperatures early Tuesday morning, single digits for everyone. And then yes, as you look ahead to Thursday, there's a snowflake on the 7-day forecast. I do think we could have some flurries around, no major storm systems, but could pick up a little bit of light snow early Thursday morning before we clear things out for the weekend. You know, the bright side of this 7-day forecast is that there is going to be plenty of sunshine. That's certainly going to help hopefully boost some moods, but keep in mind that little bit of sun could add a little bit of melting throughout the day, so you need to keep a really close eye out for slick spots.
Caitlin, thank you so much. Caitlin has been on the air talking about this storm since 4 a.m. here to serve you, our viewers. Well, as we deal with the snow and the icy conditions, DC dog owners should be really careful on sidewalks. You might remember this story. It was just so heartbreaking. A few reports of dogs getting electrocuted, shocked on city sidewalks.
Yeah, our John Durant spoke to a veterinarian to see how you can make sure that your pet stays safe when they have to go out.
This is the 1100 block of 19th Street Northwest, where 1 year ago, 2 dogs were killed within minutes of each other when underground faulty wire made contact with a manhole cover that was surrounded by melting snow, de-icing salt and debris, and energized this sidewalk. Now, experts tell me what happened last year is extremely rare, but there are ways to make sure your dog is safe.
The dog was jumping in the air, and then it would flop down and jump up again, and this went on several times, and then he flopped down and didn't move.
Ben Stern witnessed one of those electrocutions that was caused by an electrically charged manhole cover. After the incident, Pepco conducted a massive voltage detection sweep of its infrastructure in downtown DC, but found no additional issues, and it's updated reporting systems and training programs to prevent that from happening again.
Honestly, I've never seen it. That's how rare we're talking here.
Sophie Andrews is the medical director with Humane Rescue Alliance.
It's important for pet owners to not panic about things which are extremely low risk of being a problem for them.
It's unlikely, but Andrew says there are a few things dog owners can do to be extra careful while on a walk.
There's no strong evidence to suggest that putting booties on the dog or covering their feet will actually make any impact here. But there's certain things that we know that you can avoid, which we know will conduct electricity. So not allowing dogs to urinate on lampposts or traffic lights, things that we know that there's electricity running inside them, and also any metal. So avoiding the metal on the streets, so any like grids and manhole covers, things like that.
Andrew says the number one problem she sees with dogs during the winter time is non-pet friendly snow melt or salt up in a dog's paws. So covering your dog's paws for that can certainly help. She also says if it's too cold for you to be outside, it's important your dog spends minimal time outside. In D.C., John Duran, WUSA9.
That was just such a horrible story. So happy we got some tips for dog owners there. All righty.
Okay, looks like our Matt Gregory back in the vehicle. How was that coffee, Matt?
It was pretty good. That mine was hot cocoa. Kurt had the coffee. He liked the coffee as well, right, Kurt?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
So we're going to show you again what we're always talking about with folks, the secondary roads and what they look like. This is Old Town Gaithersburg. And then, by the way, we're going to stop by that bar later because they're going to have the game on, and we're going to show you what folks are actually showing up today, going for a walk. What amounts to the worst snow event we've seen here, at least in my time, I want to say, here at Channel 9. Anyway, going down the street there, you see someone using the road as opposed to the sidewalk. Not advised, but the sidewalks are not shoveled at all. We're going to stop here, right at kind of the cross section here. To the left is Old Town Cafe, which is open, of the few places that are open here, with the two very kind Good Samaritans who came out here. We're going to head to the left here, coming up onto South Summit Avenue. Now, look, if you can see, the road itself is covered. I've been talking about this for a while now. Finally get to show you. So this right here is an intersection, right? But you can see straight ahead. It might be a little bit difficult, but as this car goes by, just on the other side, you can see the little snowbanks that have been created by the plowing that's coming through. For us, it's no problem. For the car in front of us, it's not a problem. For this character right here in the Tesla, they made it through, but it's tough. You hit those little snowbanks and you have the ability to get stuck. He's going to take the right of way, apparently, in this particular traffic situation. Like I said, guys, people are being a bit selfish these days on the road. But anyway, this is what the road looks like when you turn. You can actually see the pavement. You can see the yellow line there. It's not the world's worst situation, but I can tell you that right now on this particular road, this is the primary road, it is still slick. You've got that layer of sleet coming down. Let's get to the back camera and give you that look. Yeah, you got a little layer of sleet that's on top of that, and now it's starting to get colder. The sun's going to start coming down soon, and all of this is going to start to kind of compact and harden and get together. Some folks up here on the left as we're heading down Summit Avenue who are continuing to do some shoveling. We got a look earlier today in Frederick. We were out and about talking to folks, and we asked them, what brings you out? What are you doing? Some folks were working, some folks going for a walk, and some folks just out driving for a good time. Take a listen.
It's gotten a little hard at the bottom now since it's sleeting and freezing rain a little bit. Don't put any chemicals down till it's all done. Yeah, because it'll freeze back up and you're wasting it. It's a shortage of materials now anyway.
Tim, tell me what you've seen driving around Frederick. What do the roads look like?
The road crews are, working on them, getting them straight and everything, but it's just, it's the weather. It's bad.
This is your first big snow?
The first big snow. I'm only a year in the States.
Oh my gosh. What do you, where are you from?
Ireland.
Ireland? And
Yeah.
have you ever seen snow like this in Ireland?
Once or twice before in my lifetime, but it's very rare.
All right, so you woke up today, you saw this going on. What were you thinking?
I was thinking, it looks beautiful. Let's go for a walk.
It's beautiful. Let's go for a walk. And walk some folks are. Again, I would advise not to walk in the middle of the road. This is still Summit Avenue, and I've seen people walking down the middle of it. As you can see straight ahead, there is a caravan of plow trucks coming through here. And by the way, this is interesting to look at. You'll see how they're kind of staggered. One covers about, I would say, 3 feet of road, another 3 feet, another 3 feet, and then they get the whole lane covered. And that way they're able to push the snow from the center lanes off to the side. Just a little bit of a graceful way of this working. And we have a car off the road up ahead. Well, we're going to go take a look at that before we turn back around and head back to Old Town. If you stick with me for a second as we get through this red light, we're going to see what's happening up here. This is, like I said, the road, you can see the pavement, but that doesn't mean it's not slick. It's not a bit difficult to deal with. Again, Look at that. It's almost like a very light layer of snow, sleet that is now just kind of created. If you don't have four-wheel drive, you're just not going to move fast. Okay, we're heading up there now. Let's see it looks like we got some county workers out there helping somebody. They're using chains to drag them. Oh yeah, we'll get up close. We'll be the looky-loos right here. Yeah, you can see some folks here trying to figure out. It looks like a pickup truck that got stuck here in the middle of Summit Avenue. People are trying to dig them out. I guess they're trying to pull it. Yeah, it went off to the side of the road, and now it's kind of sideways. Let's see what they can do here. Looks like they just pulled it out of the. Yeah, okay, so what I'm seeing now, you're kind of reconstructing it in your head now. It looks like this vehicle went off the road right here on the right side. Now they're telling us to go around, yeah. And then this other pickup, this county truck has come by to pull them out. And it looks like they were off here on the side. So yeah, this is the problem, right? In areas that haven't been greatly plowed, even a pickup truck like this one on the right side will end up off the side of the road. And this car, was this a bit of an accident? So you're kind of seeing this in real time with me, folks. So I'm very sorry to not have answers. We're just looking. Okay, what do we got here? They stopped to help. Okay, Good Samaritans, and I don't know if these ones are charging like Melissa's Good Samaritan, but it looks like the pickup truck went off the side of the road. People stopped to help. A county worker went out to help. But straight ahead, this is kind of what you're dealing with. There's only 2 lanes really clear here on Summit Avenue. We are in what is normally part of the roadway, but you can see it's got about, I would say, 6 inches of snow here off the side. So trucks are gonna have to come back around in a bit and replow that. So anyway, thanks for joining us with that little journey of what was happening there. You know, it's just what you'll see is like every, I would say, mile or 2 miles, some sort of event has happened, something's going on, and it looks like somebody went off the road and a bunch of folks came by to help. Well, let's get you one more look as they're all coming by. Yeah, see, they got the truck out. It's getting moving again thanks to some Good Samaritans and a county worker who had chains on his truck. Anyway, that's the look here in Old Town Gaithersburg. I'm Matt Gregory in the Weather Explorer. Send it back home to you.
And you're not alone. Kurt is also with you.
No.
Okay. I was thinking you were going to give him some credit right there. Okay.
And he's having a blast.
I know it's been a long day.
Kurt is spotting these things as I'm talking, and we're just like, boo, boo, boo.
Oh,
It's
thanks
been
to
nice.
both of
Nice
you.
POV.
Yeah.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay, stay safe.
Okay, take a look at this. One of our viewers sent us this video showing some teenagers there seizing the snow day. Yeah, you could see them sledding down the road in DC's Woodley Park neighborhood. This happened around 5:30 this morning.
They were ready.
You know, it's hard to get up for school, but when it's a snowy day outside, we're getting up. This is, of course,
fresh powder.
Yeah, as millions across the DMV enjoy a snow day, and most schools making the call early. Bigger districts right now, although we haven't heard from Prince George's County, but Fairfax County closing schools for tomorrow.
And locals who have seen this kind of snow here before, they know that one of the most iconic spots in DC happens to be a great place for sledding too. We're talking about Capitol Hill, of course. When the House and the Senate are away, the kids will play. Check out the sleds and the snow tubes.
It's overtaken.
And the puppies, too. They're all going to play as well. You know what? I need some booties for my dogs.
He says, I need some grass.
Does Augusta have booties?
No.
Oh,
Augusta
booties for the
refuses to go
dogs.
outside.
All right. Well, that's America's front lawn, the west lawn of the Capitol.
It's beautiful. It's so fun to go down Capitol Hill. It was great powder this morning. It's getting a little sleety now, but we're having a great time.
They're all sledding down. They're having a great time. I'm glad it's open today.
Some of you might remember sledding on Capitol Hill was once a big no-no, but a public backlash got that rule overturned. So grab your sled and get out there and bring a fluffy companion if you want to, like our friend out there.
Okay.
I love that he was digging until he saw the grass.
The grass. Now, a lot of folks are going to be shoveling out today. This is what you have to do sometimes when your significant other tells a joke that's not funny, but you know you're going to want him to shovel. That's me. Mark told a joke.
415 inches of snow.
And then there you go. Not that funny, but we need you today, Mark, and everybody out there doing it. So thank you for joining us. From me, I think I'm about to go and try to head home now.
Please be careful.
Okay.
Please be careful. Larry Miller will be joining me, and we will continue serving you right here on WUSA 9+.
Here, because I didn't get off work until like midnight last night, so.
Yes. Yeah. I'm on CG20. Just wanted to.
I think it was just better just to stay in a hotel and then worry about it.
Hey, mic check, mic check. Oh, yes, because I didn't put my mic on just yet.
How is it in Norfolk? How come on? Apparently, it's like nothing's going on.
What is this information?
Thanks for streaming with us on WUSA9 on our Weather Impact Alert. We are tracking that winter storm that's been moving across the DMV. Thanks for being here with us in this 3 o'clock hour. I'm Larry Miller.
And I'm Annie Yu. Welcome in. Snow turned to sleet a few hours ago. Crews, of course, doing the best that they can do to keep roads clear, make sure that you are safe. But it is slick out there, so if you don't have to go out, you've heard us say this so many times today, stay home. You do not want to be out there. The roads are treacherous. This is a live look at some of the cameras spread across the DMV and the nation's capital. Right now, a state of emergency in effect in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia.
Before we get to the forecast, we do have to get to some breaking news right now. D.C. Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton is not seeking a 19th term in office.
D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser posted on X congratulating her on a great career. Norton's campaign on Sunday filed a termination notice with the Federal Election Commission, essentially signaling an end to her campaign. The 88-year-old has faced mounting questions about her ability to serve, and she can still file for re-election in the future. So some big news coming out of the city.
Absolutely.
The other big news, of course, Larry, is the forecast. And we know our viewers across the DMV have been dealing with the dangerous road, the bitter cold, and our team has been here nonstop to help keep you informed.
Let's get an update on the forecast right now with meteorologist Carl Lamb. Carl, where do we stand with the snow totals, the sleet? It's messy out there, and it looks like we're still not done.
Yeah, the snow totals have been pretty impressive, but actually they're just kind of overall totals now because we had so much sleet mixing in. But the key thing with this is that the temperatures are favoring it turning just into sleet, and thankfully not freezing rain because the temperatures are so cold. It's 21 in D.C. right now, 19 in Gaithersburg, and 14 in Frederick, 12 in Hagerstown. So thankfully, if this was, like 8 or 9 degrees warmer, the potential for freezing rain would be there, especially at the surface where that would be a concern. But thankfully, the atmosphere is staying cold really throughout, and so it is allowing it to stay more as sleet through all of this than anything else. In terms of what it feels like out there, it feels like 10 in the district, so make sure that you are bundled up. If you are going to start shoveling, it's 9 in Westminster in terms of what it feels like, 0 in Frederick, and feels like 5 in Manassas and 9 in Orange. So again, incredibly cold out there. It's just a better reason to stay indoors. That is for sure as we go through the day today and even into tomorrow and really through the rest of the week too. We'll talk about that coming up later in the show. But in terms of your storm headlines, there are some decent sleet accumulations from this, and we are expecting possibly 2 to 3 inches of just ice pellets on top of the snow that's already fallen, and that just makes it even heavier. If we just had the snow, it would not have been nearly as dense and tough to shovel, to be quite honest. But then you put on that layer of 2 to 3 inches of essentially just broken up shards of ice, and that's what you have to shovel now. And if you can avoid it, please do not drive those secondary streets. And I'm telling you, those turn lanes of you trying to get onto a secondary street, those are where the plows have pushed all the snow, and off to the sides, it bunches up on those secondary streets. And those are where a lot of trucks, and cars are going to kind of stall out and get stuck. So hopefully that's not you, and hopefully you don't have to be outside. And then once you've shoveled, if you do have just icy conditions with that sleet on your driveway or in any parking lot, it just makes for poor traction. And then the extreme cold lingers as we go throughout the week as well. So your weather impact alert is for today, but it even goes into tomorrow and then for Tuesday as well for the cold temperatures on the way. But in total, it is 2 to 10 inches. We have knocked those storm totals down. That has been kind of the main thing, but there will be travel impacts for days just because this is not melting right away. Normally when we have snow in the DMV, it's here and then it's gone because it will warm up into the 40s and 50s. That is not the case with this. It will stick around. Now, we could have some melting because there's a good amount of sunshine as we go through the next couple of days, but it's not going to be enough to get rid of it completely. So that is also a primary concern with this. Now, I did want to show you that, again, there were ice storm warnings in the south, and there are tornado watches in Alabama, Georgia, and parts of Florida, too. Which just goes to show you how crazy the system is. But winter storm warnings blanketing everybody. These go until 4 a.m. on Monday morning. And once the warning comes off the board, we're still not done because it is going to be still very, very wintry. We'll still be dealing with the cleanup aspects of this. This is what I was talking about. This entire line is working its way through the south and bringing hazardous conditions. But we are dealing with that mixed precipitation at this point, and it has turned into that consistent sleet, and it's noisy. You probably heard it. You're probably like, shut up, sleet, right? At this point, you just want it to go away and go back to that more quiet snow. But we are going to have that loud banging of the icy precipitation on your awnings, on your roof, and on your windows as well. So that's what we're dealing with all across the DMV at this point. And in terms of what we're dealing with, the precipitation, again, with that purple, that's where we start to see those ice pellets mixing in at this point. And that is going to be the primary concern as we go through the rest of the afternoon and into the early evening before this starts to really kind of wind down. But there is the potential for a little bit of freezing rain, especially if you're closer to southern Maryland, closer to the coast, especially since there is some slightly warmer air being injected into that system. But again, up north, we're still seeing more snow mixing with sleet. Again, radar has had a bit of a difficult time today kind of pinpointing what precipitation has been falling because it shoots a radar beam, it detects it as a snowflake, and then it says it's a snowflake reporting for duty, and it's actually not. It's sleet. So that's really what we're kind of up against. But right around the district, out towards McLean and Tysons, over towards Fairfax and Reston, it is completely sleet at this point. And then as we zoom out a little more, as we take you over towards Bowie, Dunkirk, La Plata, Manassas, Quantico, that is still a consistent icy precipitation in terms of just those ice pellets. Thankfully not, again, that glaze of freezing rain. And then we'll take you a little further down. And then again, when you see the pink there, that is where we could have some of those icier conditions for sure. So we're certainly keeping an eye on how this is all going to play out in terms of what is on the way. And we'll take you one last stop further west at this point, out towards Winchester, Woodstock, and Luray, Front Royal. We're seeing, again, that mix over towards sleet, and that's a pretty consistent sleet at this point. So coming up in a little bit, we'll show you Futurecast in terms of what to expect as we go through the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. And we'll also take a look at that extremely cold 7-day forecast, some of the coldest air that we've had in decades in terms of this type of stretch coming our way. Larry and Annie, back to you.
All right, Carl, thank you so much. With that, let's continue our coverage right now with Katie Lesso.
All right, let's check in with Katie, who is out in Fairfax County. Katie, we see you all bundled up there. What's going on in the neighborhood that you're at?
Yeah, we're at the Reston Town Center, and the snow is just intensely coming down, and we've come across some people who are out here riding bikes, things you never thought you would have seen. You see these two guys over here riding their bikes, but I do want to introduce you to Frank. Who's been riding his bike all through the area. Frank, what is it about this weather that makes you want to get on a bike and ride around?
You couldn't ask for better weather than this. This is a beautiful day. Might as well go for a bicycle ride.
All right, talk to me about your bicycle, though, because you do have some snow upgrades.
Yeah, what you want is this, the studded tires. Okay. That's what you want, and a bell for safety, of course. You know, yeah.
What is it like? Is it slippery riding around, or is this pretty good traction for you?
When it's compacted down, it's pretty safe, and you know, it's not too bad. But the fluffy snow is, you know, you can do it. But
yeah. And I know you have the helmet on. You've got all the bundles on. Safety first. How many layers do you have on at this point?
Like 3 or 4.
Are you cold?
No, it's nice.
Okay. What's more difficult for you? Obviously the ice, I would imagine, right? Is the snow easier or the ice?
Yeah, well, with the winter tires on the bike, you can get through a little bit of ice. You know, it's not too bad.
All right. Any advice to people who are at home and they see you out on a bike? What would your advice be to them if they're thinking about getting on their bike and coming out here?
Do it. It's such a nice day. It's beautiful weather. Perfect for a bike ride.
Thank you, Frank. Be safe. And just to be clear, you're not headed to work. You're not headed anywhere. You're out here for fun.
Yes, for fun.
Thank you. Thank you, Frank. So we are out here at Reston Town Center. We're going to be heading around Fairfax County, checking in with people in the neighborhood. But let's send it back to you in the studio for now.
Okay, Katie, so if we're getting this right, the gentleman was out there on his bicycle in this weather here.
Uh-huh. Yeah, there's a few people out here on
right
bikes.
at your
I know,
own
it's pretty
risk.
surprising.
This
we've
is
got
probably what
two
you
more
don't
over
want to
here.
do.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Hey.
But you know, if you're going to do it safely, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Yes. All right.
Katie, thank you. Let's go to our Matthew Torres right now. He is in Annandale giving us a look at the conditions out there. Matt, have you found anyone where you are on a bike?
No, not on a bike, but plenty of people out on the sled. We are here in Annandale right now, and I'm here in Annandale with my bowl of pho. This is my lunch. I finally got lunch. We were at Eden Center earlier, and I found the one restaurant that was closed. And for those who love pho, this is, open. This is lemongrass chicken right now. This is like the food to my soul. And really sustaining me throughout the day, because it is a perfect day to have a nice bowl of pho, or really soup for that matter. But yeah, we got a bunch of kids out here really taking advantage of this right now. But really, before we got here, I do want to send video. We were out on 495, and just before the Springfield exit, if you guys have that video, we were able to capture bulldozers clearing out snow on the shoulder over there, just to give you all the manpower and the effort just to make sure that the roads are clear, especially when they're piling up. And VDOT shared that same video saying drivers are heeding the warning, and that's a good sign, giving crews the ability to really clear it out without so many drivers out and about. So that was on 495 before the Springfield exit. But before I let you guys go, I saw John Duran earlier. Do you mind? This guy, Ethan, was kind enough to let me use the sled. Yeah. So what is the main goal here? Well, you guys have been going forward. That's kind of scary.
Yeah.
How is the snow so far?
It's soft.
It's soft.
It's good for sledding, but not good for making jumps. So.
Okay. Of course, these guys are going for jumps. So yeah, we're just going to go down this hill. So I saw John Duran earlier going down the hill, and I was like, you know what? I got to do the same thing, because it wouldn't be a winter weather event without have some fun. What do you guys think? I can make it, right? Yeah? They are so confident, because I'm not. Mark, so before I let you guys go, I have my bowl of pho. Oh no. Whoa!
No. Oh gosh.
Lord have mercy.
Oh.
Those kids did not say there were two hills to jump off of.
Oh my goodness, yeah, it went
there.
whoop and whoop. Matt, you went down that pretty quick, but good job for getting in there and trying it out.
I'm just glad that bowl of pho didn't come out, you know, the mouth there.
Yeah, seems like you probably needed a rehearsal before you went and did that live there, Matt. Oh man, Matthew Torres.
We love a live moment there, but yeah.
Yeah. Well,
all right, Matt.
Happy that you're safe, friend.
I'm not young anymore.
Oh man, you gotta look. You know, listen, they're getting creative out there.
Yeah, and the kids were egging them on. That's what
Yeah.
it's about, getting out there and having fun. Matt, thank you. All right, many of you have your cameras ready. You're snapping your photos, recording videos of the snow. Let's take a look at some of the images right now from our weather watchers. We love that you guys are sharing your pictures and video with us on Facebook.
Yeah, Kim sent this in to us. She's on Kent Island in Kent Island, Maryland. And you can see the sky, the water appear very gray where she is, and of course covered in plenty of snow and ice.
Really pretty to look at.
And look at this shot from Woodbridge, Virginia. You can barely see Vince's patio here because the snow really is covering up pretty much everything that you see there in the distance. It's a beautiful sight.
It really is beautiful to look at, but we have to just remind folks how dangerous it can be to be out in it, right? Amy, excuse me, sent us this picture of a bird taking off in the snow in Gaithersburg around 10:45 this morning.
Oh, wow.
Do you see it?
It's on the left-hand side.
Yeah,
there.
it's really pretty.
It is pretty. Beautiful. Randy Clark sent in this bird's eye view of Lake Holiday, Virginia at around 11:20 6:20 a.m. A gorgeous shot there.
Yeah, maybe this is a drone shot. I don't know.
Quite possibly.
Looks like aerials there.
Yeah.
Ember the cat is staying warm while watching the snow. Oh yes, Ember. Katie Gates sharing this one with us from Cheverly, Maryland, around 11:30 this morning. Yeah, the cat's probably like, I'm not going anywhere out of this snow. Carl, I know we've seen a lot of beautiful images. It's really, really pretty to look at.
Yeah, today's a great indoors day. Like the best indoors day we could possibly ask for in terms of what we've got going on. So definitely, again, really just heed those warnings for everyone who is staying indoors and out of the elements, because we still have more of it to go. And again, you can submit your photos through the Weather Watchers Facebook group, and we would love to see what you're seeing outdoors. And go ahead and share those photos and give us permission to use them. You may see them on air, but again, we take you through the rest of the afternoon, and it is that continual sleet that we're dealing with. And again, there's just so much cold air in the atmosphere that this likely, for us, at least in the district, will not turn into freezing rain. Except on the backside of this, there may be the chance that there is just a tiny bit of glaze from this. Nothing that is severe, or nothing like what they're dealing with down south. But again, out towards Easton and Salisbury, you could have, again, that potential for a little bit of freezing rain as well. But mostly sleet, and I do think it actually could pick up a little bit too as we go into the next hour or two before this really does start to kind of taper off by about 6 to 7 o'clock tonight. And we should start to see the back edge of this storm system by about 8 o'clock tonight. But we'll be tracking this as we go throughout the rest of the day, really. But behind this is the incredible cold that's coming in. And tomorrow, as we embark on more cleanup, it actually will be very sunny. But the problem with Monday is that it is extremely windy. Those wind gusts out of the northwest will be around 20 to 30 miles per hour. So it's the deceptive sunshine. It looks great. It will feel terrible once you're outside doing any of that shoveling. So just want to give you a heads up for that. In terms of those storm totals, we just updated this an hour ago. But in terms 4 to 8 inches really across the region, now that the sleet has kind of weighed down those snow totals, and less as you get out closer to the coast here, and then 8 to 10 for areas up towards Cumberland, Hagerstown, over towards Oakland and parts of West Virginia. So the wind gusts, I mentioned this for tomorrow. It will be gusty, especially for Manassas, Gaithersburg, Baltimore, and Annapolis as well. So really gusty conditions and making it feel just really downright terrible out there. And the winds aren't backing off really until as we go into the evening hours. And then even still, they're hanging around until Tuesday. So bitter cold coming on the way in terms of what it feels like. This is certainly the situation. It feels like the teens as we go into tomorrow morning. And then let's take you into Monday night. It could feel like 0 in D.C. at 10 o'clock on Monday. Sub-zero wind chills are here by Tuesday morning. It is brutally cold, so that's why there's a potential that there could be some more delays, cancellations, closings. When it's this cold, you don't want anybody outdoors, really, just for a matter of safety as well. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. So we will have the weather impact alert in place all the way until Tuesday, but look at the cold. This is some of the coldest air that we've had potentially in about 30 years, possibly even more than that. So again, we're certainly crunching the numbers and looking at some of the statistics, but there could be another chance for a few flurries on Thursday. It's nothing close to what we're dealing with right now, but again, the cold is here to stay. Back to you, Larry and Annie.
All right, Carl, thank you so much. A quick note that we should pass along. Montgomery County Public Schools is going to be closed both on Monday and on Tuesday now as a result of this ongoing weather. So that's an update that we got about 5 minutes ago.
All right. Locals who have seen this kind of snow here before know that one of the most iconic spots in D.C. happens to be a great place for sledding.
All right, so we're talking about, of course, Capitol Hill. When the House and Senate are away, the kids no doubt would play. Check out the sleds, the snow tubes on America's front lawn, the west lawn of the U.S. Capitol.
It's beautiful. It's so fun to go down Capitol Hill. It was great powder this morning. It's getting a little sleety now, but we're having a great time.
They're all sledding down. They're having a great time. I'm glad it's open today.
Now, some of you might recall, this was not something that we could do in the past. Sledding on Capitol Hill was once a big no-no, but a public backlash got that rule overturned. So grab your sleds, grab whatever, cardboard, whatever you got, and get out there and have fun. Even bring a fluffy companion, your little doggy if you want to, and have some fun out there.
Yeah. All right. Well, our Matthew Torres spoke with WMATA GM Randy Clark about the conditions and how Metro is responding. Take a listen.
With me is Mr. Randy Clark, and I wanted to talk to him because this is kind of a rare opportunity that we get to see really this control room of how things operate. We have a bunch of screens behind us, a bunch of people and computers obviously going, and as they communicate with folks using Metro as far as how things are going. Thanks again for the update just moments ago. Give us an idea of how this works. They've been working around the clock, I'm sure, but this different sections really taking care of different things here.
Yeah, this is our, again, Metro Integrated Command and Control Communication Center. What's unique about this center, we believe it's probably the most advanced one in the country on transit. It brings every part of Metro's operation together, and years ago that wasn't the case. So a good example, this is our bus area over on this side, and this is where individuals are dispatching and coordinating with bus in the field. Also kind of this is supervision on the bus side, and we're looking at everything from street cameras to our own tracking device systems, weather, road conditions, all of that type of thing. Back here is our rail kind of area, and these are individuals that are looking after the different rail lines. And this is our screen that really monitors switches and heaters and where trains are. This middle section is our communications area. So they do internal and external communications, so everything from information digital screens in, say, a station or a bus stop to social media or internal alerts of what's going on. What's very advanced here is on this side, we actually have a command line. Very unique for transit. We have a head of rail, a head of bus, head of maintenance, head of communications, a lieutenant from our police department, and a captain from DC Fire, all together, and their job is to coordinate and manage any potential incident to get the most accurate information and then solve that problem expeditiously as possible. So this is how our center works, and it's all about coordination and bringing people together.
Yeah, and I love that you get to see the cameras. When you do know of a problem, you can see it really in live action.
We have over 30,000 cameras here at Metro, so those are in facilities, out in yards, but also on our rail vehicles, on our buses, and it gives us the quick ability to see truly what's going on, give response. So sometimes we might get a tweet from somebody that tells us something before an operator even tells us, so it allows us to get that information, get clarity, help customers with information, and resolve an issue.
And I just want to point out this lady over here because I've learned she's one of the people, whenever you hear a message on Metro about an alert or something, she's the voice. Exactly. Yeah, she's the voice.
Yeah. Yeah, and no, it's a great room. It's we did this 3 years ago when I got here, and the idea is one integrated Metro, and it allows us to coordinate with all of our first responder partners in a much more effective way than we ever did before. And I just really want to thank, these are individuals, some of the people we put up in hotels for storms like this, including the people out shoveling. We have a very dedicated team here that loves serving this community, and they're away from their families. So again, when people are at home watching this, just remember there's a lot of good public servants, whether they're a Metro, DPWs, police, fire, that are out there making sure we're keeping people safe. And I just want to always thank them for the work they do.
And so we get to see another example of a group of people really working around the clock to make sure everyone here is safe. So again, Mr. Clark, thank you so much for your time. I'm sure you have a busy day ahead still and tomorrow as well. So guys, we'll send things back over to you.
All right, Matthew Torres, thank you so much.
Man. We were listening to that press conference earlier with Randy Clark, and he had said by about 1 o'clock they had seen 10,000 people take Metro up until that hour. So there were, that number surprised me. In a snowstorm, people really had to get to where they needed to be, but it's that commitment piece that speaks to, Metro. They're out there working hard, making sure that everybody can get around to where they need to go. Let's check in with our Matt Gregory now.
Yeah, Matt Gregory is joining us now from Gaithersburg. Hi, Maddie.
Oh, looks like you found a bar.
Of course he did.
Old Town. Hey, Larry, how are you doing?
I'm great, buddy.
Listen, if you're following us from earlier, we were out on the street here in Old Town, and two ladies came over with coffee and a hot cocoa and said that they were open. One of the few restaurants that was open here in Old Town today, and it is the Old Town Cafe, if I'm getting that right. Now, we were going to talk to the owner briefly, but the problem is, on a daily today, when they're open, there's only 2 people. And Kirk, give everybody kind of a look at the Old Town Cafe right here. A couple folks in here, but the owner right here, he might be coming to join us. So here he is, I think. He's got a second. There he is. How are you doing? It's just there's just a few of you working right today. What's your name?
Sean.
Sean, what's your last name?
Ali Akbar. Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you. Sean, tell me why you decided to open today.
We decided to open today. We know the weather was going to be bad. We have a lot of local customers. We want to support our loyal customers and our local community to be able to come out, at least have somewhere to go in case they didn't get out the last couple of days shopping.
So, I mean, it's how many people are working today? What's it like for you right now?
It's just two of us today. We're on a skeleton crew. Me and my girlfriend Laura, actually. She runs the front house and I run the kitchen.
All right, so how does this have to work? We were watching you. I was actually watching you in the back as you were taking orders. You're running from one station to the other station. How do you do it all?
I mean, we're trained. We're used to it now. So we've been doing it for a little while. So it's kind of a routine for us.
What do you expect? What's the big kind of? She was telling us earlier the smash burger is kind of the special here today. Is that what you specialize?
Our new viral burger is a smash burger. I would definitely gonna send you guys two to try and see what you guys.
Tell me about it. What is it like?
It's so it's got our secret sauce. It's got ketchup, mayo. I can't tell you the rest. It's got a homemade cheese sauce on it, double Angus patty, smashed with white American cheese.
So what does it mean to you to be able to be here, right? Like open today on what is probably one of the worst storms we've seen in the last decade or so. You know, with some of your residents and some of the people, some of your neighbors, customers, what does it mean to you to be able to be open today?
It really means a lot to us to be able to give back, be here, be open, to be able to support as much as we can. There was guys outside plowing earlier and shoveling. We were able to give them coffee or even give you guys some hot chocolate to warm you guys up out there. So it feels good to be able to be here and at least be available to serve the community.
You know, for folks who aren't familiar with Old Town Gaithersburg, tell me what it's like. How long have you been here?
So we've been here for about 30 years. This is a family-owned business. My mom and dad started this back in 2000, May of 2000. This actually used to be a drugstore here. So we used to be behind the other wall, like a breakfast counter, old school style. Mom and pops were cooking. We renovated during COVID. We were able to open up by 2022, and we decided to add a sports bar, alcohol, and we still do our breakfast from 7:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. And in the afternoon, we have our sports bar that we show all the games and try to be able to have some fun here in the community.
And you came out to us. So thank you, first of all. What were you hearing from the folks who are out there? I saw you talk to some folks who were shoveling. I think there was like a crew of like 5 or 6 you guys brought coffee to.
Oh yeah, it's like the same things I'm here. I saw them working. It's cold. Some people has to be outside because they have to be outside. So we see them bring them coffee, serve it to the community. So we try to help to everybody. A lot of neighborhoods support us all the time, so we try to give them something back to our neighborhoods and guests.
Thank you guys so much. I was going to ask you, how late are you open to today? You got both games going?
We got both games going. We might be pulling it till about 8 p.m., but we'll see how it goes. Definitely for the first game, so we'll see how the weather holds up for the second game.
Hey, look, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your time. I'll let you get back to your stuff. Thank you. So look, Larry, that's what we're seeing, folks in the community taking care of each other, opening their bar. On a day that's pretty much, as you can see, miserable. Kurt and I are pretty stoked to be inside, if I'm being honest. And just a few customers here, but just the two of them running this whole bar, the restaurant, everything. And we're going to stay here for a little bit, warm up, and we'll pop out every now and then when we want to get cold again and show you what it's looking like on the ground in Old Town Gaithersburg. But for now, in Old Town, Matt Gregory, back to you.
And it's really good in finding that couple. I mean, they are really partners in life, both in business and in love.
Yes.
We appreciate it. Matt Gregory, thank you, sir. Well, Suzanne Moreno sent us these photos of snow in her part of town, but most importantly, her dog, Missimo.
Look at this action shot.
I know. Enjoying the snow in Northwest DC.
Oh my goodness. Is it Massimo the dog?
I think it's Massimo the dog.
Oh my
what type
goodness.
of dog is that?
This looks like a golden doodle to me, but I could be wrong. Let us know, Suzanne, if I got it right. Golden doodle. Okay, Gina Comer saw snow and sleet coming down. This is in Luray, Virginia, around 10:45. Beautiful, just that fresh coat of white snow.
It's like a picture-perfect scene out there in Luray. Shout out to our friends out there, by the way. Here's a view of snow in LaVale, Maryland, from Jim Webster at around 12:45 this afternoon. And hey, kudos to him for getting the walkway there cleared, semi-cleared at least. Yeah. And it looks like cars were able to move in that area as well.
Eddie Young sent us these photos from the historic neighborhood in Northwest DC just after 3 o'clock this afternoon. Yeah, so closer into the city, this is what it's looking like. I mean, we got some legit snow.
Yeah, absolutely, we did.
And now it's sleet coming down as well. Let's get a check on the conditions right now out of Prince George's County.
Sarah Robinson joining us now in Bowie with a look at how things are shaping up there. Sarah, typically In Prince George's County, we've covered a number of stories out there. Residents are normally a little frustrated by the way in which the roads there, those secondary, those tertiary roads are cleaned up. I know now really the focus is on the primary roads. How do they look?
Well, even the primary roads, Larry, they don't look good. I want to show you what we're seeing right now. Let me turn my camera around. This is 50 west towards DC. It has not been plowed in a minute, and it does not look great. I want to get out and show you. There is a crash that we just passed on 50 headed east. Someone actually ended up driving off the road altogether. It's not looking great, so hopefully they're safe and they're gonna be okay. But yeah, these conditions are not good at all. This is actually the first time we have been on a highway all day. We have just been on those secondary roads, going through neighborhoods, going into the town center in Bowie and trying to see how it is there. But yeah, none of the roads look great. We've seen several people get stuck today, have their cars stuck in this snow. At one point, our photographer who I am paired with today, David Agadello, actually helped push a car out of the snow. He was such a rock star for that. But yeah, it's just not been safe in Prince George's County today. So if you live in Bowie, if you live in Prince George's County, take a look at these roads. This is not something that you really want to be on or want to be a part of today. So if you can avoid being out on the roads at all today, that's what I would recommend. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Sarah, before we let you go, have you seen any plows on the roads at this point? We know that there were considerable plows on the roads, working on sort of pre-treating the roads before the storm came. Now that it's here, you would suspect that you would see those plows back on the road moving the snow, but have you seen any of that?
We have seen plows. We've actually seen quite a few. I haven't seen any in probably the past 20 minutes or so, I would say. But earlier today when we got out on an overpass, and we did see plows going on 50, both east and west. So they have been here, and you can see that they have plowed on some of the main roads, but I think the sleet is just coming down so much and so hard that it's really making things not great to drive on. So we're taking it slow. We're gonna head back towards DC. We're still gonna stay in Prince George's County, but we were up in Bowie, so we're gonna head west, I believe, and see what else we find. But if I see any more plows or I see the conditions change, I'll be sure to let you both know.
We appreciate it. Sarah, thank you so much. And shout out to David, too, for helping one of our neighbors that needed a helping hand with their vehicle. We certainly appreciate him as well.
Yeah. All right, let's check in with Carl Lamb now. Carl, okay, so we have now transitioned to like sleet. There's lots of wintry mix coming down. When do we think that will wrap up?
Yeah, it'll wrap up tonight by about 7 to 8 o'clock, just depending on where you are in the DMV. But it is pretty consistent, as Sarah was telling you. And shout out to all our photographers who have been driving across Virginia, Maryland, and DC, just showing you all the conditions and all the reasons why you should not be outside for today. But again, steady sleet. The Arctic cold is really what we're focused on next, but there will be plenty of travel delays, especially if plows have not gotten to those secondary streets yet. Turning lanes getting onto those secondary streets are likely those challenging areas because all that snow gets bunched up at the entryways, and that is really just a big concern as well. So lots to keep track of here. This is the look outside, and this is from EarthCam, and we have sleet coming down. It's 21. It feels like 10. And all it takes is a little bit of wind to make it feel that much colder. So those wind chills are going to be sticking around like that for quite some time. So current temperatures right now, it's 21 in DC. This is slowly inching up a little bit more, but it's cold out towards Martinsburg, Winchester, Luray, Front Royal. Temperatures squarely into the teens at this point. And then 22 in Annapolis and 15 in Bel Air. Now, the wind chills are again, a big factor, really cold up north, sub-zero wind chills out in Oakland too. But again, it's not the type of day you want to be outdoors and doing all that extreme physical activity. I would say certainly the rest of the week, not all that great. So you have to find the windows where you can do it safely and do it while you're bundled up accordingly. Now, I do want to focus in on the fact here that there is an active tornado warning in Georgia. Now, again, this is just a couple hundred miles away from the other ice storm warning that we have. So again, just showing you how dynamic this storm system is, because there's rain and severe weather in parts of Georgia, while other parts in northeast Georgia are dealing with ice and freezing rain. But for us, thankfully, we are just dealing with winter storm warnings. We're not mixing in an ice storm with this. That is not in the cards. It is just a winter storm warning. And I say just, thankfully, you know, kind of all things considered with this. Again, that's a system that's bringing severe weather into the south. But for us, it's severe enough where we have seen, again, a number of we've even seen a snowplow roll over. We've seen a number of cars and ditches installing out. But again, squarely for us, that sleet across the DMV here. Now, again, the purple, it's giving radar a kind of a good sign of what's happening. But if you see the blue, chances are radar is just not having the best day on identifying what type of precipitation is falling, because most of this should be sleet in the form of those little ice pellets out towards Haymarket, Leesburg, and as you get further down towards Warrenton and Culpeper. But again, La Plata, Dunkirk, over towards areas in Prince George's, Montgomery County, and into Anne Arundel County, it is all sleet at this point. The only areas where it may still be more snow than anything else up towards the Pennsylvania border, closer to Hagerstown, Westminster, and Frederick too. So watching all this in Mount Airy and Germantown, that's probably more sleet for areas south of I-70 there. And then right into D.C. again, if you are in Alexandria, over towards McLean, over towards Silver Spring, it is purely sleet. College Park included in that as well. We'll zoom out a little bit, show you Quantico, Waldorf, La Plata, Warrenton, again, Manassas. It's just all sleet at this point, even if radar is kind of singing a bit of a different tune. We've gotten so many reports. You just walk outside, we hear it, we've experienced it, and then we'll slide you a little further down southeast. And this is where we could see some of that freezing rain potential. A lot of this over the open water right now, but Easton, I think you do have the potential for some of that to turn into a bit of an icy glaze. So we're definitely keeping a close eye on how this kind of all unfolds. And then we'll take you one more stop further west. And again, this is mainly sleet. Winchester down towards Luray and over towards Harrisonburg and over towards Romney as well. So lots to keep track of here. We will show you Futurecast and Timeout what to expect as we take you through the rest of the afternoon and evening, and also that extremely cold 7-day forecast in a little bit. Larry and Annie, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Carl, thanks so much. Let's talk about the snow in the district.
Rafael Sanchez Cruz is out in on the roads in the Fort Reno area. Rafael, is that right?
In Columbia Heights.
Yeah, look, Annie, we actually are now, we're in Fort Reno now. We are off the roads, but before we get to the fun and games that is happening right behind me, let's talk about those roadways, because they're getting slicker here in the district. And a lot of people are not following just the basic street lights, so it's gotten a little dangerous. I want to show you some images that photojournalist James Hash was able to capture. This is over on Beach Drive and Blagden Avenue in Northwest DC. It appears that a car slid off the roadway. When we arrived there was nobody inside the car. Emergency crews did respond. It seems like there was a ticket on it, as if somebody was planning to tow it out, but definitely getting a lot of attention. You don't see those types of, we haven't seen those types of things here in the district so far. So I do want to warn people, roads are definitely slicker. We've been showing you for hours now what DC looks like, but you know, we've even been slipping around as we're navigating around southeast, northeast, and now here in Northwest DC. And like I mentioned, I'm at Fort Reno, and let's talk about the fun too. Seriousness, but also the fun that's happening. You can see people are here enjoying the slope here at Fort Reno. So if you know Northwest, this is a very common area for people to come and hang out. And we actually have a crew here who's been, how long have you guys been out here?
45 minutes maybe. My name's Jack. I like to have fun everywhere I go, so we're having a lot of fun here with the boys. Brought our IKEA speaker out, and we're having a good time.
Jack, why are you outside?
I live across the street, and it's snowing outside. I'm originally from Buffalo, and we're having a good time. So, you know, this is nothing for me. We usually get 2 to 3 feet of snow at a time, but now we got a lot of snow here, so we're having fun. And this guy Sawyer is also having a lot of fun.
Yeah. All right. Sorry, guys. We're gonna cut out real quick. Head back to you guys in the studio.
Great. Looks like there's something developing there. We will let Rafael deal with that. We got an interesting tweet just moments ago from DC Mayor Muriel Bowser, again telling residents about the snow team currently in place, clearing the roads, but also reminding residents too that residents and businesses are responsible for clearing sidewalks alleys and entryways.
Yes,
So-
they are responsible for their property. I think when we spoke to Sharon with DDOT earlier, that was a big message for everybody. Make sure you clear not only in front of your homes and sidewalk, but for businesses as well. So, yeah. All right, let's check in with our Melissa Kim now in Clinton, Maryland. She's along Woodyard and Denton Roads. Melissa, this is the same neighborhood that we saw had some troubles last time we had some snow. Their roads weren't plowed for days. Does it seem like a plow made its way through Denton Road?
Actually, we have since left that area. There was not a plow in that neighborhood when we left there, probably about half an hour ago. But we have made our way back down south towards Charles County now to Waldorf, where there's also a significant amount of snow here. Want to do an official measurement for you guys with the yardstick. I'm doing it like Caitlin said, straight through, not leaning anywhere. And we're at about a little above 5 inches, I'll say. So a significant amount here, I would say. We have seen a lot of people. We're off of Crane Highway right now, and we've seen a lot of people get stuck, including on small streets, on the bigger streets. The main streets are, sorry, I just got a snowflake in my eye. There was a couple of cars that were stranded even on the big roads, but there have been some good Samaritans that have been pulling people out. There's one car that's stuck up the road right here from us, and I don't know if you guys can hear in the background, but we kind of stopped over here because we stumbled upon a pond of a ton of geese. And I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not an animal expert or an aviary expert or anything like that at all, but I thought that geese fly south for the winter. I think that this is kind of the south, I guess. We're below the Mason-Dixon line, but you know, they're having a good time out here swimming in these frozen waters. I know that huskies and like St. Bernese dogs, they love the cold, but apparently geese also love the cold, guys.
All right, Melissa Kim, thank you so much. We gotta get an expert to help us understand a little bit more about the animals there, because they're doing something strange. We don't know what's going on. Because I know I would be south right now.
All right, let's check in with our Katie Lusso again. Katie, how is it going? Did our bikers leave the area?
They did. They left the area, but we've got Andy here, and he's in charge of a lot of the contractors that are out here plowing the roads, working really hard. What has it been like out here for you guys today?
Thank goodness most people stayed home today.
Right.
The biggest problem we've had today are just parents with kids climbing on snow piles, and they don't understand that there's a lot of heavy equipment moving around, and the heavy equipment doesn't really always see a small child. Yeah. And so the biggest thing we want is for everybody to get home safely. We don't want anybody getting injured, and it seems kind of mean to make kids get off snow piles because that's what kids want to do, but with all the heavy equipment, it's just not possible.
What is your advice for parents who want their kids to be out there having fun, but obviously we need to keep those kids safe?
To go find grass, make their own snow piles when they can, and enjoy themselves that way. Stay off snow piles in the street and stay away from all the heavy equipment moving around.
And I know you guys are facing challenges because it is not letting up at this point. How tough is that for your guys out there?
It's very difficult. I mean, equipment does a lot of the work, but in an urban environment, there's a lot of handwork that has to be done, and those guys have done an excellent job in sticking it out and really working about 16, 17 hours straight. So they'll be back out again tomorrow to finish everything up, hopefully, and we can move on to the next job.
One last question for you, and I know you got to get going, but you know, your advice to people who are looking out their window and they're like, we were talking before, they're like, my sidewalk's not clear, it's covered. What is your advice to them? Because it's probably been cleared once, right?
It's been cleared multiple times. The advice is patience. And that's all I can say to them. Just be patient and it'll all be taken care of.
All right, thank you so much, Andy. I know you have a busy day. Be safe, okay? You know, it is continuing to come down, though. I just got whatever is coming out of the sky at this point in my eye, and it hurts. But a big takeaway from my conversation with Andy, I would say, is for parents out there, make sure you're keeping your kids away from the snowplows. It is incredibly dangerous. But let's send it back to you guys in the studio.
No doubt, Katie, good advice there. VDOT also is very clear, too, about how the process works of clearing the roads. They always start with the interstates, the major thoroughfares. then they work their way into those secondary and tertiary roads. So they may not get to those roads until about tomorrow once this sort of cools down a bit. So you have to give them a little bit patience. They have to deal with the primary issues first.
Right, they probably have to, get with the primary just to clear it out for emergency personnel and first responders, make sure they have access to the hospitals and police stations and things like that. But yeah, as the gentleman said, patience is key in a situation like this. Everyone is working around the clock, working hard to get those roads clear. Let's check back in with Rafael Sanchez Cruz now.
Yeah, he's joining us live again from Fort Reno. Rafael, we lost you. You kind of tossed it back to us pretty abruptly. We thought there was something, some sort of emergency going on. Can you let us know first? Are you okay? Is everyone okay where you are?
We are good, Larry. So I want to give an explanation, and I guess it's something also very real that's happening right now. So obviously people are sliding down the slope here, and it seems that somebody was laid out, and a medical expert was actually just here and asked us to look over her child while she went to go check up on the person because she wasn't getting up, she was just laying flat. So there was concern that somebody had gone all the way down and just kind of hit like the end of the curb there where those cars are parked right there. So luckily, everyone is okay. She checked up on the person. She's able to move. We're all good. And we were just taking care of her daughter as she went to go assess the situation. That's why I ended abruptly because I didn't understand exactly what that emergency was. And I wanted to make sure that everyone was okay. But we're good, guys. So I again, want to talk about the fun that's also happening here in Fort Reno. And if you know the area, like I said, this is a popular place for families to come down, slide down, take advantage of the slope. And we were talking earlier and I said, why are you out here instead of being indoors?
We're a group that loves to have fun everywhere we go, and it's snowing out. We're out here having fun, so the crew's out here, and we live around the corner, and we figured why not go to the tallest point in DC and ski, and Sawyer here can explain more.
Yeah, why not? We're just out here having some fun. It's absolutely bonkers out here. We got all the people, good weather, good people, just smiles all around. When was the last snowed like this? Since 2008, DC hasn't got snow like this. Monumental, absolutely ballistic.
All right.
Snowmageddon 2016. It's big, up and coming. Here we go, part 2.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, and look, there's a lot of excited, energetic people out here. You also wanted to say so y'all are having fun out here. Are you sledding? How long have you been out here?
4 hours, sir. We've been here for 4 hours.
4 hours. You're not cold. You're not ready to go in.
Gloves. You see, that's the strap. 2 gloves.
All right. So what's the trick to a good slide down on this sled?
Well, I have a parka on, so like penguins.
Yeah.
I just do the penguin motion,
Okay.
It's silly.
Okay.
I also brought one of those tubes. It's way up there, but it's one or the other. Last year, I brought some laundry baskets,
Okay, so now you're stepping it up. Now we have a full-on sled. We got a little bit more budget now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how long do you plan to stay out here? Because it's getting cold. We're getting pelted by ice at this point.
Honestly, probably 30 minutes, 1 hour.
30 minutes an hour? Yeah.
Max 30 minutes, actually. I'm thinking about it. It's I didn't bring any boots, just basketball shoes.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I keep having fun. Maybe we'll get a shot of you coming down and enjoying it. Like I said, look, it's some good vibes out here in Fort Reno. We did have that warning for drivers who are commuting around the area. Now, interestingly enough, here in Fort Reno, there's also a salt dome just right around the corner. So we've been seeing salt trucks with DC DPW, the snow team kind of pulling out and clearing out. You can actually see one right there, one of the plows there, back full of salt, and they're clearing the roadways again. So again, if you have to come to the district or you're navigating through the district, if you're an essential worker or you got something to do, just be careful. Those roadways are slick, and keep that in mind as you're going through the day today, especially here in DC. I'm live in Fort Reno. Back to you.
Okay, now this is the spot. This is the place to come.
Evidently, but first you got to get your money up so you can get a real sled and then get to work.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Who said we're in a recession? Who said we're in a recession? We're not.
Get your money up.
We got sled coin this year.
All right.
I know that's
Rafael,
right.
thank you so much. Looks like a lot of fun out there at Reno Park.
Well, if you plan to take Metro, first, pack plenty of patience. Trains are running, but expect delays. Second, do not be surprised to see members of the National Guard at Metro stops.
They are out in this weather too, right? Carrying out their mission to patrol DC. Here's some video that a member of our news team recorded around noontime today. We saw several troops at the Mount Vernon Square station, also at Gallery Place. By the way, these troops have been sent here to help. So if you need a hand navigating the snow, the sleet, any of this mess outside of these Metro stops, chances are they will be willing to offer assistance. Just Just ask.
Yeah, I saw a couple of them as I was going to the gym this morning. They were on the Metro stop at Woodley Park. So yeah.
Big presence around here.
Absolutely. With that, let's bring back in Carl Lamb to talk about the forecast. Carl, you know, as we saw from our friends that were sledding.
From Buffalo, your neighbors.
A lot of bro energy there too, by the way. I certainly appreciate it.
Although, Carl, I said they're not as tough as you because you were out on the weather terrace without a coat. They were bundled up.
I can't wait until Topper gets here so I can go back out there. You know, I'm so excited. But Jack from Buffalo, I mean, you know, yeah, I mean, it's a huge snow here, though, in terms of what we're dealing with. And this is all part of the big storm system that's bringing rain and ice to Atlanta right now and over towards Charlotte. They are under an ice storm warning. It's just bonkers. I mean, this storm system is triggering actually a couple tornado warnings further south in parts of Georgia and even into Florida, too. So again, the size and scope of this system is really being felt across areas from here all the way down south and way up north too. So we are squarely into the snow at this point, or the sleet rather. It looks like snow, but it's actually sleet, and so it is coming down at a pretty good clip. We've heard from almost all of our reporters that have been outside. It's been noisy. It's been in the background. It's audible, and it's pinging. It's really just kind of, you know, loud. I would say it's the loud precipitation that we're dealing with at this point, and we'll zoom in a little further and show you that again. From Baltimore all the way down towards La Plata into D.C., Georgetown, and out towards areas as you get out towards Haymarket, Leesburg, it is that consistent sleet. Of course, it looks like snow when you see the blue here, but radar is having, and it's really had a difficult time all day long, when it shoots a beam into the atmosphere trying to detect what's falling. It looks like a snowflake, but then it goes through a number of iterations as it works its way down before it refreezes and turns into an ice pellet here at the surface, and that's what we're dealing with. But again, everyone dealing with this continual precipitation, and this has not been a fast mover. I mean, it's not out of here yet. It's still in our hair. We will be dealing with this as we go through the rest of the afternoon and into the evening as well. So temperatures will continue to climb a little bit. This one, this particular model has us warming up really quickly. I don't think that's the case because we're still stuck into the low 20s. But if it does get a little warmer through the rest of the atmosphere, though, there is a potential that some of this could be a little bit of freezing rain, especially as you get a little closer out towards Annapolis and down towards areas like Easton as well in Cambridge. So we're certainly keeping an eye on that. But most of this precipitation does start to kind of clear at least areas like Winchester, Leesburg, and Front Royal by about 8 o'clock tonight. The rest of it should start to really exit by about 9. And then behind it, look at the temperatures just continue to fall as we go through the evening and overnight. The northerly wind is not going to help because that's actually going to make things colder. And then as we go into your Monday morning, temperatures look like they're going to be manageable. I mean, all things considered, especially since it won't be snowing. So let's just take one element at a time. But that northwesterly wind is going to make it feel a lot colder as we go throughout the day because those gusts could be strong at times. And then as we go throughout the day, we'll get some sunshine in here. Again, one of those days where it looks decent, feels not so great once you're outside in the elements. So that is what's in store for your Monday, and we'll get into beautiful sunshine for the afternoon, but again, really cold and that wind just making it feel a whole lot worse. In terms of snowfall totals, Melissa Kim was doing her measurements for areas in Waldorf. They were right on that 2 to 6 inch line there, so a little bit of overperforming for some areas, but just with that sleet weighing it down, there could have been some more out there, but again, just how the dynamics kind of worked out. We kind of lowered these just on that assumption that the sleet was going to be a bigger factor. 4 to 8 inches right through areas in D.C., Gaithersburg, Leesburg, down towards Culpeper and out towards Orange. And the jackpot really is still for areas as you head further north out towards Cumberland and Oakland as well. Futurecast wind chill values in terms of what it feels like. This will be the story as we go into Monday too. Wind chills in the morning in the single digits up north, feeling like 12 in D.C. But as we take you into Monday night and Tuesday, this is dangerous cold, especially if you are outside for an extended period of time with exposed skin. Frostbite can settle in just minutes when the wind chills are this cold. I think Tuesday is probably some of the worst cold in the morning in terms of wind chills. I mean, we're talking about minus double-digit wind chills as part of the conversation here. And during the day, it still feels incredibly cold, and then we'll do it all again. It's really a rinse and repeat cycle here. And even as we look ahead towards the end of the month and beginning of February, it is still incredibly cold. We're expecting temperatures to be squarely and well below average. We're talking about temperatures that are 10, 15, even 20 degrees below average, as we should be in the 40s for this time of year. The 40s are nowhere in sight. Here's a look at that 7-day forecast. So weather impact alert goes until Tuesday, but look at these and the overnight lows here. Those are for Reagan. We will have air temperatures that are sub-zero, especially as you go further north, but we will start to warm things up really towards the beginning of February, but still incredibly cold and well below average. Larry and Annie.
All right, Carl, thank you. We still have hours left to go with this snow event. Let's check in with our Randy Hildreth now at Mount Vernon Square in Northwest. Randy, looks like you're nice and cozy in the car. How are the roads looking in that part of the city?
Yeah, no complaints here starting out the day in the vehicle. I want to show you just outside of our windshield so you can get an idea, because you can see the road here. There has been some clearing, but I can tell you as we have moved from our station and we are headed towards Southeast DC, there has been some drag on the car because of what is starting to accumulate on the ground. We were just trying to make a right turn and we could feel that drag on the car because of the dicey conditions on the road, and we decided to just continue going straight. In terms of what I've seen, I know one of the big questions that you've been asking some of the other reporters, Larry, has been, have you seen snow plows? Yes, at one point we were driving behind a snow plow and we could see crews there adding salt again to the roads. I also have seen some tow trucks. Thankfully, they were moving through the area. We have not seen any spin outs. We did not see a car or a vehicle attached to the tow truck. So that is some good news, at least as we continue to move towards Southeast DC. So I'm showing you the view from our windshield, and I know you can see the sleet hitting our windshield. I want to give you an even higher vantage point. This is from the top of the vehicle, and I'm just going to spin the camera around a little bit so you can get an idea of what the road conditions are outside right now. You can see some drivers on the road, but if I just pause right here, you can see the level of snow accumulation and again ice that is now starting to accumulate as well. And we'll continue to give you just a 360. You are inside, but we are your eyes and ears on the road, so you don't have to go outdoors. Again, we are headed towards Southeast DC, continuing to watch and monitor the roads for you. We are in the Weather Commander, and again, we are your eyes and your ears on the ground. For now, I'll go ahead and send it back to you, Randy Hildreth.
Randy, before we let you go, this is your first winter storm with the team. What say you? What do you think about it? Is it living up to the hype?
So here's the thing, I am from Atlanta. I have lived and worked in Alabama. There I covered tornadoes. I moved here from Florida and I covered hurricanes. And so now that I live in DC, I am covering the snow. I am at this point collecting severe weather infinity stones. And so I'm excited about this experience. So just, I'm just checking off the list.
There you go.
So
That's
this
the
has
spirit.
certainly lived up to the hype.
Yes, now here you will experience all 4 seasons.
Yes.
So get that wardrobe together.
Duly noted. So don't give, so don't give anything away. I still have some hurricane pants. So I'll just put those in the back of the closet until I need to pull that out.
All right, well, good stuff. Randy, thank you so much. Let's get a check on the conditions in Prince George's County.
Our Sarah Robinson is in Bowie, Maryland. Sarah, how's it looking?
Hey, well, Larry, you asked me just a bit ago if there were plows. They're here. We just saw an entire brigade of plows everywhere. We're along 50 West, and just a couple minutes ago, before the plows came through, we made a friend. His name is Emmanuel. He was stuck in a white sedan. We haven't seen him yet, but he said he hadn't seen a plow in a while. So we were hoping that the plows were able to get him out. But the plows just came through, and now you can see there's actually people on the roads here. You can hear them honking at us, but the roads seem much more drivable now that entire brigade. I think there was probably 15 to 20 plows. I'm not kidding. There were so many of them. And now the conditions have completely changed. This is actually a lot more safe. Hello. This is a lot more safe. This is a lot more passable for all of the cars that are on the road. But I still think that if you don't have a 4-wheel drive or all-wheel drive SUV or a truck, that you should probably not be on the roads just because it is so dangerous. There's Emmanuel. Yay! He got unstuck. That's amazing. All right, so hopefully you guys can kind of heed this as a warning. Even though the plows came through, it's still not the best conditions. I would avoid being on the roads tonight. It is very much sleeting. I feel like it's actually picked up maybe in the last couple minutes or so. We saw some larger droplets hitting our windshield, and it definitely feels that way now that I'm outside of the car. So yes, Larry, the plows are coming, but I don't think that the conditions are that great. I'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. That was a pretty intimidating group of plows there. I mean, they're massive.
Yes, and following that caravan of plows, you see a caravan of cars. They're just like following the plows' tracks. Sarah, thank you. We have a long way to go. We will be with you as the snow falls, and we'll have extended coverage, storm coverage throughout the day.
Yeah, just scan the QR code on your screen to download the WUSA9 app on your mobile device and WUSA9 Plus on your smart TV so you can stream our coverage for free anytime. Stay with us. Our coverage continues after this. Welcome back to our extended coverage of the 2026 snowstorm. We're still working a title here. Topper gave us Sleetzilla, but what you're seeing right now certainly speaks to what we've been seeing all day long. Images around the metro show you not only the snow, but the sleet that is currently working its way.
Sleetzilla.
Sleet?
Is the snow in part of it.
Oh.
Sleetzilla.
Okay, all right. What he said. With that, you can see how weather conditions have been shaping up throughout much of the day, and we are far from done. Let's get an update on the forecast right now. Carl Lamb standing by for us, letting us know what's going on outside your door. Carl, we've been talking about this sleet that continues to come down, and it seems the later we get, the heavier it gets.
Yeah, it's just the transition happened this morning. It happened actually a little earlier than we were expecting, and then it just has been consistent, and the accumulations of sleet could be anywhere between 2 to 3 inches, and that's just on top of all the snow that fell this morning. And so that's why, again, the weather impact alert has been issued for all day today, and we'll talk about the weather impact alert for tomorrow and Tuesday too. But the accumulations, you know, I mean, once it weighs it down, doesn't look like, you know, the totals that we saw if you were up very early this morning, but packing that on top and compressing the snow that was already there with ice is really just kind of giving it maybe a false look of how much snow is actually out there, and it's a pain to shovel for sure. Stay home, and those travel impacts will continue for multiple days. This is not just a one and done type of situation. Basically an obstructed view of the sun at this point because the snow and the sleet is just being whipped around, and the cloud cover is just kind of staying with us. And 23 is the current temperature, so we have continued to warm As we've gone through the afternoon, it feels like 14 out there with that light northerly wind at this point. In terms of temperatures across the region, though, still very cold out towards Frederick, Front Royal, Luray, and Winchester, Martinsburg, and Hagerstown, too. So again, likely, the areas where we're seeing still the sleet just being very persistent at this point. And then as you get closer to areas like Patuxent River, Lexington Park, that's where you are seeing some of that, potential for a little bit of that freezing rain, just because there's some warmer air kind of in the wedge overriding the system a little bit. So definitely a concern. In terms of how it feels out there, it feels like 14 in D.C., feels like 0 in Frederick and Martinsburg. If you are headed out to do any shoveling, make sure you dress in multiple layers, multiple pants, thermals, hat, scarf, gloves, mittens, whatever you need, and multiples of it to stay warm when the wind chills are this low in terms of how it feels out there. Now, again, we wanted to show you that there's ice storm warning still in place for parts of metro Atlanta and out towards South Carolina and Charlotte as well, but also tornado watches down towards parts of Florida and Georgia, all from the same system, just a couple hundred miles away, which is just wild to think about. For us, it's a winter storm warning across the DMV here, and we are just keeping our eyes on when this sleet finally tapers off, and it's really not until this evening before it really lets up. Again, this monstrous storm system working its way through, bringing rain and ice further south. Thankfully, the icing threat is not as high here, but it is still transitioning into that sleet, and it's persistent. Still a lot of moisture to work with as it rolls through, and that will continue to bring that sleet to us for multiple hours. We're not done with this just yet. Again, you see that purple being pretty well defined at this point further south of D.C. and in towards Leonardtown. But again, radar has not done the best job all day kind of seeing what has been falling. So areas where you do see the blue, it's likely the sleet that's coming down at this point out towards Haymarket and over towards Warrenton too. Again, I'm not convinced that these are surviving as snowflakes. They're refreezing and coming down as sleet at this point. So we take you further north at this point, and this is where, again, closer to the Pennsylvania border there, you may have still some snowflakes in the mix, but most of this also, again, still as sleet in what's falling from Germantown to Rockville down into D.C. over towards Silver Spring and Potomac and Reston. It is definitely sleet at this point. It is loud, it is noisy, it's pinging on your windshield and on your windows as well. And then we'll zoom out a little bit, show you that, again, down towards Waldorf where Melissa Kim was, La Plata, still very much a sleet type of conversation, and this is going to be the dominant trend as we go into tonight. But Futurecast shows us that this will be with us as we go to about 8 o'clock before it really does start to clear out through most of the area. But behind this is some intense cold headed our way. We'll detail all of that for you coming up in a little bit. Larry, we'll send it back to you.
We let you go. A quick question for you. There's an assumption that maybe the area in which you live, if you got a lower snow total, that it is probably a higher likelihood that crews will be able to clear your roads a lot quicker than what we're seeing in other parts of town. Given the fact that we've had this sleet, does that complicate the calculus there?
Well, it just makes it all that much more heavy to kind of try and move it too, and some of the plows, they're just front loaders and they're just trying to push that snow. So it will push it onto areas as you're in those turning lanes, which makes it even more difficult to try and get into some of those secondary streets too. So you add weight onto it, and surely, I'm sure there are engineers out there who are probably yelling at their television. I'm sure it makes it more difficult in terms of trying to clear the snow. But for anyone who is doing it manually with a shovel, yeah, it does make it that much more difficult because you're exerting more force and more pressure and more of your weight and energy into clearing that snow. And I'm very sure that that's the similar type of situation for plow crews as well.
All right. Well, we appreciate the context, sir. We'll see you in a bit. Thank you so much. Let's get to Randy Hildreth right now. She is in Northeast D along the H Street corridor. Randy, how are things shaping up out there? And I think one of the questions that we also have too, since the last time we saw you, are drivers that are on the roads, are they giving themselves enough space between themselves and the drivers in their same lanes or other lanes to ensure that they're not causing any potential issues on the roads?
That is certainly a challenge. I want to first get viewers to the road so that you can see the conditions on the road. As we have moved from our last location, again, we're heading towards Southeast DC. We did see a Prius stuck on the road. It appeared what happened is there was just not enough clearance between the bottom of that vehicle and the snow and the sleet that is starting to accumulate on the road, and they could not move. There were people who were working in the area that had started to shovel out the sidewalks, and they were coming and trying to dig a pathway for this Prius to get off of the road. But this is a look at the conditions. You see some cars on the roads in front of us. It does look like, other than what I saw with that Prius, that there is some space and people are trying to give themselves some space between other cars. You see this car turning off to the right here. But I do want to give you another vantage point, and it's from the top of the vehicle. As we've gotten moved through this area, some of the main roads and some of the side roads don't appear to have had as much snow plow treatment come through. If we look at this road right here, we can see that a snowplow has come through, but when we were driving down and looking through some of the side roads, we hadn't seen as much work done. I'm looking at a map because I want to give you exactly where we are. Massachusetts Avenue, we're approaching 4th Street Northeast. But as we were passing some of the roads leading up to this area, 5th Street Northeast, 6th Street Northeast, we hadn't seen as much plowing done in those areas. We did see a lot of neighbors walking their dogs and with their children. I saw one family have their child on a sled and they were being pulled down to the home. Probably a very fun experience for the child. But in terms of people moving through this area, you probably see a couple people on the roads, not just in their vehicles, but walking and enjoying the weather, and then also stopping by some of the places that are still open. We passed a CVS that is open. We also passed a 7-Eleven that is open. So, you know, if you are hunkered down at home and just have a craving maybe for some Oreos, you're not advised to get in your car and go anywhere, but if there's like a 7-Eleven or a CVS near you, they may still be open and you can get those snow snacks. But again, we are still headed towards Southeast DC. We are your eyes and your ears on the road so that you can stay at home safely. I'll send it back to you.
Well, Randy, and that's good advice too, because there was very little food left in the grocery stores because they were raided over the last 48 hours. And so now we are left with CVS and 7-Eleven because all we can eat now is just snow snacks as we wait out the storm and wait for the shelves of the grocery store to get restocked. So, Randy, thank you so much.
Cookies and Slim Jims.
Yes, absolutely. And the Oreos too, by the way. Good call there. Let's go to our Matt Gregory right now. He is now out of the car, into a warm place. I want to say he was at the bar at one point when we saw him last, but he's now standing up, so that's a good sign there. He's in downtown Gaithersburg. Hey, Matty.
Oh, you're going to make me do work, aren't you, Larry?
Just a little bit.
You're going to make me do work, aren't you? Come on, let's go outside. We'll go outside. I'll go outside just for you, Larry, to show you a little bit about what's going on out here. Although it was quite warm inside the Old Town Cafe here. Oh, you hear that? You can hear the sleet coming down as we're right here. A car has just been abandoned right here along the main street. Saw some folks looking at it. I don't think they could get out of where they were. Got the speaker going on if you want to hear the game and what's going on. So here's an idea, guys, of what we're looking at right here. And I don't want to step in, there's a red light here, but this is Old Town Gaithersburg, you know, not far out of Gaithersburg proper. As you can see, we still have that same level or layer of snow across this intersection here on East Diamond Avenue and North Summit. You're saying, Matt, you know, it doesn't look any different than earlier. No, it doesn't. That's because the cars will come by intermittently, or the plow trucks will come by. And when they do come by, sure, they clear it out, but as you can see, all of this sleet is still coming down. It's pretty miserable. I'm going to wait for these two to go by, and then I'm going to go test out this road myself. Always being careful, but like basically what we're looking at now is, as we get out on the street, it's got that light layer of snow still there, and then this layer of sleet that keeps falling down on top of it. And then underneath of this all is a layer that started the first part of the day of the snow. So you can see now the sun starting to go down. As it gets a little bit darker, it's going to get colder. As it gets colder, we're going to start seeing freezing. You might see more things like the car that we saw when we came out of the Old Town Cafe that was stopped right there. Some folks seem to be making it through, and the one thing we keep noticing is that folks who don't have four-wheel drive, right, your two-wheel drives, your front-wheel drives, those seem to be doing the worst because of this. This is the intersection, actually. I can show you this now. All right, so in the intersection, when they plow, it comes through, right? Then it creates this snowbank, and this is where cars are getting stuck, in the snowbanks like this. That's going to take a couple of days to get done, right? I mean, you got to make sure it stops snowing, stops sleeting, stops icing. Then you can plow, and then you can have someone come in and remove these intersections. That's just another one of the other issues. We said it all day long, don't go out if you don't have to, and For the most part, people seem to have heeded that. It is Sunday, no one's working, but tomorrow is going to be the real test. What is that going to look like, right? With temperatures not climbing out of the 20s at times over the next couple of days, how much of this is going to get cleared? How much of this is going to be slick? And then what happens after that? That's what we're going to be looking at the next couple of days. We're going to be going through the rest of Gaithersburg, and you can actually hear it pick up now as we're talking. Kurt looks very unhappy on the other end of the camera. Yeah, it's not great, is it, Kurt? So that's what we're looking at over the next couple of hours. Yeah, actually, get up close to that awning there. You see, that's how it's coming down right now. You can listen to it. It's the sound of a storm, folks. Just nasty, nasty. Anyway, that's what we're seeing here in Gaithersburg. We're going to be going back on our way down towards D.C., getting a little bit more views of Montgomery County. We're going to have a kind of a mashup of all the stuff we've seen today coming up here in the next hour or so, and that way we can kind of give you a feel of what we've seen across Maryland when it comes to this first winter blast of the year. But for now, in Old Town Gaithersburg, back to you.
All right, Matthew, thank you so much. And please, you and Kurt, go back inside, get warmed up. We appreciate you indulging me for this live shot here, Fred.
The roads is nasty, everyone. Please do not come out here. If you can prevent it, do not come out here. Stay home today, please. Allow us to get the roads together and plow, because this is going to take time. You know, as fast as I might clear a street, and it's getting bad again. So please, everyone, stay off the road.
That interview from WUSA9's live coverage this morning, now going viral tonight. That is DC plow truck driver Kat, and she's got a crown. Well deserved, by the way. She's joining us live this evening. Kat, good to see you. You look beautiful as always, dear.
Thank you.
Well, first, tell me a little bit about your crown, because, I mean, you have to earn it in order to wear it.
You do have to earn it in order to wear it. So it represents my nationality, which is a goddess of Moors.
Oh,
so it's a representation of myself.
Oh, beautiful. And so, I mean, you were just showing up as your full self, and certainly we appreciate it, because we understand that you have been on the road for 12-hour shifts. Tell us, what did you see on the roads? How are things shaping up? Maybe also, how does this storm compare to other storms that you've seen in the past?
So the problem with this storm is that we all have to adjust, because we haven't had any bad storms like this in a while. So it's not that the storm is actually worse off than previous storms. It's just that it's the first true storm that we've had in a long time. So we're all adjusting. And as much as the citizens would like to go out in it and drive, it's not suggested, because on the road today there were at least 100 breakdowns, and that's not good.
No, not at all. Did you find yourself also having to approach this storm a bit differently? You know, to your point, we haven't really seen a storm like this since about 2016. You know, given that sort of distance between then and now, did you find yourself having to sort of approach this differently, even in your own work?
I did, because I'm a great driver, you know, and it was a bit challenging, you know, going up hills in the heavy plow, and I drive a heavy plow, you know, so it was difficult. The truck was shifting. Even when the media people did a ride along with me, the truck kind of shifted, and so I just take my time. You know, I'm not out there to rush. I'm out there to be safe. I'm out there to look out for all the citizens. You know, I provide a service in DC, so I'm going to provide that service to the best of my ability. And I'm going to make sure that everyone is happy, you know, at the end of the day. But right now, everyone should just stay home and allow us to get these streets clean.
Well, absolutely. And to your point, you're an experienced driver who's done this many times. You know, even the fact that you yourself had some difficulty, at least in some points, maneuvering your vehicle that you've driven many times before certainly is an indication to sort of the condition of the roads right now, and really probably why people should stay home just for their own safety.
Yeah. um they should stay home for not only for their own safety but for everyone else's safety as well, because um at any given point your vehicle can crash into someone else and injure, and it's a lot of pedestrians also out there walking your vehicle. You have no control over it. Once it just slides, it could, possibly injure a pedestrian walking out there in this. So it is truly recommended to stay home. And I know that a lot of people need to go out. I understand that the mayor provides a service to children where, every child gets a meal at school. So it's kind of breaking her heart that, the children have to stay home from school because she's not feeding them. But it's just really not safe.
What is one thing plow drivers want us regular drivers to know during a storm like this?
I see a lot of frustration sometimes with the drivers because they'll come up by the truck and the salt or the brine comes out all over their cars. It's important to stay um at least 100 feet away from us to be safe, and to protect your vehicle.
Absolutely, because with that salt and brine, kind of getting onto your car, it can be corrosive and cause damage to the exterior, and that's the last thing that you want. All right, Kat, DC plow driver, thank you so much. You look beautiful, love, and we appreciate your time. Okay, have a good day. All right.
Okay, have a great day.
All right, sweetheart. Let's get over to Carl Lamb right now to look at the forecast, where we are right now. We've been talking about the sleet that continues. Matt Gregory in Gaithersburg showed us just how heavy that sleet is coming down, even the noise that it's making itself. We're getting toward the later hours. It's going to get cold. We're still seeing more sleet. Does that sort of deteriorate the conditions that are already bad at this point?
Yeah, the problem with sleet is that it is essentially ice, and as it gets colder, it can just get more compact and just kind of stick together. So that's why we say shovel early, shovel often if you can. But really, if you took your preps this morning and then you're just dealing with sleet now, it should be, it's heavy. But if you give yourself little windows of time where you can take care of that, that certainly is the best advice we can give you. Don't overexert yourself, and just heed those warnings from what Kat was telling us, and all the plow drivers, just give them the space. Stay home. The travel impacts, again, for secondary streets and tertiary streets, those may not get attention until tomorrow, perhaps, because they have to keep those main arteries clear. And so that weather impact alert is well needed and well deserved to be issued for today, tomorrow, and even into Tuesday for different reasons. But decent sleet accumulations, we're talking about 2 to 3 inches possibly of sleet, even 4 inches not out of the question here. And again, don't drive. There's a perfect reason for those essential workers if they have to go out, and first responders too. But those icy conditions make for poor traction. If you do have tires that haven't been changed in a while, they could be bald, and they just don't grip onto sleet very well. So you could be spinning out. You could be ending up, unfortunately, in a ditch. We've seen numerous stalled vehicles throughout the day today, and the extreme cold lingers throughout the week. Temperatures have nudged up ever so slightly for us in D.C. We're up to 23, but still plenty cold as you go north and west up towards Gaithersburg, Frederick, over towards areas like Martinsburg and Culpeper at 20 degrees. But factor in the wind with all of this, and it feels much colder. Still feels like 5 in Manassas, and as you head out towards Chantilly, Reston, and Gaithersburg, still very cold throughout this entire system too. But thankfully the winds aren't too strong today. They actually get stronger for tomorrow. So we'll talk about that as well. But here's what we're tracking this monster. It's a behemoth. I mean, in terms of what's coming our way. This rain for areas in the south, but it's that mix for us that has squarely turned into sleet at this point. And again, radar doing not the best job. I would kind of give it maybe a passing grade today in terms of detecting what type of precipitation has been falling. But this has largely been sleet, and there is the potential that we could see a little bit of freezing rain just because that warm air kind of worked its way further into the atmosphere And it does provide a little bit of warmth, and so there could be some spots where things are getting a little icier, especially as we go toward the end of the storm system that rolls through. So we'll show you that in Futurecast in just a moment. But again, if you see blue here, it's likely sleet. It is pinging. It's loud. Matt Gregory kind of gave us the audio tour. We heard it, and it sounded kind of like a chorus of pings and pangs all over the place. And so again, most of this should be sleet at this point from Westminster out towards Hagerstown and down towards areas in Germantown as well. And for us in D.C., look at that. From the capital all the way up towards areas in Fairfax and over towards Reston, it is sleet for sure. As we zoom out a little bit, this is where you could start to see some of that mixed precipitation where it could be a little bit of warmer air kind of sneaking in, and that is potentially a little bit of freezing rain. So again, we'll take sleet over freezing rain because freezing rain is probably the worst type of precipitation, and that again warrants you to stay home because those conditions are extremely icy. But Futurecast has it here, and anywhere that you start to see some of that warmer air kind of getting into the system here, this will kind of warm things up in upper levels of the atmosphere. Think of like a 10-story building, and a few floors up, it gets a little warmer than areas down on the ground floor where it's cold. If it's cold on the ground floor, that means that raindrop can refreeze. And so certainly that has our attention at this point. But as this system works its way out of here, temperatures are actually a bit milder too. We'll likely warm up into the upper 20s as we go throughout the day. But again, this model has been a little heavy-handed as we've gone throughout the day. But then once we get done with this, we'll actually have some sunshine for Monday morning, and it looks really nice. I mean, the sunshine will be here breaking through, especially as we go toward the later morning. But look at those temperatures. I mean, we're still in the teens and 20s, even by 10, 11 o'clock, and it's really not going to feel all that great because look at those winds. They are gusty for sure, and that's going to make it feel even colder out there. So in terms of those storm totals for today, again, most areas have gotten a fair amount. I'd say most are in that 6-7 inch window there, but 4 to 8 really is for areas in the pink, 2 to 6 as you get further down towards the coast there, and then 8 to 10 really the higher amounts for areas further north. Now, in terms of what it feels like, wind chills, I'd say tonight they're biting, but as we go into the day on Monday, it gets even colder and even worse. Look at these wind chills for the morning in single digits for areas up towards Gaithersburg and Leesburg, but the teens in D.C. and down towards La Plata. But I think the main concern is from Monday night into Tuesday. It's really rough out there. We'll have some sub-zero wind chills, and then we'll have wind chills really in the single digits to start, but it's really not all that better by Tuesday afternoon. And then it's just kind of this copy and paste situation as we go into Wednesday as well. So your 7-day forecast, the weather impact alert goes all the way to Tuesday because of the cold that's headed our way. We are not done with that just yet. Extreme cold still lingers as we go throughout this stretch here, but this is some of the coldest air that we've had kind of in succession here in multiple decades. So we're kind of combing through the statistics, and we'll have more on that for you coming up in a little bit. Larry, back to you.
All right, Carl, we'll see you momentarily. Thank you so much. Let's take it back out to Northeast D.C. We were talking with our Randy Hildreth. Last time we spoke with her, she was along the H Street corridor. Now she is in Navy Yard, giving us a look at how conditions are shaping up there. Randy, what are you noticing about the roads at this point? It's starting to get darker outside. It's getting colder as well.
So one, I want to give you perspective about exactly where I am, Water Street and 3rd Street. I want to first show you the windshield. Our windshield wipers are starting to get a little bit more icy. You may be able, and we've talked about it so much, but the sleet coming down and the tink, 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 tink that you could hear on the windshield. So that is the perspective out of our windshield. I want to give you a higher vantage point so that you can see the roads in this area. If you are looking at the video that's on your screen right now, this is a live look, and I think my friend to the right is having some trouble. We have watched him or watched them try to navigate and get out of this car or get out of this spot, excuse me, because the wheels were spinning. And when we talk about the road conditions and people getting stuck, that is exactly what appears to have happened here. And you may be able to see, yep, someone starting to dig out to create a space for them to get a little bit more traction so that they can get out of this tough spot. But we have watched them for just the last few minutes trying to figure out next steps. And if I continue to swing the camera back, I'm hoping that you still may be able to see it. Yep, there it is. When we pulled up, we saw the snow plow going and clearing off some of the sidewalks. So we do have some activity here, a bunch of stories. We have the story of the road conditions and people having trouble navigating that. We have the story of the snow or plows in place, clearing out of the street, clearing the streets and the sidewalks. And then if I can swing the camera again, I believe we saw a snowball fight that may still be going on, or they may have, let's see, I think we did see some activity. So we have the snow day stories are layered. Again, you have the road conditions, we have the cleanup that is underway, and then you also have the lighter elements where people are enjoying the weather. Now, within the last 5 minutes or so, I reached out to Carlos Lucas. I spoke with him before the snowstorm moved in. He works with a towing company, Recovery One Towing, and I talked to him on the front end, and he talked about the prep that tow trucks have to go through before snowstorms, because the inevitable people will deal with spinouts and issues on the road. He says, and I could hear it in his voice, that they have already had a day. So far, they've had about 20 calls come in. He says the first one was around 3:30 this morning. And so I know we just spoke with the DC Snow Queen, who is out plowing the roads, but this is just another perspective of what people are dealing with from local government to local businesses in response to what's on the road. Again, 20 calls starting at 3:30 this morning when I checked in with Mr. Lucas about responses and towing people off the roads. But I'll send it back to you.
What we're seeing in that section of DC is something similar to what we've seen in Baltimore and Virginia as well. Virginia State Police actually telling us that they've responded to well over 200 vehicle accidents and issues today and parts of yesterday alone. Just an indication in terms of where this storm is and the impact that it's having on the roads. Randy Hildreth, thank you so much. We want to go now to Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger, who is joining us now to talk about the weather, the response, and really what the days ahead will look like. Governor Spanberger, thanks for joining us this evening.
Thank you so very much for having me on.
All right, give us an update in terms of where we stand in the state in terms of the response. How are we doing?
Well, so far, we have seen just extraordinary work from all of our emergency management related agencies. Virginia Department of Emergency Management has been doing just tremendous work in coordinating everything from what VDOT is doing. VDOT, of course, is working 24-hour shifts right now. They're working to clear roads. They pre-treated roads well in advance of the storm beginning, and they will continue to work around the clock, trying to ensure that roads are passable, principally for first responders and ultimately for electrical crews that may be trying to reconnect down power lines. Virginia State Police have been doing important work, certainly before the snow and freezing rain and sleet began, clearing roads that were disabled, clearing cars, that were disabled along the road so that VDOT trucks and plows could get through. And now they've been responding both to accidents and to vehicles that are disabled along our roadways. Importantly, many Virginians have heeded the warnings and have stayed off the roads. That has been incredibly important. And I ask that all Virginians please continue to stay off the roads through Monday morning. We are expecting temperatures to drop. Those roads will freeze. The danger continues to persist. And in the coming days, then our worry shifts more and more towards potential power outages as the temperatures continue to be low, the winds will pick up, and then we run the risk of seeing trees coming down and bringing power lines with them.
Governor, is there any spot at this point that you and your team have indicated as sort of a trouble spot?
Right now, what we are seeing is we are ready for everything. And certainly, as we may see increased power outages and the very real concern that, in fact, it's not just Virginia that's impacted, it's the entire region. We know that will mean not only will there be Virginians facing power outages, but it will likely take longer to restore power. We are in constant communication with our energy providers across the Commonwealth. They are heavily engaged with the Virginia Department of Emergency Management, and the coordination continues. But the reality of the storm is that it has hit all of Virginia. And what that means is that all of Virginia needs to have resources available, whether it's state police on our roadways or whether it is VDOT plows and personnel clearing roads. And that just makes the response so much harder because we can't surge resources because they are needed everywhere. So far, we have both the state declaration of emergency that I declared on Thursday. We also received federal declaration after our request went out Friday. And that's important. We now have some FEMA personnel on the ground assisting us here in the Commonwealth. And we also have the ability to leverage federal resources as it relates to potential. What we requested was generators for use in warming stations as we continue to build out warming stations across the Commonwealth, and food supplies for those who might be headed to warming stations. But the challenges are real, but the coordination and cooperation has just been extraordinary. And so I am so grateful to Virginians who've heeded the warnings, stayed off the roads. I'm so grateful to Virginia National Guard and the state troopers and our VDOT employees and contractors who are doing incredible work trying to address the impacts of this storm as quickly and as fulsomely as we possibly can. But we will continue to see real challenges over the coming days, in part because of the extreme temperatures that will continue to be headed towards Virginia. And so that just means that those roadways will remain frozen, and it will just be that much harder to ensure their safety into the future. So we're asking for certainly people to stay off the roads and to recognize that it's an all hands on deck moment for the state, and we're responding as quickly and as comprehensively as we possibly can.
Governor, before you came into office, you had an opportunity to sort of sit in a panel to go through an exercise for these weather conditions. Is the plan that you and your team rehearsed, is it playing out the way that you anticipated?
Importantly, yes. And certainly knowing that I was transitioning in and going to be sworn in as governor, I certainly know that it's the emergency circumstances, the things that you can't fully prepare for that are the most vital. My background in national security is one that makes me really inclined towards tabletop exercises and trying to understand all the things that could go wrong. And so last month we did, in addition to multiple briefings with Virginia Department of Emergency Management, a full tabletop exercise where we brought in, state agencies from across the state. It was a really well-organized exercise. Basically, if we were to get rain and freezing rain and temperatures drop, right, all of the confluence of difficult things, how would the state respond? And so importantly, having just been through that practice last month, I will say that that exercise put us through sort of one of the worst case scenarios in terms of snow and temperatures and wind. And the one difference, importantly, between the tabletop exercise to now is that now the entirety of the state is impacted. That's actually a complicating factor that we hadn't previously planned for. And so this is where I'll just say the planning that occurs in advance of the storms you never want to see is so extraordinarily essential. And we were able to react very quickly, declaring the state of emergency, having everything ready to request the federal declaration, which we ultimately received, and to be ready to continue ensuring that we're communicating with Virginians about the continued risks and making sure that people know. I've talked about the potential for us to continue to see major power outages across the Commonwealth. In addition to that, relatedly, many will be employing camping stoves or generators to try and keep their homes warm or try and cook a meal. Please use precaution with generators, with cooking stoves, with any of those instruments, because we are already seeing increased numbers of individuals at our emergency departments with carbon monoxide exposure. If you're using a generator, please make sure it's outside, not in the basement, not in the garage, not in your home. And if you're cooking on a camping stove, use it outside. It is safer. Those toxic fumes, they can make you sick and they can be deadly, both for people and pets. So please continue to exercise caution, and we'll continue to push out information about roadway conditions, about warming stations, and about resources in the coming days.
Governor, last question before we let you go. You talked about the importance of resources given that this storm is impacting the entire state. Obviously, that requires federal participation as well. Did you have any concern at all leading up to this storm that you might get some pushback from the Trump administration in your request for those resources, given what we've seen take place in other states like Maryland, for instance?
Certainly, we have seen federal aid become politicized in the past. Knowing the size and scope of this storm, we put together a package, and it was principally Virginia Department of Emergency Management put together a package explaining that this is going to be a catastrophic storm by Virginia standards. We are going to be monumentally impacted. And frankly, Virginia, as a major thoroughfare and hub of goods and of not just Virginia's economy, but the entire sort of eastern seaboard, we need to be able to respond quickly. And so the request that we put in was for resources that exist, such as generator support and food supplies, and that request was granted. And importantly, these are things that Virginians, by virtue of our federal tax dollars, endeavor to have at the ready for Virginia when we face an emergency, or for any other state. And so importantly, I was pleased to see that that was approved quickly. And we're continuing to identify if into the future we might need to request any additional federal supports. And my expectation of the federal government would be that, recognizing that all of these supplies and this infrastructure is in fact funded by taxpayers across the country, that when we need it, it will be granted. And that's the purpose of those resources. And so glad to see it. The first stage per our request was granted, and hopefully we won't need to request any more. But if we do, it will be because of the serious nature of this storm and the impact on our Commonwealth.
Virginia Governor Abigail Spann-Barkard, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so very much.
All right, take care. With that, let's talk about the forecast. Carl Lamb standing by for us right now. Carl, what are you seeing, friend?
All right, well, it's more sleet. I mean, that's been kind of the entire conversation we've had so far this afternoon, that the sleet has been consistent. It has not let up. It is noisy. It is loud, per se, on awnings, on windows, on windshields, and just on the roof of your home, too. So this will be consistent as we go through the rest of the day today. And the heavy sleet, I mean, it's pretty consistent. Just even outside our studios here, we have experienced it. We have experienced it along with you, and all of our reporters out in the field have been dealing with it too. And the prolonged cold will make this just a more difficult cleanup, because there's really not a lot of melting that's going to be happening. I mean, the sun will be out tomorrow, but it's still cold, so it can only do so much. And there will be travel impacts as we go through the next couple of days too, especially as we kind of work our way through this. In terms of storm totals here, we've got some updated ones. 6.8 inches out in Rockville, 7 inches in Alexandria, and 7.2 inches in Germantown. And these numbers keep coming in from the National Weather Service, so you'll see a different slate of these numbers as we go into the next couple of hours. But in terms of what we've had, this is not just snow. These are snow and sleet totals kind of mixed in together, because the pure snow is really just difficult to measure at this point, because there's been so much sleet working its way through. So again, the accumulations have been pretty sizable. I mean, 2 to 4 inches of sleet, not out of the question here, and it's still going. Don't drive if you can avoid it. Please stay indoors. Again, we know there are emergency personnel, first responders, and essential employees that have to, but if you don't have to, today is definitely not the day, especially since a lot of those secondary streets have just not gotten the TLC that they need to make them safe for you in icy conditions. If your tires are bald, if they have not been changed in a while, it's certainly a dangerous situation to be driving in, especially since it is ice that is falling now in pellet form, and the cold lingers as we go throughout the week. In terms of how cold it is out there, we have bumped ourselves up into the low 20s at this point, but still a lot of cold air from Manassas up towards Leesburg, Martinsburg, Winchester, Front Royal, Luray. Very, very cold air just kind of staying in place. and really through the atmosphere too. So that's why it's favoring that sleet just kind of doing its thing and sticking around too. But as we go out towards areas like Salisbury, actually the winter storm warning has been dropped out there closer to the coast just because it's so warm that it actually is staying mainly rain. So again, the dynamics of where this storm ends up going really kind of changes the mix of what you could expect in terms of wind chill temperatures, in terms of what it feels like. It's not great out there. It feels like 17 at BWI, it feels like 5 in Manassas, and very similar conditions the further north you go, but really not a day to be outside. Bundle up, stay indoors if you can. Again, this monstrous system has been rolling through, and it has brought a lot of impacts to areas in Louisiana, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, and again, we've had rain and even some tornado warnings further south, but for us, it is that continual mixed precipitation that makes this storm just really quite annoying to deal with, because it's not just a calm, quiet, gentle snowfall. Again, we've introduced the sleet into the conversation here, and those ice pellets, again, like you've experienced, when they hit your face and they're wind whipped, I mean, it's really not all that enjoyable. So this is what we're dealing with, and again, there is that potential that some of that freezing rain could nudge its way in there. So especially, and again, radar can have some difficulty picking up on what it is. So we're certainly watching the potential for that to kind of creep its way in here. So we're going to show you Futurecast coming up in a little bit, where we time it out hour by hour through what to expect for tonight. But then the extreme cold is what we're focused on as we close out the month of January. We'll have more on that for you coming up in a little bit. Back to you, Larry.
So much. Let's go to Fairfax County, where we found our Katie Lusso. Katie, we've gotten information from Virginia State Police that they've responded to well over 200 crashes throughout the entire state, based on the weather conditions that we've been seeing for hours now.
Yeah, and I can tell you the roads are definitely bad. Definitely stay off the roads if you can. I know a lot of people have been walking. Some people have been riding their bicycles. But the best thing to do is obviously stay off of the roads. If you do want to walk around, we're over by Reston Community Center, and I've got Leo here, and I've got Sophie. Sophie's about to go down the hill, right, Sophie? Yeah. Are you ready? Let's show everyone what it's like to go down this hill. We're right behind the community center. Ready? There she goes. All right, she's going down the hill. All right, Leo, tell me a little bit about why you guys picked this hill right here.
Well, it's one of the biggest hills that we have around here in Reston, and it has a great slope here, and it has a bit of a ramp at the bottom, so it's pretty fun.
I know you said you were out sleigh riding earlier today. You came back out. You couldn't get enough.
Yeah, we definitely couldn't get enough. It is really fun in the snow. This is my favorite weather, so I'm happy to be here.
What are the pros to this hill versus the other hills you went to today?
Definitely the steepness, and also there's not a lot of people here today. There's a lot of other people near their school, but here it's pretty much to ourselves, so we can have as much fun as we want.
All right, Sophie is back up the hill. Sophie, how was it?
It was really fun.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was really a good steepness, I think, and at the end it was kind of fun with the red kind of thing.
Yeah. I know you have some obstacles here. How do you navigate all of that?
Honestly, it's not that hard. You don't even feel it when you go down, and it's mostly just smooth.
All right, thank you guys. I know you're bundled up, staying warm. Leo, are you about to go down this hill?
Yes, I am.
Any last words to everyone?
Just keep warm out there. My feet are freezing right now.
And I know standing still only makes it worse, so let's get you back in a sled and send you down the hill. Thank you so much for talking to us. You guys have so much fun, okay? So if you're coming outside, make sure you do bundle up, because it is extremely cold. Yes, the snow is pretty on these hills. It is not pretty on the roads, Larry, as you mentioned. But if you can find a safe space to go out and get on a sled, now's your best bet. Let's send it back to you.
All right, we appreciate
that. Have fun,
Leo. Okay, let's see him go down there. All right.
Oh no! Oh my! Are you okay?
Oh Lord.
He's okay.
Okay, he's okay. He looked like he did better than our Matthew Torres earlier today. We almost lost Matthew. Luckily, our insurance is paid up, so we're just fine there. Let's also go to Northern Virginia as well. We find our John Durant in Alexandria for us, giving us a look at how things are shaping up in that part of town. Hey, John.
Hey, Larry. Yeah, the rain has kind of been psyching me out. It'll die down and then it picks up, and it was really, really heavy about an hour ago. We were out trying to talk to some sledders, and the sleet kind of killed the party. Everybody went inside. But we are back just north of I-495 on South Van Dorn Street. See Alexandria police officers behind me diverting traffic. Nobody is able to, and for hours this has been the case, able to travel south Dorn. It's closed half we showed you earlier, and I think we have some visual. We have Dominion Energy out here trying to get things repaired. Just looking at their outage map, it looks like about 5 homes are without power, so not too many people affected by it, but it surely is a striking visual, and just goes to show you that, like everybody's been saying all day, stay off the roads if you don't need to. You see, not even the snow plows are immune to the slick roads, and it is, I mean, being around the same general area all day, this sleet is piling up on that snow is packed so tight under your feet, it's really hard to even kick and scrape and get down to the asphalt. I mean, look at this. This is obviously this is kind of like some of the side streets we've been driving on. I mean, just untouched. So definitely don't try and drive on those less traveled roads. The main roads are tough enough. We just tires are spinning on cars we're seeing drive by here. Not too many, as you can see. People are being smart for the most part, staying off the roads. We're just keeping an eye on this cleanup as police still have Van Dorn Street closed down for about a half mile around I-495, Larry. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
We certainly look to get more information regarding that investigation. VDOT telling us that in Northern Virginia specifically that they've responded to 31 crashes with 2 injuries, 1 fatal, but they also point out that that fatal crash is actually not related to weather itself. John Duran, thank you so much. Well, as we just heard from John, at one point we were very concerned about the possibility of power outages because of the ice. And so far, it seems that there have been minimal impacts. But let's bring in the experts to get a better understanding of what's going on and what it will look like in the days ahead. Aisha Khan with Dominion Energy joining us right now. Aisha, thank you for being here. It looks like we're seeing a few scattered outages around parts of Northern Virginia. What are your teams seeing? All right, Aisha, I think we're having some technical issues there with your mic. I don't know if you're able to turn your mic on. Want to try it? No, we're still not hearing anything. Aisha.
Oh, I got you.
Oh, we got you. We got you. There you go.
I had myself on mute. That's why.
Listen, that mute button on Zoom will get you every time.
Every time. Well, what I was saying was, yes, we are actually seeing the same thing, right? We're keeping an eye on our outage map as well, and seeing, where these outages are happening. But yes, for the most part, minimal impact. Fairfax County, just a little more than 100 customers who are out. But Larry, rest assured, we are standing by, waiting, just to see how things change, as we do expect that conditions will get worse. We do have some outages in, as I mentioned, in Fairfax County, but nothing else major to speak of right now. So again, we are fully prepared. We are ready to respond to what could be, significant widespread power outages across Virginia continuing into early Monday morning. This is likely to be a multi-day power restoration effort. The greatest concern, of course, here is for power outages is the ice accumulation, the severe damage to trees and power lines, and difficult travel conditions that could prolong power restoration, the effort over multiple days.
Aisha, before we let you go, can you talk us a little bit about the preparation that goes into something like this? I'd imagine, given what you knew about the forecast and what this storm would bring, I can imagine that you guys really planned out meticulously how you would respond to make sure people got their lights back on as quickly as possible.
All hands on deck. This is exactly the theme that we've been following the entire week. In fact, the week before, all of our regional offices, all of our top leaders get together to make sure that we have the linemen, the crews that we need. Who do we need to partner with? We've already are working with our local and state emergency management officials, in addition to having nearly 8,000 of our resources, our contractors, peer utilities, and support personnel fully mobilized and prepared to respond. And as I mentioned, coordinating with the local and state emergency personnel as well for any road clearing that may come up.
Aisha Khan with Dominion Energy, we appreciate the update. Thank you so much. Now that your mic is on.
I know, right?
All right, thank you. Our Matthew Torres spoke with Randy Clark, the general manager for Ramada. Let's take a listen.
With me is Mr. Randy Clark, and I wanted to talk to him because this is kind of a rare opportunity that we get to see really this control room of how things operate. We have a bunch of screens behind us, a bunch of people and computers obviously going, and as they communicate with folks using Metro as far as how things are going. Thanks again for the update just moments ago. Give us an idea of how this works. They've been working around the clock, I'm sure, but this different sections really taking care of different things here.
Yeah, this is our, again, Metro Integrated Command and Control Communication Center. What's unique about this center, we believe it's probably the most advanced one in the country on transit. It brings every part of Metro's operation together, and years ago that wasn't the case. So a good example, this is our bus area over on this side, and this is where individuals are dispatching and coordinating with bus in the field. Also kind of this is supervision on the bus side, and we're looking at everything from street cameras to our own tracking device systems, weather, road conditions, all of that type of thing. Back here is our rail kind of area, and these are individuals that are looking after the different rail lines. And this is our screen that really monitors switches and heaters and where trains are. This middle section is our communications area. So they do internal and external communications, so everything from information digital screens in, say, a station or a bus stop to social media or internal alerts of what's going on. What's very advanced here is on this side, we actually have a command line. Very unique for transit. We have a head of rail, a head of bus, head of maintenance, head of communications, a lieutenant from our police department, and a captain from DC Fire, all together, and their job is to coordinate and manage any potential incident to get the most accurate information and then solve that problem expeditiously as possible. So this is how our center works, and it's all about coordination and bringing people together.
Yeah, and I love that you get to see the cameras. When you do know of a problem, you can see it really in live action.
We have over 30,000 cameras here at Metro, so those are in facilities, out in yards, but also on our rail vehicles, on our buses, and it gives us the quick ability to see truly what's going on, give response. So sometimes we might get a tweet from somebody that tells us something before an operator even tells us, so it allows us to get that information, get clarity, help customers with information, and resolve an issue.
And I just want to point out this lady over here, because I've learned she's one of the people, whenever you hear a message on Metro about an alert or something, she's the voice. Exactly. Yeah, she's the voice.
Yeah. Yeah, and no, it's a great room. It's we did this 3 years ago when I got here, and the idea is one integrated Metro, and it allows us to coordinate with all of our first responder partners in a much more effective way than we ever did before. And I just really want to thank, these are individuals, some of the people we put up in hotels for storms like this, including the people out shoveling. We have a very dedicated team here that loves serving this community, and they're away from their families. So again, when people are at home watching this, just remember there's a lot of good public servants, whether they're a Metro, DPWs, police, fire, that are out there making sure we're keeping people safe. And I just want to always thank them for the work they do.
And so we get to see another example of a group of people really working around the clock to make sure everyone here is safe. So again, Mr. Clark, thank you so much for your time. I'm sure you have a busy day ahead still and tomorrow as well. So guys, we'll send things back over to you.
Matthew, thank you. Carl, question, when exactly do you believe that we will see the end of all of this sleet?
Yeah, it's likely about 7 o'clock or so, and then as it kind of works its way a little further east, it could kind of clear out for areas out towards areas like, let's say, Easton by about 8 o'clock or so. But this will gradually come to an end. The winter storm warnings go until 4 a.m. on Monday, though, and it's for everyone in white. But parts of Salisbury and Ocean City, that has actually been dropped. Your winter storm warning was in place. It is no longer in effect. But again, this massive storm system working its way through, bringing rain and even some tornado warnings further south into Georgia, southwest Georgia. It's just amazing that this is all part of the same system that's working its way through, but it is sleet squarely into our neck of the woods here. And again, it has been pretty consistent. Even the blue that you're seeing closer towards Hagerstown, it is mixing with sleet at this point, but the potential for any of that freezing rain to sneak in, that is certainly the concern at this point. And there's the potential that there could be a little bit of a light glaze to kind of top off what is a snow and sleet type of situation. And then you put a little glaze on top. It's going to make it pretty difficult to clean up and shovel through all of that as well. So as we kind of take you around town here, again, what you're seeing here is likely sleet at this point. Radar has been struggling really throughout the day to kind of work through that. And then around DC, more sleet. I mean, this is really easily going to be about 2 to 4 inches of sleet accumulations on top of all of this. And then it's started to taper off a little bit closer towards Waldorf, La Plata, and should be kind of nudging its way a little further east at this point. In terms of Futurecast, watch as we take you through this. And by 6 o'clock, we're still in the sleet. But by the time we get to about 7:30, the clearing will be from west to east, from Winchester and Martinsburg through D.C. I think about 8 o'clock really should be the time when this does start to ramp down. And then it's really just all about that colder air that will be starting to spill in. But as we go into tonight, it's really cold. And that cold just continues to get more intense as we go into tomorrow morning. So certainly keeping track of that. That Arctic blast is going to work its way in. We are not done yet with the cold. It is here pretty much all week. That Arctic blast really could could get us into some of the coldest air that we've gotten into in decades. So really kind of unpacking all of this at once. But the 7-day forecast looks like this. We have weather impact alerts from Monday all the way through Friday for that extreme cold, because temperatures could be in the teens and 20s as we go through this entire stretch. Back to you, Larry.
All right, Carl, thank you so much. We appreciate the information. We will be with you all day tonight as the snow continues to fall. Now the sleet, as we've been telling you for some time. We'll have extended coverage throughout the evening. My colleagues, Lorenzo Hall, Leslie Foster, are now getting ready to continue our coverage coming up at 5. In the meantime, you can scan the QR code on your screen to download the WUSA9 mobile app right onto your mobile device, and WUSA9 Plus onto your smart TV, so you can stream our coverage for free anytime. We'll be right back.
Thank you for streaming here on WUSA 9 Plus. I'm Leslie Foster.
And I'm Lorenzo Hall. So the snow is taking over the DC area, and our team is out across the region tracking every angle of this winter storm. From the roads to the airport to your neighborhood, we are on the ground getting you up to speed on everything you need to know.
We obviously coordinated today.
Yeah.
Good job. Let's kick things off with the chief, though, Tom Burchett, and meteorologist Carl Lamb, who we are so excited to meet for the very first time.
It took a snowstorm.
Yeah, they both have your weather impact alert forecast. Hey, guys.
Yeah, we have, I guess, some breaking news here. We went ahead and issued a weather impact alert for the remainder of the week. I've never done that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and it's for extreme cold. It's going to stay, the roads are going to stay slick.
Absolutely.
So it seemed like the thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, the type of cold that we haven't had in a stretch in a matter of decades, too.
Yeah. So we're going to talk more about that as we go through this streamcast, and we're going to put Carl to the terrace and see how it is out there.
I'm ready.
He wants to go. I'm not making him do it.
I haven't been out there in 5 hours. I can't wait to be outside. So.
All right, so let's start with the radar. Okay, so we've got, let's just do CG 17 if we could. Let's start with the radar. So we're looking at, again, the storm is winding down, okay, and Carl's been talking about that. And yes, I think, around 7 o'clock or so, we're more than likely going to see the storm wind down. And then eventually, it may actually even kick back to snow for a brief period. But I must say, I'm very impressed. This was a pretty impressive Arctic air mass, and it scoured that cold air out. I mean, it's raining in Atlanta. There were, as Carl mentioned, tornado watches in South Georgia. That's a pretty dynamic situation if you got tornado warnings South Georgia, exiting ice in Atlanta, and then ice through the Carolinas, and then snow and ice into the mid-Atlantic and Northeast. That's one heck of a storm. So we'll zoom in. Again, the blue here is more than likely just some sleet. Sleet will pull down cold air briefly, and you might see it mixed with snow again, but essentially that's just sleet. We have freezing rain reported up in Baltimore. And I'm a little concerned about that. I'm not super concerned, not going to last that long, but don't be surprised if a little glaze gets on top of the snow, which means it's going to be around until, Memorial Day at this point. So this is the past couple of hours. You still see some pretty heavy activity back toward Culpeper. So we're still, a few hours away from this thing pulling away from us. And along I-95, that is all sleet and a little bit of freezing rain. Temperatures, they're rising. Okay, they were in the teens up until about noon, 1 o'clock. 26 in Leesburg now, 28 in Gaithersburg, 29 up in Baltimore, and that is with the freezing rain. So storm totals, pretty impressive. I'm not so sure this is snow and sleet, but National 5.3, Dulles 6.2, Herndon 5.3, Frederick 6 inches, and Potomac about 7.7. I would say we had about 5 inches out where I am in Potomac, and probably 3 or 4 inches of sleet. So I guess we'll just, put that on top and call it storm totals. So here we go, 8 o'clock tonight, last of the sleet, freezing rain moving across I-95. We're not going to clear out anytime soon, but at least the heavy activity will stop, and it just goes to rain. That's why they dropped the winter storm warnings on the Delmarva. By 10 o'clock, temperatures are still below freezing, okay? 16 Hagerstown, 29 in D.C., and we're looking at even 28 down in Fredericksburg. So by midnight, upper teens along I-81 and still in the 20s to upper 20s downtown. And it just is not going to warm up anytime soon. By tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, temperatures mid-teens to mid-20s, so not crazy cold tonight just because of the cloud cover and the departing storm. By 9:30, temps go down. 22 D.C., 16 Hagerstown, 17 in Martinsburg. And also we're going to throw in some wind chill tomorrow as well. So by 1 o'clock, hey, the sun's back out, and you see the arrows. Okay, those are pretty strong northwest winds. Not damaging, thankfully, but enough to add a pretty big wind chill factor throughout tomorrow and even into tomorrow night. 6 p.m., look at these temperatures. These aren't wind chills. 11 Hagerstown, 12 in Martinsburg, 16 in D.C., 19 in Fredericksburg. Wow. By 10 o'clock tomorrow, it's 2 in Cumberland, and essentially low teens everywhere. And remember, you get a cold Arctic air mass, you get clear skies. When you have snowpack, it really cools off and is able to, that's where you get your record lows, actually, usually. Early in the morning on Tuesday, so late tomorrow night, 5 Hagerstown, 5 Martinsburg, It's 9 in Gaithersburg, 11 downtown. Okay, so here's the map. It's tailored back a little bit. That's still a pretty good chunk of real estate, though, with the white, and that's a winter storm warning. And it goes until 4 a.m. Late tonight for snow and for sleet. We've certainly seen that. And here's the problem, okay? And here's why we issued the weather impact alert through the week. 27 tomorrow, 28 Tuesday, 24 on Wednesday. We'll be lucky to get to 20 Thursday and Friday, and then back to the 20s on Saturday and Sunday. We might get near freezing next week, the week after next. So what's around, and we've talked about this, which is why I was kind of shoveling like crazy today, because once it's here, it's going to stay here for a long, long time. So once again, we have a weather impact alert now through Friday. Lows 10 below to 8 above, high temperatures 18 to 28. Open your cabinets. If you have trouble in the past, leave the faucet trickling a little bit. Limit your time outdoors. To watch the pets too, and dress in layers. Okay, so that's very, very important. And we went ahead and did that with a combination of the cold and our snow and sleet. It's going to be treacherous for a while. And speaking of these wind chills, so this is tomorrow night at 10. 2 below Gaithersburg, 2 below Leesburg, 5 below in Hagerstown. So be careful walking the pets and be careful yourself. That's pretty cold stuff. It gets worse. By Tuesday morning, now it's 12 below in Gaithersburg, 14 below in Frederick. It's even 10 below in La Plata and 9 below in Fredericksburg. This is pretty serious stuff. By 11 o'clock, 11:30 Tuesday morning, wind chills are still below zero pretty much everywhere. And it gets a little better by 6 p.m. on Tuesday. I guess we'll be jumping for joy when the wind chills are back in the low to mid teens. That is crazy. So windy and cold tomorrow, upper 20s. Dangerously cold Tuesday, Wednesday, especially with the wind chills. Yeah, this temperature is a downtown temp. When you see this number that low, it means, subtract at least 10 for the burbs. So we're looking at, 0 to 5 below in the burbs. So there is our alert right on through Friday. Extreme cold Thursday, extreme cold Friday. Saturday and Sunday were dry. I will say this, there was another storm trying to form over the weekend. That has now gone away, and temperatures still in the mid to upper 20s. So let's send it out. Meteorologist Carl Lamb, he is on the weather terrace. Now you got to talk about, shoveling and tell folks to be careful with your shoveling because it's like wet cement.
It is. It's kind of like wet concrete out here. And even we had a snowblower out here. It was so loud, I thought it was going to really interrupt this live shot. But it is since conked out. So, but again, it is so heavy. I mean, it really weighs quite a bit. And, I've shoveled a lot in my day, but this is pretty heavy stuff. So if you are headed out to shovel, make sure you're doing it in small little spurts. It is going to be, there it is. It's the chorus of a snowblower and sleet. If it's too loud, we might have to go back inside. But let's show you what we're tracking in terms of the headlines from this. We have accumulating sleet. That's been the big issue. It has made it so incredible. Thank you for your work, but it's quite loud. Accumulating sleet, but icy conditions make for poor traction out on the roads for sure. And then also with this dangerous cold headed our way, make sure you're protecting people, pets, and also pipes as well, just because they could burst, especially when it's this cold, and extreme cold really lingers as we go throughout the week. In terms of overnight temperatures, we're dropping down into the low 20s around DC, but it is much colder again as you go further north. Thankfully, the cloud cover is protecting us from dropping even further. But again, as we take you back out here, this is no picnic to just kind of shovel and toss away. So again, you want to make sure you're doing it with your knees, not your back. And so you'll thank us later. So we'll send it back to you, Leslie and Lorenzo.
Oh boy, that's a little workout out there, Carl.
Yep, got to get your
suit on
workout
too.
when you can.
I know, putting everybody to shame out here. All right,
shovel
Carl.
with a suit on.
Come on in here and
Of
get
course.
warm. All right. All right, so that's the view here from Northwest DC. We're going to go out to Southeast DC now.
Yeah, our Randy Hildreth takes us there live tonight. She is in our weather commander. So, Randy, what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, to give you perspective, I'm at 3rd Street Southeast. If folks were with us last hour, in the 4 o'clock hour, we showed you the Bobcat that was starting to clear the sidewalks. This is a live look of the work that has been done. So they are making some headway. I want to whip the camera back just a little bit because also if you were with us in the 4 o'clock hour, we showed you live. One of our friends was having trouble getting into the parking garage. So the sidewalks are clear, but as we look down this road, you can see that some of the roads have not been touched. I did get a chance to talk with one of the hotel workers. There's a hotel, the Thompson Hotel, along this street. He was out with a shovel helping people dig out of they were having their spin outs and not able to get enough traction to get into that parking garage. People who work at the hotel, who are staying at the hotel, also people who live in the apartments over here, they use that garage. And we saw, at least in the 30 minutes that we were out here, 2 vehicles that were having trouble getting in. And so this hotel worker, a hero for some of the people over here, has been out and digging some of the snow so that folks could get traction and get into the garage. I asked him if he planned to stay out here. He said, no, he's going back inside to get warm. That's why you don't see him anymore. In terms of the conditions, I'll continue to swing the camera because, you know, we're your eyes and your ears on the road and you can see snow covering the ground. You might also be able to see, and I'll take you to the view from our windshield, some of the sleet that is continuing to hit our windshield. When we were with you earlier, we were talking about our windshield wipers starting to get pretty icy and you can see the accumulation there. Now, earlier this week, I spoke with a man who works with a tow trucking company because the prep for this snowstorm has been from top down, local government to local businesses. Before the storm hit, he was saying they were getting the vehicles ready, the tow trucks staged in areas. I checked in with him this afternoon and I could hear it in his voice as soon as he answered the phone. He said, today has been a day. He said 3:30 a.m. they got their first telephone call and from then the phone has been ringing nonstop. Just for his towing truck company, they've had at least 20 calls. That was when I checked in with him right around 4 o'clock. And so I imagine the phone is continuing to ring because, again, just to take you out live, this is what people are dealing with. When we were navigating through this area, we did not dare turn down this road. We had to back up to get out of this area. So we are also making sure that we're safe since we are out. But this is what people are dealing with. And again, we're your eyes and your ears on the road. I'll send it back to you.
So you're in Navy Yard, which, you know, on a usual Sunday evening, you'd see some people. We
Clearly,
don't see no
clearly
one.
people said, you know what? Probably shouldn't be out here, and I'm going to just stay in. That was a good call.
That's smart, yeah, especially on a day like today.
Yes, I've only seen a couple people out, mostly people who are walking their dogs because, you know, as a dog mom or a dog dad,
gotta go.
You have to make sure you're, there are certain things that it does not matter.
That's
if it is storming outside, when you gotta go, you gotta go. So I've seen some dog parents out here and just a couple folks just around probably taking in the sights of the snow. But as you said, typically this area might be popping on a Sunday night. People are popping popcorn, hunkering down and hopefully watching us.
Do you see any restaurants open by chance in that area, Randy, or is everything shut down?
No, we passed by, I think there's a Potbelly, the sandwich place on the corner, lights off. We have been walking around this area, haven't seen too much. We started from Northwest DC, moving this way. I think when we were in around Northeast DC, around 8th Street, 7th Street, Northeast, we did see a 7-Eleven open. We saw a CVS. I was telling Larry, if you started eating your storm snacks early and you are down to the bottom of that Oreo bag, the 7-Eleven may be open or the CVS
That is
may
way
be
too
open
soon.
near you.
Go walk it off.
Yeah, you better pace yourself because we got a long week ahead. You might be tougher to make that walk if you start that now. Okay, Randy. I know, right? Pace yourself. All right, good to see you. We'll check in with you a little bit later. So many of you have had your cameras ready. You've been snapping your photos, recording your videos of snow. So we're going to take a little look at some of our images that our weather watchers have shared with us on Facebook. They always share the
Always
best
so
stuff.
good. Kim always sends us in some great pictures. This is from Kim out on Kent Island in Maryland. And you can see the sky and water appear very gray, right? And the ground is just covered in snow. Beautiful shot right there. And look at this one from Woodbridge, Virginia. Yep, this is what we've been seeing everywhere. You can barely see Vince's patio there because the snow is just pretty much covering everything up.
Yeah, you got Amy who sent us this picture of a bird taking off in the snow in Gaithersburg around 10:45. What a pretty shot there. Always lovely. And then Randy Clark used his drone to send in this bird's eye view of Lake Holiday, Virginia around 11 a.m., 11:20 a.m.
Okay, and look at this, Ember the cat. Oh, that's how you do it. I want to be
best way to
Ember
do it,
right
right?
now. Just staying warm, watching the snowfall from the great little perch right there. Katie Gates sent this in from Cheverly, Maryland at around 11:30 this morning, right above the little radiator too. That's the perfect spot.
I know. Nice and warm and indoors watching all of the beauty of the snow outside.
And it can do all of its business indoors.
I was about to say, cats are great on a day like
that.
that.
Go outside.
If you don't have to go outside, I don't know. We've got dogs that like to go outside.
Yeah. Nero's been out. And
Nero was
he's
good
done
today?
his business. Well, I don't know how good he was. I wasn't really paying much attention. Allison said he went out and did his business, so that's good.
Wasn't paying attention.
Wasn't
Okay.
inside,
Wasn't
so
inside.
how
Right.
about it?
So that's a victory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dollar wanted to go, did not want to go out. Lady wanted to go out.
Okay.
She was okay. She wanted to play. He's like, no, all you.
Boomer's living
Yeah.
his best life.
Yeah.
You know, he's
Just
out there
Okay,
making
good.
friends,
Showing off.
waving at
Yeah.
trucks,
Holding court.
holding court,
Okay.
you know, in his booties. His life is good. Life is good. But you know what was not quite as good? That drive-in. That drive-in was a little tricky.
That was tough. That
and
was a tough
Topper, you
one.
picked me up, and you should tell everybody how tough it was for you to get to me.
Okay, once I got to your house, it was okay. But we talked about it. I mean, it's easier to drive, quite frankly, in a blizzard because the snow is dry.
Yeah.
No one's on the roads. You get good traction. And we talked about this last week, that when you add, even to dry snow, sleet, it just becomes super, super slippery, like, mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
And I had some concerns getting out of my neighborhood, but
You made it work?
You made it.
Sure.
You made
Did
it.
you notice any people stuck at all? I saw a
Saw
lot, at least
two.
10
Saw
cars.
two people
one.
on the
Yeah, we saw
side,
one or two.
yeah, but they seemed
The
to
side
figure
street
it out.
they were stuck
yeah.
on.
How about you?
Yeah,
You said
like
it was
10,
tough
roughly
leaving.
10 people were
Really?
stuck coming from Northeast DC, going up
Really?
Mass and everything, yeah.
And
They
you
just
said
couldn't
that
get out.
you could tell the roads were dicey right when
Yeah.
you left home.
My side streets, those were not good. Some of the main roads were okay, but I wouldn't if I have a 4x4, so we were good to go.
Yeah.
But
But were they the side streets plowed?
no, barely.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's kind of silly, but I want to pick Leslie up. I have an earth shovel in my truck because that's what you need to get out of this, not a little plastic snow shovel. So I have a metal shovel, and just in case we got stuck, we were okay.
I
also put towels in the car to get traction.
You
put
made
them
it
down.
here.
Well, when I saw it in the back, I was
Sorry.
like, "Whoa,
Whoa.
am I gonna make it to work?" Because that's a
You
different
both
kind
made
of
it.
shovel.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you know
Okay.
who's out and about right
Ooh,
now?
our Katie Lusso. She
Yeah.
is in Fairfax County. You heard our tales about our travels, Katie. So what are you seeing right there in Fairfax? Now we know it's cold.
It is a mess. I mean, let's just be real.
It is.
It is freezing and it is a mess out there. The roads are a mess. The good thing is that nobody's out here. Literally, nobody is out here except for this poor gentleman who has been going up and down this sidewalk here. We're right outside the metro, the Reston Town Center metro stop, and he has just been cleaning the sidewalk. And take a look. He literally just went by. The sidewalk is covered again. I feel so bad for him. He has just been going back and forth. He said he wasn't allowed to talk to us, but he has been hard at work out here. We have seen so many plow trucks going by. None of them have been able to talk to me either. One of them told me he has a camera in there. He would love to talk to me, but the camera is capturing everything, so he'll get in trouble in live time, and we didn't want to do that to him. But he did tell me to stay off the roads. They are really trying to get all of their work done out here and trying to get the roads clear, and they are up against so much. I mean, the snow is just continuing to come down. The roads are really very, very messy. I would tell you to stay off the roads if you can, especially here we're on Sunset Hills Road in Reston, right off the Dulles Toll Road. 267, and it's such a mess out here. And it's not because crews aren't out there trying to get the roads clear, it's because it just keeps coming down and they have no chance to get it clear before it is covered again. So yeah, we were driving around some of the side streets. We were over at Reston Town Center, and it's a mess through there as well. I spoke to someone earlier who was saying to keep your kids away from the plows as well. Remember that these guys can't really see little kids that well if you guys are out in the road, so you want to give them some space. Here comes another go from this gentleman here on the left over here, just working hard, trying to get the sidewalk cleaned as best as he can. And he has to keep cleaning it out, as you can see, because it's just getting clogged up because the snow is so heavy for him. But yeah, that's what it looks like out here. You can see another plow
driver making his way out onto the road to give it another go. But yeah, stay off the roads if you can.
Snow heroes and sheroes doing the tough work to try to get us all up and out and moving and to make things safe. And they really need our cooperation. It looks like people are heeding the warning where Katie is. We don't see a lot of people over there.
And she brought up a good point there, because I noticed during the drive-in, a lot of people were walking in the streets because the sidewalks just weren't clear. So you got to be careful out there if you are walking around. That can be just as dangerous as well. All right, Katie, we'll let you get back inside and get warm. We appreciate you.
All right, our Matt Gregory is checking out the scene in Montgomery County out in Rockville. And if we know Matt, we know he's got a character somewhere. Somewhere.
If he's not the character, right? Matt, what are you seeing out there right now?
Hey. Guys, I met all sorts of characters today, all sorts of characters. But here's a new character we're looking at straight ahead on Rockville Pike. This is someone who has not been heeding our warnings of staying out. You can see the sort of they're going to back up here on Rockville Pike. It's off in the distance. I don't know if you can see it right now. It just kind of looks like a little bit of a blur. We're going to sit at this light real quick, but let me tell you what's happening here. This is Rockville Pike. Now, earlier, Kurt was pointing this out. This was kind of fun to drive on, right? Like, it wasn't terrible. Crews were coming through. Now, we're at that point where the snow and the sleet are starting to harden into ice, and so we're kind of driving here along Rockville Pike. That's what this is, even though it doesn't look like it. And it is rivets of snow, tracks made by previous cars, and a minivan here to the right that is just sort of having an issue getting in there. As you can see, it's probably hard to tell, but there's a snow bank right there to the right. This person's having trouble getting through. The actual parking lot here of this area has been plowed, but there's also a bank of snow right there, and if you don't have four-wheel drive, you're not making it through. So yes, it was already bad throughout the day, but as Carl, as Topper, as Caitlin have been telling you, it's getting worse. See them there just stuck in the snowbank. We're going to at least get a hold of somebody, see if they can't help them out. But this is what we've been looking at, right? Like, as the day has gone on, we've seen the snow continue to come down. Crews continue to plow, but now it's starting to harden. It's starting to stay and coalesce along the roadways. Now, on the right side, you can see kind of the banks of snow that have been pushed to the side by plows. And I talked about this a few times, but worth repeating. So far, so good. Looking at the power lines and the trees, you don't see a lot of ice sticking to the power lines, and you don't see a ton of ice sticking to the trees. That, when it gets harder, when there's a layer of ice on it, that can be the issue that brings down power lines and so on. And Kurt is showing you that we're having the actual sleet freeze now onto the windshield. That's a big problem here coming up. So this is where we've reached the part of, like, yes, it was fun for a little bit to see as long as you were driving safely, but now the roads have returned to a state of not great driving, a lot of fishtailing and issues like that. And that's what I've ended up seeing. Oh, see, let's see, the car's kind of got a little kick going, kind of drifting side to side on Rockville Pike. It's not great, not a good time to be out. Kurt's giving you a look at how it all kind of moves together when you're in this big hunk of a truck trying to get down the road, and it's not easy, but again, you can see the rivets on the roadway, not the rivets, I'm sorry, the ruts in the roadway made by cars coming through. It's going to need to get plowed a lot more. It's going to take time. Yesterday we were talking to folks about that at the Montgomery County Emergency Management Office. They were saying, it's one of the things that they're asking people to do. Be patient, don't go out, leave the roads clear so they can get by, and they're able to clear these roads, because now, as the sun has gone down, it's not looking great on the roads. That's what we see on Rockville Pike on our way into Rockville. We're going to keep heading to Bethesda for our 6:30 hit, and we'll see you then. Back to you guys in the studio.
You can really see the roads have kind of changed with each hour, right? We can see how this storm has changed and morphed and contracted and restricted and all the things now. And now we're in this phase, as Matt and Kurt have illustrated, where those roads and those conditions are really kind of treacherous.
And you know what I do love seeing, especially at this hour, major thoroughfare there, you don't see too many cars out, too many people.
That's encouraging.
Yeah, so that is good to see, especially at this late hour, and knowing that the roads are only going to get worse. So hopefully someone just saw this report at home, someone who was thinking about perhaps venturing out at some point this evening, and this changed their minds. Good to stay
home,
inside. Yes.
Make that chili you were thinking about, stay here with WUSA9. We'll do the work for you. You stay home.
Don't go out if you don't need to. Okay,
right.
Matt. Thank you. All right. I believe we're going to check in again with the chief. Top shot. What
Chili
are we saying now, Top?
Chili
Mac. So tell us what Chili Mac.
I had never heard of it until I went to eat at Hard Times.
Okay.
And they have all kinds of chili. That's where I get my wings, by the way. But they put it on a bed of pasta, and it's like another level.
That's kind of against the rules,
Is it though?
When
you're
you're
working?
stuck at work with your
Yeah.
family, your work family.
Oh.
Yeah.
Chili
Oh, you
Mac?
mean it's
Yeah.
fine.
If you go MIA for a bit, we know why, huh?
Oh, it's fine.
I'm riding home
He
with
says,
him, so
Good luck.
it might be a rough ride home.
It's
Thanks.
fine.
Okay, you say that now. Got it.
Although I think Allison did pack some onions and jalapenos with him.
Oh.
It'll be fine.
Oh, you're gonna have
Okay,
fun.
so
He's got some back seats.
If I need to take you home,
yeah,
let
we
me
might
know.
have
If
to
things
make a
get rough.
change.
okay, that's okay. That's fine.
Good luck, Top.
Okay, so we love our weather watchers, and folks have sent in great pictures today. This is, I know this bench well. Susan sends this in all the time. It's out in Round Hill, and snowfall there was, again, a mix of 4 or 5 inches of snow and then a lot of sleet. So Susan, thank you so much. I'll show you the before and after picture in a couple of minutes. So here's the radar. Widen this out. I mean, a pretty crazy storm with, at one time, tornado watches down in Georgia. One time, ice in Atlanta. Now it's just gone to rain. We've got ice through the Carolinas, ice into the metro, snow went to sleet, and now we've got the heavy snow in New York up into New England. I'm a little jealous up here. They might get a little sleet in coastal Connecticut, maybe around Stamford, maybe to New Haven, but mainly it's a snow for them. So we'll zoom in. And in terms of this radar, this is color-coded, yes, but where you're seeing the blue is more than likely not snow. Carl mentioned this earlier at 4 o'clock. It's essentially sleet. Now, sleet will drag down cold air from the upper levels of the atmosphere, and it may kick the snow for a minute, then it goes back to sleet. So for the most part, we're looking at just sleet in the metro and a little bit, see this area there, a little bit of freezing rain. Not going to be an ice storm for us, but don't be surprised if there's a glaze on this snow, which again, will keep it preserved for a long, long time. Carl and I were also talking, we've got the back edge of the precip to 81 and a ton of moisture down to the south and the west. I'm not so sure it's going to taper off by 7 o'clock. I mean, or at least get lighter by 7. It was never going to stop by 7, but it looks to me, in fact, we'll just kind of go back here a little bit. We see all this moisture back here to Charlottesville. That should be progressing a little more quickly. So right now we'll say it's going to continue heavy at least into 7, and it may take a minute to taper off. Probably not going to end until after midnight when we get rid of everything. So here we are, Germantown, Rockville. We got heavy sleet. A little bit of freezing rain now down toward Waldorf and La Plata. And temperatures up to 31 in D.C. And it would be a shame if it went to 33. It would break our streak because we're going to have a pretty good streak coming up here that would probably be top 10 of number of consecutive days below freezing if we don't hit 33 today. 28 in Gaithersburg, 26 in Leesburg, and 28 in Manassas. Pretty soon the winds are going to shift as the storm moves away, and that will put us northwest winds, and then we'll be probably okay in terms of that streak. So some other totals for you. Rockville 6.8, Greenbelt 5, I think it was 5.6 in College Park, 7 in Alexandria, 7.2 in Germantown, Hollywood, Maryland. Got your 6 inches, got that good thumping after midnight and until about 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. So here's Futurecast. It's updated a little bit. I think it's still a little bit optimistic. It has the main activity in terms of the moderate sleet and heavy sleet east of I-95 at 8 o'clock. It's still maybe a little too optimistic. Temperatures, though, look at it, 17 Hagerstown, 28 in Gaithersburg, and 30 in D.C. So you notice eventually you'll see winds turn out of the northwest as this storm begins to move away offshore. Still an odd storm, I think, in terms of the surface pressure was not very strong. Kind of odd. It was really just more essentially kind of a conveyor belt of moisture over very, very cold Arctic air. And cold air is really good at squeezing out moisture. By 10 o'clock tonight, except for maybe a little, flurry or a little patch of sleet or freezing drizzle, just cloudy and cold. And now temps are dropping. By midnight, 17, Hagerstown, 28 in D.C., but look at 19 in Waldorf, and still mostly cloudy. Even by morning, this model holds clouds in for a while, and notice the winds are now finally out of the northwest. That's going to bring us another shot of Arctic air tomorrow. 25 at 6 o'clock in the morning at Fredericksburg. By 9 o'clock, we're down in the teens now, all the way to Frederick and Gaithersburg. So temps are going to fall essentially tomorrow. The high temperature tomorrow may be the midnight temperature tonight, but the daytime high is going to be low to mid-20s. That's it. 1 o'clock, we're 23. We're 19 in Gaithersburg, and you see the arrows. Boom. Those are pretty strong northwest winds. Not damaging, but we'll add a wind chill below zero. By 6 p.m., we're down to 16 downtown, 17 in Waldorf, 19 in Fredericksburg, and 11 in Hagerstown, zero in Cumberland. Not wind chills, actual temperatures. By 10 o'clock, we're still low teens across the board. So tomorrow, getting the dogs to do business outside, it's going to be tough. That's going to be tricky. It really is. By 2 o'clock in the morning, so late tomorrow night, temperatures single digits across most of the metro. I'll show you this again. If you were with us, on Saturday and Friday, I mean, the warnings all the way back down into Texas and eastern New Mexico. That's still a huge area. That's a huge chunk of the U.S. under a winter storm warning. Ours will continue until 4 a.m. tomorrow. It isn't like roads are going to get great, but that's just in terms of what's going to, what's falling will be over by 4 a.m. So part of our problem is our 10-day temperature trend. So 27 tomorrow, and again, it may be like 29 at midnight or 30 at midnight, but 20s tomorrow, Tuesday, and Wednesday. We could be in the upper teens Thursday and Friday. We do see a gradual increase. And I do mean gradual. 25 on Saturday, 29 Sunday. Maybe we make freezing a week from tomorrow, and then above freezing the following Tuesday and Wednesday. That's going to seem balmy, but that's actually cold for us. But this is ridiculously cold. So what can you do to prepare? All right, we want you to keep your space heaters away from curtains, okay? We want you to open the cabinet doors. We've been talking about that for a while now on the outside walls, okay? Leave water trickling in your faucet. Someone asked me, well, what cabinet doors what walls? I said, well, if you punch a hole through the wall and your fist is outside, that's the cabinet you want to leave open. If you punch a hole and you're still inside, don't have to worry about those.
Did you say it like that, though?
I don't know if you said an analogy. I talked to Allison about that. I don't know. I think I did.
Hopefully not.
I think I did. I said, if you punch a hole and you're outside, that's it. And, we've done this. Stop drafts with towels. Keeping just drafts down is incredible in terms of saving energy and heat. And I know it doesn't look great, but blue tape is fantastic. If you have a draft, just put blue tape on it, take it off, paint's fine. And if you can, set up a humidifier. Or at least, maybe some pots of water by your bedside table. Because, humidity is going to be running about 3 to 5% most of next week. And that's tough, okay? So, because of this, we issued a weather impact alert. We've never done this before, for 5 days, okay? Now through Friday. Lows 10 below to 8 above, highs 18 to 28. There's your cabinet, doors you open, trickle your faucet, limit your time outdoors, and dress in layers. And please, put booties on the pets and be careful with the pets. And also, when it's this cold, you need to stay hydrated. So drink plenty of liquid. I did try to do that today when I was shoveling because that's a strenuous exercise. And I know when you're shoveling, you want to dress in layers, but eventually you may be down just to a sweater because you get so hot shoveling, and that's okay. Don't overheat in all that down coat. By 10 o'clock tonight, here are the wind chills. 10 o'clock tomorrow night, wind chills 5 below in Hagerstown, 2 above in D.C., even 0, even 3 below in Orange. Wow, hadn't seen that. 14 below in Oakland when you cross the divide, but that's a whole nother world. By 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday, feels like it's 12 below in Gaithersburg, 13 below in Hagerstown, and even La Plata, 10 below. I mean, this is pretty serious cold. By just before lunchtime on Tuesday, we're still below 0 in most spots, wind chill. And then a little better by 6 o'clock. Notice the wind's more southwest here. By 6 o'clock, wind chills now, between 10 and 15 or so. Early in the morning, so late at night, Tuesday, wind chills go back below 0. So we graph this out tomorrow. Here we go. 20s to start, ending up in the upper 20s. There'll be some clouds to start too, okay? And those the winds, northwest, west-northwest, and then we fall back into the low 20s by 8 o'clock tomorrow night. So you shouldn't go out. But if you're walking the dog or walking boomer, you want sunglasses. The glare now over the next week or so is going to be pretty intense from the snow. And also I noticed it's not as common as we have a blizzard, but I did notice some big piles of snow. So if you come to an intersection, you may be obscured by a 4 or 5 foot pile of snow. Be careful with that too. Windy and cold tomorrow, dangerously cold Tuesday, dangerously cold Wednesday, rinse and repeat. We're in the 20s, below zero Tuesday night in the burbs. And then even colder, upper teens Thursday, Friday, Saturday we're in the mid 20s, Sunday we're finally close to 30, but we are going to stay under the freezing mark all of next week. And as I mentioned earlier, at one time there was a monster storm that would have dwarfed this storm, but it's off the maps now. So we'll just say partly cloudy and cold on Sunday. Okay?
Okay, we got it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a rarity where you have the kind of storm where you've got family all over the country and we're all dealing with some kind of element of this storm.
It's like, how much snow did you get? Is it just as bad there?
I know.
Yeah.
Okay, Top. We're getting ready for this marathon and checking on what's happening in Prince George's County right now.
Yeah, our Sarah Robinson is live out there right now, braving the elements in Hyattsville. Tell us what you're seeing out there, Sarah.
Well, the conditions have been nothing short of treacherous all day. We've been all over Prince George's County, and the conditions are pretty bad everywhere. They were even bad on Route 50, the highway. Even when the plows came, they were still pretty bad after that. Now, right now we're in Hyattsville. We saw a shopping center that looks open. There's a few cars here, and I saw something that looks promising. I want to show you that, Taco Bell. I thought we were going to get a quesadilla because it's been plowed. Unfortunately, no, it's closed, and for good reason too, right? Nobody should be out in these conditions, even the workers. We did see some people getting stuck today on the road. We actually helped people get out twice. We got stuck ourselves. So you really should be listening to us when we say that if you can avoid being out in these conditions, please do so. It would be best for you and your loved ones because you do not want to get stuck, especially as the sun is going down. We can feel it getting colder out here, and the type of precipitation is also feeling colder. It's more wet. It's hitting the windshield and sticking and freezing to the windshield. It's just creating all kind of a mess. So we'll head back into DC in the next hour and a half or so, and hopefully it gets better from there. But I would definitely avoid driving tonight in Prince George's County if at all possible. I'll send it back to you guys.
Oh, good reminders,
yeah, exactly.
right?
And you know of what you speak, Sarah, because you talked about how you all got stuck even as you were helping other people. It's one of these things where sometimes people have to hear these anecdotal things to go, you know what, maybe I really should just stay home if I don't have to go out.
Because you think, oh, it can't happen to me. I'm a good driver, okay? It's everyone else. They're the problem. Then you end up getting stuck.
Yeah.
All right, you be safe out there. Thank you, Sarah. All right, we told you how our weather watchers, they are just fantastic with the pictures and everything.
Fantastic. They are our eyes and our ears where we can't be sometimes. We've got weather watcher Danny Farkas in Falls Church with us. Hey, Danny, how are you?
Good to see you again.
All right. Good to see you guys. It's been a year.
It's been a year. Look, what a difference a year makes. So what are you seeing? What's happening around you?
Well, I was actually out playing. That's right, 60 years old, and I'm out by myself with my little snowboard here. If I can get it in the thing here.
Okay.
But the side roads where I am, this one is completely snow covered, or ice covered, sleet covered. The main roads, I've walked up to Columbia Pike, and it was thoroughly snow covered. It had been plowed, but it was still very treacherous. And, lots of good ability to ride on the streets. You don't usually get because the plows have not been through here.
Well, the plows have not been through.
It looks like we might have. You know what? The strange thing is my street got a plow through it, but it's still coated in sleet, recoated since it's been done. Matter of fact, I can bend down and grab my thing and ride right down the middle of the street here.
Yeah, I guess that's tough for a lot of people.
Yeah, They have not. Yeah, the side roads. I think they're waiting on them because, the main streets are what's important. You see, I'm going down the middle of the road here.
You're on your snowboard right now?
Just cruising
I'm on
through.
my snowboard, holding the
phone
here.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I don't crash.
Yeah, let's hope not too, Danny.
Yeah, you can break a hip at 60 years old out here.
Yeah, let's be careful, okay? But this shows you what the conditions are like for a lot of people who are thinking of going out. If you can just snowboard down with ease in the middle of the road, yeah.
Which is interesting because, Danny, at one point you said you could walk, but right now it's clearly pretty difficult to do that because of what you were saying is the recoat, the refreeze, and that's what everybody's kind of been talking about around the area. The roads have never been pretty good all day, and they've just continued to deteriorate as the temperatures go down and all the other things are happening too. Danny Farkas, come back next year.
Oh, really? Before you go, tell us how'd you spend the day? What did you do today? Since you
I honestly I've been out on the streets just doing this, riding my snowboard. I'm prepping food in the house. Actually, I'm gonna cut up some potatoes. I'm gonna make French fries later in the house. Okay. Everybody come by. I made a fire for my fam, and I was actually after dinner. I'm gonna go on the roof and shovel as much of the snow off of it onto my deck so I can build an igloo.
Uh-oh. You gotta send us pictures when you're done with that.
Yeah, you guys, I've had one on my deck last year, and I don't want to say
that.
I'm a repeat offender on here, but I've talked to you guys before.
Is the snow good enough for? Can you build an igloo with this snow though?
It's going to be tough, honestly, because it's going to be so crusty on top. But I'm willing to try.
Well, do be careful. We know that you love these elements and you love the snow, and obviously you enjoy living on the edge a little bit too.
Yeah.
My wife is inside looking at me. She comes out occasionally to take a picture of me, but then goes back in where all the smart people are.
I was getting ready to say she's
like,
a smart woman.
Out there, yeah.
You got that, I'll be in here.
All right, Danny. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys. Have a good
one.
Send us
pictures of that igloo.
Hopefully we'll have a bunch more.
Yeah. All right, see you soon.
Okay, so Danny's not the only one. There are many people taking out their rulers and measuring snowfall. Wanda Coots-Myers sent us this image from Mount Lena, Maryland. Am I saying that right? I hope I am. Mount Lena? Okay, Mount Lena, around noon. You can see at the same time the area had about 6.5 inches of snow.
Yeah, that was at noon, huh? All right, so Weather Watcher Danny Farkas, whom you just heard from there, he sent us these pictures as well from Alexandria. Guess he just decided to go on out, huh? He checked out the conditions on Columbia Pike and the Annandale and Falls Church area as well. This was around 3 p.m.
And then Will Clark sent in these pictures just before 2:30 p.m. from Alexandria, Virginia, giving us a perspective there.
All right, so here's a view of the snow at around 11 o'clock this morning at Upper Marlboro from Chloe. I was trying to see if we had any numbers on there on the ruler, measurements.
No.
Nothing there, I guess, okay.
Maybe it's on the other side they can see it. We can see the snow, they can see the totals. All right. And then take a look at this. One of our viewers sent us this video. It's showing some teens seizing the snow day, right? They're sledding down the road in DC's Woodley Park neighborhood. Don't see that every day.
All right, that's what you got to do, right? Got to make the most of the day. This happened at around 5:30 this morning. They wasted no time.
No time at all.
I guess that was a good time to go because we were talking about it changing over to sleet and everything. So
that's right.
It's
They're
like, let's
playing beat the
enjoy
clock.
the pure snow. Yeah. This was as millions of people across our area are enjoying a snow day today.
Yeah. And you know, DC public schools don't have classes tomorrow, so luckily these kids will be able to kind of hang out
a lengthy weekend,
and then just recoup tomorrow.
Yes. A lot of people having fun though. It was, even hearing what Danny had to say, just cooking for the fam, some of the neighbors,
hanging out,
staying warm,
going down the street on a snowboard.
I was about to say he's being safe, but maybe not. If he's going on the roof to clear
up
the
thing, that's where you got me. But
clearly he loves it.
And clearly his wife is the smart one.
Yep. And he knows it.
And he knows it. All right, if you do have to get around and you plan to take Metro, you really need to pack your patience. The trains are running, but there are going to be delays. And then don't be surprised if you see some members of the National Guard at Metro stops. They are out in this weather too, carrying out their mission to patrol DC. And here's some video of a member of our news team who recorded some of this today around noon.
Yeah, so we saw several troops at the Mount Vernon Square Station and more at Gallery Place, you can see here. And by the way, these troops, they have been sent here to help. That's what they're trying to do today. So if you need a hand navigating the snow and sleet outside the Metro stop, chances are they will be willing to offer assistance. Just ask them. All right.
All right. Well, let's check in now to see the state of the streets with the DDOT director, Sharon Kirschbaum, who is all bundled up. It's been a really, really long day. Sharon, it is great to see you. Why don't we start just from the beginning? Because we've heard that the state of the streets is interesting depending on where you are in the city. What's your take?
Well, it has been a long day. I have to say our major roads have clearly had clouds come through. Unfortunately, the precipitation is still coming down. So we've been able to do some clearing, but until the precipitation stops, we're really not going to get to the bottom of it. But I would say the teams, they're still energized. This is now the third 12-hour shift going. And we're going to do another shift tonight at midnight. And we're just going to keep going till it's clear.
Yeah, so Sharon, with that said, what are some of the problems you're running into at this hour? As you mentioned, there were some earlier passes, you got some of that snow out of the way, but, it's still sleeting in parts of the district and these roads are covered again. So what are you saying?
Yeah, so again, you're not going to see clearance until we finally have the precipitation stop. And unfortunately, it's going to get cold. The good news is we put down so much chemical before this event started, and that's really helped keep things slushy. And so I think through the night, we'll still be able to clear stuff. I think the big thing will be tomorrow. It's going to be sunny. That will warm up the pavement, even if it's below freezing. So we could make a lot of good progress, but we're really going to have to be watching it.
You all are doing really the hard work in the city, and we cannot say how much we appreciate it and appreciate those teams who are working so hard to clear the streets. But we know there are rules too, and we're wondering if there will be any change because of how cold it's going to be for how long. Is there going to be any change in what's required for homeowners and store owners to clear those sidewalks, those entryways, and those alleyways?
Well, I have to say that is so important. No, people need to clear their sidewalk. I can't tell you how many people I have seen walking in the street. It is so dangerous. And they do that because some of these sidewalks are still full of snow. So first and foremost, don't mess around. Start your shoveling. We have a Snow Heroes program. If you are unable to do shoveling, snowteam.dc.gov, sign up for Snow Hero to come. But really don't wait, because someone in the side, when they're walking the street, even if they're visible, it's still going to be slick and cars could slide into them. So we need the sidewalks clear.
Yeah, Sharon, can you tell us about your strategy just a bit? Obviously, it is still sleeting outside. Some folks may look outside of their window right now in their neighborhood and look at the street and say, wait, a plow hasn't been through. So can you tell us when you're going to take care of some of those side roads after taking care of the main roads?
Our routes have been going through all roads. And so we may have one or two that we missed, but let's wait till tomorrow before you start calling 311 about it. A lot of roads we have gone through, but again, the snow is still coming down, so it might not have seemed sufficient. But we're working around the clock. We know where we need to go. Give us some time. When the snow stops, we're still going to need a good day to get things cleared. So I just ask for patience.
Okay. Lots of patience and lots of people listening to what the city is asking folks to do. Hey, can we ask you about the snow emergency routes? Have people been mostly compliant, or have there been a lot of tows because of it? How are the state of things with the snow emergency routes?
Yeah, I would say yes and yes. So a lot of people did listen to the call and moved. And those that didn't, unfortunately, they probably did get towed. And if you are looking for your car, if you go to snow.dc.gov and look for snow emergencies, not only do we have a map up there, but we have the phone number you can call to find your vehicle. And so thank you for those who have moved it. It is critical that we get those roads cleared curb to curb. And I think we've been making really good progress.
Okay.
That's a phone call you don't want to have
I know,
to make, right?
Especially if you go out tomorrow or maybe Tuesday and
you don't
realize.
want to have to make that. If you're watching us now, listen to the DDOT director. Go ahead and move that car now so you aren't towed. We want to make it as easy as possible for the crews that are working so hard to get to every neighborhood.
And I'm going to do a last shout out on that note. I can't thank the crews enough. The DDOT Snow team has been tireless, and we've got a lot of work ahead of us, and we just need to keep our energy up. So a big kudos and thank you for their excellent work.
No, give them our thanks as well. They are doing
Absolutely.
a wonderful job.
We've met the Queen with the
The
crown
Snow Queen, that's
today.
right.
We have met, and we've had a chance to, and all of them to a person are so dedicated
Yeah.
and so devoted to not just their community, but every community around DC. They understand why it's so important, and so we ought to do our
I
part
was going to say, we've got to do our part.
to make it
Yep.
easier.
Thank
for
you.
them.
Give them a wave. Shout a thank you,
Yay.
because
will.
they truly are remarkable.
They
All right.
are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. You get some rest too.
Yes.
Thanks indeed. Bye.
All right, let's get to our Matthew Torres now. He spoke with the general manager of Metro, Randy Clark.
Yeah.
With me is Mr. Randy Clark, and I wanted to talk to him because this is kind of a rare opportunity that we get to see really this control room of how things operate. We have a bunch of screens behind us, a bunch of people and computers obviously going, and as they communicate with folks using Metro as far as how things are going. Thanks again for the update just moments ago. Give us an idea of how this works. They've been working around the clock, I'm sure, but this different sections really taking care of different things here.
Yeah, this is our, again, Metro Integrated Command and Control Communication Center. What's unique about this center, we believe it's probably the most advanced one in the country on transit. It brings every part of Metro's operation together, and years ago that wasn't the case. So a good example, this is our bus area over on this side, and this is where individuals are dispatching and coordinating with bus in the field. Also, kind of, this is supervision on the bus side, and we're looking at everything from street cameras to our own tracking device systems, weather, road conditions, all of that type of thing. Back here is our rail kind of area, and these are individuals that are looking after the different rail lines. And this is our screen that really monitors switches and heaters and where trains are. This middle section is our communications area. So they do internal and external communications, so everything from information digital screens in, say, a station or a bus stop, to social media or internal alerts of what's going on. What's very advanced here is on this side, we actually have a command line. Very unique for transit. We have a head of rail, a head of bus, head of maintenance, head of communications, a lieutenant from our police department, and a captain from DC Fire, all together, and their job is to coordinate and manage any potential incident to get the most accurate information and then solve that problem expeditiously as possible. So this is how our center works, and it's all about coordination and bringing people together.
Yeah, and I love that you get to see the cameras. When you do know of a problem, you can see it really in live action.
We have over 30,000 cameras here at Metro, so those are in facilities, out in yards, but also on our rail vehicles, on our buses, and it gives us the quick ability to see truly what's going on, get response. So sometimes we might get a tweet from somebody that tells us something before an operator even tells us, so it allows us to get that information, get clarity, help customers with information, and resolve an issue.
And I just want to point out this lady over here, because I've learned she's one of the people, whenever you hear a message on Metro about an alert or something, she's the voice. Yeah, she's the voice.
Yeah, and no, it's a great room. It's we did this 3 years ago when I got here, and the idea is one integrated Metro, and it allows us to coordinate with all of our first responder partners in a much more effective way than we ever did before. And I just really want to thank, these are individuals, some of the people we put up in hotels for storms like this, including the people out shoveling. We have a very dedicated team here that loves serving this community, and they're away from their families. So again, when people are at home watching this, just remember there's a lot of good public servants, whether they're a Metro, DPWs, police, fire, that are out there making sure we're keeping people safe. And I just want to always thank them for the work they do.
And so we get to see another example of a group of people really working around the clock to make sure everyone here is safe. So again, Mr. Clark, thank you so much for your time. I'm sure you have a busy day ahead still and tomorrow as well. So guys, we'll send things back over to you.
It's quite the operation. Think of everyone is involved to keep these trains running.
A
Thanks to them as
well-oiled
well.
machine. All right, let's check in Southeast DC right now.
Our Randy Hildreth joins us. Randy, you were in the Navy Yard neighborhood a little earlier. You still parked there?
Everything should be there that evening.
Yes. We are hitting the road. We are leaving the Navy Yard area, and I'll give you a look at right out of our windshield. You can see the snow accumulation. We have the precipitation on our windshield. We are about to start heading up towards North DC, and I want to do that 360 shot. Hey, we have a dog mom out here, or a dog dad. When you asked earlier about activity over here at Navy Yard, haven't seen too many people other than dog moms and dog dads. We have another one. Let's see if I can capture them, because the top of our weather commander gives you a 360 view, and it really gives the best vantage point of what things look like out and about. And you can see the mounds of snow that are piling up. Earlier we saw a bobcat, a crew on a bobcat working to clear some of the sidewalks, and then also one of the employees at the Thompson Hotel out here working to clear the area in front of the parking garage, because he was saying although the sidewalks, and you can see it yourself, have had some activity to move snow away, some of the roads out here have not gotten that love yet. I want to give you just again another look at the road as we approach this intersection, and as we have navigated from northwest DC down here, there have been some roads that we have just felt like are too dangerous to go down because they haven't been touched, and we could feel kind of that pull on the car, so we are trying to navigate as best as we can. In terms of snow plows, on our way down to southeast DC, we did see a couple of snow plows. At one point we were driving behind one and we could see them adding salt back to the road. So there are safety measures that are in place to make sure that the roads are restored and we can get back to business as soon as possible. But I think one of the things that our weather team has emphasized, that this is kind of a marathon. We have the snow, we have the sleet, and so we kind of have to take our time as we navigate cleanup and getting back to normal, especially as we get into the late night hours and the overnight hours, because we know the temperature will continue to drop. So we are again on the road. We are headed north. We're leaving the Navy Yard area and headed north, and we will continue again to be your eyes and ears on the road. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Randy. And as you navigate safely back around the city, we just keep thinking about the crews who have the hard work of doing all of this.
And you look at this, I think of what Sharon was telling us earlier, it looks like it hasn't been touched, right? But she says they went through.
Well, it could be, as Topper has said, and as she was saying, they maybe did a pass.
Right.
And then the sleet came and recovered, and so in some ways you're back to square one.
Right, so some people will say, oh, they didn't come by my neighborhood, but they probably did. It just, got covered again.
It sure did. Stay home.
Yep.
Stay home.
All right, so a lot of us know that one of the best spots to go sledding is the most iconic spot in the DC area, Capitol Hill. A great spot for it. Look at this.
I just knew that you were going to make your way there.
I was
and
nearby.
Add some video of you on a sled. I didn't see it, and I thought, okay, good, he's going to make it in safely today. But I know you would have tried.
But you saw people walking like blocks and blocks and blocks to go to this spot. So they were ready early in the morning. Yeah.
It is iconic.
Best place to do it.
Yeah, I mean, when the House and the Senate are away, the kids and the rest of us will play. Check out the sleds and the snow tubes on America's front lawn, the west lawn of the Capitol.
It's beautiful. It's so fun to go down Capitol Hill. It was great powder this morning. It's getting a little sleety now, but we're having a great time.
They're all sledding down. They're having a great time. I'm glad it's open today.
You think the kids are asleep now? Worn
out?
They're still up?
No, they're going hard in the paint because they have a day off, you know?
We have aged, right? I'm like, oh yeah, this looks exhausting.
It's the youth.
Yeah, so much energy, huh? Okay, so this is a big deal because you might remember sledding on Capitol Hill. That was a big no-no at one point, but there was a lot of backlash and the rule was overturned. So yeah, you see right there, a lot of folks grabbed the sleds and they are back at it again. And yeah, they brought their little dogs out with them too.
I was going to say, I don't know how the dogs feel about this. Can you imagine?
Yeah, it's like, what am I doing here?
I mean, maybe. I guess if they're,
I don't know.
On the sled too?
Yeah.
No.
If I were a dog and somebody took me, my human took me sledding, I'd love it. Put him on a
sure,
sled.
Okay.
And
Says the human.
No, the human has to come with me.
Okay.
And make sure I'm safe. But if the human does that, it's a good time all around, right?
This is probably, and you and Carl would probably admit, this is probably not sledding weather right now. This is probably get inside, stay warm, and let the crews clean up.
Yeah, it's not great. I mean, because we had the sleet. Yeah. It kind of ruined it.
And the sleet hurts.
Yeah.
When it's falling. Yeah.
Imagine sledding and getting pelted with ice pellets as you're going down.
Right? So one of the kids with the goggles on. Yeah.
Oh, that was smart.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Brilliant.
I'm like, parents, they're prepared.
Ski goggles,
smart.
right?
There you go, the ski goggles.
That was very smart. Yeah, it was. You talked about how loud it was. Yeah. It was almost like as loud as a heavy thunderstorm in summer. You know, when the rain hit in the leaves.
Yeah.
I mean, I was on the tractor and it was just super loud.
Yeah, you just want to yell, shut it, right? To the sleet, because it is noisy. The pings and, on windshields, windows, I mean, really, it's just so loud.
That's why we like snow, because it's peaceful.
And quiet.
Yes. All right, so let's start with this picture. This is Susan. Susan Jacob takes great pictures from Round Hill out in Loudoun County. And you guys basically had anywhere from, 5 to 9 inches, depending on when you measured the snow and if you add the sleet to it. Pretty big storm. Now, we are seeing the back edge of the heavy precipitation. I was just out on the terrace, and it's still sleeting to beat the band out there, and Carl's going to go out there and check it out. So this is essentially all sleet in the metro. Look how far north the storm goes, all the way to Boston and all the way to Maine, really. So last couple of hours, now we're seeing sort of the last bit of the heavy and moderate precip kind of right on I-81. So it's going to probably be a little longer than 7 o'clock, seeing how it's 6:04. But I think we're going to see the mix and the heavy activity roll out by 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. We may still have some snizzle or a flurry late tonight, but in terms of causing any more problems for us, that should be out of here by about 8 o'clock. There's the snow up to the north, and there's the rain along the coast. What a miserable day at our beaches. So here's the radar. You're seeing some blue, which is, yes, snow on our legend. Essentially, you're looking at sleet. I mean, there's a little bit of snow even outside mixed with the sleet, but essentially, it is predominantly sleet across the metro and still fairly heavy. Now, we talked about that yesterday with Futurecast, having, going from heavy snow to heavy sleet. And that's what we did. And I got to tell you, I haven't said this yet, this is the heaviest and most prolonged period of sleet since the superstorm of 1993. Because it sleeted, literally snowed and sleeted all day. Now, if you were out to the west, out toward, like Luray, they had 42 inches of snow with the superstorm. But it didn't snow that much downtown. I think it was under 10 inches at Nashville and like 11 or 13 inches at Dulles, but it was sleeted all day. I mean, I've not had that. We haven't had that since then. That's how long it's been. So put on temps here, still 31 downtown, 29 Gaithersburg, 27 Leesburg. I mean, temps have been inching up. I mean, welcome to the Mid-Atlantic. When I got up, it was 17 and sleeting. Not your ideal winter day. 30 up in Baltimore. They had freezing rain earlier, not so much anymore, more sleet. And we're looking at, again, storm totals. So it's good. It's hard to take these. Some of them had sleet in them, but 6.8 in Rockville, 5 in Greenbelt, 7 in Old Town, 7.2 in Germantown, and 6 inches in Hollywood, Maryland. It would have been a little nicer if the line had held just for a couple more hours, but c'est la vie. Actually, it's just as well it didn't, because if you added 3 more inches of snow and then put the sleet on top of it, it would even be more difficult to move. So maybe that's a silver lining. It didn't snow like 12 inches. So 8 o'clock tonight, again, I think this is a little bit ahead of itself. But I think we're going to see the mixed bag and the moderate precipitation kind of still back just on the west side of I-95. All right, but it will get out of here by about 9 o'clock. And then, yes, look at the rain down into the Delmarva. Wow. Now, you think sleet in 17 is bad, rain in 34. That's even more miserable. By 10 o'clock, essentially done. Yes, you could have a flurry or a little sleet shower, but temperatures dropping again. Now we're 16 in Hagerstown, 29 downtown. By midnight, temps haven't dropped much. I mean, it's not going to drop precipitously tonight because of cloud cover, and winds are not going to kick out of the northwest for a while. That said, it's still cold. 28 at midnight, 17 Hagerstown, 18 in Cumberland. And then by morning, now watch this. Now you see the arrows, okay? So now we have northwest winds. And that will bring in, yes, even colder air. So notice at 6 a.m. it's 25, and we go to, say, mid-morning, now it's 22. So essentially, it's going to be one of those cases where a little deceiving. Go back and look at it. The official high was midnight. Maybe it's 29 or 30. But to dress for the day, you've got to dress for single digits and teens for wind chills and temperatures in the low 20s and upper teens. That is pretty serious cold for us. Boom. northwest winds picking up. Now we see sunshine, though, late morning, early afternoon. I mentioned this earlier, shades. You're going to need sunglasses. The glare off the snow is going to be incredible the next 5 days, or really the next 14 days till it melts. That's at 1 o'clock, and that is not wind chill. Those are temps. By 6 p.m. Monday, so about this time tomorrow, actual temperatures back in the teens. 16 in D.C. and 18 in Waldorf and 19 in Fredericksburg. By 10 o'clock, we're, well, single digits in Cumberland, and we're teetering on single digits in Hagerstown and also Frederick, and even downtown, we're only 12 degrees. That is crazy town. Now, winter alerts. Look at this. Winter storm warnings from the Piedmont of North Carolina all the way through Maine and back along the Ohio River. You're not going to see that again, I'm telling you. It's really quite interesting. Winter storm warning goes until 4 a.m. Tomorrow morning, okay? Sleet and snow will end here by midnight, but warning goes until 4 o'clock. So here we go. Windy and cold tomorrow. We'll go 27 again. Temps kind of falling. 28 on Tuesday, dangerously cold. 24 on Wednesday, also dangerously cold. And if we look on down the road, yes, we've issued a weather impact alert through the week for extreme cold. Finally, Saturday and Sunday, we're back to near 30 by Sunday, but still, that's a 7-day stretch of temps below freezing. If we don't see anything below freezing, that means it's not going to melt. So, Carl, that stuff's going to be out on the weather terrace for a minute, isn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely is. And a couple of things. I mean, folks are out there shoveling at this point, and if you are, first of all, you have to get through that first layer of ice, and it's snow on the bottom, and then it's this thick layer of ice on the top here. So again, that's the issue that we're dealing with. And so that Arctic air is going to be reinforced and kind of sinking in, and that's really what we're concerned about. So that Arctic blast, let's show you where it's coming from, because it is working its way in, and it's like Minnesota type of air that's working its way in, and it kind of pushes in, and these are, you know, profiles a little bit further up in the atmosphere. So it looks really cold, but again, as Topper showed you in the 7-day forecast, it is going to settle in and it's not going anywhere. Anytime you see that white or that purple, it really just signifies how cold it really is. And this is here through Friday, through the end of the month and into the beginning of February too. So again, typically when we're in DC, we have snow and then there's a warming trend behind it, but not so fast. And again, this is looking towards the end of the month and into the beginning of February. Temperatures are expected to be well below average at this point. So we're talking about 10, 15, 20 degrees below average in terms of those daytime high temperatures. Again, a really cold stretch for us, but back out here on the terrace, I have a little shoveling to do, but we have to get through that layer of ice on top, which is all the sleet that is starting to kind of condense a little bit. It's turning into a little bit of that frozen concrete out here on the weather terrace. We'll send it back to you, Lorenzo and Leslie.
Wow, touching the snow with no gloves on, no hat. You don't even have a
Brave
coat
man.
on, Carl.
He's built different.
Yeah.
It's all part of the deal, right?
And smiling a whole
I know, like it's nothing.
It's nothing.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Carl.
Of course.
Okay, you want to make our way around town?
Let's do that. This is Frostburg, Maryland, Main Street. It's a beautiful shot. Thank you,
like a Hallmark
Dawn.
movie,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
sure does. Sending this to us around 11:30 this morning.
Yeah, and we have Dolores Shannon. She sent us this picture from Colonial Beach, Virginia at around 11:30 this morning as well.
Another good one. Dolores checked in a little later, too, around 4 p.m. with this shot. She's having her two girls outside, having a great time, also in Colonial Beach, Virginia.
I like the hats, too.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. All right, check out the snow now at Riverdale, Maryland. Steve sent us these pictures you're going to see in just a moment of his patio covered in snow. I guess at this point you can use your imagination, right?
Yeah.
Just think snow-covered patio.
Yeah.
All right.
Perfect.
All right, so we know schools will be closed for many of you tomorrow. Here's a reminder that the National Zoo and all Smithsonian museums are going to be closed on Monday as well, so you got to get creative in the house.
That's right. And when we get any guidance about Tuesday and the rest of the week, we'll pass that on to you. But again, the National Zoo and all the Smithsonian museums will be closed on Monday. And speaking of the National Zoo,
I was wondering how they were doing.
You know, we were wondering how the pandas are doing. Well, they're chilling. It's a good life,
knocked
right?
out.
Yeah, Ching Bao and Bao Li are like, you guys are having a time over the snow, but we got the bamboo here, and it is all good.
Usually we get to see them outside.
We
just
do.
sort of, you know.
Maybe we missed that opportunity. Maybe we just missed seeing them out.
All right, so zoo officials say because of the storm, again, they're going to remain closed until Tuesday. Smithsonian museums are also following similar measures. So we just got to rely on the camera.
We sure do. You know, before the roads really got treacherous with that recover, as we call it, our crew had a lot of fun in the snow. And so this morning, Kelly Vaughn joined the sledders on Capitol Hill.
I found some sledders.
And you're one of them.
I'm on Capitol Hill, and we're gonna try it. I didn't practice this at all, so here we go. Woo! We're making the most of the hill on Capitol Hill here. Woo! Okay, watch out! I can't steer. Whoa! Okay, that was good.
Hey, that was great.
All right,
Nice job,
impressed? Okay, but don't worry. Thank you guys. I was learning from the best.
Now you see why everyone goes to Capitol Hill. That was a good little sled right there.
The hill in Capitol Hill, right?
She made me nervous when she says, I didn't try this once. That could have ended
well,
horribly.
You know what? I'm thinking that it was probably okay because we were airing it.
Yeah,
I think we would have protected her.
That's true.
If it didn't work out
Maybe.
well. Or maybe not. Maybe we would have shown it. I don't know. But Kelly, we're glad that you're okay and you had a little fun.
And it worked out. Yeah. All right. So clearly a lot of folks having fun. Our John Duran, he is tackling the sledding hill in Annandale.
Do you want to maybe show us? We could race, we go down the hill. So this is what I promised you guys. I was following Kelly's lead. You ready, Logan? Anybody else want to join? How about hop on? So it's nice and fluffy on the surface here. You're going to fly down this hill because it's not real packy. Logan, what do you say, man? Ready? We're going to race. On your marks, get set. Yeah, if you give me a push, go. Oh, this is like the Cadillac of sleds. Oh, no. Oh. I think everybody's okay.
Oh my goodness.
Right?
Logan,
You good?
that was a very...
Oh, Logan got me that one.
Yeah, that was an exciting race. We had 2 wipeouts. Then you bumped into Logan.
We were flying down.
Yeah, you were.
Funny.
Well, we're the most of this day, right, guys? No school tomorrow. Let's have some fun.
Okay, John. Yes,
That
thank
toasty
you, John.
studio.
Good sport, John.
You did it, John.
We're going to check in with John tomorrow and see how he's feeling.
Yeah.
How those
That was a
bones,
little
John?
rough. I love that he called it the Cadillac of sleds because I was like, this is a pretty nice sled.
I know.
Right?
And then
a little
he sort of
backrest.
he did like a little gangster snow lean
Yeah,
as
just
he
like,
was
you know,
going
let's
down
go
the
on there
hill
holding the mic.
until he went sideways.
That was
And then his legs went up in the air. Luckily, he had the forethought to think, you know, if I hit these kids with my legs, that may not work out so well.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, not to be outdone, our Matthew Torres, he went sledding as well after seeing John Duran and had to try it for himself in Annandale.
It's good for sledding, but not good for making jumps. So,
Of course, these guys are going for jumps. So yeah, we're just going to go down this hill. So I saw John Duran earlier going down the hill, and I was like, you know what? I got to do the same thing because it wouldn't be a winter weather event without have some fun. What do you guys think? I can make it, right? Yeah? They are so confident because I'm not. But Mark, so before I let you guys go, I have my bowl of pho. Oh no. Whoa!
Oh
no. Oh, gosh.
Lord have mercy.
Oh.
Those kids did not say there were 2 hills to jump off of.
Oh my goodness, yeah, it went
there.
whoop and whoop. Man, you went down that pretty quick. But good job for getting in there and trying it out.
I'm just glad that bowl of pho didn't come out, you know, the mouth there.
Yeah, it seems like you probably needed a rehearsal before you went and did that live there, Matt. Oh man, Matthew Torres.
We love a live moment there, but yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Matt.
Happy that you're safe, friend.
I'm not young anymore.
That's like, I've got my dignity.
He was
right here under my arm.
Struggling up that
He
hill.
was like, let me breathe.
You had 2 of them.
Let me tell you who
Poor
wasn't
Matt.
going to be on one of those hills.
What?
Me.
You wouldn't try that?
No.
Oh, you know what? Next
Not
time it
at
snows,
all.
we're going to give that a try.
No, we are not.
We'll get you the little Cadillac.
No, you saw how the Cadillac ended.
I know, but you got to do it just right. You know,
No.
balance it
Oh,
out.
okay.
You know,
I
not the
think
little lean.
John seemed like he was on the right track.
No, until he got too
Until
comfortable.
he got-
Yeah. So if you just stay level,
I'm
you
the
can make
one
it
who
work.
says, you know what, guys? I'll hold your bags and I'll get pictures of you.
Okay.
It'll be great.
Okay, that's fair.
I think you can do it next time.
Sure.
Clearly, you're embracing the cold. A lot of
Yes.
people are, especially the people in Vermont.
Oh my God, that's where diehard skiers, they spent the weekend hitting the slopes.
Long lines at the Beast of the East, but local Christina Tooker doesn't mind the wait.
Not the coldest in my life. One time it was minus 42, but that was pretty cold.
Kyle Kowick also among the thousands who braved sub-zero temperatures Saturday.
Trying to stay warm. I got hand warmers on, feet warmers. I got 4 layers on underneath this, so just trying to stay warm.
Skiers and riders of all ages layered up to get in on the fun in the sun, including young Beatrice.
What are you enjoying about being out here today in the cold?
Wow. I like scared.
What runs have you done so far? How many have you done?
The Snowden six-pack, a godsend on bitter days like this. It was one of the few lifts open in the chilly conditions. The incoming snowstorm had many buzzing with excitement.
Get up as much as possible, hoping for a lot of snowfall, trying to just get as many runs in as possible.
And even adjusting travel plans.
Initially, the plan was to try and leave on Sunday. With the way the forecast looks, and I'll say with the vehicle I have, I'm probably going to be sticking it out one extra day.
He and many others planning to spend another cold day at the mountain with hopes of a foot of potential powder.
I'm excited for what that means for the rest of the season. I mean, the East Coast has been blessed with so much snow compared to the rest of the country right now, and I think it's going to be an awesome season.
They don't want to see the snow cleared. They're really looking forward to it. And here's somebody else that doesn't want to see the snow cleared. Lynn Batch sent us this video of her little dog trying to stop her grandfather from shoveling in Culpeper, Virginia. Just stop.
She's
Stop
like, come
shoveling.
on.
I want to play.
We rarely get this. Let it stay. Leave it alone. All right, so Mimi Knott says, not much here in Hollywood, Maryland, but you can see a good covering of snow on the ground there. That's a beautiful shot.
That is, and we're not the only ones dealing with the snow and ice. Hundreds of thousands of people across the country are really shivering through this dangerous and serious cold tonight.
Yeah, thousands of flights we know have been canceled, and the storm isn't even done yet. Chanel Cowell shows us the sights and sounds all around the U.S.
The winter storm pounded dozens of states from Texas into New England Sunday.
This is really crazy. I can barely even see. I was thinking I needed to bring some goggles or something.
Crews spent the day working on the massive cleanup efforts to take some of the danger out of leaving the house.
The snow just keep coming down harder and harder. No matter how you push the snow, it just keep coming.
In Dallas, an extreme cold warning was set to remain in effect through Tuesday. Amid downed trees and icy roads, several counties in Kentucky reported widespread power outages.
That's our number one job right now is plow till we get to the trees, and then we got to use chainsaws and cut them up and get them out of the way.
In New York, this taxi driver says he worked through the storm because he likes to help others.
Today is a very dangerous, but I driving I make some money, and people is a lot of in the street because they want to cab.
New York City schools have also been shut down on Monday as the city pivots to remote learning for the day. While the snow is causing countless problems, some are making the most of it.
It's just the best thing ever. I love it.
Including these families who went sledding near the U.S. Capitol. Chanel Call, CBS News, New York.
All right, so I guess you have a little bit of the snow, but also dealing with the really cold weather as well, freezing temps.
And everybody kind of wants to know, Top, when this is going to kind of start to wind down. Have you gotten a clearer view on that?
Yeah, I mean, some of the models I think are just a little too quick. We think like by 8 or 9 o'clock, the heavy activity or moderate activity will cross over the bay. So we've got another, couple of hours. It's not going to clear. Okay, so, keep that in mind. Still some pretty moderate sleet going on here in Northwest. Great picture here. This is Gaithersburg. Tim Holder sent us this. Our weather watchers are great. And you can see, you really can't see any roads. Oh, there's a little path there, but for the most part, that was, that's what it looks like everywhere. It really does. So, Tim Holder, thank you very much. It is in Gaithersburg. So here's the big picture. And now, yeah, we're seeing a pretty good end of the precipitation now finally. It's now crossed over I-81. So let's give it another hour and a half, 2 hours, and it will be gone for us. You may still see a flurry or a little sleet shower, but essentially it'll be gone. I know we're showing blue here, but it's all sleet. It really is, especially either side of I-95. Temps have gradually risen today. And the real problem was not at the surface, obviously. We had tons of cold air, but it was at the mid layers, like around 10,000 feet. That's what eroded. So the the snow falls, it melts and then refreezes into that little sleet pellet, which, by the way, as we said, much better than freezing rain. All right, so radar past couple of hours, again, essentially just treat all of this as some sleet. This is freezing rain, though, down into eastern Prince George's County and down into much of Charles County. Don't think it's going to be a huge problem because they're going to be out of here in a couple hours, so that's good. We didn't have the problems that like Charlotte had today. We'll zoom in. Temperatures are still going up a little bit. You see, you don't want to be on 95. You know, picking you up, Leslie, I crossed over the Beltway on River, and you could see a little pavement, but not much. And I did see 2 cars going eastbound. I don't know what they're doing. Temperatures, 24 Gaithersburg, 28 now in D.C. It's dropped again. 25 in Manassas and 23 in Leesburg. I mean, this is a kind of a rare event where a big event happens and then it stays cold for so long. Here's Futurecast, 8 o'clock. Again, that's not too bad. It could be a little further west, but certainly by 8 o'clock, it's across I-95. May not be all the way across the bay. And temperatures anywhere from the teens to the upper 20s downtown. We stay cloudy overnight. We stay cold, but not crazy cold because we don't clear. So temps aren't going to bottom out tonight. That'll come later in the next week. By midnight, we're looking at temperatures upper teens and upper 20s. Look at that. Even Waldorf checks in at 19 degrees. And then tomorrow morning, watch this, 24 in D.C. at 6, right? We'll advance at 9 o'clock. Now it's 22. So even colder air rushes in tomorrow. We're going to talk about why we issued a weather impact alert for all of next week because of the extreme cold in the wake of our Sneetzilla 2026. That's what we're going to talk about coming up here at 6:30, broadcast and also on stream.
Sneetzilla.
Sneetzilla.
Is it one word?
Yes. Oh, I don't know about that. Yeah, sure. Why not?
We're still going with that?
Yeah. I don't know.
You have questions.
I'm paying homage
you don't like the way it sounds.
No.
I'm paying homage to Snowzilla, which is 2016.
Yeah.
10 years later, this is our biggest storm, kind of, not our biggest snow, but our biggest storm. So I'm going to say Sneetzilla.
I guess that's fair because we are getting a lot of sleet. So,
oh, yeah. It was,
okay.
It was probably over 50% sleet.
Yeah.
Did that name just come to you?
I've been talking about it for a few days. Yeah, I don't know. Weird things come to my head.
That's okay. That's all right. We remember when you first talked about it and we couldn't conceptualize it. I think now that we're here, we're here.
And you've lived it?
You still don't like that name,
I still
though,
don't
I can tell.
It just doesn't flow,
Okay, well, I'm open to new names.
We'll think of one.
Give me a name that combines sleet and snow and pays homage to 2016.
Sleet and snow.
Sleet and snow. Okay.
Okay.
By the way, if you haven't shoveled as of yet,
it's going to be a rough night.
Yeah.
And you heard the DDOT director say they are not changing the rules on how quickly you have to clear them.
I can't believe that. You know?
Just got to get it done.
I mean, I get it, but I can't believe it. I mean, is the risk worth missing an entire week of school?
Well, that was the other question I wondered about. How will that potentially impact schools?
Yeah, because the roads are still a mess right now. The sidewalks are just as bad.
And the district, the kids walk to school every day. So
I don't know.
We'll be seeing.
We'll see.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to take a live look right now out over our region. The White House, the Capitol, Long Bridge Park, Earth Cam as well near the monument. Our coverage continues in just a moment. Stay right here. WUSA9 News at 6:30 starts right now with an update on our weather impact alert. Tonight, we can tell you the worst of this snowstorm is almost over. You can see those heavier bands of sleet and snow moving out of the D.C. area at this hour, but they're leaving behind quite a mess on the roads.
Quite a calling card. We're talking about some really dangerous travel conditions, even for the snowplows. Take a look at one that overturned in Fairfax County today. Now, fortunately, we can tell you no one was hurt. And in Northwest D.C., our crews came across a car that ended up in a ditch. Both of these really good reminders to stay off the roads if you can.
Yeah, and we're also seeing impacts at the airports. No flights are coming in or out of National Airport tonight, and new school closures are coming in by the minute. You can see those scrolling right there at the bottom of your screen. Thank you for being here with us on this snowy Sunday. I'm Lorenzo Hall.
I'm Leslie Foster. The storm may be leaving, but the cleanup is just beginning, and it's going to be especially difficult because of this week's freezing temperatures.
Yeah, this is not the end by any means. WUSA9 is here for you through all of it with updates you need. Our team is spread out across D.C., Maryland, and Virginia tonight, tracking the storm's impact. We'll get to all of them in just a minute, but first, we have to check in with our weather team.
We sure do. We got the chief, Topper Shutt. We got meteorologist Carl Lamb keeping an eye on things. And Top, you've got some new data. So tell us definitively, how long before this storm moves out?
Let's put the pressure on us, Carl.
I know.
Just a little
definitively.
bit.
Okay, I think it's going to be across the bay by 9 o'clock and through most of DMV by 8 o'clock. Not to say you couldn't have a flurry, a little sleet shower or something, but the real problem stuff will be out of here by 9 o'clock.
Yeah, it has been consistent through the morning and afternoon of that sleet, so it really has kind of packed on.
Yeah, it would have been better. We've said this all week. Had it been a pure snow.
Of course.
It would have been prettier too. All right, so let's start with the radar. We'll widen this out. We'll show you the last couple of hours. And, you know, this storm, as advertised, covered a huge amount of real estate. All right, so now we're looking at just rain into Atlanta. And earlier they had tornado watches down into southern Georgia. When you have a winter storm that goes from tornado watches to sleet to snow in a state, that's a very dynamic situation. So here we go. We still have the area of sleet through the Carolinas and also about to I-81. It's just inside of I-81 now. And I know you're going to see some blue and some white, which is technically snow, but most of this is still sleet in the metro. Still some moderate sleet here out in the weather terrace. That's where Carl is heading right now. By the time we get in the next 2 hours, here we go. This is freezing rain on radar. Back down toward La Plata. And then, yes, we might see a little bit of snow still out toward Leesburg. And the sleet will bring down cold air and it will turn to snow or mix with snow for a minute. Then it goes back to sleet. So essentially, Germantown and Fairfax and Manassas eastward, okay, it's still moderate sleet. But good news is, Upperville, you're pretty much done with the, accumulating sleet, if you will. And also out toward Winchester, you're done as well. Temperatures, 28. It crept up to 29 at Nashville, 24 in Gaithersburg, 23 in Leesburg. This was a pretty darn cold Arctic air mass. You don't see heavy sleet reported much with temps in the teens in the metro. We're looking at 29 in Baltimore. They're back to sleet. They had some freezing rain. Storm totals, here we go. National, 5.3, Dulles, 6.2. Herndon was 5.3, and Frederick had 6 inches. Potomac had 7.7. I think that was also part of the sleet kind of mixed in there. So here's Futurecast, 8 o'clock. It has it across I-95. So by 9 o'clock, okay, it'll go across the bay. The exception, our friends in southern Maryland and northern neck, it may take till 10 o'clock to get all the way out. We're not going to clear, okay, but we will at least stop the accumulating mess. By 10 o'clock, temperatures, wide range, 16 Hagerstown, upper 20s downtown, but in the burbs, only 20 in Leesburg and also Gaithersburg. By midnight, we're back in the teens in Waldorf and Manassas, and teens along I-81 as well. Some breaks in the clouds, but for the most part, we stay cloudy overnight. I'll come back and I'll talk about why we issued a weather impact alert for all of next week. But now let's check in with meteorologist Carl Lamb. He is on our weather terrace. Carl.
Yeah, Topper, we are really just kind of in this chorus of sleet. It is noisy, it's loud, it's pinging and panging, and the shovel and I have been very good friends today because we do have to clear out our weather terrace too, and if you are doing that, make sure that you are doing it with your knees, not with your back. So let's show you some of those weather headlines that we're tracking at this point. The accumulating sleet really is done by about 9 o'clock or so, and then icy conditions really make for just poor traction all across the DMV, and then protect people, pets, and pipes as we go through this event, and the extreme cold lingers all week. But back out here, again, the bottom layer of this is snow. The top part is ice, and that's really the challenge here as we kind of go through this clearing event. That'll be the cleanup portion through the rest of the week. So we're definitely keeping an eye on this. We'll have more in the full forecast coming up with Topper coming up in just a little bit. We'll send it back to you, Lorenzo and Leslie.
We still see a lot of snow out in that weather terrace, Carl.
For sure.
Get to shoveling, huh? Thanks, Carl. All right, so some major highways across Maryland, we can tell you they are in pretty bad shape right now. Route 50, for instance, is open, but driving conditions remain dangerous.
Yeah, Sarah Robinson knows all about this in Prince George's County. Sarah, I know you got stuck hours ago, but what are things looking like now?
We did get stuck hours ago, and honestly, things look a little bit worse now than they did then because we're not seeing as many plows on the road. So that means that the driving conditions are dangerous. Here's what we're seeing right now. We are in Seat Pleasant in Prince George's County. We're about to go back into DC, but you can see some of these like plow mounds or hills. I'm not sure what you would call it, a snow pile. They are massive. And if you aren't paying attention and you try to pull out and you don't exactly follow where the plow was, you could get stuck. In fact, we saw several people get stuck trying to leave this shopping center. Despite plows being out in full force, conditions on Route 50 do remain treacherous. We've seen several cars, as I was saying, get stuck, some spinning their tires, others unable to move at all. A plow brigade has been seen making its way through this stretch, clearing lanes and pushing snow as they go. But even with that effort, the road surface remains slippery. It's a reminder that while crews are working, these conditions are still dangerous and drivers need to use extreme caution.
I was just helping them.
Just trying to help.
Yeah. I had to also get myself out of there myself, you know. Everything's good though.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you think they'll get out?
Yeah, of course. Because there's a lot of people out here to help, you know, so everybody be all right.
Yeah, if you don't have a truck or small car, you know what I mean, just use a truck.
All right, so this is the road that you see right now. That's the road we're going to be taking to get back into DC tonight. And you can't even really see the ground. So if something has been plowed, but you still can't see the asphalt, it's a good indication that you should probably stay off the roads tonight. I also want to talk about how slick it is out here because of that sleet that you can hear coming down. I've fallen twice today just walking around. So I'm okay, I should say, but it is really slick out here and I haven't even been shoveling. So just bear that in mind. If you have to head out tonight, it is going to be dangerous. Reporting live in Prince George's County tonight, I'm Sarah Robinson. Back to you.
Oh, Sarah, you have had a
day.
day.
Yeah.
I'm just going to give you a big hug over here and tell you
I'm
it's going to get better.
She said, I'm fine, sure, okay. And after those stories.
After that, she's like, oh.
I'm so warm.
Well, that's the good thing, right?
I think she's kidding, right?
Yeah.
You be careful out there. Thank you, Sarah. No more stories, okay?
No more stories, no more problems.
Oh.
All right, so our weather impact alert coverage continues in the district tonight. That's where we find our Rafael Sanchez Cruz.
Yeah, and Raf, we know you are in Georgetown right now where crews are apparently cleaning off the sidewalks too, huh?
They're cleaning up the sidewalks and drivers are getting real bold. So we're right on Wisconsin Avenue and people are taking advantage of this downward, this hill here and driving a little recklessly, driving a little bit too fast. I'm getting my uncle on and really thinking this is not safe, but I haven't, yelled at anybody just yet. But look, at this point, my colleague James Hash and I have been traveling around the district for over 100 miles, and I echo what Sarah said there. The roads are definitely slick. So tonight, DC's Public Works tells us they're focusing on salting the roadways. That's to prevent refreezing as temperatures drop. Their priority, bridges, hills, and shaded areas because those, of course, freeze faster. Tonight, plows continue working through major roads and neighborhood streets. But tonight, DC officials are also urging you at home to do your part to keep the city moving. Remember, it's up to DC residents and business owners to clear sidewalks, alleys, and entryways. Now, throughout the day, we've been seeing a lot of pedestrians walking in the middle of the street. In some cases, it's because the sidewalks have not been touched. We're seeing plows right now, live, just driving down Wisconsin Avenue. You can see them going through and then seeing the salt right behind there. Again, that's their priority. Here comes another one making its way down Wisconsin Avenue. So, and then a DDOT officials right behind them here in Georgetown Avenue. Now, if you go out and you're looking for your car and it's not where it was parked, well, you might be one of the hundreds of drivers whose car was towed or relocated. This is because, of course, you probably were parked in a snow emergency area. If you need help finding it, call 311 to locate your car. I'm live in Georgetown. Back to you.
Boy, that's the one call you don't want to have to make. If you're still parked on a snow emergency route, time is up. You got to move it.
Could you imagine being at home right now, enjoying your snacks? You're like, I'm all good. This is cozy. Then emerging 2 days later, where's my car?
Oh, that's a snow emergency route.
It's probably towed. All right, 311, or what was it? Snow.dc.gov.
Snow.dc.gov. And Rafa is, you know, he's the enforcer out there in Georgetown. Yeah. He said he hasn't had to raise his voice yet, but he might.
Uncle Rafa.
He might.
Keep him in line out there. Slow down. Thank you, Rafa. All right, let's head back to Maryland now. Our Matt Gregory is in Montgomery County.
Matt, you've just been all over the place today. Where do we find you now?
Hey guys, we started in Frederick and now we're heading over into Rockville on our way to the district line. And all along the way today, we met people who were working today and others who were just sort of enjoying this first big snow of the year. In Frederick, the work started early.
Since 4 o'clock.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's it been like?
This morning was a little rough.
As the roads got worse. How are the roads looking so far?
Terrible.
Terrible?
Not for four-wheel drives, but regular cars.
Yeah.
I helped push like 3 people out today.
Some braved the storm to enjoy a first-time simple pleasure. This is your first big snow?
The first big snow. I'm only a year in the States.
Where are you from?
Ireland.
Ireland? And have you ever seen snow like this in Ireland?
Once or twice before in my lifetime, but it's very rare.
Right, so you woke up today, you saw this going on. What were you thinking?
I was thinking, it looks beautiful. Let's go for a walk.
And down in Gaithersburg, the snow piled up, but so did the kindness.
But we saw you standing out here in the snow, so we decided to bring you coffee.
Yeah, we're working over there, and we saw you.
Oh, you're working. Oh, thank you. Where are you guys working?
OTC Bar and Grill.
You're open today?
Yes, we're open.
Oh, okay. Which led us to the Old Town Cafe Bar and Grill. And by the afternoon, the stools filled up for owner Sean Ali Akbar.
It's just 2 of us today. We're on a skeleton crew. Me and my girlfriend Laura, actually.
Together, the two served warm food and warm feelings for anyone braving the storm.
We decided to open today. We know the weather was going to be bad. We have a lot of local customers. We want to support our loyal customers and our local community to be able to come out, at least have somewhere to go in case they didn't make it out the last couple of days shopping.
All right. Here we go. One last look for you folks right here of Rockville Pike on our way back into the district. Like you heard Sarah saying, like you heard Rafa saying, now the roads are getting worse. Things are not looking great. A lot of those ruts created by the snow continuing to show bigger issues for cars. We've seen a lot of cars stopped on the way down Rockville Pike. I'm just being honest. We saw quite a few that were just sort of stuck trying to get into a shopping center or a gas station. So, you know, if you're going to keep driving, which I do not advise doing, please drive carefully. In the Weather Explorer, Matt Gregory, back to you.
Yeah, then if you get stuck, you got to wait for the tow truck to get there.
I know, and then you put them at risk too. And I guess if you have to be out, be as careful as you can. But if you don't have to be out, at home or someplace warm is the best place to be. All right, Matt, come on back and you all get back safely. It was a great day of work for you all. It was great watching you. So, all right, we mentioned this storm is also impacting the airports.
Yeah, all flights in and out of National Airport, we can tell you, have been canceled. Our John Duran is at the airport tonight. So, John, we take it, it's a little quiet there, right?
Lorenzo, it's just me and the elevator music playing above my head right now. How strange is this? No taxis, no lifts, no Ubers, no passengers. Of course, the airport is still open. According to Reagan National's website, there's restaurants open for another, 15 minutes or so. TSA screenings are still open if you want to get a really early head start on your flight tomorrow. That, by the way, is when Reagan National hopes airlines will be getting people moving early Monday. But our day started in Fairfax County. That's where we spent most of our day. Several cars we saw stuck on our way to the airport. And check this out. Under the 495 overpass at South Van Dorn Street, this is a snowplow tipped and actually took out a power line. This is in Alexandria. Police closed about a half mile of South Van Dorn Street as crews look to clean it up. Dominion Energy's outage map shows only a few spots in that immediate area that were without power, and this, to me, reinforces what we've heard officials saying on WUSA9 Plus all day. Stay off the roads if it is not essential travel, because you see snowplows, they can slip in these slick road conditions as well. Northern Virginia, VDOT says Northern Virginia, over 3,400 pieces of equipment were out on the roads battling this storm. It's been packy, wet snow, really, really slick. Tough to even get to the asphalt with your feet there. I mean, it is just a mess out here, even out at the airport here at Reagan. We know that they are plowing the airfield, getting snow off runways so they can hopefully start getting passengers moving tomorrow morning. Lorenzo, Leslie.
John, that was a great update, but here's the question I have. How you feeling? The last time we saw you, you were on the Cadillac of sleds and things were going good for a minute.
You feeling okay?
Yeah, no, that was the highlight of my day and the best sled I've ever sat on. And man, I almost ran into one of my young friends on that sledding hill. Thank goodness I didn't. But we had a nice race there. That was, yeah.
But you're feeling good. You're okay.
No bone, no issues.
I'm feeling good.
Aches.
My face hurts a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. Other than just cold, we're doing all right.
Okay, go get warm.
See, the kids don't have to work after sledding. You know,
they
get the sled, go home, hang out for a bit. John had to travel to the airport after.
They're resilient.
They are.
You know.
They are. All
right.
Thank you, John. Hopefully you get some company out there. That is eerily quiet, right?
I know. A little something to warm up. So our live coverage doesn't end here on TV. We have been streaming nonstop since 6 in the morning, and our streaming coverage continues coming up at 7 tonight on WUSA9 Plus. You can download on your TV and watch it for free.
All right, so while we have you here, let's get you caught up on a few other headlines we are following this Sunday. First up, it's the end of an era in the district. Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton is no longer running for re-election. Her campaign filed paperwork with the Federal Election Commission earlier today to end her campaign. Norton is 88 and has served 18 terms in Congress. Now, D.C. Council members Robert White and Brooke Pinto have launched campaigns to succeed her. One of Norton's former aides, Trent Holbrook, is also in that race. The Democratic primary is set for June 16th in the district.
This weekend snowstorm is putting a pause on Brendan Banfield's murder trial. Fairfax County court officials announced today the courthouse will be closed tomorrow. Prosecutors say Banfield and his family's au pair came up with an elaborate plan to kill his wife and a man back in 2023. Banfield is expected to take the stand in his own defense sometime later this week. And when those proceedings pick back up, our live stream on WUSA9 Plus will too. You can catch up on highlights from last week on our YouTube channel and in a special section in the WUSA9 Plus streaming app.
And you know we are keeping an eye on what's unfolding in Minneapolis, Minnesota this weekend. The city is on edge after federal agents shot and killed 37-year-old ICU nurse Alex Preddy yesterday. This is the second deadly shooting involving federal agents in Minneapolis this month alone. The National Guard has been called in as local officials and residents demand answers and accountability. Governor Tim Walz is urging the federal government to pull back immigration enforcement agents as tensions continue to rise there. The storm is slowly moving on out. The Chief Top Bichette is going to be back with us. He's going to have more on our weather impact alert for the next few days coming up after this break. Stay right here.
This WUSA9 Weather Impact Alert is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
We're still
what
in
a
it.
day. Yeah.
Oh, we're in it,
We're in
and
it.
I've issued an alert really through next week because of the Arctic cold.
Okay.
It just makes sense. This
That
is not
cold,
going to
huh?
go anywhere. Yeah, and because we had the snow, if it were just the cold and we're clear out, I probably wouldn't have done it. But with the snow on the sidewalks and the roads, it just makes sense. So,
Okay.
here we go. Let me show you weather watchers. They've done great all day, haven't they? This is Gaithersburg, and you'll notice, I mean, you really can't see the street very well, and that's kind of pretty much par for the course here across most of the metro. So Tim sent this in from Gaithersburg earlier. So here's the radar past couple of hours. I mean, some good news. This is actually moving out pretty much on schedule, maybe just a little bit slower, but the back edge of the precip now back toward Leesburg and about to end in Warrenton. But we still have these pockets of moderate sleet across much of the metro. You get into southern Prince George's County, you go down 301 into Waldorf, that's sleet and freezing rain. And you might see a couple of flakes. I mean, that blue might be some flakes in it, but really I would treat all of this as either sleet or a mixture of sleet and freezing rain. We're looking at temperatures. It's falling now. 29 earlier at National, 24 now at Dulles, and 23 in Leesburg. And it's just going to get colder. Hard to believe that, but we're going to get more Arctic air in here tomorrow and even colder stuff on Thursday. So, storm totals, here we go. Rockville 6.8, Greenbelt 5. Old Town got 7 inches. That's pretty good for you. 7.2 in Germantown, Hollywood, Maryland. Also pretty good, 6 inches. So by 8 o'clock, here is the main precip. This is the precip that's, causing the problems and adding to our totals. Will be across I-95 at 8 o'clock, another hour or so. And then it moves out of here by 10 o'clock, including southern Maryland. We don't clear. I mean, it stays cloudy, and a couple flurries are possible. But 16 Hagerstown, 29 D.C. At 10 o'clock, and 28 in Fredericksburg. So trying to get the dogs to go outside. There you go. Teens and 20s. By 11:30, we're in the teens and upper 20s. And then by morning, check this out. So we're 17 in Hagerstown, right? And that's at 6 o'clock. 24 in D.C. 9 o'clock, we drop. We're down to 22. So we have these strong northwest winds. Thankfully, not damaging winds, but they're enough to add some pretty serious wind chill to the equation. So 16 Hagerstown, 22 in D.C. Maybe we creep back up to 23 around lunchtime. Maybe go back in the teens. So this time tomorrow, we're like in the teens and 0 in Cumberland. So that's why we issued the alert. It's going to be such a slow cleanup. We talked about that. By 10 o'clock, we're looking at, temperatures this tomorrow night, barely in the low teens, almost single digits. So here we go. Windy and cold Monday, 27, 28 on Tuesday. Both of those nights you could be below 0 in the burbs. Dangerously cold Wednesday, even colder, 24 on Wednesday. And guess what? It gets even colder. Upper teens Thursday, Friday, and then finally over the weekend, we go back into the mid-20s on Saturday and the upper 20s on Sunday to near 30. But notice we are really well below 32 degrees for those 7 days. So it's going to be a slow go. And yes, when you get sun, you'll see some melting, even though it's like 24 degrees.
But
and then, of
just
course,
do it again.
it'll just refreeze again. Yeah.
So those crews have a short window when trying to get that work done, clearing everything out.
Sure do.
Yeah.
It's going to be a very long week for them.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We thank you for watching. That's it for us at 6:30, but we continue on WUSA9 Plus.
Yeah, and we'll see you right back here in this space tonight at 11. Have a great night until then.
And on WUSA9, meteorologist Topper Schutt. Welcome back to our continuous streaming coverage on WUSA9 Plus of the storm. And wish we could call it a snowstorm, but it's just a snow and a sleet storm. So this is the radar past couple of hours. You see the back edge of the precip now. It's on the east side of I-81 for us, and it's approaching Raleigh. And there's still some ice down into South Carolina, but essentially Georgia kicked pretty quickly to rain. That includes Atlanta. So things will they'll get back to normal quicker down there in Atlanta. So here we are. We still have a lot of some sleet, and this is mainly sleet, either side of I-95, okay? And then, of course, you go far enough north, we're looking at heavy snow in New York and up into New England. So here we go, the last couple of hours. Now we see Leesburg, you're done. That's good, you're done with the sleet. And Warrenton, you're almost done. But right along I-95, it's still some moderate sleet and a little bit of freezing rain mixed in, especially into southern Prince George's County and down into southern Maryland, La Plata, and also Waldorf as well. Bowie, you're kind of mainly just sleet, not so much freezing rain. So we'll zoom in and put temps on in a minute. Rockville, okay, it's freezing rain, sleet rather. Germantown, you're almost done. Now, when I say done, you might still see some snizzle or a flurry, but for the most part, what's causing the big problems, this massive moderate sleet band will move east of you. Leesburg, you're done. Upperville, you're done. So as you go out 50, once you get past Aldi, you're essentially done. Well, not quite. You're almost done, but you get past Aldi. Temps are falling now. It was 29 earlier at National. Now it's 27, 26 Gaithersburg, mid-20s Manassas, and Leesburg. So it's not going to fall crazy tonight, but yeah, it's going to stay below freezing, no doubt about that. All right, storm totals. National 5.3, Dulles 6.2, 5.3 in Herndon, and 6 in Frederick, and about 7.7 in Potomac. Now, Dulles came in with 6.2 inches of snow. They had 1.7 inches of melted precip, so the rest of that was sleet. Had all that been snow, to put things in perspective, and it never was going to be a pure snow after like last Tuesday, but had it been all snow, it would have been like, 17, 20 inches at Dulles. Would have been a really nice storm. Anywho, 8 o'clock tonight, most of the activity is across I-95. Again, that's the accumulating sleet we're talking about. Doesn't clear, okay, but at least everything shuts off for a bit. 16 in Hagerstown, 8 o'clock, 29 or 28 in D.C. By 10 o'clock, we're cloudy with temperatures in the teens to around 20, really upper 20s downtown and upper 20s down to the south. I'm going to come back. We'll talk about a weather impact alert for all of next week. I know that sounds crazy. We'll talk about why we did that. Right now, let's do a little check, little observation check on the weather terrors. Here's meteorologist Carl Lamb. Carl.
All right, thanks, Topper. Well, it is the snow and also the sleet. There are probably a few flakes that are trying to fall at this point, but if you are going to be doing some shoveling, it's heavy. There's a layer of ice on top of this, but we do have to kind of clear all of this. Now, let's show you where that cold is coming from. This is kind of previewing what Topper was talking about in terms of that weather impact alert for this week. It is that cold Canadian air, and this is a slice of the atmosphere, but that Arctic blast is here for Tuesday. We take you into Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it's still here. So we are going to be dealing with this cold weather as we go through the rest of the week. And of course, as we're back out here, if you are clearing your driveway or sidewalk or what have you, it is a layer of ice on top, and then underneath, that's where the snow is, everything that fell this morning. That's the bigger concern at this point. So all in all, you're going to have quite the task of clearing out your driveway and all those slick surfaces. So we're going to be keeping an eye on this. We'll have more updates for you coming up as we take you through the 7 o'clock hour.
John Duran in Fairfax County. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, John.
Okay, so you did what we asked you to do. You got on that sled. You had a little bit of a crash out, but you tried your best. And now, what are you doing now?
Yeah, we had some fun earlier, but wanted to check something out. Kind of on the Fairfax County, Alexandria County lines. You're probably thinking, well, there's no sleet falling, you're kind of dark. Well, that's actually because we're under an overpass. I-495 directly above me. We're on South Van Dorn Street, and you might also be asking why you stand in the middle of the street. It's shut down. I'm going to show you why in just a second, because over and over this morning, this afternoon, we've heard, don't get on the roads. Don't drive if you don't need to. police, county executives, governors have said it on this program today. And if this doesn't drive the point home, I don't know what will. That's a flipped plow truck on its side there. Virginia State Police blocking the roads for as they kind of try to clean this up. Dominion Energy here as well. It looks like that truck took out a power line. No injuries reported, but if the plow trucks aren't safe, you're not safe driving. And we took just a 3-mile drive across Fairfax County. We are also on the Beltway for a bit. These plow trucks are out here. They're working hard. They're removing snow, but it is a tough task because these roads are still very slick, still very hard to drive on. We saw plenty of cars stopped. Some stopped in the middle of the Beltway. We saw front-end loaders taking up 3-4 lanes of I-495, removing snow. These crews are working hard, but it is slick. Snowplow on its side right there, also knocking down a power line. So please listen to all the experts that we have been having on this morning, this afternoon. If you don't need to drive, don't drive, guys.
John, just to be clear, I'm familiar with that stretch of roadway. Was the truck coming off the ramp, exiting onto the Beltway, the inner loop of the Beltway when this happened?
So it looks like the truck was heading this way, so I believe north. And it doesn't look like where we're at. We're beyond where the on-ramp was. So this truck just looks like it was headed north on South Van Dorn Street. Again, it's closed for about a half mile as they got a pretty big mess to clean up today.
Oh boy,
My
and
goodness.
that will take a few hours, I'm sure, especially with the power line being down. Do we have a sense from crews just how long they'll be out there, but also the impact to neighboring homes?
It took us, like I said, we took about a 3-mile drive. It took us probably 40 minutes to get to this point, and we actually had to walk a little bit. So you're kind of getting us right as we're on scene. We saw Alexandria Police did put something out on social media about this closure. Again, no word of any injuries at this time, but Dominion Energy's out here, Virginia State Police out here. We have Alexandria Police blocking the roadways, but we can surely venture out and see what kind of an impact this is having. We already know it's blocking the road, and luckily, during our drive, we really didn't see many cars. A lot of cars that were on the road were having trouble. It was mainly plow trucks, salting trucks. These crews are working hard, but again, like I said, this is a tough task today because this snow is so compact and slippery and dusty on the surface level. So, this is going to be a lot of work.
That's a miracle.
No injuries, right, though, to the driver, because that's an incredible scene.
As far as I know. We'll follow up with police, but as of right now, there's been no mention of any injuries.
Sounds good.
All
we hope that stays the same.
John is really close up to that scene there, too. All right, John, thank you for that report. Let's head to Matt Gregory now, checking on the roads in Frederick, Maryland. Last time we checked in with you, Matt, you were inside the vehicle trying to, challenge the snow.
He was out at the outlets.
At the outlets.
Trying to get through. But now you're back in Montgomery County, right?
Gaithersburg?
Yeah. Okay. What's going on?
Yeah, so we made our way down from Frederick. We made our way to Clarksburg, and now we're here in Old Town Gaithersburg. Give you an idea, all the way down, I'm going to use the ruler to gesticulate here, all the way down to the Old Town Center. You can see folks are walking around a little bit, but there's nothing open, not a single store. In fact, the only places we've really seen open today have been your Wawas and your Sheets competing for biggest stop during the winter storm. All right, let's give you an idea of what we're looking at weather-wise in terms of how much snow has fallen right now. I mean, that's a question. By the way, still sleet, right? But the sleet is starting to lay on top of the layer of snow. Here we are in Gaithersburg. We're a little bit more than 6.5 inches here. I mean, that varies area to area. Here's where the real problem is, though. When the trucks come by and plow, they end up plowing, as you can see here, a little bank here that's about a foot or so. And that's what people seem to be getting stuck as they're trying to make their way with a two-wheel drive car through these snowbanks of this. This is Diamond Avenue right here, and there's no cars coming. That's why I'm doing this, by the way. But as you can see, this was recently plowed. But look, there's already another layer of snow on top of it. Some folks over there, we tried to say, hey, they weren't too interested in talking. They've been over there dusting off the vehicles. Take a look at this over here. This is Diamond Avenue, right? So it has a layer right now of about, a ½ an inch of snow on top. But underneath of that right here, this is the problem child, right? This is slick right here, and that is going to freeze overnight. And with those temperatures Carl's been talking about, Kayla's been talking about, it's going to get to be slick roads across the area. Again, this is what they call in the biz a secondary road. Oh, here comes a car. We're going to get out of the road now. And there's one behind us too. Secondary roads have been getting plowed, but they're not getting them as much as like 270, which we were on earlier, or 50 in Prince George's County. So that's just kind of an idea of what the roadways look like. Let's have some cars come by. Well, you can see what kind of the traction looks like on the ground. There's a big old one with dualies on the back. They're getting it through, but see, people are finding it's easier to walk on the streets rather than the sidewalks. Because, Kurt, well, I got you over here. You stay where you are. Come over a little bit away from the road. But the sidewalks, the best they are is like this. Over here. I mean, this is probably the best sidewalk. Folks are going to have to come out and plow their way through here or shovel this, but they haven't right now, so people are finding it easier to walk on the streets right now. I wouldn't advise it, especially because it is a bit treacherous. Every time I try to hop over this thing, I almost plop right down. See, there it happened right there. But that's what we're seeing out here in Gaithersburg. We're going to keep working our way down through Montgomery County, trying to see who's out and about today, who's working. Spoiler right now, it looks like not many people other than what you've got in terms of your gas stations seem to be open. There's been a couple CVS's I've seen open. No coffee shops, no Starbucks open today. But that's about what we're seeing here in Old Town Gaithersburg. I was going to just, where are you guys headed to? Hey, sorry, where are you guys headed to?
I live right here, so I'm heading there. But we saw you standing out here in the snow, so we decided to bring you coffee.
Hey. Yeah, we're working over there, and we saw you.
Oh, you're working. Oh, thank you. Where are you guys working?
OTC Bar and Grill.
You're open today?
Yes, we're open.
Okay, so we've been looking around. We didn't see anything open. Thank you so much. Wait, all right, so how's business been today?
Honestly, it's very good person.
Really?
I mean, it's not like that busy, but it's better to
It's walkable. People who could walk there have been walking there, so I just walked down here, went there for breakfast, watched our snow game. And now they're getting ready for football. So,
the bar's going to be open? Yeah. All right, so what's the big special today? I mean...
OTC Smash Burger. You have to try it. Yes, it's the most popular item, yes.
And wait, now how far down are you? Let's point it out.
Literally right at the corner.
Oh, okay, see, we came by, we couldn't even see anything open. Everything else is closed up here. You guys the only business open?
I did. Yeah, we are the only one open today.
All right, give me that idea. What's the weather been like today for you? I mean, are you used to it? Do you hate it? Do you love it?
I like the weather. I love the cold. I love the snow. If it's going to be cold, it might as well snow.
Perfect time for the coffee and hot chocolate.
Yeah, right. All right, so the games are on tonight. How many? You expecting a lot of people?
I don't know. A lot of people already called for access. We're going to be open. So I guess for the 3:30 game and 6:30 game, we're going to be open.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. What's your name?
Laura.
Stacy.
And you said you're open down there. We appreciate it. We might stop by in a bit. Thank you so much for the coffee. We appreciate it. That's hot chocolate? Oh, I love it. Thank you. Oh, it's good. So, guys, Gaithersburg, Old Town Gaithersburg, there's one bar open, it looks like, right here on the street. And that's what we're seeing. I'm going to send it back to you at the station.
You talk about putting it out in the universe.
We're so glad you got that.
You put it out, and look, you
right on time.
received. That is amazing. Shout out to those young ladies.
I don't have $1 million. Will that work too?
Well, you got to say, man, I want $1 million. And then it rains down on you. But look,
I have to say, man, I want $1 million.
Yeah, right. Don't be greedy. Just enjoy your coffee. That is the coolest.
See, guys, it's neighborly affection here in Gaithersburg. You can appreciate it. There you go. Thanks, Kurt.
Oh, got one for Kurt, too.
Didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
I love it.
Great people, great people.
You guys enjoy that hot coffee. Hopefully you can get inside the car and warm up. That is so sweet.
And you know what? That's a small thing. I get it. They're watching and they see him there. But it just speaks to, like, sometimes in these situations, and this isn't bad. We haven't seen any really horror stories attached to this storm. But in the worst situations, the DMV pulls through.
Humanity shows up.
That's
prevails.
Right. Yeah, I love it. Okay.
I do too.
This WUSA9 Weather Impact Alert is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
Okay, so some good news here. I mean, this is the radar over the past couple of hours, and we're seeing an end to the accumulating sleet finally. Frederick's done, Upperville's done. Leesburg, you're also done now. All along I-95 and here in Northwest, we still have some accumulating sleet. Is it as heavy as it was? No, but it's still kind of adding insult to injury, if you will. So over the last couple of hours, you're seeing some blue here, but you know what? It's sleet. All right, it's not snow. We might see a couple flakes mixed in, okay, but for the most part, it is sleet. So we'll kind of zoom in and around the Beltway. Still some moderate sleet. And this is still sleet and some freezing rain down toward Waldorf and La Plata. It turned to all rain down toward Patuxent River as you went far enough south. Temperatures, they're falling again. Got up to 29 today at National, 26 Gaithersburg, 28 up in Baltimore, and off to the west, colder as you might expect, 25 in Manassas and 24 in Leesburg. Really a very unusual winter storm for us, because of a couple of things. Rarely do we have heavy sleet with temperatures in the mid-teens. I mean, that's kind of unusual. It's also unusual to have sleet for a prolonged period. It's usually a transition as you go from snow to sleet to just rain or vice versa. But to have prolonged period of sleet like that, we've not seen anything like that since the superstorm of 1993, where it was kind of just snow and sleet back and forth all day in the immediate metro. Okay, so storm totals. 6.8 in Rockville. 5 inches in Greenbelt, 7 in Old Town, pretty good, 7.2 in Germantown, and 6 inches in Hollywood. And, I don't know how you'd even measure it today. Yes, you could take a measurement before the sleet, but then after the sleet added another 3-4 inches to it, and it was sort of sleet and snow. Okay, 8 o'clock tonight, finally it's moving across the bay. 10 o'clock, it's gone. We're looking at temperatures in the 20s and teens. By morning, it's mainly in the teens along I-81, 25 D.C., 25 Waldorf, with drops. By 9 o'clock, it's back down to 22 in D.C. It crawls up a little bit by afternoon. Notice the arrows. Those are pretty strong northwest winds, and that will also add a wind chill as well. By 6 o'clock tomorrow night, it's 0 in Cumberland. Low to mid-teens elsewhere. This is pretty Arctic cold for us. I mean, pretty unusual stuff, really. By 10 o'clock, we're looking at temperatures again, low teens across the board. So just get ready. So Arctic cold. So what we did was we issued a weather impact alert all week. Okay, we got cleanup tomorrow. It's dangerously cold most of these days. And when it stays below freezing for an extended period of time, your pipes can freeze. So open your cabinets on an outside wall. Trickle the faucet, doesn't have to be running, and then limit your time outdoors, of course, and take care of the pets. Dress in layers. And look at this. This is why we issued it. So we're looking at another 7 days before temperatures make it to freezing and finally above freezing a week from Tuesday. So a couple of things. A lot of times this is when pipes freeze and burst. Also, it's a lot of times, fortunately, we have a lot of snow and sleet covering ponds. But this is also dangerous if kids try to start ice skating on ponds. Day 3, day 4, ice is not thick enough. So how to prepare. Keep your space heaters clear and away from curtains. Open your cabinet doors on outside facing walls. And again, leave the water trickling. Stop drafts with towels. It ain't pretty, but it works. And I would set up a humidifier as well. So here we go. Back to back to back. Weather impact alerts, 27 tomorrow, 28 on Tuesday, only 24 on Wednesday. These lows Monday night and Tuesday night, single digits downtown, below 0 in the burbs.
We want to go now to Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger, who is joining us now to talk about the weather, the response, and really what the days ahead will look like. Governor Spanberger, thanks for joining us this evening.
Thank you so very much for having me on.
All right, give us an update in terms of where we stand in the state in terms of the response. How are we doing?
Well, so far, we have seen just extraordinary work from all of our emergency management related agencies. Virginia Department of Emergency Management has been doing just tremendous work in coordinating everything from what VDOT is doing. VDOT, of course, is working 24-hour shifts right now. They're working to clear roads. They pre-treated roads well in advance of the storm beginning, and they will continue to work around the clock trying to ensure that roads are passable, principally for first responders and ultimately for electrical crews that may be trying to reconnect down power lines. Virginia State Police have been doing important work, certainly before the snow and freezing rain and sleet began, clearing roads that were disabled, clearing cars, that were disabled along the road so that VDOT trucks and plows could get through. And now they've been responding both to accidents and to vehicles that are disabled along our roadways. Importantly, many Virginians have heeded the warnings and have stayed off the roads. That has been incredibly important. And I ask that all Virginians please continue to stay off the roads through Monday morning. We are expecting temperatures to drop. Those roads will freeze. The danger continues to persist. And in the coming days, then our worry shifts more and more towards potential power outages as the temperatures continue to be low, the winds will pick up, and then we run the risk of seeing trees coming down and bringing power lines with them.
Governor, is there any spot at this point that you and your team have indicated as sort of a trouble spot?
Right now, what we are seeing is we are ready for everything. And certainly, as we may see increased power outages and the very real concern that, in fact, it's not just Virginia that's impacted, it's the entire region. We know that will mean not only will there be Virginians facing power outages, but it will likely take longer to restore power. We are in constant communication with our energy providers across the Commonwealth. They are heavily engaged with the Virginia Department of Emergency Management, and the coordination continues. But the reality of the storm is that it has hit all of Virginia. And what that means is that all of Virginia needs to have resources available, whether it's state police on our roadways or whether it is VDOT plows and personnel clearing roads. And that just makes the response so much harder because we can't surge resources because they are needed everywhere. So far, we have both the state declaration of emergency that I declared on Thursday. We also received federal declaration after our request went out Friday. And that's important. We now have some FEMA personnel on the ground assisting us here in the Commonwealth. And we also have the ability to leverage federal resources as it relates to potential. What we requested was generators for use in warming stations as we continue to build out warming stations across the Commonwealth, and food supplies for those who might be headed to warming stations. But the challenges are real, but the coordination and cooperation has just been extraordinary. And so I am so grateful to Virginians who've heeded the warnings, stayed off the roads. I'm so grateful to Virginia National Guard and the state troopers and our VDOT employees and contractors who are doing incredible work trying to address the impacts of this storm as quickly and as fulsomely as we possibly can. But we will continue to see real challenges over the coming days, in part because of the extreme temperatures that will continue to be headed towards Virginia. And so that just means that those roadways will remain frozen, and it will just be that much harder to ensure their safety into the future. So we're asking for certainly people to stay off the roads and to recognize that it's an all hands on deck moment for the state, and we're responding as quickly and as comprehensively as we possibly can.
Governor, before you came into office, you had an opportunity to sort of sit in a panel to go through an exercise for these weather conditions. Is the plan that you and your team rehearsed, is it playing out the way that you anticipated?
Importantly, yes. And certainly knowing that I was transitioning in and going to be sworn in as governor, I certainly know that it's the emergency circumstances, the things that you can't fully prepare for that are the most vital. My background in national security is one that makes me really inclined towards tabletop exercises and trying to understand all the things that could go wrong. And so last month we did, in addition to multiple briefings with Virginia Department of Emergency Management, a full tabletop exercise where We brought in, state agencies from across the state. It was a really well-organized exercise. Basically, if we were to get rain and freezing rain and temperatures drop, right, all of the confluence of difficult things, how would the state respond? And so importantly, having just been through that practice last month, I will say that that exercise put us through sort of one of the worst case scenarios in terms of snow and temperatures and wind. And the one difference, importantly, between the tabletop exercise to now is that now the entirety of the state is impacted. That's actually a complicating factor that we hadn't previously planned for. And so this is where I'll just say the planning that occurs in advance of the storms you never want to see is so extraordinarily essential. And we were able to react very quickly, declaring the state of emergency, having everything ready to request the federal declaration, which we ultimately received, and to be ready to continue ensuring that we're communicating with Virginians about the continued risks and making sure that people know. I've talked about the potential for us to continue to see major power outages across the Commonwealth. In addition to that, relatedly, many will be employing camping stoves or generators to try and keep their homes warm or try and cook a meal. Please use precaution with generators, with cooking stoves, with any of those instruments, because we are already seeing increased numbers of individuals at our emergency departments with carbon monoxide exposure. If you're using a generator, please make sure it's outside, not in the basement, not in the garage, not in your home. And if you're cooking on a camping stove, use it outside. It is safer. Those toxic fumes, they can make you sick and they can be deadly, both for people and pets. So please continue to exercise caution, and we'll continue to push out information about roadway conditions, about warming stations, and about resources in the coming days.
Governor, last question before we let you go. You talked about the importance of resources, given that this storm is impacting the entire state. Obviously, that requires federal participation as well. Did you have any concern at all leading up to this storm that you might get some pushback from the Trump administration in your request for those resources, given what we've seen to take place in other states like Maryland, for instance?
Certainly, we have seen federal aid become politicized in the past. Knowing the size and scope of this storm, we put together a package, and it was principally Virginia Department of Emergency Management put together a package explaining that this is going to be a catastrophic storm by Virginia standards. We are going to be monumentally impacted. And frankly, Virginia, as a major thoroughfare and hub of goods and of not just Virginia's economy, but the entire sort of eastern seaboard, we need to be able to respond quickly. And so the request that we put in was for resources that exist, such as generator support and food supplies, and that request was granted. And importantly, these are things that Virginians, by virtue of our federal tax dollars, endeavor to have at the ready for Virginia when we face an emergency or for any other state. And so importantly, I was pleased to see that was approved quickly. And we're continuing to identify if into the future we might need to request any additional federal supports. And my expectation of the federal government would be that recognizing that all of these supplies and this infrastructure is in fact funded by taxpayers across the country, that when we need it, it will be granted. And that's the purpose of those resources. And so glad to see it. The first stage per our request was granted, and hopefully we won't need to request any more. But if we do, it will be because of the serious nature of this storm and the impact on our Commonwealth.
Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so very much.
All right, take care.
This WUSA9 Weather Impact Alert is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
I'm meteorologist Tom Burchett, along with meteorologist Carl Lamb. So we're seeing it wind down.
Yep.
Finally.
It's starting to taper.
And it's been a storm.
Yes, it has been.
I mean, not quite 24 hours. Snow broke out between like 10 and midnight last night, but the sleet has been unbelievable. And I'm going to show you radar in a second. You're going to come back and talk about our cold stretch of weather.
Oh, absolutely. The coldest in decades.
So it's going to be historical.
Yes.
Okay.
For sure.
All right, let's start with the radar, okay, past couple of hours. And we do have, some good news here. So the sleet's out of Loudoun County. It's in extreme western Fairfax County. I know we're showing you a little bit of blue on this map, and I can't rule out that some of this could be some snow, which is what it is on the legend, but essentially we're looking at sleet. Okay, and this is actually a little bit of freezing rain down into southern Maryland mixed with sleet. But the good news is it's progressing pretty quickly. So Fairfax, another 20 minutes or so, you'll be done. The I-95 corridor, probably another hour or so before it clears, and probably looking until 9 or 10 o'clock before it moves all the way across the bay and out of southern Maryland. Temperatures 27 D.C., 26 in Gaithersburg. We'd say, oh, that's cold. Well, we know what's cold with temperatures in the teens this morning when it was sleeting heavily. 25 Manassas, 25 down into Culpeper. Now this I actually believe could be some snow on the backside. You get a little bit colder air. Yes, just enough. Totals. All right, so kind of interesting. 5.3 at National, 6.2 at Dulles, but with 6.2 inches of snow at Dulles roughly equates in our normal 10-to-1 ratio of about 0.6 inches of liquid precip. But they had 1.71 at Dulles today. Imagine if that had all been snow. It'd been 17, 20, 21 inches. Wow. Herndon 5.3, Frederick 6.0, and Potomac about 7.7. So here we are at 8 o'clock. Now it's just about to cross over and clear I-95 in terms of the accumulating sleet. Just clouds. We're not going to clear out anytime soon. By 10 o'clock, everybody's just cloudy. Winds are now trying to turn more northwesterly. Kind of a wide range of temps here, 29 in D.C., but 16 in Hagerstown, 18 in Martinsburg. So after that, midnight, we're still upper teens to upper 20s. Okay, a few breaks in the clouds, but it's going to start out cloudy tomorrow morning with temperatures in the teens and 20s. And yes, you could have a flake, a snow shower, or a sleet shower here or there. We then see by 9 o'clock, temps fall. That's crazy. Back to 22, 16 in Hagerstown, 17 in Martinsburg. Then we see sunshine, and now we see stronger northwest winds, and that will allow sun to come out, but also create a pretty chilly wind chill, downright cold wind chill. By 6 o'clock, we're looking at temperatures 0. These are not wind chills, mind you, and teens across the board. That's pretty serious. And actually, this is the crazy part is that colder air moves in later in the week. Yeah. 10 o'clock tomorrow, walking the dog. Okay, it's clear. Temperatures low teens. That's it. And again, these are not wind chills. And tomorrow night, I think if the winds die down just enough, we'll see temperatures in the burbs below 0. Because when you have a snowpack and clear skies and light winds, that is about as good as it gets for radiational cooling. And so we're going to see temperatures even, there's your 2 below. That's only 3:30 in the morning on Tuesday. 8 single digits again for D.C. Now, in terms of staying below freezing, this is going to be a minute before we jump above the freezing mark. And for more on that, here's meteorologist Carl Lamb.
Yeah, Topper, this is some really impressive cold that's headed our way. And do I think we'll be able to get to the stretch that I'm going to show you? No, I don't think we're going to beat it, but we will make it into the chart here, at least to show you what's coming our way. So I have the most recent year that we kind of achieved this, and these are the number of consecutive days below 32 degrees. We had 12 days of 32 degrees or below back in 1936, 11 days in 1935. You may remember the 1989 stretch of 10 days of 32 degrees or below, but I think we have a chance at getting to 8 days, maybe even 9 days, if the pattern holds, and it certainly will. We have the weather impact alert for an extended window of time, and it's going to be real cold. Just wait until you see Topper's 7-day forecast for Thursday and Friday. It's going to be downright frigid. So something to come up, something to look forward to as we get to about 7:30 or so. But still a lot to go, and the sleet is starting to taper off here, so we'll send it back over to the folks in the studio.
Let's go to our Matt Gregory right now. He is now out of the car, into a warm place. I want to say he was at the bar at one point when we saw him last, but he's now standing up, so that's a good sign there. He's in downtown Gaithersburg. Hey, Maddie.
Oh, you're going to make me do work, aren't you, Larry?
Just a little bit.
You're going to make me do work, aren't you? Come on, let's go outside. We'll go outside. I'll go outside just for you, Larry, to show you a little bit about what's going on out here. Although it was quite warm inside the Old Town Cafe here. Oh, you hear that? You can hear the sleet coming down as we're right here. A car has just been abandoned right here along the main street. Saw some folks looking at it. I don't think they could get out of where they were. Got the speaker going on if you want to hear the game and what's going on. So here's an idea, guys, of what we're looking at right here. And I don't want to step in, there's a red light here, but this is Old Town Gaithersburg, not far out of Gaithersburg proper. As you can see, we still have that same level or layer of snow across this intersection here on East Diamond Avenue and North Summit. You're saying, Matt, it doesn't look any different than earlier. No, it doesn't. That's because the cars will come by intermittently. The plow trucks will come by. And when they do come by, sure, they clear it out, but as you can see, all of this sleet is still coming down. It's pretty miserable. I'm going to wait for these two to go by, and then I'm going to go test out this road myself. Always being careful, but basically what we're looking at now is, as we get out on the street, it's got that light layer of snow still there, and then this layer of sleet that keeps falling down on top of it, and then underneath of this all is a layer that started the first part of the day of the snow. So you can see now the sun's starting to go down. As it gets a little bit darker, it's going to get colder. As it gets colder, we're going to start seeing freezing. You might see more things like the car that we saw when we came out of the Old Town Cafe that was stopped right there. Some folks seem to be making it through, and the one thing we keep noticing is that folks who don't have four-wheel drive, right, your two-wheel drives, your front-wheel drives, those seem to be doing the worst because of this. This is the intersection, actually. I can show you this now. All right, so in the intersection, when they plow, it comes through, right? Then it creates this snowbank, and this is where cars are getting stuck, in the snowbanks like this. That's going to take a couple of days to get done, right? I mean, you got to make sure it stops snowing, stops sleeting, stops icing. Then you can plow, and then you can have someone come in and remove these intersections. That's just another one of the other issues. We said it all day long, don't go out if you don't have to, and for the most part, people seem to have heeded that. It is Sunday, no one's working, but tomorrow is going to be the real test. What is that going to look like, right? With temperatures not climbing out of the 20s at times over the next couple of days, how much of this is going to get cleared? How much of this is going to be slick? And then what happens after that? That's what we're going to be looking at the next couple of days. We're going to be going through the rest of Gaithersburg, and you can actually hear it pick up now as we're talking. Kurt looks very unhappy on the other end of the camera. Yeah, it's not great, is it, Kurt? So that's what we're looking at over the next couple of hours. Yeah, actually, get up close to that awning there. You see, that's how it's coming down right now. You can listen to it. It's the sound of a storm, folks. Just nasty, nasty. Anyway, that's what we're seeing here in Gaithersburg. We're going to be going back on our way down towards D.C., getting a little bit more views of Montgomery County. We're going to have a kind of a mashup of all the stuff we've seen today coming up here in the next hour or so, and that way we can kind of give you a feel of what we've seen across Maryland when it comes to this first winter blast of the year. But for now, in Old Town Gaithersburg, back to you.
All right, Matthew, thank you so much. And please, you and Kurt, go back inside, get warmed up. We appreciate you indulging me for this live shot here, Fred.
The roads is nasty, everyone. Please do not come out here. If you can prevent it, do not come out here. Stay home today, please. Allow us to get the roads together and plow, because this is going to take time. As fast as I might clear a street, and it's getting bad again. So please, everyone, stay off the road.
That interview from WUSA9's live coverage this morning, now going viral tonight. That is DC plow truck driver Kat, and she's got a crown. Well deserved, by the way. She's joining us live this evening. Kat, good to see you. You look beautiful as always, dear.
Thank you.
Well, first, tell me a little bit about your crown, because, I mean, you have to earn it in order to wear it.
You do have to earn it in order to wear it. So it represents my nationality, which is a goddess of Moors.
Oh,
so it's a representation of myself.
Oh, beautiful. And so, I mean, you were just showing up as your full self, and certainly we appreciate it, because we understand that you have been on the road for 12-hour shifts. Tell us, what did you see on the roads? How are things shaping up? Maybe also, how does this storm compare to other storms that you've seen in the past?
So the problem with this storm is that we all have to adjust, because we haven't had any bad storms like this in a while. So it's not that the storm is actually worse off than previous storms. It's just that it's the first true storm that we've had in a long time. So we're all adjusting. And as much as the citizens would like to go out in it and drive, it's not suggested because on the road today, there were at least 100 breakdowns. And that's not good.
No, not at all. Did you find yourself also having to approach this storm a bit differently? You know, to your point, we haven't really seen a storm like this since about 2016. You know, given that sort of distance between then and now, did you find yourself having to sort of approach this differently even in your own work?
I did. I did because I'm a great driver, you know, and it was a bit challenging, you know, going up hills in the heavy plow, and I drive a heavy plow, you know, so it was difficult. The the truck was shifting. Even when the media people did a ride along with me, the truck kind of shifted, and so um I just take my time. You know, I'm not out there to rush. I'm out there to be safe. I'm out there to look out for all the citizens. You know, I provide a service in DC, so I'm going to provide that service to the best of my ability. And I'm going to make sure that everyone is happy, you know, at the end of the day. But right now, everyone should just stay home and allow us to get these streets clean.
Well, absolutely. And to your point, you're an experienced driver who's done this many times. You know, even the fact that you yourself had some difficulty, at least in some points, maneuvering your vehicle that you've driven many times before certainly is an indication to sort of the condition of the roads right now and really probably why people should stay home just for their own safety.
Yeah. They should stay home for not only for their own safety, but for everyone else's safety as well, because at any given point, your vehicle can crash into someone else and injure. And it's a lot of pedestrians also out there walking your vehicle. You have no control over it. Once it just slides, it could, possibly injure a pedestrian walking out there in this. So it is truly recommended to stay home. And I know that a lot of people need to go out. I understand that the mayor provides a service to children where, every child gets a meal at school. So it's kind of breaking her heart that, the children have to stay home from school because she's not feeding them. But it's just really not safe.
What is one thing plow drivers want us regular drivers to know during a storm like this?
I see a lot of frustration sometimes with the drivers because they'll come up by the truck and the salt or the brine comes out all over their cars. It's important to stay at least 100 feet away from us to be safe, and to protect your vehicle.
Absolutely, because with that salt and brine,